honorary curator of the British Museum in London, honorary curator of the Louvre Museum in France, honorary professor at the National Museum of China. Facing these enthusiastic foreigners, Ming felt a bit embarrassed. You all are like this. How can I have the nerve to empty your China pavilion? Betting on stones, betting on wood, betting on jewels. Trading books, trading porcelain, trading bronze. Let's see how Ming leads the Qilin. Chapter 1. Ding-ling-a-ling. As the cafe doors slowly opened, the wind chime behind the door rang out a pleasant sound. The waitress behind the counter professionally greeted the door. Welcome. Ming propped the door with one hand and nodded to the waitress as a response. The waitress froze for a moment upon seeing Ming. The man in front of her was special. He looked to be in his 20s, about 1.8 meters tall with slightly long hair, dressed in a casual white shirt and jeans, an ordinary and unremarkable appearance. What was unusual was that the man wore a black eye patch over his left eye, and his right hand was gripping a hiking pole. This unique outfit carried a hint of a decadent aura, making the waitress think for a moment that if the hiking pole were replaced with an iron hook, he would look just like a European pirate from the movies. However, when she saw the man leaning to the right, putting all his weight on the hiking pole, struggling to hold the large door open as he tried to push himself inside, she realized that he was not in a costume, but actually had a disability. Realizing this, she immediately put down her work and hurried over to open the door for him. Ming said, "Thank you." Chapter 2. Ming gasped, propping himself up with one hand and lightly tapping his temple with the other. Frowning as he woke up, he was now parched, with a heavy and painful head, a standard hangover response. Looking back, he remembered mocking the screenwriter yesterday for only being able to write about the male and female leads breaking up in the rain. Yet he himself had resorted to drinking to drown his sorrows right after a breakup. Oh right, he seemed to have picked up a stray cat or dog when he came back yesterday. Ming jolted and quickly began searching. He vaguely remembered that after getting home yesterday, he had quickly wiped himself and that little creature down, and he had crawled into bed without even taking a shower. At that time, he seemed to have tossed the little thing onto the bed too. Such a small creature. If he accidentally rolled over and squashed it during the night, that little life would be lost. He had thought it was pitiful and saved it, but if he accidentally killed it, it would have been better to leave it outside to fend for itself. Fortunately, as soon as he looked down, he saw the little guy curled up in a black sweater, lying quietly on his left side. Ming was just about to breathe a sigh of relief when suddenly he realized something, a surge of heat rushing to his head, causing him to tremble slightly. Though his reaction was a beat slow, he still realized that he actually saw it. Chapter 3. When Ming arrived at the store, the owner, Wang Depeng, dressed in a tang suit, was leisurely drinking tea with Boss Zhang, who sold writing supplies next door. Since it was a weekday and lunchtime, there were only 2 elderly customers looking at the porcelain counter, with a salesperson attending to them. "Boss, I'm sorry. I was delayed because of some family matters." Ming immediately apologized to Boss Wang as he entered the store. It's all right. Has Xiao Wang finished up his work? Perhaps due to the presence of outsiders, Boss Wang's attitude was particularly amiable. The store just received new stock yesterday, and I haven't gathered all the information on the blue and white bowls and the dragon pattern willow branch vase yet. Do you have other matters to attend to? Oh, then you can go ahead and get busy. Once you're done, come back. I have some things to discuss. Ming hesitated for a moment, but nodded and went to the back room. As he walked away, Boss Zhang, curious, leaned over. He had known this old Wang for a long time and remembered that the old man was not usually this easygoing. It was definitely unusual for him to be so pleasant when an employee was late. "Old Wang, did you score something good today? Why are you in such a good mood?" Boss Wang took a sip from his teacup and chuckled in response. "Not really. More than 20 years ago, there were no good finds in Panjiayuan. Saying you scored something good back then was just fooling naive people." Chapter 4. After turning left out of the treasure-picking studio, Ming arrived at the dining area of the antique market. He had been awake since the alcohol wore off, rushing around and resigning from his job without having eaten anything. Now, he was really hungry, so he decided to stop here for a bite. While waiting for his meal, Ming took out several silver yuan coins and copper coins. After examining them one by one, he focused his attention on a yuan coin exuding a blue-purple aura. The Qinlong Tong Bao he had from the morning had a slightly coarse blue aura and a finer purple aura. In contrast, the yuan coin in front of him had a stronger purple than blue. As he brought it closer for a better look, the two auras seemed to be drawn towards his left eye like magnets, and that refreshing feeling washed over him again. The yuan coin, more formally referred to as the yuan shirkai silver dollar, was minted from around 1915 to 1929. However, it had been in circulation throughout the Republic of China and even into the early years of New China, as late as around 1951. As for its circulation period, it was even longer. In regions like Yunnan, Guizhou, Sichuan, Xinjiang, and Tibet, it was still used as currency until the 1960s and 70s. Thus, there are a vast number of yuan coins available. Additionally, due to the warlord era in Old China, where each region had its own minting rights, the designs of yuan coins vary greatly. They can be categorized by design into front portraits, side profiles, and three-quarter portraits. By edge type, they can have toothed edges, T-edges, or smooth edges. Chapter 5. This one is not right. This one is also not right. Hey, are you buying or not? If you're not buying, don't mess with it. If you break it, you'll have to pay. What do you mean not right? You just pick it up and put it down without even looking and say it's not right, acting like you have golden eyes. If you want to buy it, buy it. If not, get lost. You're wasting my time. Seeing the owner getting angry, Ming felt a bit awkward, put down what he was holding, and left in a huff. Ever since he realized the magic of his eyes, especially in Panjiayuan, he had felt increasingly restless. He always felt like treasures were nearby, and missing even one stall could mean missing out on a fortune. After leaving the antique studio, he had been wandering around Panjiayuan for 2 hours. But just as Wang Depang had said, this was no longer 20 years ago. There were no good finds anymore. He had wandered through half of Panjiayuan, but still hadn't found a single genuine piece. To say he hadn't found any genuine items wouldn't be accurate. Rather, he hadn't found anything of substantial value. Genuine Xianfeng Tongbao and Jiaqing Tongbao were numerous, and Ming picked them up when he saw them, but even those, even if genuine, were only worth about $10 each. This was why Ming was examining each one carefully. The result was somewhat discouraging. Ming looked at the sky. It was getting late, and many people were closing up shop, so he decided to stop shopping. He hailed a taxi after leaving the market and returned to his apartment. Chapter 6. When he bought the house initially, he took out the remaining 280,000 yuan from his car accident compensation, and the two families pooled together 600,000 for the down payment to buy this 65-square-meter small two-bedroom apartment in the suburbs. As for the bulk of the renovation costs, that was actually his family's betrothal gift. At the time, the Zhang family said they didn't want a betrothal gift, but requested that both families contribute to the house renovation. The portion of money from Qi's family was considered as a betrothal gift. His parents thought the Zhang family was reasonable and agreed without a second thought. My 280,000 yuan was supposed to be for the house down payment. How did it turn into renovation fees in your mouths? Your way of eating is quite ugly. Ming was truly disgusted by the operations of the Zhang family. Hey, don't say that. Wang Hai seemed to have anticipated that Ming would say this, and calmly took out some papers from his bag. Look, this is the purchase contract. This is the property deed, and this is the mortgage repayment record for the past 2 years. All the paperwork is under Yixing's name. We live in a society governed by law, and everything relies on evidence. We have plenty of evidence. What about you? Do you have any evidence to support your claims? Ming was genuinely furious, the veins on his forehead bulging. At that time, when he had difficulty moving, it was natural for Zhang Yaxing to handle the house viewing and purchase. As for why it was only under her name, it was because Zhang Yaxing had married him against her parents' wishes, making him feel that their love was genuine, and it didn't matter whose name it was. Chapter 7. The next morning, before dawn, the sound of the alarm clock woke Ming up. The little purple cat, which had been sleeping soundly beside him, was also disturbed and let out a couple of discontented meows before yawning and slowly crawling back in a blanket, looking as if to say, "Don't bother me." Ming ignored it, washed up quickly, and took 30,000 cash from the hotel safe before heading out. He had already thought about this yesterday. A tree lives for its bark, and a person lives for their spirit. The Zhang family went to such lengths just to drive him out of Beijing, so he was determined to stay, not only to remain, but to live right under their noses, thriving and driving them crazy with jealousy. To achieve all this, he needed money. And what could be faster for making money than picking up bargains? Yesterday, he had made 50,000 from a yuan coin, which was equivalent to several months' salary for others. So he remembered someone mentioning the Panjiayuan ghost market, where good things often appeared. Whether or not there were treasures was another matter. But Ming always felt that with his special ability, not checking it out would be a loss. It was just past 3 a.m., the sky was dim, and the streets were quiet as Ming tightened his collar and headed towards his destination. At this late hour, he was not worried about running into acquaintances, and without needing to pretend to be lame, he quickly navigated his way to the destination. Chapter 8. What kind of inkstone needs to be treasured like this? This inkstone measures 15 centimeters long, 8 centimeters wide, and 2 centimeters thick. The inkstone is a black-purple color due to just having been soaked in water, and the color of the ink pool is pitch black. It's unclear whether this is due to years of use or if the material itself is like this. Touching the ink pool, the stone feels fine and warm to the touch, heavy and solid, with a surface that is delicate and smooth, akin to the skin of a child. Even someone as inexperienced as Ming could feel that this was a good inkstone. The bottom of the ink pool is carved with a layer of banana leaves, and above the leaves are tiny characters of a poem. Diligently learn all the characters in the world and aspire to read all the books in the world. In the upper left corner of the inkstone, there is a small character Su, which would be hard to notice unless one looked closely. Flipping it over, a poem occupies most of the back. In the vast sea, how could the land vein ever be severed? The white robe indeed breaks the unprecedented. Today, the brocade-clothed is viewed by 1,000 people. Only then do I believe Su Shi's long-sightedness. Below the poem is a line. On October 19th, the first year of Chongning, Qiongzhou, Jiang Junbai. It obviously records the time, as well as the owner of the inkstone, Jiang Junbai. Jiang Junbai, Jiang Junbai. Ming murmured the name twice, but he had no impression of it. However, he was familiar with the 2 lines of the poem encouraging study, which were indeed from the great writer Su Shi of the Northern Song Dynasty. Chapter 9. Old Tang. Can you take a look at this for me? The pink porcelain bowl was basically finalized, and Ming had no objections to the price. He then planned to take out the inkstone to let the expert confirm its specific value. Oh, there's more stuff? The old man with the surname Tang was a bit surprised when he saw Ming carefully take out a bath towel from his bag. He couldn't help but start to look forward to it. You must know that this person in front of him had put a bowl worth tens of thousands in a plastic bag. So what treasure could it be that he preserved so carefully? Lin Xian's eyes also lit up. For those who love antiques, who wouldn't want to see more treasures? However, when he saw the thick bath towel, he couldn't help but tease, wow, this time it's wrapped so tightly, it seems like it's a good thing. This is something I found today. I don't quite understand it, so I wanted to ask you all to help confirm it and estimate its value. Ming carefully unfolded the bath towel, revealing a square stone inkstone lying in the center. Old Tang took the inkstone and examined it closely, recognizing all the characters in the world, reading all the books in the world. This is a line from Donpa's poem encouraging study. Judging by its shape, this should be a song inkstone. Lin Xian interjected at the right moment. Uncle Tang, I don't know much about miscellaneous items. How can you tell this is a song inkstone? Chapter 10. The Palace Museum is only about 10 kilometers from Panjiayuan, approximately half an hour away. An elderly man in a Tang suit with graying hair was led by a sales clerk to the second floor. The old man was quite eager when he entered, knowing that his old colleague and friend had an extremely high standard, and treasures that could move him were not simple. Old Liu, what treasure do you have that's making you so anxious? Yang Xiaoming approached with an inkstone. If it could be confirmed as a genuine item today, it would be a significant event that could shock the antique world. Oh, let me take a look quickly. Haha, let me introduce you to a few people here first. Yang Xiaoming was somewhat of a businessman, doing things quite comprehensively. However, the researcher from the Palace Museum, named Lu Zan, was clearly not attentive, only giving a little more attention when introducing Ming, while he couldn't be bothered to look at the others, just nodding as if that sufficed. Yang Xiaoming knew his old friend's temperament and didn't push it, as long as the face was saved. Thus, he pulled Lu Zan to the song inkstone. The moment Lu Zan saw the inkstone, his eyes lit up, and he took out his reading glasses to study it carefully. As he examined it, he chatted about it, saying things similar to what Yang Xiaoming and Master Tang had said upon seeing the inkstone. Chapter 11. Hearing the price, Ming actually didn't feel too excited. Instead, a look of hesitation flashed across his face. In the room, Manager Wang and Manager Zhao exchanged glances, smirking silently and not saying a word. Both of them felt that Yang Xiaoming was trying to trick this young man by deliberately quoting a low price. They had made up their minds to ask Ming for contact information later. Such a good item, although they might not be able to snatch it from Yang Xiaoming. It was definitely worth a try. What if they succeeded? They didn't say anything, but someone in the room bluntly asked, Dad, isn't this price too low? I remember in 2013, Sotheby's in America auctioned Su Shi's Gong Fu Tai for over 50 million, and in 2020, Christie's in Hong Kong auctioned Su Shi's dead wood and strange stones for a whopping 1 billion. This inkstone was at least Su Shi's personal item. How could the estimate be so different? Yang Xiaoming glanced at his son and then at the others, chuckling. He had become quite experienced over the years and could tell from Qi Ming's constipated expression what he was thinking. You all think the same, right? You think I deliberately quoted low? Qi Ming felt a bit embarrassed. He had looked up these auction records online before, so he had indeed felt the price was low. Chapter 12. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Ow, ow. In the hotel room, Xiao Zi curled up with its back to him, lying on the pillow, its tail swatting away Qi Ming's outstretched hand. Qi Ming also realized when he got to the hotel and took out his pocket to get the room card that Xiao Zi was still stuffed in his pocket. By the time he took the little guy out, Xiao Zi was already dizzy from being tossed around. When the little guy recovered, it climbed back onto the pillow, looking like it didn't want to be bothered. No matter what Qi Ming said, it was unresponsive. If he tried to get close, it would swat him away with its tail. Sigh, it's harder to coax than a woman. Ow, you still have a reason. By the way, Xiao Zi must be hungry. How about I buy you a can? At this, Xiao Zi responded, looking up. It saw Qi Ming holding his phone, with a picture of a cat food can on it. However, when the little guy saw the cat's face, it got angry and swatted the phone onto the floor. Qi Ming wasn't mad. In the entire Qi family, it was just his parents and sister, plus this cat. Who else could he spoil? Moreover, this time it was his fault. If it weren't for Xiao Zi being tough, other kittens might have already been gone. Qi Ming thought using food as bait might work, picked up the phone, and found the picture again. Chapter 13. A group of 4 entered the elevator. After a brief discussion, Qi Ming decided to follow them to their room. Once inside, Qi Ming realized what a real 5-star experience was. Not only was the entire room decorated in an European palace style, but the high floors also offered an incredible view, allowing a complete overlook of the city, and the room space was astonishingly large. The living room alone was bigger than his entire room. Qi Ming could only say that he was indeed still poor. He could afford 5-star accommodations, but not this room. After the girl in sunglasses entered the room, she also took off her sunglasses and mask and removed her woolen coat. The moment Qi Ming saw the girl's appearance, he was momentarily stunned. The girl was at least 7 meters tall, with an oval face, beautiful peach blossom eyes, a cherry-like mouth, and a high-bridged nose. Her entire face was both exquisite and three-dimensional, exhibiting the modern woman's freshness and neatness, as well as the classical beauty's charm. After taking off her coat, she wore a tight black sweater on top and fitted jeans on the bottom, which accentuated her curvy figure. His ex-wife, Zhang Yaxing, could be considered a little beauty raised in a well-off family, and she had countless pursuers in school. However, compared to the woman before him, she was really not even close. Chapter 14. Li Zheng, do you have nothing to say? Tong Xinxing turned around to look at the man in the suit. At that moment, her willow-like brows were slightly raised, her thin lips pressed together, and her pleasant voice carried a hint of coldness. Mr. Tong, what is there for me to say? These are all his one-sided words. How about this? I will contact Professor Qin immediately and have him come to reevaluate it. The man in the suit, Li Zheng, continued to argue, but he looked a bit guilty. Okay, Tong Xinxing nodded. By the way, call the seller over too. Isn't that seller your friend? Now I have doubts about the authenticity of the painting and need to have it reevaluated. This time, I will involve a third party in the appraisal. Li Zhengming appeared flustered, but what surprised everyone present was that after his brief panic, Li Zheng actually made a complete turnaround. Not only did he stand up straight, but his voice also became louder. My friend has already gone abroad, and I can't contact him in a short time. Moreover, Miss Tong, antiques are a cash-for-goods business. Even if it turns out to be fake afterwards, one can only pinch their nose and accept it. Isn't that person in the antique business? You can ask him if you don't believe it. Tong Xinxing and another female assistant looked towards Qi Ming. Qi Ming had a rough understanding of the situation now. It seemed that the man in the suit in front of him had set up a scheme to deceive this beautiful woman. Chapter 15. 200,000 Miss. This is a Ming blue and white longevity plate. Look at the size and the patina. You won't find a second one even if you search through Panjiayuan. But boss, this plate looks shiny and new. You don't understand, this is called clam shine. Having this shine is proof of good quality. If you don't believe it, you can search online. Qi Ming was leisurely walking towards the antique shop when he was attracted by a shout. Turning his head, He didn't expect to see a familiar face. Although she was still wearing a mask, judging by her hairstyle, figure, eyebrows, eyes, and voice. It was clearly the beauty named Tong Xinqing from yesterday. 200,000 boss, cash or card? If cash, then you can come with me to the bank. The boss probably didn't expect that this beauty shopping at the stall wouldn't bargain. It was obvious that she was a fat goose, unexpectedly so plump that it was dripping with oil. In just a moment, his voice trembled as he said, cash is best. Oh, then let us sign a purchase contract and a waiver agreement. Miss, you really know how to joke. Where can you find such things at a stall? Tong Xinqing looked at the stall owner, then at the plate in her hand, and after some hesitation, she said, fine, you wait for me. I'll go to the bank to withdraw money. Chapter 16. Is this a bowl? Is it used by beggars? This vase is missing a mouth and could still be used? And these copper coins, if it weren't for the round hole design? Tong Xinqing would definitely not recognize that these are ancient Chinese coins. A pile of garbage. This was Tong Xinqing's first impression of this stall. But what puzzled her was that several people were squatting there picking up pieces of porcelain and looking at them, occasionally shining a flashlight on them. They looked very professional. Is there anything special here? Tong Xinqing quietly asked Qi Ming beside her. Qi Ming was currently examining a cardboard box. Inside the box were several volumes of thread-bound books and 6 or 7 scrolls, casually placed. The purple hue he had just scanned came from here. There are treasures here. Someone once picked up an item worth tens of thousands. Qi Ming casually reassured Tong Xinqing. Oh, can you let go my hand? Okay. It was only after someone mentioned it that Qi Ming realized he was still holding Tong Xinqing's hand and quickly let go. He then squatted down and picked up the books in the box one by one to identify them. Tong Xinqing also felt a bit awkward and squatted down too, picking up this to look at and that to touch. Chapter 17. This couplet, do you want to sell it or keep it for yourself? Yang Chao Ming asked. Qi Ming replied, Teacher Yang, when does the spring auction start? Usually a week after the new year. Then sell it. I want to buy a house. Just right. I don't have money on hand. Qi Ming answered very straightforwardly. After a romantic failure, he had to find success in financial matters. He hadn't told his parents back home about his divorce, but when he went back alone during the new year, it would be exposed. At that time, he would definitely have to confess. If he couldn't achieve something, he wouldn't be able to offset the bad news of the divorce, causing his family to worry for nothing. So he was short on money, very short on money. You need money? Yang Xiaoming looked at Qi Ming for a moment, noting his simple clothing and lack of valuable accessories like a watch, indicating that his family background could only be considered average. If it goes to auction with good operation, 2 for million is even possible. If you need money, I can offer you 3 million, deducting the auction company's commission. This price won't put you at a disadvantage. Just as Qi Ming was about to agree, a weak voice interjected from the side. Can you sell it to me? Tong Xinqing raised her small hand like a primary school student, her expression cautious, afraid Qi Ming wouldn't agree. Chapter 18. Hi. Do you still remember me? Tong Xinqing moved a bit closer, the scent of osmanthus making Qi Ming's nose itch. She waved her small hand, greeting Xiao Zi. Xiao Zi tilted its head as if recalling, and soon its eyes squinted into a crescent shape, letting out a howl and jumping over. Tong Xinqing reached out to catch it. Once the little fellow was in her arms, it immediately started to nuzzle against her affectionately. Indeed, girls all like fluffy things. After reflecting on this in his heart, Qi Ming placed all the books in his hands onto the hotel desk. Then it got awkward because there was no place to sit. Although it was a 5-star hotel, it wasn't a suite. There was just a desk and a chair. A girl entering the room couldn't sit on his bed, especially since it was quite messy. Tong Xinqing also realized at this moment that she had entered a single man's room, and now she felt awkward whether standing or sitting. How about we go to my place? Just right, running around all day made me hungry. Let us order something to eat. My treat as a thank you for selling the painting to me. By the way, you can also bring the books. I have good sunlight. And reading their one tea hurt your eyes. Goo goo goo. Xiaozi seemed to understand that there was food involved and became even more affectionate. Chapter 19. Tong Xinqing was driving, occasionally glancing at Qi Ming sitting in the passenger seat through the rearview mirror. Inside the car, apart from Xiaozi's cooing, it was unusually silent. Ultimately, it was Tong Xinqing who broke the silence. Why did you come to the Civil Affairs Bureau so early? To get a divorce. Tong Xinqing was shocked by this answer, just as the red light ahead came on, and she almost couldn't stop in time. Why? In the past few days, Ming had not left a bad impression on her. He was good-looking, knowledgeable, had a sense of justice, was caring, and had good vision and luck, earning a lot. Logically speaking, such a man would be considered high quality in her circle. How did he end up getting divorced? Ming propped his arm on his chin. Looking out at the rapidly retreating scenery, his tone flat. I fell in love at first sight with her in college, and we dated for a total of 6 years. 2 years ago, while shopping, I encountered someone speeding. I could have avoided it, but to save her, I lost one eye and also injured my leg. When I was just injured, she took care of me meticulously, even marrying me against her parents' objections. But 2 years later, she said my eye scared her, and the scars on my leg disgusted her. She even begged me to let her go, so I satisfied her and completely let her go. Chapter 20. Ming had encountered similar situations, especially with the most valuable item he currently possessed, the Dompa Inkstone. With this in mind, Ming carefully felt the entire album. The exquisitely made velvet cover was thick but soft. How much is this box worth? Under Tong Xinqing's surprised gaze, Ming placed the box in front of young Master Chen. Young Master Chen merely glanced at it with a look of disgust, saying it was a pile of junk and that Ming could take it if he wanted. Lin Xian raised his head to look at Ming and then at the box, recalling the inexplicable luck this kid had. His eyes brightened for a moment, but quickly dimmed as he maintained his composure. Ming directly rejected young Master Chen's generous offer, stating that in their line of work, no-interest transactions were not feasible. This golden toad ornament is quite good. I've seen ones made of pure brass. How about adding it to the others for 10,000? Young Master Chen scoffed, saying, do as you wish. Thank you, young Master Chen. I'll transfer the money to Lin Xian later so that we can settle the bill together. Ming continued, by the way, these 2 booklets, one is your company's development history, and the other is your family portrait. Do you want them? As he spoke, Ming handed over the 2 booklets. He knew there must be good stuff inside, but it was likely that the family portrait contained something precious given that it was carefully hidden, possibly a gift from old Xian to his child. So, at the last moment, he chose to follow his heart and handed the decision to young Master Chen in front of him. Chapter 21. Ming was left speechless, wondering what the hell it meant to be the illegitimate son of the god of wealth. But seeing Tong Xinqing nodding repeatedly, it was clear that this nickname was well accepted among them. I don't care. If you want to sell, you have to sell these to me, Lin Xian said, clutching the 2 small plastic boxes tightly, making it clear that he wouldn't return them unless he got an agreement. All right. As long as you guys at the antique gallery don't offer credit, I have no objections. Really? Lin Xian didn't expect Ming to be so agreeable. Of course it's true. I'm not particularly interested in stamps. Besides, didn't I tell you I wanted to buy a house? Now it's great. I was originally planning to buy a small apartment, but now I can directly switch to a villa. Lin Xian excitedly handed the small boxes to Ming and immediately ran to the side to make a call. Dad, let me tell you, you really sold it like that? Tong Xinqing also leaned in, echoing his thoughts. These stamps must be very valuable, right? Ming shrugged. Sure, I'm selling them. I don't even have a place to live right now. I can't keep staying in hotels. Plus, if I buy a villa, I can settle in Beijing. My parents can come here to retire, and my sister can also come to Beijing for the college entrance examination. When you come to Beijing in the future, you won't need to stay in a hotel. You can stay with me and save money. Chapter 22. All right. 2 of the most capable people have seen the photos and will come over in the afternoon. Let's go get some lunch first. Yang Xiaoming hung up the phone and called out to Ming and Lin Xian. Also soon, Ming was a bit surprised. Antique collecting was hard to buy and hard to sell. It's hard to buy because of the rarity of antiques and the abundance of fakes in the market. For ordinary people, getting their hands on something genuinely valuable is as difficult as climbing to the sky. And it's hard to sell because it's linked to the value of the antiques and the target audience. Only by accurately selling items to those who truly appreciate them can their value be maximized. My dad acts quickly. Of course, it's fast. You should see how many years he has been in this industry. Lin Xian hooked his arm around Ming's shoulder as they walked outside. Now that they were genuinely like brothers, he completely relaxed, no longer feeling the awkwardness of their first meeting. Yang Xiaoming understood that the main reason for his occasionally steady and sometimes lively second son was the rarity of these 2 items. One of the 2 executives had to catch a flight, and, after seeing the photos I sent, they were rushing from Daxing to the city. Thank you, Master. Ming sincerely expressed his gratitude. This truly highlighted the importance of networks. Without Yang Xiaoming as connections, finding a buyer willing to spend millions was not easy. Chapter 23. Mr. Qi, congratulations, it's yours now. Qi Ming respectfully handed over the small box containing the square piece. Qi Fatty eagerly accepted the box, not forgetting to thank Qin Hung across from him, saying, "Brother Qin, thank you for being lenient." Qin Hung responded with a hearty laugh. "No need to mention it. It's because you, Brother Qi, have deep pockets. But if you really want to thank me, just raise the price for the next item." Qi Fatty played with the small box in his hands, happily agreeing, "Sure, sure." Qin Hung internally scoffed, wondering if what he said was genuine. If it were a straightforward price call, they could gauge this fatty's attitude. But who could say for sure at this moment? After the two finished chatting, Qi Ming timely interjected, "Now let's start the bidding for this big red piece." The transaction price for this stamp in 2012 was 7.3 million. In 2018, it was 13.4 million, almost doubling in 6 years. Now, in 2023, 5 more years have passed, so my bottom line is 16 million. Considering inflation and the differences in collecting enthusiasm, Qi Ming's opening price wasn't high, but both men knew that the final selling price would definitely exceed this number. They both began consulting nearby professionals. After a moment, they presented the agreed-upon bids to Qi Ming. Chapter 24. Boss, give me 10 more skewers. Whoa, you still want more? Then add 5 more skewers without seasoning. Tong Xinqing held Little Purple in one arm and grabbed lamb skewers with the other. She took a bite and fed Little Purple a bite, clearly enjoying herself. Qi Ming stood beside her, either eating along or scanning the QR code to pay. This was already their 4th stall. Prior to this, they'd already eaten donkey rolls, sugar ears, lamb eye buns, and Aiwowa, all Beijing specialties. Although Qi Ming had been living and studying in Beijing for over 6 years, it was his first time tasting such authentic Beijing snacks. Moreover, after having some food in his stomach, the discomfort from being drunk was indeed alleviated. Over there, that one is plum blossom cake. Boss, roast it for me first. I'll come back to pick it up. Tong Xinqing blinked her beautiful eyes, seemingly having discovered something good, and called out as she went over. Hey, take it easy. Qi Ming could only follow along, realizing that the food she truly wanted was indeed for herself. Her claims of drinking to relieve herself were merely a cover. Boss, 2 each of red bean paste and salty meat. After placing her order at the small stall, Tong Xinqing reached for her phone to pay. Chapter 25. Name? Li Xiaolong. Be serious. Do you even see where this is? The male police officer slammed his hand heavily on the table, speaking sternly. The young man with a crew cut scratched his head, feeling a bit helpless, and pulled out a small card. My name really is Li Xiaolong. This is my ID. Your family must be naming geniuses. That's too casual. The police officer took the ID, confirmed it, and then wrote in the name column. Li Xiaolong, 3 characters. Hee hee. I consider mine good. Back home, I have friends named Little Dog and Little Pig, and they regret it now. Li Xiaolong obviously was used to this kind of teasing, his dark face full of innocence. Why were you fighting? The police continued to ask. Oh, it's like this, officer. He was being heroic and caught a thief for me. Qi Ming quickly interjected to explain. The police were like justice itself. Although they might arrive late, they would never be absent. Shortly after Li Xiaolong subdued those 3 individuals, a team of police officers arrived and took all of them away. What are you butting in for? I was asking you. The police glared at Qi Ming with dissatisfaction before turning back to Li Xiaolong. Do you know how serious this situation is? 3 people, not 1 standing. Do you really think you're Li Xiaolong? You weren't gentle at all. Chapter 26. What? No rooms left. Yes, I'm very sorry, but it's too late now. And our hotel is fully booked. In the hotel room, Qi Ming helplessly put down the phone. Li Xiaolong, who was beside him, also heard the content of the call and scratched his head, saying, Chigo, if there are no rooms, I can just go find a hotel myself. How can that be? It's so late, and it's below -10 degrees outside. Don't go out in this weather. How about this? I'll have the hotel send over 2 blankets, and we can squeeze together tonight. We'll figure it out tomorrow. Li Xiaolong looked ashamed, as if he had caused Qi Ming a lot of trouble, but he finally nodded hesitantly. I think it's better not to be so troublesome. Tong Xinqing, who couldn't stand it any longer, said, I have a suite. Xiaohua has gone home, and there's an empty room. You can let Xiaolong use my room, and you can sleep in mine tonight. Is that appropriate? Qi Ming hesitated a bit. Tong Xinqing lowered her head, playing with little Z in her arms, the wide brim of her hat covering her gradually reddening face. She feigned indifference and said, What is inappropriate about it? You can squeeze with Xiaolong. But where will little Z sleep? Ow! Chapter 27. Not long after sending off Tong Xinqing, Li Xiaolong also bid farewell to Qi Ming. His hometown was quite far away, and although he had a sum of money given by Qi Ming, he was reluctant to spend it on airfare or train tickets. Traveling back to the city by green train would take 2 whole days. After arriving in the city, he would still have to transfer to a 5-hour bus ride and a 2-hour motorcycle ride to get home. With the new year approaching and no worries on his mind, Li Xiaolong felt there was no need to stay in Beijing any longer. After sending the 2 off, Qi Ming returned to the hotel. After studying for the whole morning, he took a taxi towards his destination for the day. At the Shengshi Housing sales office, the automatic door opened with a beep. Before the smiling young lady standing inside could react, a white blur dashed in. A mouse! The young lady was startled, and others turned to look at her. They saw a cat the size of a shoe squatting in the center of the large model, pawing at a plastic tree. Realizing it wasn't a mouse, the sales ladies all breathed a sigh of relief, but soon their hearts were lifted again by the little cat's antics. If you're going to play with the tree, just don't sweep your tail around. Chapter 28. Mr. Qi. Our Shengshi Housing is divided into 2 areas, north and south. The north area consists of a total of 12 high-rise buildings with 600 units, of which 70 have already been sold. The south area is the villa district you're interested in, covering a total area of 10,000 square meters, divided into 3 phases, with a total of 12 row villas. The villa sizes include 220 square meters, 280 square meters, and 320 square meters, Li Yu said, handing a tablet to Qi Ming. These are the styles of the villas: European, New Chinese, and courtyard styles that the elderly might like. If needed, our construction team can make some modifications based on the original design. You can take a look first and see which one you prefer, and I'll give you a detailed introduction. Thank you. Qi Ming took the tablet and started browsing. This one is nice. This one is also nice. Du Min leaned in beside him, pretending to reference the options but only saying nice and good, which didn't provide any meaningful input. For Qi Ming, the houses were indeed good in both design and layout, so good that he couldn't pick out one that was particularly better. If possible, he would want them all. Little Z also popped out of his pocket, peeking to see, but upon realizing it wasn't tea about cats and mice, she turned her head towards the paper cup on the table and began to sneakily sip Qi Ming's water. Chapter 29. Li Yu subtly adjusted her chest and took a deep breath, quietly telling herself to stay calm. If selling houses were like going into battle, this moment was the critical moment of close combat. Success or failure depended on this wave. She pretended to organize her materials while actually organizing her thoughts on how to maximize profits. After a minute, a bright smile appeared on Li Yu's delicate face. She leaned forward and handed over a list. Perhaps due to excitement, or perhaps intentionally, she didn't cover the view of her neckline with her hand, causing Qi Ming, who caught a glimpse, to feel a rush of heat. What a fairy! Unable to bear it, Qi Ming took the list, pretending to look it over. Li Yu seemed to notice Qi Ming's embarrassment and softly said, "Mr. Qi, the average price in the villa district is 83,000 per square meter. Since you're a friend of Du Min's, I can offer you the employee internal price of 80,000. This house has a certificate area of 280 square meters, totaling 22.4 million. Qi Ming nodded in acknowledgement of the price. Of course, he didn't believe in any internal employee pricing. Who would still be an employee if they could afford such a house? As for the decoration, it originally cost 7.5 million, but the company can offer a discount to 6 million. So the total price is 28.4 million, and I can also waive your property fees for 5 years. What do you think? Chapter 30. Master, please sit inside. Qi Ming opened the villa door and invited the group behind him to take a seat. Lin Xian looked around and said enviously, "This place is nice." Yang Xiaoming and Master Tang only took a brief look without commenting at their age and status. They had long lost interest in decoration. Early that morning, Qi Ming had taken various documents to the Boguzai and through Yang Xiaoming's connections. He smoothly completed the household registration process. As for his sister's household registration, the other party agreed, but some procedures needed to be handled at the place of registration, so it would have to wait until after the new year. After finishing the business, he naturally had to treat them to a meal, and he also brought along a few people from Boguzai. During the meal, Qi Ming mentioned the Ming dynasty chair and showed them pictures, which piqued the interest of both Yang Xiaoming and Master Tang. Conveniently, the restaurant was not far from Shengshi Housing, so after the meal, they all came over. Upon entering the villa, Ming wanted to pour some water, but Yang Qiaoming directly stopped him. You don't need to busy yourself. We're here to see the chair you mentioned, and we'll leave after that. Yes, it's already so late. We're older and don't have the energy like you young people do. It's better to head back and rest early. Chapter 31. The girl wore a white knitted hat, had big eyes and an oval face, and looked a bit chubby, but her lips were red and her teeth white. Her skin fair, and her gaze clear, exuding a youthful aura. Hello, I'm Ming, the new neighbor. Ming briefly introduced himself. Hi there, I'm Li Sisi. Li Sisi confidently stepped forward and extended her hand. Ming politely shook her hand before letting go. I live next door. I hope to get along well. Oh, you're my neighbor. It's better to have nearby help than distant relatives. Just let me know if you need anything. Ming followed up with the pleasantries. Li Sisi was about to say something else when a loud crashing sound resembling breaking porcelain came from the room. Oh no! Ming immediately reacted, realizing that little Z must have gotten into trouble again. He quickly greeted Li Sisi and went inside. Li Sisi watched Ming enter the house, a slight smile curling at the corners of her lips. She then jogged into the neighboring villa, opened the door, and found 3 girls waiting in the living room. Li Zian, dressed in cartoon pajamas, greeted Sisi with a smile. You're back. Where's my fried chicken? Li Sisi placed a plastic bag on the coffee table, saying, $25. Eating fried chicken at this hour will just make you fat. Chapter 32. Your decoration is really beautiful. It has a blend of classical and modern feelings. After Yang Qi entered the house, she placed a cake box on the coffee table and began to look around with envious eyes. Although they also rented a villa, the decoration was worlds apart from this one. It was all done by the previous owner, who had good taste. Ming turned and went to the kitchen to get 2 cups of water and a plate. Why don't we eat together? This big cake will be too wasteful if we don't finish it. Yang Qi's eyes lit up instantly. You're single? Living in such a big house all by yourself? Ming nodded, setting the tableware, and found a knife to cut the cake. I'm living alone for now. My parents and sister might come after the new year. Come on, sit down and eat. Yang Qi thanked him, but just as she was about to sit down, a loud owl startled her. She turned her head to see a small creature, resembling a tiger cub, growling at her. Little Z, come here. Ming glared at the little guy, reprimanding it. Little Z pointed a paw at the spot where Yang Qi was about to sit, continuously growling, looking as if it were accusing her. Chapter 33. Did you cause trouble? Ming instinctively asked, thinking to himself, why come to me if you got into trouble? What does it have to do with me? Is it the cliché where someone finds out a friend is wealthy and then makes excuses to borrow money, only to never pay it back? But it turned out it was not what he thought. On the other end of the phone, Dumin took a deep breath before saying, I'm really sorry. It's all my fault. Zhang Yaxin found out you bought a villa. What? Ming's tone involuntarily rose, startling Lin Xian on the other end. I bought a bag and posted it on WeChat, and then Ming broke into a sweat, almost forgetting that this girl had a nickname of Little Crow during school, always rambling and unable to get to the point. Can you please cut to the chase and get to the main point? Oh, okay. Dumin's tone was a bit downcast and aggrieved, but after reorganizing her language, she explained the situation. Because Ming had paid the full amount all at once. Dumin's company treated it as a success story to motivate all frontline sales staff, and they generously distributed over 300,000 in bonuses, all in cash in front of many salespersons. Chapter 34. Money is a bastard. Spend it and earn it back. After sending off Wang Yong and the technicians from the security company, Ming dove into the pile of materials he brought back, wanting to enjoy the good life of the moment. How could he not work hard? If he didn't pick up a Qi Baishe or Zhang Daqian painting, how could he balance the accounts in this safe? After all, Ming was just a farmer's child with the simplest view of money. Money spent must be earned back, otherwise it's a loss. Ow! Little Z came over wanting Ming to play with it, but Ming rejected it outright, grabbing it by the scruff of its neck. He tossed it into the garden to catch fish and play by itself. No one could stop his pace of learning now. It said that when someone is passionate about something, time flies. Before he knew it, it was dark outside. Ow! Ow! Little Z kept scratching at the door. The harsh sound finally broke Ming's thoughts. Is it this late already? This is bad. He quickly got up to open the door. The freezing temperature of the capital made the little guy shiver, its purple eyes almost blazing with fire, and it clawed at Ming's pant leg, turning his good jeans into the current trend of ripped jeans. Chapter 35. The atmosphere in the Zhang family was heavy, like a storm brewing. Besides Zhang Yaxin's sobs and Lu Yun's somewhat heavy breathing, it was eerily quiet. Wang Hai and Zhang Yue also went quiet, careful not to make a sound. This matter of their younger sister's divorce had been stirred up by this couple, and if Qiming really became wealthy and caused their sister to lose both money and face, they would definitely be blamed in the end. After a while, it was Zhang Song, the head of the Zhang family, who spoke up. Yaxin, don't cry anymore and don't complain. The family's decisions are all for your good. Try to contact Xiao Qi again tomorrow. After all, you were once married, so it's best to try to communicate well first. Zhang Yaxin wiped her tears, nodded in agreement. Yu Yue, Zhang Song called his eldest daughter, his tone becoming a bit more severe. You've worked in a bank for so many years. You should have some connections. The villa transaction involves a significant amount. You should ask someone to check his bank statements. Preferably pull out his account statements for the past 2 years to see if the money was earned recently or if he had it before marriage. If he had it before marriage, our Zhang family cannot suffer this loss. Chapter 36. Tiger, where did you get this painting? How much did you spend? Lin Xian continued to examine the painting, but the more he looked, the tighter his brows furrowed, his tone growing serious. Sun Hu, someone who was used to the world, felt his heart tighten upon hearing Lin Xian's tone. I bought it from a black market for 2 million. What's wrong? Is it fake? Lin Xian raised his head and looked at Qiming. What do you think? Qiming had also been observing from the side, and when the painting was opened, his Qi observation technique had already given him the answer. The painting was fake. However, the inscription on the painting was genuine. The blue Qi was only the size of a fingernail, indicating it was probably from the Republican era, while the purple Qi was still quite rich. Qiming pondered for a moment before organizing his words. I think it's fake. Lin Xian nodded, patting Sun Hu on the shoulder. You've made a mistake. This signature is Qi Baisher's lotus painting, but I think it's at most a late Republican imitation, worth at most 30,000. Fake. It's fake. At that moment, Sun Hu slumped back. So I wasted 2 months of effort and suffered for nothing. After a moment of dejection, Sun Hu still wouldn't give up and looked at Lin Xian. Is it possible you misjudged? Why don't we let Uncle Yang take another look? Chapter 37. Sun Hu's issue was resolved. Noticing it was getting late, Sun Hu took everyone to a restaurant in the capital, where they immediately fulfilled their promise to Lin Xian with a table of 13 delicacies. Exquisite dishes were served one after another, and Sun Hu, considering himself a foodie, could elaborate on the origin of the ingredients and the cooking methods for each dish. The bumpkin Qiming also learned what the 13 delicacies were. The so-called 13 delicacies included the 3 fresh vegetables, the 3 fresh fruits, and the 3 fresh fish, which are amaranth, wheat sprouts, fava beans, plums, cherries, and fragrant chives, as well as shad, silver fish, and baby eel. These 9 ingredients were designated as the 9 delicacies by ancient people. In modern times, seafood has been added, including Chinese exquisite shrimp, large yellow croaker, king salmon, and black gold abalone. A table of dishes from cold appetizers to fruits is made using these 13 ingredients. After trying it, Qiming couldn't help but give a thumbs up. No wonder it said that not a gram of fat on a chubby person is gained for nothing. Sun Hu's tongue truly lives up to his body size. Not just him, Xiaozi also found a new favorite, Chinese exquisite shrimp and king salmon. For that shrimp, it almost reached its claws into Sun Pengzi's plate, but luckily, Sun Gu was generous and didn't get angry with the cat, even ordering another serving for Xiaozi. Chapter 38. Tong Xinqing was leisurely scrolling through her phone when suddenly a message from a WeChat friend known for their chat genius popped up. She clicked to open it and saw, I've arrived in the Magic City. Tong Xinqing sat up with a start from her bed and quickly typed in the reply box. Wasn't it supposed to be tomorrow? The reply came quickly. It's fine. I had nothing to do, so I came a bit earlier. Tong Xinqing thought for a moment and asked, have you eaten? If not, let me treat you to something delicious. Okay. With a small victory fist, Tong Xinqing made an appointment with Qiming and immediately got up to change clothes. At the airport, Qiming received the address Tong Xinqing sent, hailed a taxi, found a hotel nearby to check in, dropped off his luggage, and then took another taxi to a place called Hade Square. By now, it was close to 9 p.m., and the square was somewhat sparse with people. Qiming found a random spot and sat down. Xiaozi crawled out his pocket and lay on Qiming's lap. Woo-woo. The little guy's voice sounded a bit aggrieved, occasionally tapping Qiming's belly with its paw. Qiming understood its meaning. It was hungry. Considering the time, It had been nearly 7 hours since the last meal. Chapter 39. Just then, another younger city management officer walked over to the tricycle, twisted the key, and was about to ride away, which caused an uproar among the people around the wonton stall. Why is there a line only in front of the wonton stall on this street? It was because everyone knew the old lady's difficulties and wanted to lend a helping hand. At this moment, she was silently shedding tears, and her means of livelihood was about to be confiscated. Some people could no longer sit still. Hey, is it necessary to bully an old lady like this? The first to speak was a teenager who, after scolding, walked in front of the tricycle, blocking its path with a stance that said, "If you have the ability, push me aside." The teenager was like a guiding light, and immediately, people around rallied to his side. If Grandma Zhai is treated like this, how can you still bully her? Exactly, have a little compassion. This is not a lack of compassion. It's simply heartless. All they care about is fines and money. They only see money. How much do you want? I'll pay for it. Just leave the cart. The two city management officers didn't expect that what they thought was normal enforcement had stirred up a hornet's nest. They were not only surrounded, but also had people pointing fingers at them and scolding. Chapter 40. The old lady covered her chest with both hands. Her eyes filled with confusion yet surprise. She had witnessed the entire process of Lin Xian's appraisal and heard every word clearly. An antique, something that had been used in her family for decades, turned out to be an antique. Grandma Zhai, seeing the old lady not responding to Qi Ming's words, Tong Xinxing cautiously tugged at her. "Sell it. I will sell." The old lady came to her senses and hurriedly replied. Qi Ming picked up the bowl, looked at it again, and asked, "Grandma, how much do you still owe for your family's medical expenses?" Grandma Zhai's eyes dimmed for a moment, and her tone was dejected. "Over 1 million. My old partner is okay. A few fractures, just slow recovery due to old age. But my son, he has a ruptured liver and needs an amputation. The medical expenses and the cost for the prosthetic add up to over 2 million, Sai." Qi Ming pondered for a moment and said, "Then how about this? I'll offer 8 million for this bowl. What do you think? Of course, if you're unwilling or suspect we're trying to scam you, you can take it away and find someone else to appraise it." The old lady, upon hearing this, immediately said, "Sell it. I will sell it to you. I trust you." Although she was old, her eyes were still clear. The young man in front of her had been helping her all along. Rather than taking the bowl out to find someone else, it was better to sell it to him, which felt the most stable and secure. Chapter 41. Jiangsu Province is adjacent to the Magic City. Before the Republic of China, the Magic City was even part of Jiangsu Province. It was only during the Beiyang government period that, to avoid the impact of warlords on the Magic City, the Beiyang government officially established the Magic City Special Municipal District, separating it completely from Jiangsu Province. Qi Ming's home is in a small village under Jiangsu Province, and it takes another 2 hours to drive after crossing the Yangtze River. He didn't have a car, but he had money. After transferring the funds to Grandma Zhai, he booked a business car to return to his hometown. "Driver, you can drop me off here." "Thank you." After thanking the driver, Qi Ming got out at the roadside of the village. It was still possible to drive further in, but the village roads were narrow and bumpy, and a 7-seat business car would take up the whole road. His home was only about 1 kilometer from the intersection, so it would take just over 10 minutes to walk, making it unnecessary to test the driver's skills. "Hey, Xiaoming, you're back." A familiar face recognized Qi Ming and immediately greeted him with a smile. "Uncle Mao, I'm back. Where's your little Mao?" They finished work late, just before New Year's Eve, unlike you who study and sit in the office. The rural community is different from the city. Neighborly relationships are good, and since Qi Ming has always performed well academically, he is well liked by the older generation. Chapter 42. As promised, under Qi Ming's urging, his father brought out the family's tricycle. Boxes of simple gifts like apples, milk, and cereal were loaded into the cart. These were gifts that Qi Ming's parents had prepared in advance for families that had borrowed money, originally intended to be delivered one by one before New Year's Eve. And now they came in handy. Qi Ming jumped into the cart, while Xiao Zi, wanting to follow, was stopped by Qi Ming, told to stay home and not run around. The father and son visited one family after another, and only when it got dark did they refuse the last family's offer to stay for dinner and return home. "Back? Did you return everything?" Qi Ming's mother was already waiting at the door, excitedly asking. "Yes, it's all returned." Qi Ming's father's voice was relaxed and under the lights. The wrinkles on his face seemed to smooth out. That's good. Come on, hurry up and eat." Being debt-free felt light. Although this meal was just home-cooked dishes, the family ate happily, Ming's father even drank a few extra cups, and the black yellow on his face turned a deep red. Oh, whoa. The only one not happy was probably Xiao Zi. As returning to the countryside, its meals had dropped significantly. Not only did it lose its place at the table, but it also didn't get its favorite shrimp. Chapter 43. Congratulations. The Qi family's child is doing well. This child has a good heart. I've watched this child grow up. He has always been grateful. One compliment after another made Ming's parents feel flattered, and the wine flowed freely, with no one refusing a drink. By the end of the meal, Ming's father was completely drunk, leaving it to Ming to see the guests out one by one. Bro, you really made a lot of money. Once everyone had left, Ming finally sat down to catch his breath when his younger sister, Qilin, came over holding Xiao Zi. Come on, what are you up to? As his own sister, he knew she was up to no good without needing her to take off her pants. Hey, brother, can you give me some pocket money? Qilin hugged one of Ming's arms and then pulled out her phone to show him a picture. Brother, is this you? Ming took a glance and was stunned. It was a photo that had been circulated of him kissing Qing. Put that away. Ming didn't want that kind of gossip reaching their mom. Such matters would be hard to explain to the older generation. Qilin smiled smugly. I knew it was you. 1,000 yuan. Give me 1,000 and I'll keep a secret. Initially, when Qilin saw the photo, she only had her suspicions since her brother and the big star had no significant connection. But after discovering her brother was so wealthy tonight, it was not impossible for them to have a connection, so she tried her luck and was surprised it went so smoothly. Chapter 44. Ming had lost his interest in fishing by now, so he packed up his rod and called Xiao Zi to head back. After putting things away, he originally wanted to ask his father about the bridge situation to know the details. However, both Qi father and Qi mother had been called out to play cards. After thinking for a moment, he entrusted Xiao Zi to Qilin's care and went to the village chief's house. Xiao Ming, Gome, seat. The village chief was basking in the sun at the door and greeted Ming enthusiastically from a distance. No wonder he was so warm. This young man was currently the biggest moneymaker in the village, and it was rare for him to be in a good mood. Unlike some others who made a lot as contractors but were stingy, village chief, not out playing cards? The old village chief chuckled and said, I'm old. My hands and feet are slow. It's hard to find a partner for cards. Is there something you need? Ming nodded and took a long bench to sit next to the village chief. There's something. You remember the road running north-south in our village? The one next to my house? The village's small roads were arranged in a grid pattern. After Ming finished speaking, the old village chief thought for a moment and replied, Yes, what's up with that road? After asking, the village chief seemed to suddenly realize, Don't worry. That road is right next to your house. When we repair it, we'll use extra materials, and the quality is absolutely guaranteed. Chapter 45. On the fourth day of the new year, Ming finished breakfast and set out with his luggage. Before leaving, mother was very reluctant. Having complained several times since last night about how it was rare for him to come home for the new year, and he was leaving before the 5th day. Although she complained, mother didn't try too hard to keep him, partly because her son was not the same as before. Whatever he had to do was definitely important. Secondly, the whole family had already discussed it. After the new year, they would handle the household registration procedures, and mother would go to Beijing with Qilin. With no more than 10 days until they would see each other again, the sadness of parting was somewhat alleviated. Father, on the other hand, had to stay behind. First, he needed to supervise the road construction to ensure that every cent of the money Ming donated was put to good use. Secondly, there were a few bridge piles that needed to be dealt with. Knowing the value of those pieces of wood, he couldn't rest easy without handling it himself. After bidding farewell to his family, Ming got into a neighbor's car. In the countryside, unlike in the city, one couldn't just wave a hand to catch a ride. Getting a car here was much harder than climbing to the sky. If he were to go to the bus station and take a long-distance bus to the capital, it would take much longer. So Ming directly asked his father to find a neighbor with a car. After learning that the fare for the trip was 1,500 yuan, the neighbor readily agreed. Chapter 46. Click. The villa's main gate opened. Cousin. Ming followed the sound and looked down. Opening the door was a little girl with a mushroom haircut, only reaching his abdomen. She wore a red dress and black leather shoes, both festive and cute. The girl curiously looked at him, and they exchanged glances. Tian. Tong Xinqing affectionately reached out to ruffle the girl's mushroom haircut and then introduced. This is my little aunt's daughter. She's in the 3rd grade. No, I'm in the 4th grade. The girl pouted in protest and then, as if performing a magic trick, pulled out a notebook and a pen from behind her. Sister, autograph, just 100 copies this time. The notebook opened, and every page had high-definition photos of Tong Xinqing. Ming looked at Tong Xinqing, who had a bitter expression, but before he could ask, a sharp reprimand came from inside the house. Li Tian, you want to sell your cousin's signed photos at school again? Do you believe I'll make sure you can't even go to school? The person who entered was a woman with shoulder-length hair, wearing a brown coat. The way she rushed in and yanked her daughter's ear showed a fierceness that was completely at odds with her Jiangnan woman appearance. Chapter 47. Under the elder's insistence. Tong Xinqing recounted how she had been deceived, how Ming helped her, and how she ended up finding this couplet. At this point, everyone in the room couldn't help but look at Ming with newfound respect. To be fair, their current achievements were not something Ming could compare to. But without the foundation laid by Old Master Tong and the Tong family's golden signboard, turning 40,000 into 2 for million at such a young age would be like a dream. Xiao Qi, your skills are so impressive. Can you help me appraise this? The old man said it was a treasure, and he spent his entire year's salary on it. Can you see if he tricked me? Just then, Tong Xinqing's grandmother, whether out of excitement or a desire to test him, spoke up. She extended her right hand, removed a jade bracelet from her wrist, and handed it to him. Ming carefully took it with both hands and began to examine it. As he held the jade bracelet, a streak of green smoke, the size of a pencil, slowly drifted in his view. Ming looked at it for about 2 minutes, and then, under the curious and expectant gazes of everyone, spoke up. Grandma, I'm going to say this, and if I'm wrong, don't blame me. Chapter 48. Tong He. Come here. Old Master Tong shouted angrily. Tong He instinctively stood up, puffed out his chest, raised his head, and stood straight like a rod. Tell me, what's going on with this bracelet? Old Master Tong's fierce gaze was fixed on Tong He, filled with anger, but more so with disappointment. Ming was startled by this scene. If an ordinary family found something good, they'd be overjoyed, but this family's reaction was akin to encountering a spy or traitor. Seeing how the old master looked, it seemed he would have hit Tong He if he had a gun or a club in hand. However, Ming quickly realized and scolded himself for being foolish. Could the Tong family be an ordinary family? What was Tong He's identity? The third generation of the Tong family, and also a soldier, with his father being a soldier as well. Their family had a high status, but their income was fixed. Could a bracelet made of 100-year-old rosewood be something he could afford? Since he couldn't afford it, the origin of this bracelet must have a story. Tong He stood straight, his brows furrowed, as if he was trying hard to recall. His father, Tong Chao, also had a serious expression. The only ones still confused were Tong Xinqing and Tian, with Tian even more frightened, pouting and hiding behind Tong Wei. Chapter 49. Phew. On the way back, Ming let out a sigh of relief, feeling like a deflated balloon, slumping onto the leather seat. Hee, you've worked hard. Come have some water. Tong Xinqing smiled as she took a bottle of mineral water from the car fridge and handed it over. Ming took it and gulped down several swigs. Finally, I managed to get through it. How's my boyfriend's act? Tong Xinqing's mouth curled up, her eyes squinting into crescent shapes, giving Ming a thumbs up, very successful. After dinner, Grandma Tong pulled Tong Xinqing aside, praising her good taste and advising her to get along well and not bully Ming. Given the elderly's reaction, it seems there won't be any matchmaking arranged for at least this year. Both Tong Xinqing and Tong He strongly oppose matchmaking because, in their family, it is essentially akin to a marriage alliance, which adds a layer of transactional meaning to what should be a pure relationship. Now that she can avoid matchmaking, it's a lot easier for her. Ming joked, since I performed so well, isn't there any reward? What do you want? How about we make it official? In your dreams, Tong Xinqing playfully scolded, turning her head aside. But the reflection of her face on the car window showed a charming blush, breathtakingly beautiful. Chapter 50. On the flight from Modu to Jingcheng, Ming rested his chin on his hand, staring at the clouds outside, somewhat distracted. The fireworks that were originally planned, after all, did not happen. Tong Xinqing received a last-minute notice to go out of town because she is a tourism ambassador for Yunnan Guizhou province, and was asked to help promote a folk activity there. Such government events are not easy to decline, so she had to leave Ming hanging. After the event, Tong Xinqing would go to her parents in Sichuan province and stay until the Lantern Festival. Then she would head straight into filming and wouldn't return to Modu for a while. Since that was the case, Ming had no reason to stay and booked a flight back to Jingxing early in the morning. Thinking about it now, he had quite a few things to handle after the new year, like his sister's school registration. Although a teacher was helping, he still needed to run errands. Then there was studying. He had asked someone to be his teacher, but had hardly attended any classes. Most importantly, there was the newly emerged green smoke. So far, this color had only appeared in golden Nanma bridge piles and jewelry. He had a vague direction in his mind, but whether it was accurate still needed verification. While he was lost in thought, the little fur ball under his hand squirmed. Ming looked down to see Xiao Zi sitting up, her beady eyes fixed on him, one paw patting her little belly. Chapter 51. That man was sitting in the second row in front of the fat man. Ming noticed him because the man was too calm. Yes, calm. The first-class cabin was small, and after the argument, everyone around was looking at this situation. Even Ming, sitting far away, couldn't help but stand up to see what was happening. Moreover, when Ming approached, took out a prop, and found the first diamond, the nearby people were even more curious and leaned in to take a look. But the man never moved. Is he asleep? With all this noise and being so close, how could he possibly sleep? Not interested? You can choose not to be interested, but paying attention to sudden situations is human instinct. Just like when there's a sudden noise nearby, you instinctively observe to judge whether it will affect you. This is almost an animal's instinct to seek benefit and avoid harm. Ming suspected the man was up to something, so he pretended to help look for it and walked over to the man. What are you looking at? The man quickly noticed Ming's gaze, stopped chewing his gum, glared, and then scolded him. Ming frowned slightly and called the chief attendant over. Upon hearing this, the chief attendant walked over, looking puzzled at Ming, and before she could ask, she saw Ming almost commandingly say something to that man. Chapter 52. Remarry. Ming doubted whether his ears were malfunctioning. How could he shamelessly come back to ask for a remarriage after being kicked out? Yes, remarriage. Zhang Song repeated it slowly. Look at you, such a big house. Someone has to manage the household. Your 3-year relationship with Yaxing isn't something that can just be brushed aside. There was a misunderstanding. Yaxing strongly opposed the divorce back then. It was all her sister and brother-in-law's instigation. Today, I brought them here to apologize to you in person. After Zhang Song finished speaking, he looked at his eldest daughter and son-in-law. Zhang Yayue's expression was conflicted. Not wanting to lose face, she tugged at Wang Hai's sleeve. Wang Hai, however, was more open. He walked to Ming, bent down, and bowed, his attitude humble. Brother-in-law, it's mainly my fault. I was jealous of your education, jealous of your looks, and that's what ruined your marriage. If you're angry, take out on me. Just forgive Yaxing, okay? Ming was so angry he almost laughed. Haha, your Zhang family is really interesting. You say divorced, and you divorce. You say remarried, and you remarry. Is the Civil Affairs Bureau run by you, or is the matchmaker your ancestor? And Zhang Song, on what basis do you think I would listen to you? Do you really think a deputy principal of an elementary school is someone important? Chapter 53. Well, Xiao Qi, you're back. Master Tang walked over with his hands behind his back hunched, slowly strolling to the two of them, looking at the tall wine glass in the display case with a complex expression. This time, it seemed to have hit Master Tang hard. He looked much more dispirited than before the new year and appeared to be aging significantly. Master Tang, I was just about to bring this to you. Ming lifted what he was holding and wished him a happy new year. This time, a hint of a smile appeared on Master Tang's face. He patted Ming's shoulder and then took out a cigarette. Thoughtful of you, TSK, still the Jiochong, good smoke. Saying this, he opened the cigarette pack, took one out, lit it, and offered the pack to Ming, signaling him to take one. Ming smiled and waved his hand. I don't smoke. Master Tang nodded. Not smoking is good. I'm a decades-long smoker. I can't quit. You seen the cup? What do you think? Ming focused and activated his ability to read the aura. He was taken aback and even rubbed his eyes, thinking he had seen it wrong. The cup emitted a long, ethereal blue aura, estimated to be from the Yuan dynasty, while the purple aura was extremely thin, even thinner than the Daowang bowl he had, comparable only to the first Yuan Daxin he obtained. Chapter 54. From 9 to 5, Ming finally settled down to be an apprentice these past few days. During the day, when there were customers, he served tea and water, watching Lin Xian or Master Tang authenticate items. After they finished explaining, Ming could also try his hand at it. If there were no customers, he would read books and materials on the side. When encountering problems, he would ask others. If he was interested, he could also go to Panjiang Market to look for real items, though most of what he found were replicas. After work in the evening, he occasionally video called Tong Xinqing. Of course, each time she would say she wanted to see Xiao Zi, and he would just go along with it. Ever since that fireworks date fell through, their relationship had regressed to a state before they pretended to be a couple, somewhat ambiguous. Ming felt that this was actually the best. The previous pace felt too fast. On the 10th day of the first month, Ming's mother brought Qilin to Jingchen. Ming brought them back to the villa, and both of them were incredulous that this house actually belonged to the old Qi family. They walked carefully, afraid of damaging the floor. Looking at the two of them, it seemed they would need a few more days to fully adapt. Qilin's household registration and school arrangements were already taken care of, just waiting for the school to start. Before that, Ming asked her to take her mother around the capital to help them integrate into the city. Chapter 55 Hee. If you have good stuff, I will definitely take it. Lu Fu called out loudly to the entrance. The man, hearing this, stepped into the shop. As he got closer to Qiming, he realized he was indeed very thin, so much so that his eye sockets were sunken, his eyeballs protruding, and his body hunched over, with the protruding spine barely visible on his back. To describe him with an idiom, he was simply a withered frame with flesh. Moreover, the man had a strong smell of smoke. Not only Qiming, but even the old smoker Lu Fu couldn't help but rub his nose. Ow! The squinting little purple seemed to dislike the smell as well, and after a yelp, it directly ran into Qiming's pocket. Boss, this one, the man said as he pulled out a cloth bag embroidered with lotus flowers from his pocket. He opened the bag's drawstring, revealing a silver bracelet that was at least 3 centimeters wide. The front of the bracelet, besides intricate carvings, was also inlaid with 7 round green gemstones. The largest one in the center was about the size of a quail egg, and the others gradually decreased in size, with the smallest 2 being only the size of corn kernels. This green gemstone should be the jadeite, the man mentioned. Qiming glanced over it briefly and was taken aback. Today was truly an eye-opener. The jadeite on this bracelet emitted a richness that was even more pronounced than the high-grade ice pendant from earlier. The jadeite above high ice is known as glass type, and the imperial green jadeite. These 2 types are comparable to giant pandas. Chapter 56. The testing results quickly came out. When the staff handed the testing report to Qiming, he let out a sigh of relief. The total weight of the 7 emeralds was 42 carats, and they were genuine top-quality Colombian emeralds. Moreover, in the certificate's clarity section, the 2 specially bolded words "no oil" added at least 2 zeros to the value of these 7 emeralds. Due to the rich mineral content of the ore layer where emeralds form, the gemstones often contain inclusions like cotton, cracks, bubbles, and crystals. Therefore, emeralds have the nickname Emerald Garden. To optimize these flaws, oil treatment is generally used to improve gemstone clarity. This is different from dyeing jadeite, which is considered forgery. Oil treatment for emeralds and heating for rubies are internationally recognized legitimate optimization methods that do not affect the gemstone's natural properties. However, natural versus oil-treated is like the difference between wild and farmed in Chinese dining. Their values are worlds apart. Among these 7, the largest one weighs a full 18 carats, is untreated, features a pure green color, and has no visible inclusions to the naked eye. The certificate already grades it at a collectible level. The only pity is that the cut is a bit lacking. There is no way around it, as the cutting techniques during the Republic of China period cannot compare to those of today. Chapter 57. Lin Jun solemnly took it over, feeling a bit of anticipation. She knew her son inherited his father's discerning eye, and he wouldn't easily declare something good. But the moment she opened it, she realized she had underestimated it. At just one glance, Lin Jun's eyes widened, and almost instinctively, she took out a magnifying glass and a strong flashlight from her pocket. Emerald? Lin Jun was initially uncertain. Her words tinged with doubt, but soon, the doubt turned into excitement. Xiao Qi, where did you get this emerald? The base color is so clean and rich. I haven't seen many like it. Qiming could only say that she was indeed a professional. She recognized it almost instantly. Unlike him, who didn't dare to confirm until the report came out. Today at Panjiayuan, someone was selling it as jadeite, so I got it. Did you get appraised? I did. Qiming took out the certificate and handed it over. After a long time, Lin Jun put down the bracelet and the certificate, her lips curling up unconsciously, feeling excited. After worrying for so long, she didn't expect it to come so easily. It really lived up to the old saying. A glimmer of hope appears in the dark. But soon she calmed down. This thing didn't belong to her son, but to her husband's disciple. There is a significant difference between a disciple and a son. Chapter 58. Ow. Little Purple's nose twitched, confirming that the person following them had arrived at the alley entrance. It leaped out and suddenly blocked the person's way. The man had just reached the alley and was about to turn when unexpectedly a small creature ran in front of him. He instinctively looked down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ming, who was pressed against the wall, threw a punch at the man's face. The man never expected someone would hide here and dare to attack directly. This punch landed solidly, causing him to stagger almost to the ground. Seizing the chance, Ming immediately followed up, swinging his fists as he charged forward while shouting, "Someone's fighting! Help!" The man was stunned by Ming's shout. How could this happen? Clearly, you hit me first, yet you called for help first. In this moment of distraction, he took 2 more punches, one on the shoulder and one on the chest. However, Ming's assault came to a halt there as the man caught his 3rd punch. Then the man pulled and pressed, almost instantly bringing Ming face to face with him. At such a close distance, Ming had no space to swing his fists. Instead, as the man closed in, he grabbed Ming's wrist with one hand and pressed down on his other shoulder with the other, directly controlling his upper body. His right leg slipped between Ming's legs and forcefully hooked. Chapter 59. Black Market. Ming was a bit puzzled upon hearing this. According to Brother Sun, hadn't he just returned from there? How could it open again in less than a month? Lin Xian nodded, explaining, I asked about this too. It was mentioned before that the items in that black market are either stolen or obtained from tomb raiding. So when it opens depends on luck. There have been times when it opened several times in a month. That makes sense. However, I want to deal with the Zhang family's matters first. Their harassment has already started affecting my normal life. Ming hesitated. He found the idea of the black market intriguing, but now that it was time for him to go, he felt a bit apprehensive. After all, he had been a good citizen for decades, and with his keen eye, there were plenty of opportunities to find good things without needing to dabble in the gray area. His statement was actually a veiled refusal. But Lin Xian seemed not to catch on. He patted Ming's shoulder and said, Hey, for this matter, you should find Sun Hu. He has connections in both the black and white markets. This kind of thing is easy for him. If it were you alone, what could you do about the Zhang family? Report them for false accusations? Surprisingly, that remark struck a chord with Ming. He now had money and, with his master Yang Xiaoming's backing, he had some influence. Chapter 60. Brother, come back early and remember to bring me gifts. As soon as Qilin finished speaking, she received a smack on the head from Qi's mother for asking for gifts, saying that what they bought yesterday wasn't enough. After teaching her daughter a lesson, Qi's mother turned to Ming, reminding him that it was cold over there, to wear more clothes, and to pay attention to safety. Don't worry. Waving goodbye, Ming shouldered the small purple bag and set off with a travel suitcase. Since he had to take the small purple bag on the plane, there were more procedures to go through. By the time he finished, Sun Hu and Lin Xian were already waiting in the VIP lounge. Seeing him come in, Lin Xian immediately beckoned him over. Sun Hu also finished his flirtation with the beautiful woman next to him and turned his attention to the small purple bag. Huzi, are we heading straight there after we land? With everyone gathered, Lin Xian began to inquire about the specific itinerary. Sun Hu, holding a peeled shrimp, teased the small purple bag and didn't even bother to look up when he heard Lin Xian's question. It's not that easy. Our first stop is Urumqi. Once we arrive, we need to check into the designated hotel. They will only tell us the next address after confirming that everything is fine with us. Ming couldn't help but feel amazed at how cautious they were. Sun Hu continued to tease the small purple bag, saying nonchalantly that if they weren't cautious, they would have already eaten peanuts. Chapter 61. What do you mean by that? Ming frowned tightly, questioning the person who snatched his jade. The little dragon behind him noticed the situation and pushed aside a guest next to Ming, standing protectively by his side, then coldly glared at the man. The man looked to be in his 20s, dressed in a suit and with slicked back hair. Despite being a man, he had thick makeup on his face, and the strong smell of cologne made Ming feel disgusted. The man shifted his gaze from the jade in his hand to Ming, then muttered something to a person behind him. Ming then realized that the man was speaking in Korean. After the translator finished relaying the man's instructions, he threw a remark at Ming about the jade, saying that their boss had taken a liking to it. Then, without paying any more attention to Ming, he directly started bargaining with the boss. This attitude infuriated Ming. He pulled Batul over and asked him to reason with the boss, insisting that they had seen it first and it couldn't just be sold to the Korean. After Batul finished speaking, He awkwardly told Ming that the boss had quoted 250,000. This meant that the highest bidder would get it. Chapter 62. Ai Mu, have you seen the Jade Princess? When Ming and Lin Xian returned to the hotel, Ao Lu and Sun, who were comfortably lounging on the hotel sofa, entering a moment of zen, Lin Xian excitedly recounted the events to the two. Unexpectedly, Sun, who recognized the Uyghur girl named Ai Mu. However, when mentioning her, Sun, whose tone and expression were somewhat lewd. Ao Lu, seeing this, immediately frowned. Young Master Sun, if you don't show at least a minimum of respect when mentioning the Jade Princess next time, you will no longer be our guest. Hey, my friend, you are overthinking it. I just have an admiration for beautiful things, Sun, who explained, draping his arm around Ao Li's shoulder. Ao Li's expression softened slightly, but he still emphasized that regardless of how Sun, who behaved privately, in front of him and any Uyghur brothers who rely on jade for a living, respecting Ai Mu means respecting them. The Uyghurs in the street are like this, and Ao Lu, who can mingle with Sun, who clearly has a significant status. This sparked Ming's great curiosity. Brother Ao Lu, may I ask why you hold Miss Ai Mu in such high regard, even to the point of admiration? Chapter 63. Two vehicles were stopped by a person dressed in camouflage and wearing a black mask about 50 meters outside the camp. At the request of the person, they pulled over to a nearby open space. This open space, used as a parking lot, already had more than 10 vehicles parked, indicating that Ming and the others had arrived quite late. The moment the car stopped, Lin Xian jumped out and started to vomit. Ming also looked exhausted. Glancing at his watch, they had set out around 7:30 a.m., and it was now past 5 p.m., having spent nearly 10 hours on the road. In the past, watching travel bloggers traverse mountains and rivers, enjoying beautiful scenery, Ming often envied them. Now he just wanted to say it was all edited. They should try it themselves. The porridge from 2 days ago could come back up and return to nature. Unlike these bipeds, the small purple bag jumped out of the car excitedly and ran into the grass. The grass here was exceptionally lush, reaching up to a normal person's ankle. The little one disappeared as soon as it entered. Only the sounds of joyful yelps could be heard. Ming called out to it, "Don't run too far. Come back when you've had enough fun. If you understand, call out once. If you don't, call out twice." In the grass, 2 clear yelps came back. Chapter 64. Sun Hu, the so-called Red Third Generation, who is seen as powerful and influential by outsiders, was at this moment blissfully caressing the blue bag in his hands, as tenderly as one would touch a lover's skin, both gentle and lewd. Ming felt a chill run down his spine. He didn't understand how. After decades in a prominent family, he had left no trace of dominance. Curious, Ming walked over to Sun Hu. "Brother Sun, do you like this bag so much? You're not planning to buy it, are you?" "Buy. Absolutely must buy," Sun Hu said firmly, with resolute eyes. If his grandfather saw him like this, he would definitely feel pleased. The old man had this same attitude back when he wielded 2 kitchen knives to chop landlords during the revolution. "You went to all this trouble just to buy a bag?" Ming expressed his confusion. Sun Hu curled his lips, adopting an air of superiority. "You can tell you're an outsider. Do you know what kind of bag this is?" Ming glanced at the hardware and replied, "Hermes." "Huh, you only recognize the brand. Its full name is Midnight Blue Hermes Crocodile Skin Birkin. Market price $150,000 USD. $150,000. And in USD, Ming calculated. That's nearly $1,000,000 RMB, enough to buy 2 pieces of Kangxi or Qianlong Imperial Kiln ceramics. The key is, even if you have the money, you can't buy it. Bags of this level are auctioned. Chapter 65. Ming's mind was racing, initiating a brainstorming session. At this moment, his advantage as a history major became evident. First, regarding the shape. Such a large bronze artifact would be a major crime to cast privately without official permission in the historical context of that time. This type of shape and craftsmanship was only enjoyed by the Zhao royal family. Second, the time period can be pinpointed to the early Northern Song dynasty. During this period, there were 3 emperors, Emperor Taizu of Song, Emperor Taizong of Song, and Emperor Jinzong of Song, who reigned for 16, 21, and 25 years respectively. Carefully comparing the concentration of the yearly rings for further inference, it should be from the Jinzong era. Emperor Jinzong was known for his respect for Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. The turtle shape is depicted with closed eyes. In Buddhism, this type of blind turtle symbolizes those who are blinded by greed and are not mindful of Buddhism, signifying bad luck and can be excluded from anything related to Buddhism. In Taoism, however, the turtle represents longevity, and the Xuanwu in Taoism is a combination of turtle and snake. Moreover, during the Song dynasty, the government deliberately elevated the status of Xuanwu, even creating the deity Zhenwu related to it. Since that's the case, why not directly create a Xuanwu or sculpt a statue of the true martial emperor? Wouldn't that show more sincerity? Why specifically a turtle? Why must it be a turtle? Chapter 66. After Lin Xian finished threatening, Qi Ming immediately hugged the bronze turtle as if he were a mother hen protecting her chick. Don't even mention smashing it. If a piece of paint fell off this bronze turtle, Qi Ming would be heartbroken. Xiao Zi also learned from his master, hugging the base of the bronze turtle with his front paws and baring his teeth at Lin Xian. Lin Xian was speechless, but luckily Qi Ming didn't continue to keep him in suspense and explain what he knew. At that time, the Emperor Zhenzong had just signed the Treaty of Chanyuan. Sun Hu finally heard something he knew and excitedly interrupted. I know this, I know. What do you know? Shut up. Lin Xian slapped him on the head and looked back at Qi Ming. Continue. The Treaty of Chanyuan made all classes in the Song dynasty extremely dissatisfied with Emperor Zhenzong's rule. At this time, someone took the opportunity to proclaim that Emperor Zhenzong's father, Emperor Taizong, killed his brother to ascend to the throne, claiming his rule was illegitimate. Domestic public opinion surged. Just then, one of Zhenzong's chancellors, the treacherous Wang Ruoqin, suggested a grand ceremony at Mount Tai to showcase achievements and impress both domestic and foreign audiences. However, to hold such a ceremony, an excuse was needed. After suffering a defeat, where would the excuse come from? It was still Wang Ruoqin who thought of a divine omen as an excuse. The currently accepted historical interpretation of this divine omen is that Emperor Zhenzong hosted a banquet for his ministers, where he claimed to have dreamt of receiving guidance from immortals and being gifted a divine text, thus wanting to hold the ceremony to honor the gods. Chapter 67. Zhongshan Ink Treasures? This needs to be examined carefully. Boss, you've put out a big one here, starting with such good stuff? A friend in need is a friend indeed. As soon as the couplet was displayed, it immediately caused an uproar below. Many people were eager to go over and start examining it. It's no wonder everyone was excited. The most expensive couplet in Chinese auction history is Sun Yat-sen's "Let those who are not like me be weak, and those who achieve should not leave their group." This piece was auctioned in the spring of 2013, starting at 300,000 and eventually reached 29 million. With a commission, each character cost 2 million. I think the calligraphy is good. The strokes are meticulous and heavy. Someone in the crowd immediately commented, "Yes, indeed, the characters are vigorous and steady, neither hurried nor slow. And the use of ink is also meticulous, with heavy strokes yet showing lightness." Others echoed. Once the item was displayed, Sun Hu rushed over, eager to hear the praise, and quickly ran back, looking curiously at Qi Ming and Lin Xian. "Why aren't you two going to take a look? Everyone says it's good." Lin Xian rolled his eyes at him and sent him 3 words, "Can't understand." Qi Ming added 3 more words, "Can't see through." Chapter 68. After Master Tang's eye-opening experience, Qi Ming sought a lot of information and gained a deeper understanding of Yuan blue and white porcelain. Currently, there are only about 300 pieces of Yuan blue and white porcelain in the world. Among them, the Topkapi Palace in Turkey has 40 pieces, which are never publicly exhibited and have been kept secret in the palace's treasury. Iran's Akbar Mosque has a total of 32 pieces. China ranks 3rd, mainly because 19 pieces were unearthed in Gaoan, Jiangxi in the 1980s. There are currently 8 confirmed large jars of Yuan blue and white porcelain depicting stories of characters. It can be confirmed that 2 pieces are in museums in Japan. How they got them is known to those who understand. 1 piece is in Britain, 1 in the United States, and the rest are in private collections. The Palace Museum in Beijing and the National Palace Museum in Taipei do not have a single piece of such large jars of Yuan blue and white porcelain. Therefore, if this large jar, depicting Pingzu playing tricks on the ghostly messenger, is confirmed to be genuine, it will be a celebration for the entire collecting community. Unfortunately, it is fake. At a glance, Qi Ming saw through the crowd, and that thin purple aura indicated the result. This jar is fake. Although the blue color shows it dates back to the Yuan dynasty, after Master Tang's experience, Qi Ming had already understood that age only represents material, while elegance indicates value. Chapter 69. Mr. Qin, do you trust me? Qin Hung frowned, looking at the young man he had only met once. In his view, Ming was just a lucky young man, a disciple of Yang Xiaoming, and knew nothing else. So the question of trust didn't even arise. Xiao Qi, just say what you need to say. Everyone present was watching Ming and Qin Hung, especially those around Qin Hung, who were all ears to know what they were discussing. The Korean guy was especially nervous, thinking Ming was up to no good, continuously cursing in Korean, causing the translator beside him to think he had lost his mind. Ming thought for a moment and decided to get to the point. Although he wasn't familiar with Qin Hung, he had at least earned a little from him, which counted as some kind of kinship. The key point is that Chinese people don't scam other Chinese people. This deal must be passed on to the Koreans. Ming leaned down and whispered a few words in Qin Hung's ear. Qin Hung frowned, his tone low. Are you serious? Really? If you don't believe me, come to Beijing. Qin Hung frowned. After a moment, he patted Ming on the shoulder and said, thank you. If this is true, I owe you a favor. Ming smiled. Not taking it seriously, we're all Chinese. Qin Hung understood his meaning and also smiled. Yes, we're all Chinese. Chapter 70. Xiao Qi, thank you this time. At the parking lot, Qin Hung extended his hand, and there was a smile on his serious face. Ming shook hands with him, also smiling, as I said, we're all Chinese. Chinese people don't scam Chinese people. Ha, all right, then it's settled. Next time you come to Zhejiang, you must come find me, or else it would be looking down on me. This time, Qin Heng's invitation was devoid of the previous politeness and was filled with sincerity. Definitely. After chatting with Qin Hung, Ming learned that their first stop in Xinjiang was Turpan City, while Ming and his group were heading to Urumqi City. Due to different destinations for their return journey, after a brief exchange, both sides bid farewell. On the way back, a man in a black scarf gave them another map and informed them that the business car they had taken when they departed had also arrived at this place. At first, Ming and the others complained about the black market boss constantly changing locations, but once they hit the road, they realized they had misunderstood him. The way back, aside from the first hour being mountain roads, was mainly national highways, which spared them the suffering of trudging through mountains and waters on the way there. This time, they arrived at a place called Sawo Zak in Minfeng County in just 2 hours, and their business car was parked right in front of the hotel. Chapter 71. A group of 6 people, 2 cars, drove along the Yulong Cache River through the vast Gobi Desert. Along the way, Ming and the others saw no less than 10 large camps. Although they were called camps, they were actually just a bunch of small tents and vehicles. When the old man Alifu saw these people, he clearly showed his displeasure. He didn't shy away from calling these people jade rats in front of Ming. According to the old man's introduction, most of these people were gold prospectors who came from the mainland. Jade stones grow naturally. Uyghurs can pick them. Hui people can pick them, and Han people can certainly pick them too. The reason for his disdain was that this group of people lacked basic respect for nature. Every dry season, they come rushing in like a swarm of mice. When the flood season arrives, they leave in droves, leaving behind a pile of various types of garbage. This garbage gets washed away to different places by the floodwaters and strong winds, polluting the land they rely on for survival. 3 hours later, the car drove up the mountain road, finally stopping at a supply point. Although it was called a supply point, it was actually just a 500 square meter open space with a 3-story building. The place was small, but many people came and went, all part of the jade mining teams heading into the mountains. They would park their vehicles here and switch to donkeys or horses. Chapter 72. Did you pick all this? In the camp, Sun Hu looked at the 6 stones, some white and some green, in shock. Ming casually nodded and said, I worked hard all afternoon. I'm exhausted. After brushing past that jade princess, Ming searched for a while longer, using his ability to find a few decent pieces of jade, and Xiaozi also added another piece to the collection. Seeing that it was getting late, he returned to the camp. When he got back, he saw Batu air boredly tossing stones. Uncle Ali Fu and his 2 sons had also returned. At this time, Uncle was busy boiling water with an alcohol lamp and pressure cooker, while his 2 sons were sorting through their haul. Son, who was still fast asleep in the tent, which couldn't he really be blamed on him. Normally, he just eats, sleeps, and plays with celebrities. He had never endured such hardship. Seeing Ming return, Ali Fu smiled and greeted him. Hey, how was the haul? Ming walked over, opened his backpack, and placed a few pieces of jade beside Ali Fu and the others. Not bad, come take a look. Ali Fu's 2 sons' eyes widened in surprise, and they started chattering excitedly. Without needing Ba-Tu air to translate, it was easy to guess that they were just praising how impressive it was. Chapter 73. What? Huh? Still paying attention? Ming's eyes widened, and his voice involuntarily rose by 2 decibels. Did he hear wrong? Could these words really come from this girl's mouth? The 2 times he met Ai Mu, she was always surrounded by admirers, high above like a snow lotus, to use the Japanese phrase. She was a flower on a high ridge. Seeing Ming's expression, Ai Mu thought he was embarrassed because she had exposed his intentions. She thought to herself, as expected, and the curve of her lips became even more charming. She pointed at Xiao Zi, her tone even more haughty. "Isn't it just your way of getting close to me? Humph. I have to admit you're clever. And congratulations, you succeeded." Xiao Zi's mouth formed a circle. Looking up at Ming, one paw pointing at Ai Mu, then pointing at herself, meowing, "Did you take me as a tool?" Ming was sweating. How many domineering CEO novels had they read? He felt embarrassed just being a spectator. And this cat actually cooperated. What happened to its usual high IQ? You might have misunderstood. Our meeting was purely coincidental. Although there was a reason he wanted to take advantage of the situation this time, he truly hadn't intended to attract attention. Chapter 74. Ming glanced up at an angle, activating his ability to see through, penetrating the protruding sand, and saw that the gunman was indeed shooting to suppress while coming towards them, shouting something in Uyghur. "Run!" Ai Mu exerted herself to pull Ming. He has companions. This made Ming even less daring to linger, and he immediately grabbed the girl and ran forward. Fortunately, Ai Mu was injured in the shoulder, not the leg. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to run at all. However, running like this was not a solution, with the addition of the gunmen as companions. The gunfire behind them became even fiercer. Ming looked back with his ability and saw that the 2 gunmen were accelerating their pursuit, with only about 40 meters left between them. Moreover, as the blood loss intensified, Ai Mu's steps became more erratic, slowing down their escape. Being caught was just a matter of time. At that moment, the gunfire behind suddenly intensified, due to the differing rates of fire. The sounds of rifles and handguns were easily distinguishable. Just from the sound, he could tell that there were at least 3 rifles firing at that moment. Ming looked back and saw from a distance that Ai Mu's men had increased in number. It seemed they had brought stronger firepower. Ming's heart leaped with joy. He used his ability to take a quick look, and at that moment, although the 2 gunmen still held the advantage of terrain, they were outnumbered and outgunned. Once they got close to the cliff edge, they would face overwhelming fire coverage. Chapter 75. Hiss, it hurts, my whole body hurts. The stones that rushed down with the flood felt like cannonballs hitting Ming, as if he had been beaten by a crowd. If he took off his clothes now, his back would surely be covered in bruises. Cold, bone-chilling cold. When he woke up, his legs were still submerged in water. He took off his thick rubber shoes and cotton socks, and the skin on his legs had turned pale and peeled from being soaked in the water, showing no trace of color. This water was not ordinary lake water, but snowmelt from the Tian Shan Mountains, ice cold. After soaking for most of the day, he suspected he had developed rheumatism. However, whether he had rheumatism or not was not important. The first thing he did upon waking was to pull out Xiao Zi from his chest. Phew! Ming breathed a sigh of relief. The little guy hadn't woken up yet, but its nostrils were flaring, so it hadn't died. It was a Qilin, after all. If it hadn't died immediately, it should be fine, right? Suddenly, Ming remembered something. He looked over to his side and was startled, quickly getting up to look towards the riverbank. He soon spotted Ai Mu not far away. The girl was lying on a grassy bank nearby. When the flood first came, Ming had pulled her, and that act of compassion had actually saved him. Chapter 76. If Ming were to express gratitude now, the top spot would definitely go to Xiao Zi. It had given him special abilities and saved his life. The second and third spots would undoubtedly go to Uncle Ollie Fu and Sun Hu. Without Ollie Fu's reminder, he wouldn't have worn a life jacket. If he hadn't worn the life jacket, he would have drowned the moment the flood came. Along with Xiao Zi, who was with him, and Ai Mu, whom he saved, one life jacket saved 3 lives. The old man's merit was indeed considerable. Next was Sun Hu. Although if he hadn't mentioned jade mining, Ming wouldn't have encountered such trouble. The quality of the backpack that young Master Sun bought was genuinely good and well prepared. Ming, regardless of getting wet again, jumped into the river to salvage it. And it was precisely this orange backpack bought by Sun Hu. This was the same backpack he had been carrying before. The moment he pressed Ai Mu against the wall, he had thrown it away. After all, although there weren't many things in the bag, they were heavy making it inconvenient to move and slowing down their escape. He didn't expect the bag to float down the river and end up caught on a dead tree, which he happened to find. The bag contained the jade stones Ming had picked up along the way, but now these stones were like garbage, and Ming tossed them aside. Even the piece of white jade worth over 200,000 yuan was no exception. Chapter 77. You're awake? Ming dragged the dead tree over to Ai Mu and then began to saw off the branches. How are we in up here? Did you tree my wound? Aimu had already fainted from blood loss before the flood arrived, so she was completely unaware of her current situation. When she asked the first question, she was still in a daze, and when she asked the second question, a faint blush involuntarily flashed across her pale face. Ming recounted the events of the flood, omitting the part about Xiaoji transforming. After hearing the story, Aimu's face revealed the joy of having survived the disaster, and then she knelt down towards the southwest, lowered her head, and clasped her hands in an incredibly devout manner. She expressed her gratitude to Allah for the blessing that allowed her to escape the assassination. Ming paused his work and looked at Xiaoji beside him, gesturing with his lips to suggest that she should go over. After all, it was she who saved Aimu from the hands of the attackers, so they couldn't let the foreign god take credit for this. Xiaoji hadn't responded yet. Aimu began to chant again, roughly expressing her gratitude to the deity for helping her survive the flood and for the divine protection. At this point, Ming couldn't hold back any longer. He stopped cutting trees. If it weren't for this girl, he wouldn't have survived and would have been stranded in the wilderness. If he hadn't shown kindness, she would have drowned long ago. If he hadn't endured the excruciating pain in his head last night, she would have met her all of the night before. Chapter 78. Although their location was confirmed, Ming and Aimu did not set off immediately. Aimu's identity was unusual, and now that she was missing, a large number of people would definitely come into the mountains to search for her. For ordinary people who are lost in the wild, the best approach is to stay put and wait for rescue. Of course, they weren't just sitting around doing nothing. Ming took Xiaoji and a spade into the spruce forest and cut down more than 10 spruce trees with arm's thickness. Aimu was responsible for clearing a space on the highest mound they had previously observed, gathering dry grass to make it easier to start a fire. They then built a bonfire on the mound, and the thick smoke rising from it signaled to the surroundings that there were people here. You stay here and tend the fire. Make sure it doesn't go out. What about you? Aimu asked timidly. After the events of the morning, she was greatly affected. She had lost the pride of a princess and was highly obedient to Ming's words. I'm going to find something to eat. Whether we wait for rescue or try to save ourselves, we can't go hungry. Can you let it stay here with me? Aimu pointed at Xiaoji on Ming's shoulder. Ming looked at the little creature and indicated for it to choose for itself. Chapter 79. Ming, do you have something on your mind? By the bonfire, the three of them were eating the fish Ming had caught. Aimu blurted this out suddenly, startling Ming. He thought to himself, was his expression that obvious? But although he was caught off guard, he maintained a nonchalant demeanor and spoke in a cold tone. Don't overthink it. Also, Princess Yui, sometimes it's a virtue not to say everything you see. Aimu pouted. She had been pampered since childhood, and these past 2 days were the most she had ever been confronted. The key was that she was eating and staying with someone else. The other party was her savior, sent by a true god, which left her with no place to vent her frustration. She could only bite down hard on the roasted fish, as if it were Ming. Ming composed himself and tried to pull his thoughts back to reality. Now that they were stranded in the wild, survival was the priority. He definitely couldn't carry something weighing dozens of pounds with him. So he had returned the piece of yellow jade to the water pit and filled it in, thinking it wouldn't be discovered. However, the value of the yellow jade was so great that he couldn't settle down for a while. This afternoon, I will cut down more trees. You stay here and guard. If you have time, collect some nearby dry grass. Chapter 80. Ming, how are you? Aimu dropped the stick she was holding and ran to Ming's side. Big tears streaming down her face, clearly frightened. Meow. Xiaoji also came over, licking the wound on his hand. Ming raised his hand and rubbed its head. That familiar touch gave him a sense of comfort. It's okay. Help me up a bit. I'm feeling a bit weak. At that moment, Aimu had completely lost her pride as a princess and was now the obedient mud princess. As soon as Ming finished speaking, she dutifully squatted down to help him sit up. Then she proactively brought over the backpack and took out the medicine. Ming rolled up his sleeve and began to clean the wound on his forearm with iodine and then sprayed on Yunnan Baiyao. Next was the wound on his calf. Seeing that he was not very convenient, Aimu awkwardly went over to help him apply the medicine and bandage it. This surprised Ming a bit. After applying the medicine, the two sat side by side in front of the bonfire, and Aimu didn't mind Qiming's bloody smell. At this moment, neither of them felt sleepy, and they almost sat there until the latter half of the night before falling into a deep sleep. To prevent the wolf pack from returning, Xiaoji took on the responsibility of keeping watch, since it had slept a lot during the day. Chapter 81. Qiming held up the flashlight and pressed it against the stone. As the light shone on it, the quality of the jade became immediately clear. This was a very ordinary piece of jadeite. The exposed surface of the jade had a waxy luster under the light, appearing somewhat dry. It wasn't the oily sheen that everyone liked. In layman's terms, this piece of jade wouldn't feel very warm to the touch and would feel a bit rough. Moreover, Qiming also found obvious cracks and stone flowers in the jade meat, indicating poor clarity. As the light moved down, the jade quality worsened, with visible mineral particles. To give an analogy, this piece of jade was like a half-ripened watermelon. It would only have the potential to truly become a valuable piece if buried underground for tens of thousands of years. It was unfortunate that it had chosen the wrong time to be born. However, it had one advantage: its size. Qiming put his forearm against it. The exposed part was longer than his arm. If it were fully excavated, it could sell for several tens of thousands, and if he encountered a good jade carver, its value could increase a bit. It was a bit of pity. Qiming withdrew his gaze and planned to leave. As for digging out the jade, he had no thoughts about it whatsoever. Whether he could keep his life was uncertain. With the energy to dig out the jade, he might as well cut down a few more trees and light a few more fires. Perhaps it would attract rescue. Chapter 82. The white walls, plain curtains, and a vase on the wooden counter holding a special bunch of white flowers. Each flower bud resembled a bell, emitting a faint floral fragrance that dispelled the unpleasant smell of disinfectant. This flower is called Yuzan, and its blooming season is in August. But who cares if Aimu likes it? As long as she likes it, Herrick will ensure that it appears on Aimu's bedside all year round. After all, he's her Ada. Ada means father in Uyghur. On the hospital bed, Aimu's face was pale and haggard. Herrick felt a mix of solid sense of having regained something that was within reach and the guilt and heartache of being a father. However, this feeling was soon replaced by an emotion called jealousy. Qiming. The moment Aimu woke up, she looked to her side, but didn't see the familiar figure. Feeling fear and disappointment, she lifted the blanket and wanted to search for him. Herrick immediately got up and supported her shoulders. Aimu finally calmed down when she saw her father, realizing that she had left the wilderness and returned to the civilized world. Ada, where is Qiming? After crying with excitement for a while, Ayamu's first thought was to find out Qiming's whereabouts. Chapter 83. What do you need this for? It's big and takes up space. Just before getting on the helicopter, Sun Hu pointed at the large box that Xiao Long was carrying and asked curiously. He could still read, and the words impact drill on the box left him a bit confused. You'll understand when we get there. Qiming said this and got on the helicopter first, then helped Xiao Long lift the things inside. This device is called an impact soil drilling machine. Xiao Long found it after searching half of Kashgar's hardware stores yesterday. So strange, Sun Hu muttered, but was pushed onto the helicopter by Lin Xian. Xiao Long, let the pilot head to the place where we discovered it. After giving the order, Qiming told Xiao Long the general location. The helicopter soon arrived, but Qiming didn't get off. After observing the direction, he used binoculars to confirm the location again. Since he had lit a bonfire every few kilometers in open areas, he quickly reached his earliest camp by following the ashes left from the bonfires. However, there wasn't enough space nearby to land, so he had to lower the altitude and climb down the rope ladder. Lin Xian, having heard that Qiming had fought wolves here, was a bit interested and followed him down. Meanwhile, Sun Hu, with his weight of over 300 pounds, could only watch from above, feeling helpless. Chapter 84. Can't do it? Both Qiming and Lin Xian squatted down beside Sun Hu. Sun Hu saying he couldn't do it surprised them. With a helpless sigh, Sun Hu said in a somewhat despondent tone, even a strong dragon can't suppress a local snake, let alone I'm not even a strong dragon. He continued, I'm just like a family outcast in novels. My family's only requirement of me is not to break the law and not to ruin the family name. I can show off my power occasionally and help others out a bit, but if it comes to handling major matters, I'm absolutely clueless. Moreover, even if I get the mining permit, you still can't operate this mine. Why is that? Qiming didn't understand. With money and permits, why couldn't it be done? Lin Xian interjected, because it requires people. Sun Hu nodded. Mining requires people, transportation requires people, and management requires people. And these people aren't necessarily someone you can hire just because you have money. Look at this place. The nearest village is over 100 kilometers away. How many people are willing to come here? And even if they do, how many will work for you wholeheartedly? Xiaoqi, this is Jade. One piece could be worth several years of their salary. Money can be very tempting. Lin Xian also agreed with Sun Hu's words. What Tiger said is right. Have you seen the movie Blood Diamond? Chapter 85. Still not back to your senses? Are you reminiscing? Come tell your brother. What does it feel like to be approached by such an exotic beauty? On the plane, Sun Hu, sitting next to Qiming, squinted his eyes, pouted his lips, and leaned in for a kiss in a lewd manner. Unfortunately, he was immediately swatted back by Xiao Zi's tail. They were on Herrick's private jet. So aside from the two flight attendants standing not far away, there were only 4 people in the entire cabin. Because of this, Sun Hu felt he could act without restraint. Normally, in crowded places, he would still be careful to maintain the image of a young master from a prominent family. Lin Xian laughed and teased. Well, what if the Jade Princess kissed you? Sun Hu slapped his thigh, making a crisp sound. Then I wouldn't leave. If I left, I wouldn't be a man. My whole life is buried in Xinjiang. Saying this, Sun Hu lunged at Lin Xian, mimicking Ayamu by tilting his head and hooking his neck. With his lips puckered like a butthole, he said, come on, come on. Lin Xian was disgusted and pushed against his forehead with both hands, preventing him from getting any closer. This scene made Xiao Long chuckle, and even the flight attendants, with their professional demeanor, secretly covered their mouths. Chapter 86 Boss. This cat is still so small, probably hasn't been weaned yet. Yeah, it should be a wild cat. You see many people walking their birds or dogs. But who do you know that walks a cat? I don't think so. This cat looks pretty clean. The stall owner's shout attracted a lot of onlookers. By now it was already past 9 o'clock, just at the peak time for foot traffic. Excuse me. Sorry, could you please make way? There were too many people. So Qiming could only squeeze forward little by little, and after a lot of effort, he finally managed to see inside. He saw Xiao Zi being held by the nape of its neck, dangling in midair, being pulled this way and that by the owner, who seemed to be hurting it. Its limbs struggled continuously, and it cried out, but how could it escape from a rough hand? When Qiming finally squeezed to the front, he saw the little guy's purple eyes rolling up, revealing its fangs, and he could sense a faint aura of treasure emanating from it. This behavior resembled how it transformed into a Qilin that day. Qiming quickly shouted, put it down. It's my cat. Yours? The owner glared at him roughly. Chapter 87 Little Qi, you're here. As soon as Qiming arrived at the entrance of the antiquities shop, the staff inside greeted him with smiles. Yes, good morning. Here, I brought you some Xinjiang specialties, even though I bought them at the entrance Xinjiang cut cake. Qiming handed over a bag, which contained the items he had just bought from a tricycle outside. He remembered yesterday, when Qilin mentioned he had forgotten to bring specialties. Haha, thank you, Little Qi. We're in for a treat. We usually wouldn't dare to buy these ourselves. The staff smiled as they accepted it, not at all minding that these Xinjiang specialties were bought in the capital. Is a master upstairs? Yes, Lin Xian is up there getting scolded. You should also be careful. After the reminder, even though the door to Yang Qiaoming's office was half open, Qiming still knocked before entering. Master. You're here. Yang Qiaoming's expression was not good. Qiming saw Lin Xian standing in front of the desk like a schoolboy, looking downcast. Now, he didn't dare to sit down casually. He walked over and, quite servilely, took Yang Qiaoming's teacup from the desk to refill it with hot water. Xiao Zi peeked out, recognizing the place and wanting to come out. But Qiming pressed it back down. He certainly didn't want to provoke any bad luck. When someone was angry, everything seemed to go wrong. Chapter 88 Qiming slammed the table. These yellow-haired baboons are really disgusting. Isn't that right? When I heard it, I had a similar reaction to yours. After hearing Lin Xian's account, even Qiming, with his usually good temper, couldn't hold back any longer. It turned out that yesterday, the beautiful country sent over the catalog of cultural relics they were going to bring to Huaxia for the exchange exhibition. This list immediately sparked protests from various parties, because among the items the beautiful country was bringing, 80 were Huaxia cultural relics. There were Buddhist heads from the Tang dynasty, painted pottery cups from the Western Han dynasty, and paintings from Emperor Huizong of Song, etc. The most famous among them was the portraits of the emperors by Yin Libin from the Tang dynasty. Just from the specifications and value of the exhibits, it was evident how much the beautiful country valued this exchange exhibition. But they obviously got the focus wrong, and they didn't pay any attention at all. This is an exhibition in Huaxia. A cultural relics exhibition, to put it nicely, is about showcasing history, exchanging culture, enhancing understanding, improving communication, and improving relationships. But the actions of the beautiful country are like stealing your chicken and then coming to your house to roast it in front of you. This is not about communication. This is a demonstration, a provocation, a blatant provocation. Do they not know how these cultural relics ended up in a beautiful country? Chapter 89. Yang Qiaoming looked strangely at Qi Ming next to him and asked, "What? Haven't you looked at the auction brochure?" Qi Ming shook his head, saying he hadn't had the time, as he just returned yesterday. In fact, he was too lazy to look. That hefty book had already been sent home and was sitting on the coffee table. Hee, you don't know yet. But your inkstone is the highlight item of this spring auction. Highlight? Qi Ming's eyes widened. Master, you must be joking with me. How can that inkstone be the highlight of Polly's spring auction? I don't believe it. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Don't be so naive. I looked at that brochure yesterday. Your item is indeed the highlight. Yang Qiaoming said lightly. It should be that there aren't any good items this year, plus your inkstone has enough hype. You'll understand why when you see the brochure. Qi Ming nodded in confusion, thinking he would take a good look later. It's not that he was being modest. After all, this is Polly's spring auction. Just the auction itself would last several days, with a total transaction amount of at least several billion. Yang Qiaoming estimated his inkstone to be worth around 30 million, and if handled well, it could reach 50 million. This price is not low, but it definitely does not reach the level of a highlight item for the spring auction. For example, in the 2021 Poly spring auction, there were over 4 items that sold for over 100 million. Chapter 90. Deputy Director Zhu sat up straight. He had been observing Yang Qiaoming's expression. No matter what he said to the young man in front of him, Yang Qiaoming maintained a calm and indifferent demeanor. This made him entertain a ridiculous thought. Could this inkstone really belong to the young man? Does he have that kind of insight? If it were his, he wouldn't need to be so indirect. Shao Qi, one must have a high level of awareness in life. Yes, if you withdraw from the auction, you will definitely suffer a loss. But if you don't suffer a loss, and I don't suffer a loss, how will the country become prosperous? Someone has to make sacrifices. Moreover, the good economic environment and collecting environment you enjoy are also thanks to the country. When you have the ability, you should give back appropriately, right? Yes. Yes, you're absolutely right. Qi Ming nodded repeatedly, indicating his agreement. Director Zhu's face lit up with joy, and the 2 individuals from the Hainan Museum thought Qi Ming was about to relent, only to hear him change his tone. So, I have decided that after the auction, I'll take out 1 million to establish a scholarship specifically to support outstanding students in the history and archaeology departments. This will contribute to our country's archaeological endeavors. Mr. Zhu, what do you think of this idea? Chapter 91. Watching Deputy Director Zhu slammed the door as he left. The master and apprentice exchanged knowing smiles. After sending off this high-ranking official, the atmosphere in the conference room relaxed immediately. Director Chun of the Hainan Museum and Deputy Director Zhang of the Hainan Cultural Relics Bureau finally had a chance to speak. They were also people within the system and held lower ranks than him. Although they were not direct leaders, higher-ranking officials had more authority, and with Deputy Director Zhu present, they didn't have the qualification to speak. Shao Qi, I am of the same generation as your master, so I am addressing you this way. Please don't mind. Qi Ming smiled and waved his hand, saying it was fine. To be honest, our purpose for coming here is also to hope you withdraw from the auction. You know that Jiang Junbai was the first scholar from Hainan, and this inkstone was given to him by Su Shi after he established a school and took in students, marking the beginning of Hainan's educational history. Its significance to us is far more than just that of a collectible. Deputy Director Zhang also advised, Shao Qi, we know this will put you in a difficult position. Before coming, the Hainan provincial government supported our work and specially allocated some funds for this. We can use 33 million to buy the inkstone and are also willing to pay the penalty for withdrawing from the auction. Chapter 92. As soon as they entered the preview hall, the 3 of them went their separate ways. Sun Hu headed straight for the luxury jewelry area to look for targets. Lin Xian had a task to complete and went directly to the ancient calligraphy and painting area. This time, the Boguzai was entrusted to auction an item, so he was here to assess it in advance. The auction preview is a rare opportunity for buyers to assess items on site. Therefore, besides buyers, most of the people attending today are professional appraisers. Qi Ming chose to start from the beginning, looking at each item one by one. The quality and quantity of the items here are far superior to those in Panjiayuan, making this a rare opportunity. After more than 2 hours, Ming had looked at nearly half a circle. After viewing, he no longer felt the initial awe towards the auction. Previously, he only occasionally saw the names of auction houses like Polly and Christie's in the news. Behind those names are invariably items that sell for sky-high prices, making him feel like that was world away from his life. But in reality, during the entire auction, the truly remarkable items that could fetch sky-high prices were just a few. The remaining auction items, with estimates ranging from thousands to tens of thousands, were everywhere. For example, in the ancient coin section, it seemed that Polly really hadn't received any good ancient coins this time. Chapter 93, this is what you call a ghost market? Qilin looked at the crowded scene inside with curiosity. Ming observed the brightly lit, bustling atmosphere and felt there was no ghost market vibe at all. So he hesitated a bit in his response. I guess so. Fortunately, Qilin was a novice and easy to deceive. Then I'll go browse on my own. They say beginners have good luck. Watch me find a big treasure for you. Xiaozi, do you want to come with me? There's a stall selling clothes for cats over there. Qilin pointed to a stall about a meter away, where the vendor had brought their cat as a model, attracting many people to take photos and watch. As soon as Xiaozi heard clothes, she jumped straight into Ming's pocket and refused to come out. Ming found it a bit amusing and helpless. Xiaozi seemed to have developed a psychological shadow. After all, Qilin had been tugging at her tail these past few days, trying to see if she had any little private parts underneath. All right, you go and browse by yourself. Let's meet at the entrance in 2 hours. If we go back late, Mom will scold us. Qilin, seeing that she couldn't entice the little one, could only leave in frustration. Chapter 94, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the car on the way home, Xiaozi couldn't wait to get her paws on the coin collection album. The little one brought it over, probably because the cover was suitable for her to scratch her claws. Ming's attention was entirely on his phone, so he let her be. He had checked, and the cover was made of calfskin, which she couldn't scratch through easily. Nowadays, with the internet being so developed, it is easy to find information. He quickly found out on Wikipedia that the largest denomination of US dollars currently in circulation is indeed $100. However, there have indeed been US banknotes with denominations of 500 and even 10,000. These large denominations of US currency were not discontinued until 1945. According to Wikipedia, there have been estimates made by US officials. As of May 2009, the public still held nearly 310,000 bills, 345,000 bills, and 160,001,000 bills. The 100,000 bill was particularly notable. This currency had an extremely ostentatious name at the time, the gold certificate. While the dollar is issued by the Federal Reserve, this gold certificate was the only type of currency issued under the authority of the U.S. Secretary of the Treasury. Chapter 95 at 9 o'clock. Ming and a few others arrived at the auction venue half an hour early. To their surprise, the auction hall was not as luxurious as they had imagined. On the contrary, it was somewhat simple. There were no private boxes or soft seats. A row of folding conference chairs, each with a number, was lined up. On the chairs were a bottle of mineral water and a thin catalog. Unlike the previous thick catalogs, this one only listed the items to be auctioned in this hall and the auction order. At the front of the conference chairs was a platform 2 meters long and half a meter high, with a 1-foot square lectern simply covered with a white cloth. The front of the cloth was printed with the words Poly Auction and its logo. This was the auction platform where the auctioneer would stand shortly. On either side of the auction platform were 2 large displays and 2 rows of tables and chairs. According to Lin Xian, these were the positions for telephone operators, as some people who could not attend would participate in remote bidding via phone when the auction started. As the start time approached, more people began to gather at the entrance of the hall. Lin Xian greeted Ming and Master Tang, and then walked toward another hall. He was going to attend the ancient painting auction, which started at the same time in Hall 3. Chapter 96, Master Tang. Is there another interpretation of this? Ming asked curiously. I think that auctioneer is quite impressive. The final price exceeded the auction price by over $1 million. When the auction started and the atmosphere cooled slightly, the auctioneer would timely introduce the provenance of the auction item, emphasizing its rarity. Under his persuasive rhetoric, the price would be raised again and again. Previously, Ming thought that the auctioneer was just like a host, only with an extra hammer. After witnessing the auctioneer's operations, He realized that merely being a host was not enough. One must also be observant and attentive, accurately confirming bids from guests. It might even be necessary to study psychology, to gauge the mindset of those present in real time, and occasionally even provoke two parties with obvious opposing emotions to maximize interests. However, what he considered high-end operations was viewed as a failure by Master Tang. Master Tang stared ahead, speaking in a calm tone. Xiao Qi, do you know about boiling frogs in warm water? Ming nodded. This auction should be like boiling frogs in warm water. It will last for several hours. A good auctioneer must be the one who boils the frog, gradually warming up the atmosphere and stimulating the emotions of the guests, so that when truly important items appear, astonishing prices can be achieved. Chapter 97. In the following days, Ming diligently followed Master Tang's advice, spending almost every day in the auction hall. From modern calligraphy and painting art pieces to luxury goods and wine auctions forced upon him by Sun Hu, he explored everything and indeed gained a lot of knowledge. During this period, the modern painter Fu Baosher's mountain journey encountering rain was sold for over 60 million, making headlines on the local news of Beijing satellite TV. If it weren't for Ming's unexpected intervention, this piece would have been the highlight of the spring auction. The most down-to-earth was the wine auction, which had a small attendance and frequently ended with items going unsold. The red wine and Matai auctions were somewhat better, as the reputations of various wineries were well established. However, the whiskey auction, which had less exposure among Chinese people, was a disaster. There wasn't a single item that exceeded the highest estimate throughout the event. A whiskey distillery named Ming in Ukraine, for reasons unknown, set a no-reserve price for its starting auction, which was a disaster, completely ruined by two young bidders who seemed to have come out of nowhere. They saw that no one was bidding and got excited, starting with one, then two, and others happily joined in just to watch the fun. Chapter 98. Haha. Everyone, this glaring stare-off won't win this ancient inkstone. And let me remind everyone, since the first auction company was established by the British in Shanghai in 1874, this inkstone is the third item officially auctioned in China and the fourth item related to suture worldwide. The first three were all paintings and calligraphy. This is the only practical item, making it of great significance. The auctioneer on stage had an expressive face and a relaxed tone, seemingly having anticipated the indifferent reactions from the audience below. Gradually, Ming began to hear low murmurs of conversation rising in the quiet hall. After a minute or so, a bidding paddle in front of him on the right was finally raised. The auctioneer immediately broke into a bright smile. 10 million. Congratulations to number 19. A friend from the Samsung Consortium, for leading with a bid of 10 million. Samsung? South Koreans. Ming couldn't help but glance towards the right front, unable to see clearly through several people. He leaned closer to Yang Xiaoming and whispered, Master, why are the Koreans bidding? They can't really win this, can they? Yang Xiaoming just smiled. Is it strange for Koreans to bid? Suture's charm radiates globally. Those two pieces of chibi fu are still in their textbooks today. As for them taking it away, just keep your heart calm. They can't take it away. Chapter 99. Congratulations. Congratulations. With the sound of the gavel, two whirlpools formed in the hall, one centered around the two representatives from the Hainan Museum who won the ancient inkstone, and the other around Ming's group. Old Yang, congratulations. Your items from the Boguzai have won the highest transaction price in this spring auction. This really boosts your reputation in the circle surrounding them. People were full of envy, bowing to Yang Xiaoming to congratulate him. At the beginning, Ming had entrusted the entire auction process to Boguzai because he didn't understand the submission process. Therefore, the source of the items listed in the promotional catalog was Boguzai. This spring auction's closing highlight and highest transaction price would greatly enhance Boguzai's reputation in both the industry and among the public. Hee old Yang. Having a good son is one thing, but teaching a good apprentice is another. This really makes us old folks envious. Some who knew the inside story felt even more envious. At their age and status, wealth and fame were secondary. They valued inheritance more, as no one wanted to take their skills to the grave when they got old. Lin Xian had already made a name for himself in the antique circle, becoming a model for many old-timers to teach their juniors. Now, with Ming's even keener insight, how could that not make others envious? Chapter 100. Master, what do you think about us making a fake? On the way back in the car, Ming mentioned the situation with Fu Xia and several museums approaching him and brought up the idea he had finally thought of. Lin Xian rolled his eyes in disbelief after hearing the terrible suggestion. Yang Xiaoming bluntly opposed it, saying that you had already promised Fu Xia to come to the shop tomorrow to see the genuine items, and at this hour, there was no time for forgery. Moreover, unless you never take out the real items for your whole life, one day this little trick of yours will be exposed. In our line of work, the worst thing is to be involved in forgery. Regardless of your reasons, once exposed, there will be no place for you in this circle. Ming frowned and complained to his master, asking what to do. He was uneasy and unwilling to hand over the items, but they were constantly being watched. Like pesky plaster that wouldn't let go. Couldn't they just let someone privately keep some good things? The only thing he felt fortunate about was that his most valuable Song Dynasty bronze turtle was well hidden. Otherwise, he would probably be facing not the museum, but the inspection team from the Cultural Relics Bureau. Yang Xiaoming pondered for a moment and sighed. Speaking of which, this matter is also partly my fault. That day, in a fit of anger, I exposed the items without any preparation. Chapter 101. Ming is from Su Province, with Nanjing as its capital. If someone introduces Nanjing, they would probably start with the Six Dynasties' ancient capital. But compared to Xi'an, it falls short by a lot. Xi'an is known as the ancient capital of 13 dynasties, and the most powerful dynasties of the Huaxia civilization, Zhou, Qin, Han, and Tang, were all established in Xi'an. This is a city where it is said, digging a subway makes the Cultural Relics Bureau busier than the Transportation Bureau, reflecting its long history. After more than 2 hours of flight, the plane landed. Ming and Xiao Long took a taxi to the Tsujiang Hilton, near the Great Tang All-Day Mall. Currently, the important actors in Tong Xinqing's crew are arranged here. The hotel seems designed to match the style of the nearby scenic area, with an impressive Tang Dynasty architectural appearance, while the interior is modern and luxurious. The building and decoration are quite novel. After checking in, Ming took a nap at the hotel, while Xiao Long went to a nearby car rental company to rent a Lexus for transportation in Xi'an. By noon, after having lunch and recharging their spirits, they drove to the big Wild Goose Pagoda. After arriving in Xi'an, Ming decided to visit his master's old friend, Wu Zhongfeng. First, although Wu is not well known, in his master's words, he is a leading figure in the North China collecting circle, with significant connections in both the political and business spheres of Shaanxi, which is why he sought him out when he encountered trouble. It seems someone is following us. Just after leaving a small stall, Xiao Long keenly sensed something unusual around them. Ming thought for a moment and realized it was likely the stall owner's companion. They seemed quite cautious and were trying to gauge his background. The level of caution piqued his interest in the counterfeit item. Acting as if he hadn't noticed, he reminded Xiao Long, and they continued walking. After winding through several streets, they stopped in front of a tea house called 7 Parts Tea House. In Chinese culture, it is said that tea should be 7 parts filled, leaving 3 parts for human feelings, and there is also a saying about water being filled 7 parts and leaving 3 parts for soft conversation. This tea house is said to be owned by Wu Lao, who reportedly spends his days here after retiring from the front lines, enjoying tea and reading. The name suggests he is a well-rounded and approachable person. When they stepped inside, the staff immediately greeted them with smiles, asking if they wanted to buy tea or drink tea. Sorry, we are looking for Mr. Wu Zhongfeng. You're looking for the boss? The staff glanced over Ming and Xiao Long. Yes, my master is Yang Xiaoming. He and Mr. Wu are old acquaintances. Please wait a moment. The waiter led them to a table by the street and brought them tea before leaving. Chapter 103. When Ming and Xiao Long arrived at the Bailiyuan Film and Television Base, it was already 3 p.m. Although he knew Tong Xinqing was filming here today, he was unaware of the exact location, so they could only stroll around, peeking at places with film crews or crowds, stopping and walking for half a day. Just when they were about to call for directions, they happened to see a group of people gathered outside a city wall. Unlike other filming locations where the crowd consisted mostly of tourists with hats and cameras, this place had mostly young people, particularly girls. Many were holding colorful support signs, some saying Xian Xian, some love Xian, and others with cheesy slogans like I love you, I want to have your baby. They looked like they had been standing there for quite some time, showing signs of fatigue. Xian Xian, Xian Xian is coming out. Here, Xian Xian, look here. Xian Xian, I love you, I want to have your baby. As a man in silver armor, holding a long spear, walked up the city wall. The atmosphere among the crowd immediately became lively. The previously lethargic crowd now cheered as if they had taken a stimulant. Chapter 104. as the sky began to darken. The scene on the city wall repeated itself more than a dozen times. Ming could hear the yelling of Director Huang holding a walkie-talkie from several meters away. Finally, as it was getting dark, Director Huang had to give up and hastily called for a rap. This rap was music to the ears of the staff and the actor Zhou Xian. As soon as they heard they could finish, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Wait for me to take off my makeup, and then we can go back. Tang Xinqing descended from the city wall, instinctively rubbing her hands together. It was still late March, and the weather hadn't fully warmed up. The wind on the city wall was strong. Since Ming arrived, she had been standing up there for over an hour, and it seemed she might be feeling a bit cold. Be careful not to catch a cold. Ming stepped in front of her, draping a down jacket over her shoulders. Tang Xinqing tightened her coat, slightly blushing. She softly replied, turned, and entered her nanny car. The female assistant, Xiaohua, immediately found a makeup artist to help her remove her makeup and change clothes. After a few minutes, Tang Xinqing changed back into modern attire, wearing a long white coat paired with a black turtleneck, resembling her outfit the first time they met. Chapter 105. Really? These copper coins are not ordinary. Ming confidently told Tang Xinqing, secretly relieved. The easiest antiques for ordinary people to come across are copper coins because they have been preserved in large quantities throughout the dynasties, and many have survived. Fortunately, this silly girl bought these copper coins. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to comfort her. What is not ordinary about them? Tang Xinqing picked up a copper coin from the table and examined it. In ancient times, there was no practice of imprinting the manufacturing date on copper coins, and they looked similar to the other coins in the bag. Xinqing, can I take a look? Seeing them chatting happily and discussing something intriguing, Director Huang came over with a glass in hand. Behind him were Zhou Xian, already flushed from drinking, and Fun Jie. Seeing Director Huang reach out, Tang Xinqing didn't hesitate and handed the copper coins to him. Director Huang, please have a seat. Tang Xinqing's assistant, Xiaohua, voluntarily moved aside to make room and even brought over a clean bowl and dish to replace them. Director Huang also took the opportunity to sit down. Xiaohua had originally pulled out the chair next to Director Huang to sit down, but as soon as the chair was pulled out, it was naturally taken by Zhou Xian. This should be the 5 Emperor's coins, but it seems like one is missing. Chapter 106. Drinking leads to trouble. Drinking leads to trouble. The next day, when Ming woke up with a slight headache, he tried to recall what happened last night. It seemed he had gone a bit overboard with his show-off, and that Zhou something Xian said he wanted to withdraw his investment. So he boldly said that if he withdrew, he would fork out the money. It seemed that because of this statement, Director Huang also completely let go and scolded Zhou Xian, criticizing everything from his acting skills to his looks and character, with not a single nice word. Moreover, Director Huang's verbal skills seemed to be trained. He was nonstop like Stephen Chow in The King of Comedy, almost spitting enough to wash Zhou Xian's face. That Zhou something Xian was so scolded he couldn't even get a word in and finally just left after patting his backside. By the way, what's with you, kid? Are you so sensitive that you leave after being criticized a bit? Do you understand what tough love is? And that Director Huang, even if what he said was true, should have shown some mercy. Young people are like small saplings. How can they withstand such a storm of criticism? After driving Zhou Xian away, Director Huang felt refreshed, and Ming was also secretly pleased. The two of them hit it off and had a round of drinks, calling each other Brother Huang and Brother Qi. He remembered that he was carried back to his room by Xiaolong. Speaking of which, what's the situation now? Is there a possibility that after a night, Zhou Xian would lower his head to admit his mistake, and Director Huang would come to his senses and they could both take a step back? So he wouldn't have to spend his own money? Chapter 107. Xi'an has over 10 antique markets, and Ming chose the one closest to the hotel, the Tang Dynasty West Market Antique City. Before going, the two made the simplest disguises. Ming added a pair of brown sunglasses and a black mask for himself. Tang Xinqing specially put on makeup, tying her long hair into a bun, and instead of wearing striking big sunglasses, she switched to blue contact lenses. Along with the same black mask as Ming, the two walked side by side on the road, looking like a high-profile couple. Although some people occasionally glanced at them, they would only look a bit more and definitely wouldn't guess they were artists. After arriving at the antique market, Tang Xinqing quickly found the Kangxi Tongbao she had been thinking about. After all, copper coins are common currency at various stalls and easy to find. Produce. It only cost 20 yuan. Then Ming found a small stall making Chinese knots and asked the stall owner to string together 5 copper coins. The order of these 5 emperor's coins also has its importance. They must be arranged in the order of Xuanji, Kangxi, Yongzheng, Qianlong, and Jiaqing. It is said that this way, the effect is best. Here, you can hang it on the upper left of your doorframe at home, which is the Qinglong position, to gather wealth. Or hang it on your car's rearview mirror. Remember not to hang it wrong. Chapter 108. Beautiful lady, you need to be careful with your hands. This is from the Ming Dynasty Xuande period, and if it falls or gets bumped, it would be troublesome. The stall owner noticed that Tong Xinqing hadn't taken off her ring while reaching for the porcelain, which indicated she was an amateur, so he specifically pointed out. The glaze of ancient porcelain is precious. Those who know would definitely take off their rings to prevent scratching the glaze. Moreover, Tong Xinqing's handling of the porcelain did not seem very careful in the owner's eyes. Xuande? That holy grandson? In recent years, there have been many dramas about the Ming dynasty, such as The Mountains and Rivers Are Bright, which was quite popular. So Tong Xinqing actually knew a bit about this emperor. Haha, yes, it's that holy grandson. Look at the bottom. There is still a mark. Upon hearing this, Tong Xinqing flipped the jar over, and indeed, there were 6 small blue and white characters at the bottom, made in the Great Ming Xuande period. Qi Ming, take a look too. Tong Xinqing handed the pen holder to Qi Ming, but she noticed that Qi Ming was just looking at her and didn't immediately reach out to take it. Qi Ming thought it was necessary to teach her some common sense. He pointed to the ground, indicating she should put down first. Tong Xinqing suspiciously placed the pen holder gently on the burlap on the ground. Chapter 109. I think this doesn't seem related talent. Qi Ming weakly said, but it seemed Tong Xinqing didn't really take it in at this moment. Oh, the little purple on her shoulder squatted up and patted Qi Ming's head. The little cat's head shook slightly, as if telling him, you might as well not waste your effort. Qi Ming, such an expensive item. How can we just put it in a plastic bag? Let's go buy a box for it. Tong Xinqing was very concerned about this first big purchase in her life. It had to be packed in a high-end looking wooden box. To this, Qi Ming agreed, putting a 700,000 yuan blue-glazed porcelain in a plastic bag. If it could speak, it would probably complain about them abusing antiques. Just right. This antique street wasn't all street stalls. There were also quite a few antique jade shops. Qi Ming found the largest shop nearby and led Tong Xinqing inside. Upon entering the shop called Zhaoyaxuan, Qi Ming discovered that the decor was more like a tea house. Surrounding them were glass display counters and antique shelves alternately placed. The antique shelves held porcelain and strange stones, while the spaces between them were hung with various paintings. The glass display counters mostly contained various small items, such as snuff bottles, copper coins, silver dollars, and handheld items. Chapter 110. Little brother, you didn't buy my gilded pen holder. And now you're eyeing my wide-mouthed vase. The owner laughed heartily. Qi Ming also chuckled a couple of times in response, saying, who told us we were kindred spirits? Yes, kindred spirits. The owner agreed with this statement. After laughing, he began to consider what price to offer. Unlike Qi Ming, he owned an antique shop, and aside from a few treasures that he cherished, there wasn't much that couldn't be sold. In his opinion, this item was just a fine piece from the Mid-Qing dynasty's folk kiln. Although rare, it was not unsellable. Little brother, if you really want it, I can give it to you for 380,000. The prices for official kills from the Mid-Qing dynasty have always been high, and in recent years, major auction houses have seen transactions reaching tens of millions or even hundreds of millions during their spring and autumn auctions. The high prices for official kills have led to an increase in prices for folk kills from this period, especially for fine pieces, as most people cannot afford official kills and can only opt for folk kills. According to the current market for Mid-Qing folk kills, the price of 380,000 is not particularly exaggerated. Not to mention, this is truly Xuande's blue glaze. Chapter 111. Can you let go of me now? After leaving Xiaoyazhai and walking for a while, Tong Xinqing finally couldn't help but whisper. Qi Ming then noticed that he was still holding her shoulder. He had done this with some intentions to provoke Ren Ruoxing in the shop, but forgot about it once they were outside. Sorry. Qi Ming quickly let go. Do you know that Ngongzi? The awkwardness slightly eased, and Tong Xinqing quietly asked. Qi Ming thought this was not something he couldn't talk about, so he replied, I think I told you before that I was injured by a speeding car while trying to save my ex-wife, right? Tong Xinqing nodded. Hearing him mention this again, she couldn't help but worry about Qi Ming's emotions. Fortunately, Qi Ming's tone and expression seemed to have changed little. The person who crashed into me while driving back then was this Mr. Ren Ruoxing. But that's all in the past. He was fully responsible for injuring me in that car accident. To seek understanding and reduce his liability, he was quite generous with the medical expenses and compensation. At that time, it was determined based on the traffic accident's nature, and since my mother signed a letter of understanding, his sentence wasn't severe. Later, I heard that his family used connections, and it seemed he was out in just a few months. My grievances with him actually ended the moment he paid the compensation. And this was also my first meeting with him after the accident. Chapter 112, Watching the Increasingly Excited Old and Young. Tong Xinqing couldn't contain her curiosity and raised her hand like a curious child. "Excuse me, is there still a girl in your room? Xiao Qi?" The voice of Master Tang in the phone immediately reacted to her words. Upon hearing this, Ming quickly pointed the camera at Tong Xinqing and introduced. "This is a friend of mine. You might know her." Tong Xinqing waved at the camera, but Master Tang clearly wasn't a fan and didn't recognize her. Teasing like all elders who catch younger ones secretly dating. "Xiao Qi, is this your girlfriend? She's so pretty. When did this happen? Why haven't I seen you bring her to the store?" Tong Xinqing's face turned bright red from the teasing, and Ming quickly shifted the camera away, repeatedly explaining. "We're just friends. It's not that serious." "Ha, I understand. Master Tang's teasing voice came through, and, after a moment, he asked the girl if she had any questions. Tong Xinqing then stammered. "I just want to know, is there really nothing from the Forbidden City?" She had once participated in a phenomenal variety show National Treasure, and at that time, the introduction to the Forbidden City mentioned over 1.8 million collections. And this Emperor Xianzong, if she remembered correctly, reigned for nearly a decade. Could it be that nothing was left behind? Chapter 113, perhaps Master Tang's teasing opened the minds of the two in the room, or perhaps it was just a lonely man and woman together, with hormones surging. Ming and Tong Xinqing looked at each other, and before they knew it, they were in each other's arms. There were no candles or flowers, no deep confessions. Just a simple embrace brought their relationship to the next level naturally. Ugh, left neglected in the corner, Xiao Zi watched the two, her nose twitching as she confirmed the disgusting sour smell. After a couple of low growls with no response, she angrily ran back to the room. Before leaving, she used her little paw to close the door, opting for out of sight, out of mind. Ming wasn't a novice either. The soft body in his arms and the scent of osmanthus stimulated his nerves, and after a few minutes, his hands began to wander. This made the inexperienced Tong Xinqing nervous, and in her shyness, she pushed Ming away. After glaring at the man in front of her, she could only lower her head, playing with her fingers in embarrassment. Ming also realized he might have been too eager and abrupt with the lady. It's a bit stuffy in here. How about we go to the Datong Nightless City for a stroll?" Chapter 114, The Call Connected. It was Ming's first time dealing with a two Fuzi, and he didn't know how to start. After a brief silence, the other party spoke first. "Little brother, your self-control is even better than many old-timers I've seen. I've been waiting for you for 2 days and still haven't heard a word from you. Haha, so you all came knocking at my door. Is everyone in your line of work so bold now? Aren't you afraid I'll just call the police?" Without letting the other person finish, Ming interjected with a feigned displeasure. Over the phone, the old man couldn't tell if Ming was genuinely angry or just pretending. But since they were the ones seeking him, the aura naturally fell short. He could only soften his tone and plead, "Little brother, please don't scare me. I didn't mean to track you. We always have to be cautious in our line of work. If we weren't sure you were reliable, we wouldn't dare to seek you out." Enough of the nonsense. Is the item just like the one in the photo? Yes, it's just that one. How do you want to proceed with the transaction? Having watched too many gangster films, Ming felt he couldn't appear weak while dealing with such people. But it was too much to ask him to act mature. Chapter 115, it had been 2 days since that transaction. The first day, Ming was genuinely anxious, feeling like the police would burst through the door at any moment. Fortunately, that was just his fearful imagination. Everything was calm after 2 days. His heart finally settled down. During these 2 days, the appraisal company that Sun, who found, also sent over the appraisal report, which was over 100 pages long and thick enough to make one dizzy. For Tong Xinqing's sake, Ming had already decided to invest. So, he flipped to the end to see the results. Upon seeing that the appraisal was profitable, he waved his hand and invested 50 million with Director Huang to cover the shortfall left when that week's performance was canceled. The money was processed through Sun, whose company. Such a large investment would have a lot of cumbersome procedures if done in his name. and registering a temporary company would be too troublesome. San, who was already enthusiastic about film and television production, so Ming left all the troublesome matters to him. With the title of an investor, Ming had a reason to enter the set openly. Lovers in the throes of passion would want to stick together all the time. However, yesterday, Master Tang's old friend, Old Wu from the 7 Points Tea House, called him, saying there was an internal exchange meeting today and asked if he would like to attend. Chapter 116. Xiao Zi's reaction startled Ming. All this time, the little guy had followed him and seen quite a bit. Ignoring the fakes, among the genuine items were Song Dynasty bronze wares, Ming and Qing porcelain, and modern calligraphy and painting, but Xiao Zi's response had always been lackluster. Even at the spring auction preview, in front of hundreds of antique artifacts, it would sleep without even opening its eyes. Yet, in front of this small item, it surprisingly showed a proactive attitude. At this moment, the beast-shaped little thing was being picked up and examined closely by Cui Xiao, and Ming couldn't wait for his turn, immediately using his ability to see and perceive. First, regarding its age, it seemed to be around 400 years old, likely from the Jiajing period. The value wasn't overly high, disregarding personal preferences that could cause price inflation. It was probably between 150,000 and 300,000. Through his perception, Ming also confirmed that the item was hollow in the abdomen and head, with a small platform inside. Without needing to think further, the person currently observing it provided its use, an incense burner. This was an incense burner in the shape of a mythical beast, with a large horn on top, serving as a small handle. When lifted gently, the head could be removed, allowing incense to be placed on the small platform inside its belly. Chapter 117. Since Boss Kai said so, I'll make the first offer. 100,000. Just right. I have a client who is looking for an incense burner. Cui Xiao smiled and made the opening bid. Zhao Jian listened to him and shook his head with a smile. Old Cui, your price is too low. Although this item doesn't have a design and is a bit small, it's solid Jiajing red copperware. I'll offer 140,000. After he finished his bid, he looked around and finally fixed his gaze on Ming. Not only Zhao Jian, but almost everyone turned to look at him because Ming had an 80 discount coupon. If he showed that he was determined to have it, then there would be no chance for anyone else. Ooh. Xiao Zi had already understood that this was going to determine the ownership of the item, and one paw was anxiously scratching at Ming's coat. A nice wool coat was already marked with shallow scratches. The little guy wanted it so badly. No matter the reason, Ming was going to satisfy him. He scratched his face and with a slightly apologetic tone said, well, since I have an 80 discount, it would be a waste not to use it. I'll offer 200,000. Upon hearing his bid, Zhao Jian raised his eyebrows and shrugged, signaling his withdrawal. Another Cui Xiao also smiled bitterly and shook his head. It seems we are fated to have no connection. Chapter 118. After looking at a few items, time unknowingly passed to past 11 o'clock. Old Wu then urged everyone to eat. They didn't go to a nearby restaurant. Instead, the staff from the tea house downstairs followed the instructions and came upstairs, setting a round table on the 8 Immortals table. Once the table was set, 3 young men wearing shirts with the Lu Yuan store name arrived upstairs with food boxes. Various dishes were placed on the table, and everyone greeted each other to sit down and eat. After the meal, once the staff came to clean up, someone took out something again. This time, when Han Rong took out an ancient painting. When the painting was unfolded, it was a depiction of Guanyin granting offspring. What surprised and even excited everyone present was that the signature on the painting was actually from Tang Yin, also known as Tang Bohu. This item is not right. As soon as the painting was opened, Old Wu poured a bucket of cold water over everyone's heads, especially Zhao Jian, who when he saw it was a painting by Tang Bohu, was already thinking about how to persuade Wen Hanrong to auction it at his company. If that happened, his auction company would definitely become famous overnight. But the result was that it turned out to be a fake. TSK, your eyesight is getting sharper with age. Wen Hanrong replied with a smile, not denying that the real painting is now collected by a museum abroad, and this one is just a replica brought to show everyone something rare. Chapter 119. Upon closer inspection, what Cui Xiao took out was actually a piece of iron less than 10 centimeters long. The front was cast with the words Linen Prefecture Currency, and the back had the words Zhuan Air by 1. When Ming picked it up, it appeared to be a lead copper alloy based on the rust on its surface. In ancient times, copper or resources were precious, and most coins were alloys, with pure copper being rare. the more copper content there was. The clearer and more beautiful the surface inscriptions became, making them more durable. Therefore, when a country was prosperous, the authorities generally increased the copper content in coins to display wealth. But in times of chaos, when copper or supply became problematic, the authorities usually had two methods. One was to reduce the copper content, even using iron as a substitute, which resulted in items with blurred inscriptions and rough quality. Coupled with the craftsmanship and preservation conditions at that time, they would rust and deteriorate in no time. The other method was to cast large coins. Originally, a copper coin represented 1 unit, but now a copper coin could represent 10, 50, or even more units. A well-known large coin was the Qilin's Xianfeng heavy treasure. This emperor had a tough time. Aside from natural disasters, the money from the First Opium War had not yet been compensated when the Second Opium War came, followed by the burning of the Old Summer Palace and the Taiping Rebellion. He really had no peaceful days, leading to his demise in his 30s. Chapter 120. People in the market, accustomed to the term shoveling ground, might not be familiar with the term guerrilla. The two are similar in nature, as both do not set up stalls or open shops. They find items and sell them to stores or players. The work is similar to that of Cui Xiu. However, Cui Xiu has already made a name for himself in the industry, with a stable sales channel, unlike this person who pulls in customers on the street at night. Moreover, initially, there was a distinction between guerrillas and shoveling ground. The latter would be involved with tomb raiding, while guerrillas would not. But these days, as the saying goes, the world is vast, and making money is paramount. Those rules have long since disappeared. Nowadays, shoveling ground and guerrilla have become one and the same, both being the lowest-level cultural relic dealers in the antique circle. What do you have? Ming asked the young man in front of him. How about this? The young man stepped forward, took out an item from his pocket, and handed it over. Ming received it, felt its texture, and held it up to the light to see clearly. It was a glass snuff bottle with a small agate cap. This color has a specific name among snuff bottles, pink with white overlay. The bottle is 5 centimeters tall, and the front is carved with a cat playing with a butterfly. Chapter 121. When Ming came out of the parking lot, Xiaolong's car was already waiting at the exit. He opened the back door, sat down, and instructed to head back to the hotel, then leaned back in a chair to think. At that moment, his mind was still unsettled. The Buddha head, that was a Buddha head from the northern Qi. How could he have resisted? At this moment, he admired his own self-control. While thinking about that Buddha head, he couldn't help but look back, glancing one more time through the rear window. But at that moment, the car turned, and he could no longer see the parking lot. Sighing, Ming was completely disheartened this time. This proved the saying, out of sight, out of mind. In his despondency, his phone rang. He saw it was a call from Master Yang Xiaoming, and he quickly adjusted his mood and pressed the answer button. Master, how's your time in Xi'an? Pretty good. Master, Xi'an is truly a blessed place. I found quite a few good items. When I return to Beijing, I'll let you verify them. As soon as he said this, Yang Xiaoming's tone also showed envy. I've heard from old Tang, but from your tone, aside from that Schwanda blue glaze, have you found something else? Chapter 122. Lin Xian's execution ability is indeed impressive. What was discussed the night before was addressed the next day. It was even Lin Zhen, his wife, who personally contacted him. She didn't try to persuade Ming to abandon this idea or change the design. Instead, she carefully inquired about Ming's specific thoughts and requirements. After clarifying, she would find a designer to create a rendering. However, Lin Zhen also mentioned that if it were a sculptural piece, her jewelry company certainly didn't have such talents, but she could recommend a few well-known jade carvers in the country. If they saw that level of yellow jade, they would surely not refuse. As the time together was limited to a few days, Ming naturally wanted to accompany Tong Xinqing. So he went to the filming location early in the morning. However, after only half a day in the crew, someone approached him. This person was Cui Hao, whom he had met just the day before. This young man, inheriting his father's business, was now also an antique dealer. Since Ming had shown interest in the Lu Duan incense burner yesterday, Cui Xiu happened to have news about a beast-shaped artifact. So he thought to take the opportunity to recommend it to Ming. Originally, Cui Xiu planned to contact Ming personally, but after careful consideration, he decided to let Cui Hao approach Ming directly. Chapter 123. Cui Hao also didn't expect that he, a middleman who earns introduction fees, would suddenly become an event planner. However, since Ming could entrust such a personal matter to him, their relationship should be considered improved. fulfilling what his father had previously said about getting closer to each other. The next day, after the shoot was over in the rented Lexus, Tong Xinqing held Xiao Zi in her arms and looked at the rapidly retreating buildings and sparse population outside the window, unable to help but ask, "Aren't we there yet?" Ming glanced out of the window and estimated the distance. "Almost there, just ahead." A look of doubt flashed in Tong Xinqing's eyes. "You just said that. Are you sure there's good food there?" Although the saying goes that good wine is not afraid of deep alleys, this was a bit too deep. They had been driving for over 20 minutes since leaving the city of Xi'an. It's a farmhouse, so it must be a bit remote. Ming continued to make up stories. Seeing that she still didn't quite believe him, he could only boast. It's said that all their dishes are made from their own organically grown vegetables. And the chickens and ducks are all free-range chickens from the village that are over 3 years old. As for the fish, they're caught fresh from the nearby reservoir. All wild. Stop. Tong Xinqing interrupted Ming's further words, clearly swallowing hard. Chapter 124. Dude, it's a bit cold. Want to smoke one? In the depths of the flower field, there were two people crouching down. Cui Hao, who was responsible for setting up the scene, and Xiao Long, who was in charge of firing the fireworks. After completing their tasks, they met at the agreed spot, waiting for Ming to give the signal. Xiao Long reached out to take a cigarette, but just as he was about to pull out a lighter to light it, a paw swatted it away. Not only was the cigarette in his hand knocked out of his grasp, but Cui Hao's cigarette was also knocked to the ground. Cui Hao was momentarily stunned, and when he came to his senses, he wanted to catch the little wildcat that dared to disturb him, but was stopped by Xiao Long. Xiao Long said, "Xiao Zi doesn't like the smell of smoke. Let's hold off for now. Is this Xiao Qi's cat?" In the dark, Cui Hao hadn't recognized it at first. Meow. Xiao Zi let out a low growl, extending her paws. Xiao Long had been around the little one for about a month and immediately understood that she probably came over because she was cold. He secretly smiled to himself. The little one didn't want to disturb that couple, so she came to him. Usually, he wouldn't get this kind of treatment. Xiao Long didn't dare to be slow. He unzipped his jacket, and when Xiao Zi saw this, she nimbly jumped in, only her head sticking out as she looked at the two people on the slope. Chapter 125. Beep beep. Beep beep. Horns sounded from both the front and back, and Tong Xinqing looked panicked, clutching Ming's arm tightly. Ming thought for a moment, took out his phone, and used the navigation map to locate their exact position. Xiao Long, try to maneuver and maintain speed to buy us some time. I'm calling the police now. No problem, Brother Qi. Buckle up, Xiao Long instructed before starting to sway the car, dramatically from side to side, while gradually speeding up. Pretending to overtake. The car in front momentarily couldn't adapt to the rhythm, and actually picked up speed. Once Ming had made arrangements, he began to call the police. The call was quickly connected, and Ming briefly explained the situation. After he finished, the operator's tone was noticeably skeptical as she repeated, "You said there are two cars surrounding you with ill intent?" "Yes, they're trying to force us to stop," Ming replied. "Sir, can you provide the license plate numbers of the other vehicles? They have their high beams on. It's too dazzling, I can't see clearly." "The license plate isn't important, right? We're 2 kilometers ahead at the intersection of Tongjiang Road and Xinghai Road. Just have the police wait there for rescue." Chapter 126. What? In the provincial party compound of Qilin province, Tong Hai, who had been busy all day and finally sat down to catch his breath, suddenly stood up, making such a large movement that he knocked over a vase on the coffee table, spilling water everywhere. His wife, Qin Wan, looked at him in surprise. After many years of working together in politics, she had forgotten the last time she saw her husband lose his composure. "Xinqing, don't panic. Who are they? How many people? Where are you now? Tell Dad everything you know." Although Tong Hai was worried, he quickly calmed down. The fact that his daughter could still make a phone call indicated that the situation hadn't reached the most dangerous point yet. "I don't know. There are a lot of people. I only know we're in the outskirts of Xi'an, and I don't know exactly where. Dad, hurry, my friends, woo woo woo." Through the car window, she had already seen someone hit Ming on the back with a stick, feeling both heartbroken and scared. She held her phone in one hand and tugged at the car door handle with the other, wanting to get out to help. "Dong Hai Fao Weng." Realizing there was no time to think, he said to Tong Xinqing on the other end of the line in a deep voice, "Xinqing, the watch I gave you for your birthday 3 years ago, the one I told you never to change and to carry with you at all times. Do you still have it?" Chapter 127. Brother Qi, find a chance to hide back in the car. Xiao Long faced the 4 people brought by Ren Ruoxing with a serious expression. These 4 had said nothing since arriving, but a barking dog doesn't bite. Just by observing their gait and the way they slowly closed in, Xiao Long could tell that even if they weren't military personnel, they had certainly received professional training. The previous mob, as long as he had time, he was confident he could resolve the situation at a certain cost. But facing these four, along with the encirclement from the thugs behind, he couldn't guarantee that Ming would be able to escape unscathed. As he saw the opponents forming a semicircle and slowly pressing forward, Xiao Long gritted his teeth, one hand reaching into his waistband, feeling the small fruit knife on his keychain in his pocket. If it came down to it, he would have to take drastic measures. At this moment, Ming was holding a stick, looking wryly at the 7 or 8 people in front of him. Hide back in the car? How could he hide? Right now, all he felt was frustration and regret. 3 years ago, Ren Ruoxing had caused him to lose a leg and go blind in one eye. 3 years later, even though he was now worth over 100 million, the other party could still easily threaten him with the loss of his legs. Chapter 128. Ming held Tong Xinqing and comforted her for a while until the girl calmed down. The major, named Zhang Jie, seeing that Tong Xinqing was unharmed, also felt relieved and quietly waited on the side, not wanting to disturb them. After a moment, seeing that the young couple's emotions had stabilized, Zhang Jie was just about to speak and arrange the next steps when he heard the sound of police sirens in the distance. The police cars quickly stopped about 10 meters away, and 8 police officers got out one after another. These officers were stunned upon seeing a group of armed military personnel. A bunch of people holding guns and a bunch of people lying there. Although those with guns were all in military uniforms, it didn't mean they were truly soldiers. The leading police officer cautiously reached behind him and placed his hand on his gun. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Zhang Jie immediately noticed his movement, frowned, and mercilessly aimed his gun at the group of police officers, once again shouting in a deep voice. "The military has temporarily taken over here. Please raise your hands, put down your weapons, and accept inspection. After all, this is a government agency, and they haven't made any humiliating demands like asking us to lie down with our heads down. However, these police officers clearly won't comply obediently." Chapter 129. The Ren Group, a well-known private enterprise in Shaanxi, operates in various industries including real estate, finance, hotels, and jewelry. The company headquarters is located in the city center of Xi'an, in a 66-story tall Ren building. In a luxurious office on the top floor, Ren Jun no longer had his usual calm demeanor. After Ren Ruoxing was taken away, he hadn't slept a wink all night, and now he was left with nothing but a tired and helpless expression. Starting to struggle at 16, earning his first pot of gold at 18, founding his first factory at 22, and achieving success at 30. Ren Jun had forgotten when he last felt this powerless about something. From last night until now, he had contacted all the government officials he had good relations with, but the responses he received were either ignorance or waiting for news. Only one old friend at the departmental level gave him a clear message. Just 4 words: "Be careful recently." It's ridiculous. He, a person who holds the livelihoods of thousands, now feels like one of those desperate victims with no one to turn to, not even knowing who had captured his son or where he was. "Have you found out anything about his father?" Ling asked as she saw Ren Jun put down his phone, anxiously walking over to him. Ren Jun slumped into his office chair, pressing his temples, and wearily shook his head. Chapter 130. "Oh, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Just now, I was talking about you with your master." Master Ma was momentarily taken aback when he saw Ming, then enthusiastically welcomed him over. His warmth even more intense than that of Yang Xiaoming, the real master. "You're here too, Master Ma." Ming, as a junior, immediately bowed slightly, discreetly handing the box to Xiao Long before proactively approaching and shaking hands with the other party. "You just got back from your travels, huh?" Master Ma continued with small talk. "Yes, just returned from Xi'an. Didn't even go home. Came to see my master to avoid him saying I'm unfilial." Yang Xiaoming's lips curled into a smile as he scolded. "What kind of talk is that? No respect." Master Ma chuckled, but soon turned his gaze to the box in Xiao Long's hands. "Huh, what good stuff did you bring?" Ming smiled cheerfully, thinking to himself that he really was afraid of what was coming. But since he was asked, he could only nod and casually say, "Just 2 small items. I feel like they're probably fake, so I brought them for my master to take a look." He deliberately downplayed the items to avoid piquing Master Ma's interest. Chapter 131. "What makes you think I made this up? It's fake. I know. You must be taking advantage of my ignorance, deliberately saying this item is useless, and then looking for an opportunity to buy it at a low price. It must be like that." The man was starting to sound a bit mad. and Xiaomi instinctively sat further away out of fear. Qi Ming and Lin Xian exchanged glances, smiled wryly, and shook their heads. Such people weren't uncommon. Many couldn't accept that what they considered a lifeline or treasure was actually worthless grass once they realized it. Sigh, Qi Ming sighed. If he were to say the seal only dates back to the Republic of China, that man probably wouldn't listen. He could only turn the seal over, showing the small characters facing the man, pointing out that it said Carachine Wang underneath. Even if he didn't recognize the other characters, surely he knew what Wang meant. Did he really think a prince would be poor enough to carve a seal out of wood? This rhetorical question caught the man off guard. He stared wide-eyed, his lips moving but unable to find a rebuttal. Meanwhile, Lin Xian, seeing that it had come to this, no longer held back and delivered the final blow. This isn't even what you call old mahogany. I just measured it. Its density should be boxwood. Boxwood grows slowly, is extremely fine-grained, and has no visible pores. A literary figure from the late Ming and early Qing dynasties, Liu, referred to boxwood as having the demeanor of a gentleman, likening it to the gentleman among woods. Chapter 132, Zhong. Qi Ming arrived on the second floor, where the conference room door was wide open. He knocked, and then casually walked in. Xiaoqi, come, sit here. Upon seeing him enter, Master Ma warmly pulled him to sit next to him. As soon as Qi Ming sat down, Master Ma exclaimed, Xiaoqi, we studied those 2 items you brought. This gold-threaded garlic bowl vase is definitely authentic. The craftsmanship and style match perfectly. It's definitely from the Qing Palace workshop. But this Schwanda blue and white glaze, I'm afraid, is fake. After a moment of surprise, Qi Ming laughed. Hee, your eyesight is good. I think so too. He was hoping the other party would undervalue the item, making it easier to hide it for as long as possible. After saying that, he pretended to look regretful and sighed. What a loss. I want to keep this vase on my bedside. Seeing it once will remind me to be careful, and more careful when buying things in the future. Hey, as soon as Qi Ming finished speaking, Master Ma pointed at him, laughing as he looked at Yang Xiaoming and Master Tang, saying, this kid isn't easily fooled. I knew he had it figured out. Old Yang, your apprentice is just a little fox. Chapter 133. Upon hearing he could share some benefits, Lin Xian finally eased his currently bitter heart. A furniture factory I'm familiar with? There definitely is, and their craftsmanship is top-notch in the industry. My dad gets Ming and Qing second-hand furniture fixed there whenever it needs repairs. You won't find many places in the entire capital with such old craftsmanship. How about this? I'll send you an address in a bit. You could directly take the wood over tomorrow morning. We'll meet at that factory, and I'll introduce you to the factory director. Since Lin Xian proactively offered to go as well, Qi Ming felt reassured. After hanging up the phone, Qi Ming booked a tow truck online. The next morning, at just after 4 a.m., Qi Ming and Xiao Long got up. Due to the strict restrictions on large vehicles' travel times from their home location, they had to wake up early. Soon, 4 pieces of wood were hoisted onto the truck. Seeing Qi Ming yawning, Xiao Long advised, Brother Qi, why not go back to sleep a bit? I can drive the truck over. Qi Ming checked the time. It was just past 5, and there were still over 4 hours until his appointment with Lin Xian, so he accepted the suggestion and patted Xiao Long on the shoulder. Thanks for your hard work. Chapter 134. The news about the top-grade golden silk Namu would spread quickly throughout the factory. Many workers, disregarding the presence of the boss, gathered around to take photos and see the excitement. They all congratulated Qi Ming, who couldn't refuse, and, after instructing them not to take pictures of his face, he let them be. However, the question returned to square one. What should they make? This question was thrown back to Masterly. The old man furrowed his brows, looking quite troubled, and said, with this amount of wood, it's not enough to make a complete set of furniture. So it depends on whether you want to use it yourself or invest. Nowadays, renovations emphasize a unified style. If you don't have a complete set, it always feels imperfect. Masterly, just tell me what can be made for personal use. What will be good for investment? Qi Ming picked up on the conversation and asked. Masterly took out a tape measure and measured carefully before saying that for personal use, one could make a complete set of tables and chairs, add a rack, or a cabinet with a table. If it were for investment, the phoenix tail pattern would be best made into a screen, or simply imitate a dragon chair. As many wealthy merchants from Hong Kong, Taiwan, and Southeast Asia are particularly fond of this. While speaking, Masterly directly took out his phone and showed Qi Ming a picture of the dragon chair in the Hall of Supreme Harmony. This person, who only talks about coffins or dragon chairs, really doesn't say much. Chapter 135. Store's treasure? As Qi Ming walked over, he shook his head and laughed. People in business are always so loose-lipped, they really say anything. Lin Xian also shot a glance at him and teased, "Store's treasure. Would you really throw in a corner? Exposed to the wind, sun, and rain? Don't be fooled by how a big tree can withstand all kinds of harsh weather when it's in the ground. Once cut down and turned into wood, there are many things it should avoid during storage. Too much sun exposure can lead to cracking due to moisture loss, and in a damp environment, it can easily mold and rot. It must be kept in a dry and ventilated place." This wasn't Lin Xian's first time here. He had never seen this big fellow before. Moreover, he knew that the precious wood was stored in the warehouse by Boss Hong. The warehouse had air conditioning, dehumidifiers, and desiccants, and every now and then, they had to flip the wood more carefully than many devoted children looking after their paralyzed elderly parents. Boss Hong scratched his head a bit awkwardly. He had let that slip, and since Qi Ming was a new face, he just blurted it out without thinking. Although Qi Ming and Lin Xian wouldn't believe this, he still asserted, "Xian, I'm really not lying to you. It used to be stored in the old warehouse. But recently a batch of good materials arrived, so I cleared some space first. After all, this sinker wood is much sturdier than other woods. So leaving it for a few days, isn't a problem." Chapter 136. Are you crazy? Lin Xian looked at Qi Ming in surprise. Qi Ming rolled his eyes at him and said, "Aren't you the one who brought me here to bet on wood?" After saying that, he ignored Lin Xian's hesitant expression and asked Boss Hong again, "So what's the price? If it's reasonable, I'll take it." Boss Hong looked at the big guy in the corner and then at Qi Ming, unable to believe it as he confirmed, "You're not joking? You really want it?" Qi Ming pointed at a few claw marks on the tree stump and shrugged. "With it being scratched up like this, I can't just not take it." "Oh?" Xiaozi turned around and looked at Qi Ming, as if asking if he was talking about it. When it noticed no one was paying attention, it swiped its claws at the tree stump again. Boss Hong watched the little Z sharpening its claws and wasn't in a hurry to chase it away this time. In fact, compared to this enormous piece of wood, those claw marks were negligible. Moreover, the surface of the sinker wood was already carbonized, so scratching it wouldn't affect its value. Qi Ming's opening offer was the first inquiry in 2 years, and after thinking carefully for a long time, Boss Hong finally quoted a price of 12.6 million. Lin Xian frowned and bluntly retorted, "That's not fair. You bought it for 8 million, and now you dare to raise it this much. It's clear you're not serious about selling. Qi Ming, let's south go to another place." Chapter 137. In Lin Xian's earlier phone call, there was one point Qi Ming agreed with. There's too much knowledge within Wangwali Wood. He wasn't interested or had the time to learn relevant knowledge now. So, to pick the most valuable from this pile of wood, he could only resort to underhanded tactics. Before activating his powers, Qi Ming silently mourned for Boss Hong for a moment. Just accept his counteroffer honestly. No need to insist on buy one get one free. Otherwise, I have to teach him a lesson. I made my choice. Qi Ming locked onto his target with his ability and verified it. In less than 5 minutes, he was carrying a wood stump the size of a bucket. Lin Xian put down what he was holding and walked over. After looking around, he frowned and said, "This is a root material. Root materials generally have good oiliness and beautiful patterns, but the yield is very low. Moreover, most root materials on the market are dug out from trees left in the ground, which may have been buried for years or even decades, leading to a high probability of hollowing out or even rotting. I think you should consider switching." "Not switching. I've picked for so long. This is the biggest." Qi Ming smiled and refused. Then he had Xiao Long carry the root material to Boss Hong and started negotiating. Chapter 138. Gulp. Boss Hong swallowed hard. He hoped Qi Ming could raise the price to attract some flow for himself. But this much of an increase was a bit excessive. This was just the first bid, and someone had already called it up to 32 million. As long as Qi Ming flipped it, he would have 20 million in profit. Regret. He was regretting deeply now. If only he had been a bit bolder and made another cut at this spot, then there would be no business for Qi Ming. This really confirmed what the old man said about him. He lacked a bit of greed and boldness in everything. Although inside, Boss Hong wished he could tear up the contract along with Qi Ming, on the surface, he still had to grit his teeth and congratulate him. Then ask about Qi Ming's next plans. "Boss Qi, do you still want to flip it? If not, I'll buy it back for 36 million. How about that?" "Not good," Qi Ming replied irritably, but he also hadn't decided whether to flip it or not. If he did, he could slice out at least 50 boards, each one 5 centimeters thick and 8.2 m long. This should be enough to create the most luxurious set of small leaf rosewood furniture. Such large material, even the emperors of the Ming and Qing dynasties had never enjoyed. Chapter 139. Facing the crowd that was completely boiling over, Qi Ming raised the loudspeaker and shouted, "Everyone, whether it's the Wang Wali in my hands or this piece of small leaf rosewood on the ground, they're not for sale as a package. We've already wasted a lot of time, so let's start with this piece of small leaf rosewood on the ground. If anyone is interested, please make a bid." The crowd fell silent, and almost everyone secretly gave Qi Ming the middle finger, cursing him as a little fox. Cursing aside, the prices shouted didn't hold back at all, and this time it wasn't as muddled as before. After just a few rounds of bidding, the price was called up to 3 million. Qi Ming was also quite satisfied with this price, as there was a hollow in the middle, and the oiliness and wood grain were average. The only remaining advantage was its thickness. After scanning the crowd and seeing no one continue to bid, just as Qi Ming was about to announce the deal, someone squeezed through the crowd, giving him a pleasant surprise. 6 million. The speaker was a young man dressed in leather and sunglasses, resembling Nicholas Tse. Accompanied by two people clearing the way, he stood with his hands in his pockets, chin slightly raised, looking quite cool. "Kid, what the hell are you stirring up?" Chapter 140. Young Master Huang, I sincerely apologize. MS. Chen has offered a condition I can't refuse. Qi Ming extended his hand apologetically towards young Master Huang. Huang gave Qi Ming a bitter smile, unable to blame anyone. This wealthy woman did not treat him as an elder and used her influence to pressure him. Without spending money, just a few words captured Qi Ming's weakness, and he managed to deal with the seller. There's simply no way to compete. Huang Ji understood that this trip was in vain. Just as he was about to take his leave, he was called back by Ms. Chun. "You must be the youngest of the Huang family, right? Hey, Aunt Chun, it's rare for you to remember me." Huang Ji was a bit flattered. In front of her, even his father felt like a junior and had to be humble. MS. Chun smiled and nodded, looking kind but exuding a certain pressure that had nothing to do with the so-called kingly aura. It was simply a calm and confident demeanor cultivated from being in a high position for a long time. This aura, combined with her status, would unconsciously make those around her feel inferior. "Little Huang, this small piece has been bought by you. Although its quality is not as good as the larger piece, they are of the same origin and have more significance together. I wonder if you would be willing to part with it." Chapter 141. President Chun, you're joking. "I'm just interested in lotus flowers." Qi Ming scratched his head in embarrassment, quickly coming up with an excuse to save face and ease the awkwardness. Ms. Chun, sitting across from him, sighed seriously, saying that liking lotus flowers is a good thing. After all, they're the gentlemen of flowers. In today, as complex and restless society, young people should learn from the lotus, uphold themselves, and not forget their original intentions. Haha, I've learned a lot. Qi Ming and Lin Xian both put on a humble appearance, but internally they were quite dismissive. Ever since they learned about her rise to wealth on the road, Qi Ming found her preaching not only unconvincing, but also quite ridiculous. Relying on flipping antiques to get rich, her original intention surely wasn't for the country or the people. To avoid giving her the opportunity to continue lecturing, Qi Ming quickly spoke up to expedite the transaction. "President Chun, I think you're absolutely right. I've been wanting a piece of artwork themed around lotus flowers. I wonder if you have any here?" He asked this to hasten the transaction. Unexpectedly, Ms. Chen actually showed a look of recollection, but after a moment, she shook her head and self-deprecatingly said she couldn't remember due to her old age. Chapter 142. So, why must you choose this lotus breeze of prosperity? As soon as the car left the Chun family villa, Qi Ming asked the question that had been on his mind. Lin Xian, sitting in the back seat, was carefully admiring one of the lotus paintings and, upon hearing his question, countered, "Don't you find that name familiar? Stop keeping me in suspense. If I had a clue, I wouldn't be asking you." Thanks to the fortune-telling techniques and Master Tang's teachings during this time, Qi Ming's understanding of porcelain was even superior to Lin Xian's. However, he had limited knowledge about paintings and calligraphy. Moreover, unlike porcelain, which is a product of an era, each dynasty has its own style and patterns that can be easily recognized with an understanding of the historical background. Paintings and calligraphy reflect individual styles, with each artist having their own habits. Appreciation and authentication of paintings and calligraphy require long-term accumulation and cannot be mastered quickly, making it far more difficult than porcelain authentication. So at this moment, he could only seek advice from Lin Xian. This time, Lin Xian didn't beat around the bush and said, Lotus breeze of prosperity. On the contrary, is prosperity of lotus breeze. If you had paid attention to the materials I previously gave you, you would have some impression of it. Chapter 143 Little Z. As she approached the 8 Immortals table, Xiaomi immediately spotted Xiao Zi napping on a stool. However, being sensible, she didn't rush over, but instead looked at Ming for permission. Ming smiled and ruffled her hair, gently saying, "Go ahead. Uncle needs to discuss something with Grandma, so you can take Xiao Zi to play for a while, okay?" "Thank you, Uncle." The little girl excitedly replied and immediately ran over to pick up Xiao Zi and went to play aside. Ming helped the elderly lady sit at the table. And once the little girl had walked a bit farther away, he looked troubled and said to the elder, "Auntie, your son signed a contract when selling the items. There is no clause for redemption in the contract, and the amount of money you have isn't enough." When the elder opened the handkerchief earlier, he saw that the thickness was at most 3 to 4,000. Yesterday, the statue was bought by Lin Xian for 6,000. Even if Lin Xian was willing to refund the original price, it still wouldn't be enough. Hearing this, a look of despair appeared on the elder's face as she wiped her eyes and trembled, saying, "That rascal said he only sold it for 2,000. He lied to me. He deceived me. How could I have given birth to such a scoundrel? Young man, tell me, how much did he really sell it for? Please give me a few more days. I will definitely gather the money for you." Chapter 144. This main room should be the living room of this family. In the northeast corner of the room, there was an incense altar against the wall. On the inside of the altar were several portraits of the elderly, with offerings and incense burners placed in front of the portraits. In the center of the living room was an 8 Immortals table. After the elderly lady invited Ming and Xiao Long to sit at the table to rest, she took out a key and opened the left door, walking inside. In a moment, a rustling sound came from within. The walls were mottled, the furnishings were old, and the only electrical appliances in the entire room were the incandescent light above and the 2 electric candles on the incense altar. Ming also came from a rural background, but over a decade ago, the able-bodied laborers in the village began to work outside, and within a few years, every household built 2-story houses. He found it hard to imagine that there were still such dilapidated rural homes in the suburbs of the capital. After about 3 to 5 minutes, the elderly lady came out, holding 2 thick bundles of newspapers, which she placed on the table. Then she sat down, supporting herself on the edge of the table, and said expectantly, "These are the last 2 items. One looks the most beautiful, and the other looks the oldest, and neither has any scratches or damage, so I kept them hidden. You can take a look and see how much they're worth." Chapter 145. In the car on the way home, Ming sat in the back seat, squinting and resting, still fiddling with the jade song he had just bought. Today had been quite a hassle, running to the market, buying wood, selling wood, and then rushing to the suburbs before closing time, almost traversing half of Beijing. Not to mention him, even Xiao Zi was tired and snoring in the back seat. "Brother Qi." Ming looked at Xiao Long, who was driving, unsure of what he wanted to say. "The 2 items from the old lady's house, their value shouldn't be high, right?" Ming smiled slightly and teased, "What is this? You're starting to look at antiques now?" Xiao Long self-deprecatingly laughed. "Hey, I can't look at antiques, but I can read people. Every time you see something good, although your face doesn't change much, your right index finger and thumb will subconsciously rub together." "Oh, I actually have this little habit." Ming hadn't noticed it before, but now that it was pointed out, he would have to pay attention to it in the future and try to change it. People in the antique business have keen observation skills. If this spread in the circle someday, it would be impossible to pick up bargains in front of experts in the future. Weren't you a scout before? Why are you acting like a sniper? Your eyesight is so good. Why not learn identification from me? Although I'm just a beginner myself, I can definitely teach you enough. Chapter 146. Every shop has its own rules. The Bogu Zhai naturally has its own, such as the authentication process. The highest level appraiser is the store manager, Yang Xiaoming. Next is Master Tang, followed by Master Li Heian, who specializes in paintings and miscellaneous items, and finally Lin Xian. Master Li has a relatively aloof personality and usually stays in his office when there's nothing to do, so Ming doesn't interact with him much. When items are delivered to the shop, Lin Xian usually takes the first look, and now Ming has joined him. However, Lin Xian has a limited budget of 200,000 yuan. This means that he can decide whether to accept or reject items worth less than 200,000 yuan on his own. For items exceeding 200,000 yuan, they must be sent to Master Tang or Master Li. They have a spending limit of 5 million yuan, and if the amount exceeds this, Yang Xiaoming must be notified to make the final decision. The items brought by this Japanese man can be sent directly to Yang Xiaoming, indicating that they appear to be quite valuable, regardless of their authenticity. Moreover, the involvement of everyone suggests that the authentication's difficulty is not small. Ming went up to the second floor, and through the glass of the conference room, he could see 3 people sitting on each side of a long conference table. Since there were outsiders present, he did not push the door open, but gently knocked. After being told to enter, he opened the door and walked in. Chapter 147. Ming's interruption came at a timely moment. Yang Xiaoming took the opportunity to say, "Mr. Namura, please wait here for a moment. We need to step out and discuss something before giving you a response." Namura maintained his polite and humble demeanor and smiled as he replied, "Please, take your time." After he spoke, Yang Xiaoming led a few people out of the conference room. Back in the office, Yang Xiaoming did not immediately ask Ming what he wanted to say. Instead, he turned on his computer, and after a series of clicks, the LCD screen on the office wall displayed the scene from the conference room. On the screen, Namura was chatting and smiling with Ming-san. Ming then realized that his master had actually set up such a precaution. Indeed, this transaction was like a battle. If the opponent was not in sight, it would theoretically lower their guard, and they might inadvertently reveal something. But they were speaking Japanese. Who among them understood? Surprisingly, someone did. After listening for about 3 minutes, Lin Xian shook his head and said they were discussing the afternoon's arrangements and did not mention anything related to Qilin. Yang Xiaoming furrowed his brows and instructed Lin Xian, "Keep listening. If there is anything unusual, let me know." Chapter 148. Once Yang Xiaoming confirmed the decision to abandon the purchase, Ming breathed a sigh of relief. At least this pitfall was avoided by their own people. However, he then thought about it. While Bogajai had escaped, what about others? Although Yang Xiaoming and Master Tang were not absolute authorities on Qilin authentication, they had seen enough genuine items, and their related knowledge was not insignificant. How many people could avoid this major pitfall with items that they found difficult to authenticate? In the past 2 years, the return of cultural relics had been booming, with items being delivered right to their doorsteps, especially from a Japanese person, which could easily lead to a 10 discount on rationality. Even if some people had doubts, they might still make a purchase. Unless something unexpected happened, it seemed that these few Japanese individuals were guaranteed to profit from this deal. Moreover, Ming thought of something. The copper-based Qilin incense burner with the entwined lotus pattern had a genuine lid, but what about the body? It couldn't be fabricated out of thin air. The other party must have had a reference. Was it possible that the body was also in the hands of this Japanese man? Perhaps he had taken a genuine item apart, creating one genuine lid paired with a fake body, and the other might be a fake lid with a genuine body. Chapter 149. Since he had promised this little ancestor, Ming didn't dawdle and said goodbye to Lin Xian before exiting the Bogajai. However, this time he didn't wander around Panjiayuan because after such a long time, he had basically made a name for himself in that area. The stall owners recognized him quite well. It had happened several times that any item he showed interest in was deemed valuable by those people, resulting in either price hikes or them simply refusing to sell to him, fearing they would miss out on a treasure. In Panjiayuan, it was difficult for Ming to even engage in normal transactions, let alone bargain. Therefore, he chose to go to Lilikang this time to try his luck. Lilikang is also a famous antique market in the capital. Unlike Panjiayuan, which is a vast old goods wholesale market and jewelry wholesale market, Lilikang focuses on paintings and calligraphy, housing many century-old shops like Huayin Shanfang, Rugazhai, and Guizhai. The situation arose largely due to a policy during the Shuanji Emperor's reign in the Qing dynasty, the separation of Manchus and Han. This policy was enacted in the early stages of successful invasions by minority groups, such as during the Yuan and Northern Wei dynasties, and was not exclusive to the Qing dynasty. When the Manchu nobility entered the capital, they seized the most prosperous areas, pushing Han officials and wealthy merchants to the western outskirts, which is now the Lilikang area. Chapter 150. Zhao Wanbi? Same name, same surname? Ming found it hard to believe and opened his fortune-telling technique to confirm the book's age, which was at least over 400 years old. This meant that the Zhao Wanbi who wrote the book was, at the very least, a person from the Wanli era of the Ming dynasty. However, the painter he had just wanted to buy the painting from, although also named Zhao Wanbi, lived until 1994 and reached the age of 90, clearly a modern person. Interesting. Very interesting. Ming became intrigued. As the saying goes, for domestic issues, consult Baidu. For foreign ones, consult Google. No matter what era this Zhao Wanbi lived in, he was at least a person from Huaxia. So Ming opened Baidu and entered the name. Soon, the page loaded, and the top result was the painter Zhao Wanbi. However, scrolling down a bit, the second Zhao Wanbi quickly appeared, and Baidu, Baiki, as note on him stated, a historical figure from the Ming dynasty. Ming dynasty. This matched the age of the book. Ming immediately clicked on the Baidu, Baiki link, but unfortunately, there were very few records of this person's life. It could be confirmed that he was not from the Wanli era, but rather from the time of Wanli's grandfather, during the Jiajing period. This individual accomplished only two significant things in his life. One was writing this book, Hai Hiying Gao, and the other was confronting the Jinui commander Liu Bing and the notorious treacherous minister Yan Song during the Jiajing period. Chapter 151. The history of seal paste can be traced back to the Warring States period when it was called Qilin and was made from clay. Because the medium for books during the Warring States period was bamboo slips, the seal paste from that time differs significantly from what modern people understand as seal paste. The red seal paste we recognize began to appear around the Sui and Tang dynasties. Among them, the Longquan seal paste from the Jingchong Seal Society in Changzhou, the Qinquan seal paste from the Qilin Seal Society in Hangzhou, and the Babao seal paste from the Lihua Studio in Zhangzhou are known as the three great treasures of Chinese seal paste. Regardless of the type or origin of the seal paste, the main material is cinnabar. During the Sui and Tang dynasties, seal paste was mainly made by mixing water with cinnabar, commonly referred to as water seal. The downside of water seal is that the color is pale and can easily blur and fade over time. By the Song dynasty, honey mixed with cinnabar appeared, known as honey seal. Using this honey seal, the patterns became clearer and more durable, and it also had a brightening effect. However, honey was a luxury item in ancient times, so honey seals were more popular among bureaucrats and nobles. Works by figures like Emperor Huizong of Song and Su Shi used honey seals. In contrast, the common people mostly used watermarks. By the Yuan dynasty, someone mixed oil with cinnabar and invented oil seals, which were promoted nationwide after the Yongle period of the Ming dynasty. The characters made with oil seals were clear and durable, and more importantly, they were inexpensive, making them affordable even for ordinary people. Chapter 152. How is it good stuff? Right? The man waiting at the side saw that Ming not only took the painting, but was also looking at it so seriously. Immediately feeling that there was hope this time, he grinned and leaned closer. Upon hearing this, Ming first snorted and then put on a dismissive expression, returning the painting to him with a tone full of disdain. What's so good or bad about something imitated from the late Qing and early Republic? Or do you think I'm foolish enough to believe I can find a genuine work by Dong Qichong on the street? The man, while putting the painting away, laughed and said, "How could that be? You can tell at a glance that you're an expert. If I wanted to trick you, I wouldn't choose this." As the saying goes, praise and criticism come from the buyer. Just now, after Ming finished looking at the Song painting, he didn't say much and turned to leave, indicating he had no intention of buying. This time, although Ming appeared dismissive, he pointed out the era of the painting. If it were completely meaningless, how could he say so much? The man had been in this business for many years and was clear about it. After putting the painting away, he smiled and said, "Although this painting is a bit new, the imitation is quite good. If you like it, just offer a price as if it's an imitation from the late Qing and early Republic. If it's reasonable, you can take it." Chapter 153. At the Qi family dinner table, apart from Ming and the troubled-looking Xiao Long, everyone was enjoying a harmonious atmosphere. Ai Mu was pulled by Qi's mother to sit between her and Qilin, looking like a shy young woman caught in a romantic situation upon suddenly meeting the parents. Qilin, on the other hand, wore a curious and gossiping expression. Qi's mother quickly stepped into the role of a prospective mother-in-law, constantly probing about Ai Mu's family situation. Qi's father, usually serious and not very talkative, had made an exception tonight by having a couple of extra drinks, obviously in good spirits. "Oh, you're all alone in the capital now?" Upon hearing Ai Mu say she was on her own, Qi's mother immediately felt sorry and said, "Then you should come over to Annie's place for dinner whenever you have time. You young people shooting tea always order takeout. That stuff isn't clean. It's just adding another pair of chopsticks. Don't be afraid of the trouble." Ai Mu, looking like a delicate young lady with a fair face slightly flushed, gently responded. Thank you, Auntie. Yi Mu obediently replied. Qilin, seeing her say this, teased, Yi Mu's sister. Don't call her Auntie. It sounds so distant. Why not just call her Mom? It's just a matter of time anyway. This made Yi Mu's face turn even redder, while Qi's mother looked expectantly, wishing Yi Mu would change her address on the spot. Chapter 154. Naturally, Yi Mu did not come to the capital alone. Her father, Halleck, arranged for 2 women to take care of her daily needs and had a team of bodyguards hidden in the shadows to protect her safety. Since the Tianshan attack incident, Halleck had strengthened the security around Yi Mu, truly achieving a loose exterior but tight interior. As soon as Yi Mu opened the door, the maid who came with her to the capital smiled and greeted, Miss, you're back. The maid was surprised to find that Yi Mu merely responded with and rushed upstairs without looking back, followed by a loud slam of a door from upstairs. The maid looked at an older woman in charge of housekeeping, confused. This woman, named Saadati, a Uyghur woman who had taken care of Yi Mu since she was young, immediately understood that she must have suffered some grievances outside. Yi Mu had always been strong-willed. During such times, no advice would help, but letting her vent would make her feel better soon. As Saadati walked towards the kitchen, she said to the maid, Just leave the young lady to me. You should go and rest early. In the room, Yi Mu, with tearful eyes, was pounding a teddy bear on the bed with her small fists, muttering with resentment, I'll smash you. I'll smash you. Chapter 155. Yang Qiaoming's words carried a lot of information. Ming thought that the Han 8 knives should refer to the craft, while Jade Cicada was easy to understand, referring to the shape of the item. But what was Tuatayu? He had looked at a lot of jewelry-related materials before to study treasures. In the introduction, Tuatir was purposely placed at the end, indicating its importance was above the first 2, yet he had no impression of it at all. He didn't rush to ask, but watched the master place the jade cicada back in front of him, pointing to the cicada's body and explaining. The Han 8 knives is the oldest jade carving technique and is also the representative technique of northern-style jade carving. It's called Han 8 knives not because there are only 8 knives. 8 is a virtual number, indicating that just a few strokes can inject full vitality into the work. This technique's knife work is rough and refined, especially fitting the grand and natural artistic style of Han Dynasty jade. Take this jade cicada, for example. With just a few strokes, it depicts a flat belly, long wings, and no wing patterns, with a small head and bulging eyes on either side. The standard image of a Han jade cicada. Ming, pay close attention. This jade cicada is indeed a standard Han jade cicada image. Nowadays, when people mention jade cicadas, everyone jumps in with mouth holding cicada, which is actually incorrect. Chapter 156. Miss, why do you say it's fake? Do you have any reason, or are you in the industry? Yang Qiaoming looked at Yi Mu with curiosity. Just now, Ming had introduced her as someone from Xinjiang named Yi Mu, but hadn't mentioned her profession, which is why he asked. Yi Mu shook her head. I'm not in your industry, but this jade is definitely not Tuatir. Master Tang and Yang Qiaoming exchanged glances, both smiling bitterly and shaking their heads slightly. They both felt that they had been confused. They had actually taken a little girl's words seriously for a moment and were considering her opinion. Seeing their expressions, Yi Mu knew they not only didn't believe her, but also looked down on her a bit. She immediately snorted in dissatisfaction. Lin Xian, however, knew Yi Mu's background. Yi Mu was indeed not from the antique circle, but she was from the jade circle. With her background, if she said it wasn't it couldn't be just a casual statement. She must know something. As the future successor of the Boguzai, Lin Xian didn't want his family's store to lose tens of millions like this. But he had no connection with the Jade Princess, and asking for help could be rejected. So Lin Xian looked at Ming, indicating that he should help persuade her. Chapter 157. Yang Qiaoming flipped the painting again, this time not focusing on the image, but on the mounting of the painting. Old Tang, this painting is from the late Qin. But how old do you think this mounting is? To know when the painting was stored, the most direct way was to judge the time of the mounting, which is why he asked. Master Tang, upon hearing this, looked at the scroll and then leaned in to sniff it. Running his fingers over a corner of the Xian paper before speaking, the end of the scroll is made of camphor wood. It looks at least 80 years old. The mounting technique is also the most basic mirror image, and the backing paper is from that era as well, so this painting was likely created around 1940. during the anti-Japanese war. What do you think? Are you confident in acquiring it? Should we call for outside help? Yang Qiaoming asked again. Master Tang was originally an apprentice, and at that time, apprentices were free labor, needing to learn everything, so he is skilled in mounting as well. After pondering for a moment, Master Tang said it's hard to say. We must first cut open the outer decorative satin to reveal the painting and backing paper to make a judgment. If it's completely stuck to the backing paper, it will be difficult to handle. Xiaoqi, do you mind if I give it a try? Qiming nodded and replied, of course. I brought it to you for help. Master Tang, just go ahead and do it boldly. If it gets ruined, I'll take the blame. Chapter 158. You brat. Your greed is quite something. Yang Qiaoming teased Qiming with a smile. After the teasing, he seriously considered the possibility of exchanging items. To be honest, this definitely seems feasible. Aomura would absolutely agree to this transaction. The value of Xuanzhou's painting to the Japanese is certainly higher than a piece of cloisonné. But for Qiming to want to exchange for more would be a bit difficult. And he also has to guard against the possibility of the other party using a counterfeit. Xiaoqi, to be honest, selling the painting directly to Aomura should be the simplest and safest option. However, if you want to exchange, that is also within the realm of possibility, letting the cultural relics return home. But this matter shouldn't be rushed. If we really want to exchange, it's best to arrange a meeting with Bagugwen to discuss it, and we can help you keep an eye on things. Thank you, Master. Qiming sincerely expressed his gratitude. The item belongs to him, and even if it's exchanged, the Master wouldn't gain any benefit. His willingness to help for free is a form of care from an elder to a younger one. After giving some instructions to his young apprentice, Yang Qiaoming picked up the box containing the jade cicada from the table and stood up. Since this item isn't jade from the same origin, it definitely can't be kept. I'll deliver it now to avoid any lengthy delays. If anything comes up at the shop, just call me. Chapter 159, Boss Lin. Take a look for yourself. I guarantee it's the same item. There is absolutely no trickery involved. Boss Chio's large hand grabbed the rim of the jar, lifting the entire jar effortlessly before gently placing it in the middle of the table. The spot originally had a crystal ashtray, which he nudged aside with his elbow to make room for the jar. We've been doing business for so long. I still trust your character, Boss Lin. Lin Xian complimented him with a polite remark. After Boss Chio placed the jar down and released it, Lin Xian grasped the rim with one hand and supported the bottom with the other, examining it closely. There are sayings that Ming porcelain is classified as Changhua and Qing porcelain as Yongzheng. This clearly shows the exquisite quality of Changhua porcelain. Although this jar isn't the world-famous Changhua Doucai, is still a fine piece among Changhua blue and white porcelain. The large jar has a diameter of over 30 centimeters, conforming to the characteristics of Changhua porcelain with its rounded and plump shape, and its glaze is white and delicate. The body features a child's play scene, with several children depicted vividly and lively, showcasing intricate craftsmanship. The so-called child's play scene is one of the oldest figure paintings in Chinese culture, most popular and flourishing during the Song dynasty. Chapter 160. Qiming looked up and gave Lin Xian a calming glance, then spoke to Boss Chio with a steady gaze. If we leave, who knows? We might have to make Boss Chio run to Bagugwen again. Since we're already here, let us not waste everyone's time. Right, Boss Chio? The first half of the sentence was directed at Lin Xian, while the latter half was a somewhat impolite rhetorical question aimed at Boss Chio. For a moment, Lin Xian felt as confused as a monk who couldn't grasp the situation, not quite understanding, but he still sat back down. Boss Chio took another puff of his cigarette, flicked the ash, and looked bewildered, showing he didn't understand what Qiming was saying either. Little brother, what do you mean? I'm not into antiques, but I understand the rules. This jar you bought for 888,000, even if you sell it for 8 million later. That's your skill, and I guarantee I won't come back for more. Qiming smiled, his expression carrying a hint of mockery towards Boss Chio, saying let us not beat around the bush. The fact that you understand about not coming back for more means you're half a foot already in this circle. Since you're in the circle, you should know that one fish for two eats will earn you a bad reputation and will be criticized behind your back by others in the field. Chapter 161. When Qiming reached the door, Lin Xian had just hung up the phone. He didn't know what Yang Qiaoming said on the other end, but he looked quite frustrated, as if he had eaten a fly. Did the master say anything? Qiming inquired. Lin Xian spat and replied, my dad told me to make my own decision. Whether to take it or not is fine. But I know he still hopes I take it. After all, If this matter gets out, it would be bad for Bagugwen's reputation. Qiming thought for a moment, and indeed, it was true. If Bagugwen can't acquire it, but chooses not to, peers would laugh at your poor judgment, saying you didn't buy a complete set. If it reaches customers' ears, they might even label you as a scammer for buying the most valuable jar and leaving behind the lid. Isn't that just cheating? They don't care what the owner was planning at the time, or whether it was one fish for two eats. It's truly insidious and cunning. Boss Joe is also a businessman and must have seen through all this. All right, let us go. His asking price is not something he'll get. Let us discuss the price. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. He has haggled the price for a month. Now it's my turn to haggle with him. Lin Xian sighed and walked inside. When Qiming followed, he still said it's fine if we take it. But this is just a mountain climbing item, so don't give too high a price. Chapter 162. The waitress left for just a few minutes, and soon she returned with a man dressed in a white chef's uniform, pushing a cart into the private room, in front of Qiming and Lin Xian. The waitress pulled back the blue velvet covering the cart. Under the velvet was a large fish tank, which had a simple landscape inside, with aquatic plants and stones, and a few colorful tropical fish swimming leisurely. Of course, the main characters inside were the ingredients Qiming had just ordered. The geoduck and conch were settled at the bottom of the tank, bubbling away. Meanwhile, the large blue lobster and a few slightly smaller Australian lobsters were waving their large claws, slowly crawling against the tank wall, seemingly searching for an exit. This restaurant specializes in freshness, and just looking at these fresh ingredients is quite appetizing. Little Z's purple eyes were fixed on the lobsters in the tank. Her pink tongue poking out a little, and a long string of transparent saliva was embarrassingly drooping from her mouth. Qiming quickly took a napkin to wipe it, pulling her ear and softly scolding, "Hold it in. Have some self-respect. Don't forget your identity." The little one let out a soft whine, the fur on her throat wriggling. The saliva was held back, but her eyes were still fixated on the lobsters without any intention of moving. Chapter 163. Let go. Let go quickly. If you don't let go, I'll call the police. The female server soon led a few people from the store. The man in a suit at the front saw his employee being pinned down by two men and immediately shouted to stop it. The chef, seeing his people had arrived, stopped cursing and was crying out for Manager Lee, "Help me. This person wants to search me for no reason, and when I refused, he hit me." Manager Lee's expression darkened as he reiterated, "Both of you, please stop immediately. Otherwise, I will call the police." The two people beside him were also eyeing them closely, as if they would rush in at any moment if Qiming didn't let go. Qiming had no intention of releasing his grip and calmly replied, "No need for you to call the police. We already have." When Lin Xian blocked the door earlier, he had already called the police as instructed by Qiming. It was mealtime now, and if a bunch of police officers rushed in, it would definitely affect the business of the shop. Moreover, the other party dared to call the police first, indicating that there was definitely something going on that he didn't know about. Manager Lee's tone softened as he pointed at the chef on the ground and said, "There must be some misunderstanding here. Let us sit down and talk it out. There is no need for this. Just let him go. I guarantee he won't run away." Chapter 164. Did you pick up a bargain too? Qiming didn't believe it. Such bargains were not so easy to find. "Oomph. What do you mean by that look?" AI Mu frowned, her brows raised, showing an expression of anger as if to say, "Do you look down on me? That is not what I meant. Let me see what you have." This young lady had recently received support from her family, and until she clarified things with them, he could only avoid her. As for how to explain, he had thought it through. Facts speak louder than words. He just needed to find an opportunity for Tong Xinqing to come over. Ugly daughters-in-law must meet their in-laws. And Tong Xinqing was a goddess with top-tier background, appearance, and profession, definitely presentable, and misunderstandings would be resolved then. AI Mu was unaware of Qiming's calculations as she led him to the 8 Immortals table in the shop. She opened the box on the table and took out a dark plaque. To cater to his preferences, AI Mu had done her homework, starting from Qiming's interests to create a common topic. As for the plaque, she had just bought it from a street vendor for 2,000, and whether it was real or not didn't matter. Her family wasn't short on money anyway. Chapter 165. Is this Wang Ji's official seal? Qiming instinctively used his divination technique to confirm once more. Indeed, it was from the Changhua period. Seeing Qiming lost in thought, AI Mu couldn't help but ask, "Is this Wang Ji very famous?" In the 276 years of the Ming dynasty, There were 4 eunuchs who reached the pinnacle of power. Ming returned the waist plaque to her and explained Wang Ji during the reign of Emperor Xianzong, Wang Zhun during the reign of Emperor Yingzong, Lu Jin during the reign of Emperor Wuzong, and Wei Zhongxian during the reign of Emperor Shizong are known as the 4 powerful eunuchs of the Ming dynasty. The term powerful eunuchs sounds like they were not good people. Ai Mu looked at the name on the plaque with some disdain. However, Ming shook his head and said, the other 3 were indeed notorious villains whose actions indirectly altered the fate of the Ming dynasty. But Wang Ji is different. I think he was a good person. When he entered the palace, he was appointed as the head of the Imperial Horse Department because he served Consort Wan, thus gaining power at a young age. Around the 13th year of Qinghua, rumors of a fox spirit haunting the city spread, and he was ordered to investigate, seizing the opportunity to encourage Emperor Qinghua to establish the Western Depot. After the establishment of the Western Depot, it cracked down on illegal salt and investigated corrupt officials, which led to resistance from the official circles. However, Emperor Qinghua withstood the pressure from the cabinet and the 9 ministers and did not disband it. From then on, Wang Ji's power peaked. By age calculation, he should have been around 15 or 16 at that time. Chapter 166. Shao Qi. You're not trying to sweet-talk the teacher's wife, are you? Lin Zhun's words were not a genuine suspicion that Ming was fabricating a story to deceive her, but simply hard to believe. The probability of finding a beautiful pearl in a conch is 1 in 50,000, and these 2 boys encountered 2 at once, both of such high quality. This was simply harder than winning the lottery. Yang Ku, who was responsible for jewelry procurement, also found it hard to believe. He knew that high-quality, beautiful pearls were mainly held by European nobles. How rare was that? His silly younger brother actually got to eat some meal? Ai Mu also felt a bit frustrated, having missed out on such an interesting event. She wished she had gone along at noon. Ming, not as concerned as the 2 of them, smiled and said, teacher's wife, this is not sweet-talking you. I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, you can ask Lin Xian. All right, then what do you plan to make with it? At this moment, Lin Zhun had recovered from her shock, and, while asking this question, her gaze unintentionally glanced at Ai Mu with a playful smile. Seeing Lin Zhun's smile, Ming felt a headache coming on. The other party probably misunderstood that he had come specifically to customize something for Ai Mu. He quickly picked up Shao Zi and said, Chapter 167, Suit Tie. White shirt. Ming got up early, rare to be dressed in formal attire, his hair meticulously styled. There was no choice, as today was the opening day of the China U.S. Cultural Relics Exchange Exhibition. In such an official setting, he naturally couldn't be too casual. Since morning, Shao Zi had been squatting in front of him, complaining loudly for a long time. Ming knew the reason, but he was equally helpless, because today was not a public exhibition, but more like a preview, with attendees being leaders from both countries at various levels, as well as big names from the collection and art circles. If he brought Shao Zi along, what if the little guy caused a scene? Ming squatted down and gently scratched its shin, a trick that usually worked well, but this time, as soon as he reached out, Shao Zi turned its head away, indicating that if he didn't take it along, it wouldn't let him touch it. Shao Zi, be good. Wait until the public exhibition, and I'll take you then, okay? The cat shook its head vigorously. The meaning was clear. Its front paws were also hooked onto Ming's suit pocket, causing a few threads to be pulled from the nice blue custom suit. The little guy meant that it would just hide in the pocket. Chapter 168. Facing Ai Mu's question, Ming smiled wryly and shook his head, thinking for a moment before saying, your question can be considered as the return of cultural relics. This painting of portraits of emperors through the ages has a clear lineage. Regardless of what means the Americans used initially, they did buy it with real money, and its origins are clear. So how can it be said that it should be returned just because we want it back? Ai Mu puffed her cheeks in dissatisfaction and said, what about the things they stole? Indeed, very few items in foreign museums have been acquired through legitimate channels. Most of the Chinese artifacts have dubious origins. But even knowing this, they still can't be reclaimed. How do you prove that it was stolen? Ming replied helplessly. Ai Mu was momentarily speechless. Ming continued, if you want to pursue the return of cultural relics, you must go through the international court. But the leaders of the international court are the U.S., U.K., France, and Germany. They themselves are the biggest recipients of stolen goods. How could they support our claims? The ownership of those Chinese artifacts from before World War II has already shifted. Wanting to reclaim them is virtually impossible. As for the artifacts lost after World War II, to get them back, you must first prove that they were smuggled out of the country through illegal means. Chapter 16908 Shit. John was a bit flustered at the moment. The hems of his pants, the bottom of his shirt, and his sleeves all had threads pulled out by small purple claws. The small ball that was originally on his wrist was also wet with saliva. He disdainfully took the ball off, pinching one end of the bracelet with his thumb and index finger, holding it up in the air. He glared angrily at the culprit in Ming's hand. Sir, I can compensate you with the original price for your clothes and this piece of jewelry. Additionally, if you have other requests, I can also try my best to meet them. Ming reiterated seriously, tried to appear humble in both attitude and tone. There was no way around it. Those present today were not ordinary people, and he had no justification, so he could only admit defeat. I don't care about your compensation. Either you hand over the cat for me to deal with, or... John's gaze turned to AI Mu, and the anger on his face surprisingly disappeared, revealing a self-satisfied smile. Or let this lady have dinner with me tonight. Shoo! Wow, what a beautiful encounter. John, you got lucky. John's companions started to cheer after he made this request. Meanwhile, Ming frowned at the commotion, while AI Mu's brows furrowed even more due to the frivolous tone of the other party. Chapter 170. The few Americans didn't expect Ming to call out to them, especially John, who looked very alert. Ming pointed to the spherical pendant in Jian's hand and said matter-of-factly, I've already given you the money. So according to normal trading rules, shouldn't that thing also belong to me? Oh, is that it? John grabbed the spherical pendant from Jian's hand and threw it towards Ming. Ming reached out to catch it, raised it, and then turned with AI Mu and Lin Xian towards the direction of the Chinese pavilion. They got off easy. I'm mater d'angridi. However, Lin Xian was examining the small ball in Ming's hand and smiled. Who really got the advantage is still uncertain. Right, the illegitimate son of the god of wealth. What? You figured it out? Ming shook the ball at Lin Xian, and the little purple cat that had returned to his pocket extended two paws, trying to grab it, but unfortunately, it was a bit too far away. Lin Xian took the small ball from Ming's hand, looked at it carefully, and then said, This should be a fragrance ball. Let me see too, AI Mu said, reaching out for it. It was just a small brass ball with a diameter of 2 centimeters, intricately carved with a dragon and phoenix design, with the dragon on top and the phoenix below. At the top of the ball was a long chain. Chapter 171. Mr. Qi, can I take another look at the tag on your pet? Jian opened up and said. In fact, after witnessing that Ming would rather compensate 20,000 than hand over the penny, he knew that the other party must understand the value of that coin. Reflecting on his previous remarks, he felt a bit like a clown. Ming had also guessed the other party's intention as soon as they approached uninvited, so he was not surprised by this request. When he first obtained the coin, Lin Xian had mentioned that to sell it for a high price, it needed to be sent to Europe and America. The nationality of the person in front of him matched up, and with the Li Shuimian family status in the American collecting community, they were indeed a good trading partner. Little Purple, Ming called softly. The little one, originally lying on his lap waiting for Ming to feed it, immediately stood up by grabbing the edge of the table upon hearing the call, its head just peeking above the tabletop. Ming reached out to the little one's neck, unfastened the plastic box containing the coin, and pushed it onto the table, making a light sound as it hit the surface. Jian quickly reached out to catch it and then examined it closely. After a full 5 minutes, he finally sighed and set it down. Chapter 172. Lin Xian's suggestion made Ming feel it was quite reasonable. Although he had the business cards of those 2 Japanese guys and could contact them privately, being able to talk face-to-face now was clearly more effective. So after simply eating something, he led AI Mu and Lin Xian to find Yotsuan. At that time, this little Japanese guy was chatting with a middle-aged Chinese person in half-formed Chinese, and judging by their expressions, they seemed to be having a good time. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the person, Yotsuan walked over, holding up a glass. Mr. Qi, I'm very glad to see you here. He extended the cup forward, making a clinking gesture. Ming and the others also made a gesture of clinking before taking a small sip, as a polite response. I wonder if Mr. Qi specifically came to see me for some advice? Ming put down his glass and humbly said, There's no advice to offer. I just wanted to ask Mr. Yotsuan. Has your cloisonne incense burner with the entwined lotus pattern been sold? Quite a few people have inquired about it. Why? Is Mr. Qi interested in it again? Yotsuan's tone was calm, but inside he was puzzled, not understanding what Ming meant by bringing this up now. Chapter 173. The earliest coloring agent for yellow glazed porcelain was iron. In nature, iron is not a rare metal. So there were yellow glazed decorations on the bronze wares of the Shang dynasty. By the Ming and Qing dynasties, the production of yellow glazed porcelain had matured. But because yellow sounds the same as emperor, yellow was strictly regulated from the Ming dynasty onward. After Zhu Yuanzhang ascended the throne, he ordered that neither the common people nor officials could privately use items of black, yellow, or purple colors. Therefore, during the Ming and Qing dynasties, yellow glazed porcelain became representative of royal porcelain, and the common people were not allowed to replicate it. How strict was this regulation? There are records in the veritable records of Mingzong that in the 11th year of the Jingtang era, 1446, someone in Raozhou, Jiangxi province, privately made blue and white porcelain in yellow, purple, red, green, blue, and white. The original text of the final handling results stated, the principal offender is to be executed by Ling Qi, their family assets confiscated, and the male relatives conscripted to the border army. Those who knew but did not report are to be punished together. The first mentioned was yellow glazed porcelain. The punishment for the principal offender was direct Ling Qi, which, according to Ming dynasty regulations, required 600 cuts. Their property would also be confiscated, and male relatives would be conscripted. Those who knew and did not report would be punished together. Therefore, if yellow glazed porcelain is seen on the market, if it is genuine, it must be a royal item. Even late Qing yellow glazed porcelain starts at a price of millions. Chapter 174. It looks a bit pinkish. Qi's father squinted and interjected. Old Zhou also nodded, saying, it seems a bit pink. Qi Ming turned off the light and spoke again. During the Ming dynasty, the coloring agent for yellow glaze was wrought iron. But by the time of Kangxi, a new material called antimony was introduced from abroad. This antimony material would give the surface of the yellow glaze a powdery texture. So, for your piece, the materials used are incorrect. It definitely isn't from the Hongji period. However, Uncle Zhou, don't worry. This item is so exquisite that it could also be a Qing dynasty imitation of Hongji. Such situations are not uncommon. In any case, yellow glazed porcelain could only be used by the royal family. Even if it is a Qing dynasty imitation, it would still be worth over 4 million. His words were purely to comfort the other party because, from the wear and tear, this item was at most 20 years old. He didn't want to be too definitive with his words, as that would be entirely ungrateful. This way, he could leave them with some hope. Lao Zhou listened to Qi Ming's reasoning and evidence, transitioning from indifference to sweating on his forehead. However, Qi Ming didn't completely close off the conversation, leaving a glimmer of hope. In the end, he almost asked with a trembling voice, Shao Qi, is there any authoritative organization you could recommend? Chapter 175. The pet paradise in the capital city is currently the largest pet trading market in the world, and it is also the first and only legal large-scale pet trading market in the capital. Covering an area of 800 acres, it brings together cats, dogs, fish, pigeons, flowers, birds, and related supplies for display and trade. Xiaolong was taking Qilin to school, so Qi Ming came by taxi. By the time he arrived, the market was already bustling. As he walked along the road, he occasionally heard barking and the mewing of kittens from the shops on either side. Passing by a store, he happened to see a litter of 7 or 8 golden retriever puppies in a trailer set up by the roadside, looking adorably plump. Curious, he stood by and pet them. When he approached, a man was already selecting one, while the shopkeeper promoted the dogs and shared tips on dog care. The shopkeeper listed 7 or 8 types of dog food, explaining which had high protein content, which would enhance coat color, and which could prevent diarrhea, speaking with great confidence. The man nodded occasionally, whether he understood or not. Qi Ming couldn't tell, but he himself was completely confused. He had raised a dog when he was young, a common Chinese rural dog, and back then there was no such thing as dog food. Leftover meals would be given freely, and the dog would eat happily. Chapter 176. Following the shopkeeper's twists and turns for 5 minutes, they finally arrived at the fish section of the pet market. As soon as they entered, Xiaozi became restless, eyes wide open. If Qi Ming hadn't held it tightly by the neck, the little guy would have dashed out. Handsome, do you want imported or domestic? Once they reached the area, the shopkeeper enthusiastically asked. She had already received a message from her husband while on the road, knowing that this was a wealthy newcomer, so she was ready to pull out all the stops. Qi Ming thought for a moment. Whether domestic or imported, it would end up in Xiao Zi's belly. So he asked, which one is cheaper? That would definitely be the domestic. the shopkeeper replied with a smile. Although she was puzzled, thinking, wasn't the head of the household supposed to be wealthy? Why was he looking for something cheap? But it was fine among the shorter ones. There were still excellent domestic options. Handsome. If you want domestic, I recommend this one. It's called the Dragon and Phoenix Koi, originally bred in Taiwan. See, aren't the fins and tail large and elegant? And this fish head, doesn't it look like a dragon's head? Especially these whiskers. This one has rare forewhiskers. Currently only 15 centimeters long. When it grows to over 20 centimeters, those whiskers will look just like a dragon's. Truly beautiful. Chapter 177. The term daffodil pot has no special meaning. It is simply because it was originally made for planting daffodils. According to research, daffodils were introduced to China from Rome during the Tang Dynasty, due to their unique characteristic of blooming in winter while growing in water. Daffodils have long been associated with purity and auspiciousness in China. They are listed among the 4 elegant flowers alongside orchids, chrysanthemums, and calamus, and are also grouped with plum blossoms, camellias, and forsythia as the 4 friends of snow. Daffodils were also used as special offerings in ancient times. The ancients regarded the first day of the Lunar New Year as the beginning of the year, and on that day, they would place flowers and fruits on their tables as offerings. These offerings, also known as Qin Gong, evolved from flower offerings in front of Buddha. Initially, fresh flowers and fruits replaced sacrificial animals like cattle and sheep, but later, offerings expanded to include not only flowers and fruits, but also fine stones, calligraphy, paintings, ancient artifacts. In bonsai, everything elegant that could be appreciated on a table was considered a Qin Gong. The daffodil pot is a product of that time. In China, the Song dynasty was the most fond of daffodils, during which many poems and verses about daffodils emerged. Furthermore, among the 21 pieces of Qilin porcelain collected by the National Palace Museum in Taiwan today for daffodil pots, the most famous being the Qinglong imperial inscription on a northern Song Qilin Celadon daffodil pot. Chapter 178. Ming had heard a story in school about an old woman in the countryside who fed cats with an antique bowl. Those knowledgeable would see this as a loophole. They would buy a cat pay, and then say they were afraid the cat wouldn't get used to it and wanted to take the bowl away. However, the old woman absolutely refused, replying, "If you take the bowl away, how will I sell cats in the future?" Looking at the shop assistant's attitude and the shopkeeper's cunning expression, Ming understood he had become the one buying the cat in the story. Was he angry? Of course he was. All day long hunting geese. And today he got pecked in the eye by a goose. Who could he blame? He could only blame himself for being too clever. He glanced at the 2 people in the shop. The shop assistant cautiously stepped back, as there had been customers in the past who couldn't bear the grievance and had exploded, beating him up on the spot. It eventually escalated to the police station. Although they paid for it, the pain was real. However, the anticipated outburst did not occur. Ming calmly stepped forward, took the bag from his hand, and walked toward the shop door. Before stepping out, Ming turned around and cupped his hands to the old lady and the shop assistant named Shuai Shuai. "Today, I learned a lesson." After saying that, he slipped into the crowd and disappeared from view. Chapter 179. This cultural cultivation is quite important. If we get along, and you don't mind me being verbose, can I share a bit more? The shopkeeper's face showed a kind of joy when talking about beloved items. A look Ming had seen when Master Yang Xiaoming was appraising things, though he wasn't sure if he looked like that when encountering good items himself. He extended his hand forward, making a gesture of invitation. The shopkeeper nodded with a smile, and then stepped forward, casually picking up a bird cage, saying, "When it comes to raising birds, the most important thing is this cage." The so-called cultural cultivation, besides food, is also highly concerned with the cage itself. Back in the Qing dynasty, there was a saying, "The prince has 3 treasures in hand: walnuts, finger rings, and birds in cages. A good horse matches a good saddle. A good bird must have a good cage." The cages are divided into breeding cages and flying cages. The breeding cage needs no further explanation. It is based on the bird's habits and dietary preferences, categorized into grain-eating and insect-eating types, with specific requirements for the cage's size, height, and layout. Little brother, the one you like is the red-tailed robin. It mainly eats crickets, beetles, and earthworms, which are insect-eating types. This type of cage I have here is specifically designed for robins. It comes with 4 food containers, 2 for food and 2 for water, commonly known as the 4 sets. Chapter 180. With one hand holding a pot of bonsai pine and the other holding 2 bird cages, Ming walked toward the exit with some difficulty. The weight was fine, but the size made it inconvenient to carry. Why would buying one bird result in two bird cages? It was a joke. How could he bear to raise that red-tailed robin in a more than 1 million yuan rosewood cage? No matter how wealthy he was, he wouldn't be that wasteful. Since he had purchased quite a few items, he had already called Xiao Long, estimating that by the time he reached the market entrance, the car to pick him up would almost be there. On the way out of the market, Qiming also stopped by a nursery shop to order seeds for flowers like orchids, begonia, and roses. And he also requested seedlings for a peach tree and an apricot tree. The seedlings I bought were all sent by the seller with cash on delivery, because he really couldn't spare a hand to carry them. With these things, my dad should be busy for a while. There's only one entrance and exit to this market, and, after a roundabout way, Qiming finally arrived at the area where cat and dog vendors first gathered. He found a spot to drop off his things, shook his slightly sore arms to rest for a bit, and made a phone call to ask where Xiao Long was. While he was on the phone, Xiao Zi jumped out of his pocket, showing great interest in the birds Qiming had just bought, and immediately went over to investigate after landing. Chapter 181. Woof Roar. The black Tibetan Mastiff was firmly pinned down by someone at both ends, pressed hard against the ground. It glared at the store owner standing in front of it, letting out a series of angry roars. The store owner was now completely at ease, seemingly trying to dispel the flicker of fear that had just arisen in his heart. He raised his stick high, brushing against the thick fur on the Mastiff's head, and struck it near its mouth. Chunks of splintered concrete flew into the face of the Tibetan Mastiff. "What are you barking about? I fed you well and brought you down from a bed, and you dare to roar at me." The bald, muscular man took a step forward and directly sat on the back of the Tibetan Mastiff. He held the iron chain tightly with one hand, lowered the water pipe with the other, and with the freed hand, he pointed toward the Mastiff's neck while continuing to address the crowd. "Let me educate you all on something. Look here, right at the neck, there's a fleshy pouch. This is called a crop, about the size of a fist. If it has this, it's a purebred Tibetan Mastiff. If not, or if it's bigger than your fist, then it's a hybrid. Come on, if anyone is interested, feel free to come up and touch it." The Mastiff's eyes began to redden, although it didn't roar. A series of muffled whines of suppressed anger still escaped. Chapter 182. Anyone who has carried heavy objects knows that it's all about maintaining your momentum. Once you falter, you lose your strength. Qiming carried his things forward without stopping, thinking that once he got out of the market and to the roadside, he could rest while waiting. But just as he was approaching the exit, a commotion erupted behind him. Someone shouted, "The dog has run away." Others yelled to be careful, and some screamed for help. The pet market was already noisy, and these shouts mixed with the surrounding dog barks. At first, he didn't think much of it. The dog running away had nothing to do with him. He was on his own path. It wasn't until those cries for help got closer that he turned to take a look. That glance nearly scared him to death. A large black figure was charging towards him, and people in its path screamed and dove into the nearby shops. Two people, less nimble, were directly knocked to the ground by it. Fortunately, this large creature seemed only intent on escaping and did not pursue to bite. Damn! Realizing what was happening, Qiming dropped everything in his hands. The bag containing the Japanese black pine fell to the ground, and the porcelain pot inside shattered into several pieces. Chapter 183. The first part of what he said made the man twitch his lips, but when Qiming finished the second part, he truly lost his composure. A cage worth 1.7 million. If that needed to be compensated, it wasn't just about money. It was about life. Brother, you haven't even confirmed if your stuff is broken, and you're already saying you want compensation. Isn't that a bit too much? It's better than you not controlling your dog and letting it bite someone. Besides, I never said I wanted you to compensate me immediately. Let us go to the police station now. We can assess the damage to my things, and then you can compensate me accordingly. I want to ask for a single cent more. To the police. What he really needed to do now was go to the hospital. He hadn't even treated the wound on his leg yet. Brother, why don't you first check if your things are damaged? The man pleaded, not wanting to deal with the police. Including him, the Tibetan Mastiff had bitten 6 people. Strictly speaking, this was already considered a serious public security incident. At this time, calming the victims and rushing for compensation was crucial. He wouldn't have time to cover things up. Now going to find the police was just walking into a trap. Qiming didn't rebut this time and began checking his things. The bonsai wasn't much to say. The pot was broken, but the tree wouldn't die that easily. The main concern was the birdcage. Fortunately, the birdcage was wrapped in a dust cover, and the bottom was packed with thick foam for shock absorption, so it was undamaged. Chapter 184. Wow. Brother Qi, is this what you bought? Xiaolong was also shocked when he saw the Tibetan Mastiff get into the car. Yeah, first navigate to the nearest pet hospital, Ming thought. This wasn't what he wanted to buy. It should be considered Xiao Zi's. Okay, Xiaolong responded excitedly, glancing back through the rearview mirror whenever he had the chance. Most men have no resistance to such large pets. In the car, Ming reached out to part the Mastiff's fur and checked its injuries. Fortunately, apart from a few swollen spots, he didn't see any open wounds. This was probably thanks to its thick fur, which absorbed most of the impact. However, just to be safe, he decided to take it to the hospital for reassurance. Plus, it needed a bath. Right, it also needed its teeth brushed. The breath was a bit offensive. Brother Qi, what's this dog's name? Xiaolong suddenly asked. Ming glanced at the big guy beside him. Little Black? No, that doesn't sound right. Big Black? Wealthy? Let us call it Wealthy. What do you think? His question wasn't just directed at Xiaolong. He was also consulting Xiao Zi and the Tibetan Mastiff itself. Xiaolong used to think names like Lightning, Wind Chaser, or Black Tiger for military dogs were a bit cheesy, but Ming's naming was too casual. Naming a Tibetan Mastiff Wealthy felt somewhat disrespectful to the dog. Chapter 185. When Xiaolong drove Ming to the antique shop, the two little Japanese guys, Yotsuin and Ming, were indeed waiting at the 8 Immortals table on the first floor. When they saw him come in, Yotsuin stood up with a smile, stretched out his hand from afar, and warmly said, Mr. Qi, we only learned you were taking a day off after we arrived. I feel truly sorry for making you run this extra trip. It must be said that when the little Japanese man was humble, he could really put on a friendly face. Although his character could be set aside for now, his wealth and status were certainly not ordinary. Although he was a bit young, in terms of status, he should be considered of the same generation as his master, Yang Xiaoming. Because he had a request, he could bend down and be so polite to this younger generation. He really was quite generous. If Ming hadn't studied history in college and focused on modern history for his graduate thesis, he might have been moved. But now, he merely responded politely. Mr. Yotsuin, you're too kind. I understand your feelings as a fellow practitioner. Yotsuin straightened up, smiled, and earnestly patted their joined hands, saying yes. I really like an ancient poem from your huaxia. It's easy for comrades to unite, but people say I can befriend them, Mr. Qi. Being able to befriend you is the greatest gain from my trip to Huaxia. Chapter 186. Wang Duo, a Ming Dynasty calligrapher and painter, ranked among the 3 great calligraphers of the late Ming Dynasty. In the art circle at the end of the Ming and the beginning of the Qing dynasties, he could be considered a leading figure. However, Ming's understanding of this person does not lie in his artistic accomplishments, but rather in his political career. Wang Duo and the famous Ming Dynasty calligrapher and painter Dong Qichong were known as Southern Dong, Northern Wang. Their lives were quite similar. Both were high-ranking officials of the Ming Dynasty. Both were proficient in calligraphy and painting, and in the end, both were nailed to the pillar of shame in history. Dong Qichong's reputation is somewhat unfairly tarnished, as he can be seen as merely a poor educator and somewhat unkind to the wealthy. On the other hand, Wang Duo is criticized purely because he deserves it. This individual came from an ordinary background, with ancestral roots in Hunan, and his family was just a farming household. However, he was a genius in his studies. He passed the imperial examination at 18, became a successful candidate at 20, entered the Hamlin Academy at 21, and was appointed as the chief examiner in Jiangnan at 22. In today's terms, this would be equivalent to getting into the top 100 of provincial exams at 18 and attending a prestigious university. By 20, he would be equivalent to becoming an academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, at 21 entering the State Council Secretariat, and at 22 being responsible for the entire college entrance examination process in Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Shanghai. Such a life experience is rare even in ancient times, let alone today. After that, his official career skyrocketed. By the end of the Ming Dynasty, he rose to the position of Grand Secretary of the Eastern Pavilion, which is akin to the Vice Premier of our country today, but with actual power far exceeding that of a Vice Premier. Chapter 187. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause came from the front. The one applauding was Yuen, who smiled and said, Wonderful, wonderful. Mr. Li's erudition and understanding of calligraphy are truly admirable. Master Li maintained his cold expression, cupped his hands forward in acknowledgement of the compliment. After finishing, he lowered his stance for the first time and said to Qi Ming, "Xiao Qi, I wonder if I could take some photos? I would like to go back and practice a bit." Hearing this, Qi Ming looked at Yu Yuan. The deal wasn't done yet. This matter depended on whether Yu Yuan agreed. Yu Yuan smiled and extended his hand, saying, "Mr. Li, feel free. In fact, you really don't need to go through so much trouble. Once we exchange our works, this piece will belong to Mr. Qi. Given your status in the Antiquities Pavilion, I believe Mr. Qi would not refuse to lend it to you, right?" At the end, he looked at Qi Ming. Master Li completely ignored Yu Yuan, took out the camera he had prepared earlier, and started snapping photos. He was probably thinking about taking advantage of the Japanese. Qi Ming did not follow up on this, but instead responded to Yu Yuan's words with a question. "For what you said, this is confirmed. That this piece is indeed one of Xuanzhou's genuine works, right?" Chapter 188 Qi Ming's treasure trove now contains quite a few good items. However, if we talk about the most precious one, his favorite is still the Northern Song bronze turtle he unearthed from the black market in Xinjiang. This bronze turtle validates an ancient history regarding the Fengshan ceremony at Mount Tai during the reign of Emperor Zhenzong of Song. According to historical records, in order to go to Mount Tai, Emperor Zhenzong bribed a group of high-ranking officials, including the prime minister, with jewels and wealth. Only during the Northern Song dynasty could an emperor like Zhenzong do such a thing. Having secured the court, he then forged a dragon horse and a divine turtle to counter the public's gossip, claiming that these were the He-Tu and Luo Shu sent by Fuxi, serving as auspicious signs. After Qi Ming obtained that bronze statue of the divine turtle, he naturally thought about the dragon horse as well. However, these two items were merely mentioned in historical records, and if he hadn't actually acquired them, he would have thought they were just legends. Therefore, while the thought came quickly, it also faded quickly. Obtaining one was already a tremendous stroke of luck. Wanting to collect both was just a fool's dream. He never expected that today he would actually see what appeared to be the dragon horse in this little Japanese collector's album. The photo showed a bronze statue similar to the divine turtle, and according to the description, this bronze sculpture is 40 centimeters tall, with a base height of 15 centimeters and a width of 26 centimeters. Chapter 189 Old Zhou walked into the courtyard at Qi's father's invitation, looking somewhat awkward, followed by a young man who kept his head down and appeared quite dejected. As they passed by Wang Kai, Old Zhou instinctively stepped back a bit. The few of them entered the house this way, with Qi Ming walking at the back. Before entering, he patted Wang Kai's head and praised him for doing well. Xiaozi stood on his shoulder, proudly raising his neck, as if it were him who taught the little brother. "Come, Old Zhou, sit here." Qi's father did not return to the dining room, but welcomed the visitors into the living room, telling Qilin and the others who followed out, "You guys go back and continue eating." Old Zhou, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, "Old Qi, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were still eating. Why don't you eat first? We can just sit here and wait." Qi's father waved his hand. "Eating later won't starve us. It's quite late. Is there something you need?" He then looked at the young man beside Old Zhou. Old Zhou immediately reacted and introduced, "This is my son, Zhou Lingfeng. I feel ashamed to say that we came here to ask for your help." He then briefly explained the situation. It turned out that after Qi Ming identified that the yellow glazed porcelain piece was a forgery yesterday, he immediately sought out experts overnight to have it authenticated. The final result was that the vase was neither Huangji yellow glazed porcelain nor a Qing imitation, but it was from an era not much older than his grandson. Chapter 190 Zhou Lingfeng saw Qi Ming struggling to read a signature and felt even more unconvinced, his tone becoming increasingly disdainful. "Xiao Qi, did you see anything? Do you recognize the person who wrote this? Should I give you a brief introduction?" Old Zhou glared at his son, wanting to say something soft to stabilize Qi Ming, but as he opened his mouth, he heard Qi Ming directly say, "Huang Daozhou, one of the three great calligraphers of the late Ming. He was a successful candidate in the second year of Tianqi, and during the Chongzhen era, he dared to point at Emperor Chongzhen's nose and accuse him of being confused about loyalty and treachery, which led to his demotion by 6 ranks. He eventually returned to his hometown in Fujian to teach. In the second year of Xuanji in the Qing dynasty, he came out of retirement to resist the Qing, serving as the Grand Secretary of the Southern Ming Longwu regime. He was captured 3 months later when his forces were defeated. The following year, he was executed and reportedly shouted before his death, "How can there be a Huang Daozhou who fears death?" His head was severed, but his body remained upright, which led to Emperor Qianlong 100 years later praising him as a perfect man and acknowledging him as the last embodiment of the literary spirit of the late Ming. So, what do you think, Brother Zhou? Do you have anything to add? Ming looked at Zhou Lingfeng, who was already dumbfounded, and asked humbly. Chapter 191, feeling their gaze upon him. Ming felt a bit uncomfortable, especially under old Zhou's expectant eyes. This feather pen is a symbol of an official status, and the jade feathered pen is quite rare, but the one in his hand is just a plain one without any markings. In simple terms, he had no idea who used it. Although no first-rank civil official is a nameless person, the historical figures like Zheng Guofan and Li Hongzhang who used it would have a different value compared to those with less renown like Zhu Gui or Chao Xinyo. Given the current situation, Ming estimated that the market price of this item would be between 150,000 and 250,000. To sell it for 250,000 would depend on whether he encountered the right person. He bought it for 3,000, and now it had at least increased over 50 times. It seemed like a huge profit, but such a small amount of money couldn't cover the big holes left by those fakes. After thinking it over, Ming decided to be honest. After all, they were not relatives, and if he concealed the truth to spare their feelings, they might later find someone to inquire about the price and scold him for being blind. This thing, if placed in my teacher's store, would probably be around 200,000, which is a big loss compared to Brother Zhou's purchase price. Hearing this, Zhou Lingfeng's expression improved quite a bit. Having such an item also indicates that he is not completely useless in the field of antique appraisal. Chapter 192. When he got home, Ming recounted what happened at the Zhou family. From the appraisal to Zhou Lingfeng digging a pit for him to jump into, he didn't skip a single detail. Qilin even vividly described the scene where AI Mu confronted that bastard and left gracefully. After tonight's incident, it was obviously unrealistic for the two families to continue being good neighbors. Qi's father must have also reached the end of his patience with that fishing friend. Opening up about the situation was also to let Qi's father know what kind of person this family was. That night, Ming slept soundly and didn't get up until after 9 in the morning. When he got up, he saw a bunch of missed calls on his phone, all from Lin Xian. With more than 10 calls, there must be something important. But he wasn't in a hurry to call back. He preferred to send a message on WeChat first, and if he couldn't reach him there, he would then call. Opening WeChat, sure enough, the first message from Lin Xian, sent just after 8 o'clock, was about the two Americans from the exchange meeting the day before, who were waiting in the store early in the morning, saying they wanted to see the dollars he had in hand to verify their authenticity. Yesterday's little devils, today's blonde baboons. Complaining a bit, he put on his clothes while calling Lin Xian back. Hey, don't hate me. Big brother, you finally have a voice. If you don't return my call, I'll come over to find you. Chapter 193. Little Purple stretched out its paw wanting to snatch back the coin, but was hugged tightly by Ming. Unable to move, those lively purple eyes could only watch as the item was handed over to someone else, letting out a reluctant whimper. Behave, and I'll give you a new one. After calming the little guy down, Ming handed the box containing the coin to Lambert. What? Lambert couldn't believe that this Lincoln penny was actually taken from a cat's neck. Did this young man not know its value? In contrast, Jian remained much calmer. Having seen something like it before, the appraisal of the coin took a bit longer. It needed to be weighed, analyzed with a spectrometer, and then judged based on the casting marks and surface wear to determine its age. Not sure if it was to express dissatisfaction or to negotiate a lower price. Lambert rated the coin as EF40. In coin grading, items are first divided into uncirculated and circulated categories. This coin clearly belongs to the latter. Among circulated items, the highest rating is 55 Australian dollars, and then it decreases by 1 level for every 5 points. A score of 40 means the coin has wear on both sides, but the image is still clear, and there is still a bit of the original metallic luster preserved on the surface. Chapter 194. Ming looked at the little guy's smug expression and couldn't help but say to Lin Jun, "Aunt, you spoil it too much. Plus, that design is a bit too exaggerated. It might get stolen if taken out." Lin Jun affectionately stroked Little Purple's soft back and said, "Stolen? If you can't even protect your own little cat, what good are you as a big man? Right, Little Purple?" Little Purple, holding the pendant, squinted its eyes and nodded vigorously, probably thinking that whatever Lin Jun said was right at this moment. As for spoiling, I can't help it. My 2 sons are useless and haven't even brought home a daughter-in-law for me. Sigh, when will I get to hold a grandchild? Little Purple, why don't you come home with me? I'll raise you like a grandchild. This statement was quite obvious in its intention. Standing to the side, Yank outwardly he's throat. Mom, I have a meeting to attend, so I'll be leaving. After saying that, he quickly slipped away, moving with a practiced ease. Oof. Lin Jun watched her eldest son's departing back with a cold snort and was about to tease Little Purple again. But the little guy understood the words about going home and suddenly broke free from her arms, jumping back onto the table, facing Lin Jun, and cautiously backing away step by step until it turned and leaped back into her embrace. Chapter 195. Hey, little Qi, you're here. It's crowded outside. Come in here. Qi Ming didn't refuse his kindness, apologized to the people in front of him, squeezed through the crowd, and walked into the stall. Standing next to Wu Yu, it was much more spacious inside. After entering, he asked again, Old Wu, are you clearing out stock? Are you done with this line of work? To his surprise, Wu Yu nodded with a smile, speaking lightly. Done. Little Qi, you have no idea how hard it is to run a stall. I came to Beijing at 26, and I've been doing this for nearly 15 years. For over a decade, I've had to wake up at 5 every day with no days off, and I can't even go home for the holidays. And if the stock runs low, I still have to shamelessly go ask for more. Others selling on the street just have to be nice to customers. But selling our stuff means I have to be nice to the suppliers too. It's all about pleasing others. I've had enough of this. Coincidentally, a few days ago, I got a good item and sold it. Along with what I saved before, it's enough for me to go back to my hometown and start a small business. What item? Qi Ming asked curiously. As soon as he asked, everyone around perked up, wanting to know what treasure could allow this stall owner to retire early. Hee hee. Wu Yu's face was full of pride, as he was inherently showy by nature. Chapter 196. What? The person who was called turned around, looking displeased and glaring at Qi Ming with a hint of resentment. Qi Ming shook the plate in his hand and said leisurely, Didn't you say I can't make sense of this plate? What if I can? The man sneered in a strange tone, then generously said, If you can say something convincing and persuade me, I'll pay double the price to buy this plate. You talked to that boss for so long just to sell something. If I pay double, it means you didn't waste your time. Hee hee. This time it was Qi Ming's turn to respond with a sarcastic hee hee, speaking with disdain. You want to buy this plate? Frankly, that's like a sparrow dreaming of soaring high. It's quite unrealistic. Not only do you want to get my appraisal for free, but you also want to take advantage of me. Don't even think about double. Even if you multiply it by 2 and add a 0, I'd still be at a loss. Wow. Everyone around understood that, according to Qi Ming, the plate in his hand was not an ordinary item. However, to the nearby people, the plate didn't seem particularly special, with its inscription being a nonsensical 4-character mark. Seeing Qi Ming's confident and assertive demeanor, everyone suddenly became interested, except for the man whose face turned red, feeling belittled. Chapter 197. Seeing that Qi Ming had no intention of elaborating on the origin of the wooden board, Wu Yu sighed, sounding regretful. Little Qi, we've known each other for a while now and are somewhat familiar, but we haven't added each other on WeChat. Can I add you? Later, when you find out the origin of this item, let me know. I just want to satisfy my curiosity. This sounds sincere. Qi Ming took out his phone and added Wu Yu on WeChat. After adding him, Wu Yu not only moved aside, but also took the initiative to come forward, bringing a rope to tie the 2 wooden boards together for Qi Ming's convenience in transporting them. Seeing his attentive service, Qi Ming was a bit curious and showed what he had in his hand, asking, Old Wu, I really am leaving now. Aren't you feeling reluctant or heartbroken? Wu Yu instead smiled casually. To say I'm not heartbroken would be a lie. But since the items are in my hands and I can't tell their worth, doesn't that just prove I'm not in this business for the money? Look at me, I retired early. I guess I made the right choice. Huh, you're still single. However, you really aren't cut out for this line of work. After Qi Ming said this, everyone present, including Wu Yu, felt that he was being a bit insulting. The boss didn't make things hard for anyone, yet his words carried a hint of sarcasm, which was somewhat unlikable. Chapter 198. Bang, bang. As Qi Ming was carrying a tray and had just reached the conference room door, he heard a series of banging sounds coming from inside. Following that was a man's excited roar. Teacher Yang, I've been in this business for decades, and I've never seen anyone so shameless. It's a cash-on-delivery deal, and it's been 2 months. Now he says he wants a refund. Is there such a way to do things? If I set this precedent, how am I supposed to do business in the future? How am I supposed to survive in this industry? Slap. This time it was a sound of a hand slapping the table, and the person responding had an equally intense tone. You deliberately gave me fake goods and then blamed me for seeking a refund. When I took it, it was said to be from the Qianlong era, but it turned out to be a decorative pillow. The outer layer might be from Qianlong, but what's inside isn't even as old as you. Old Yang, you judged for me. I was drawn to this item, which is why I bought a batch from him at once. Those unsold items are still piled up in my store, not processed. And now, even this prominently displayed item is fake. If I just accept this loss, how am I supposed to survive in this circle in the future? Heh, Zobapi, do you think it's your first day in the industry? It's already been 2 months. How do I know the items inside weren't switched out by you? Also, let us take a step back. You can at least recognize the characters, right? Chapter 199. Yang Xiaoming looked at Qi Ming with appreciation, realizing this was a good solution. The clientele of the antique pavilion in Yang Xiaoming's network are not something Boss Zhou's small shop can compare to. If a suitable buyer can really be found, then let General Zhu agree to a return and refund and sell it through the antique pavilion. This way, the antique pavilion helps the customer find a treasure and earns a commission. Boss Zhou can regain his face, and General Zhu can earn another profit. A win-win situation for everyone. Indeed, the old saying is true. Bystanders see clearly. The three of them were all entangled in whether to return or how to return it. But they hadn't thought of this angle at all. Boss Zhou was also moved and quickly lifted the large silver aluminum case onto the conference table. After opening the case, the entire Western clock was finally revealed. The clock stood over 40 centimeters tall and more than 30 centimeters wide, which isn't considered large for a mantle clock. The main body of the clock was beige marble, with the base legs and decorations made of gilded copper. Due to the passage of time, there was noticeable wear on the raised decorative parts, exposing the brass beneath. At the top of the clock were 2 bronze sculptures of children playing. The children had plump figures and natural expressions and movements, and the craftsmanship was exquisite. Chapter 200. What Boss Zhou referred to as rules actually meant going through the entire procedure of smashing the paste, which frankly was still about saving face. According to his requirements, General Zhu first transferred 6 million to him to reclaim the item. Following that, Qi Ming spent another 5 million to buy the clock from General Zhu. Just looking at it seemed like a waste of effort, but in some traditional industries, everything must be done according to the rules. For the sake of sincerity in the transfer and payment, Qi Ming didn't even ask the other party to write a receipt. He displayed an attitude of accepting both good and bad without seeking further compensation, but in reality, this was to avoid giving the other party a chance to ask for compensation later. In the antique industry, seeking compensation can happen in 2 scenarios. One is like today, where a buyer wants to return a fake item or feels they've been cheated. The other is when a seller later realizes they priced something too low and wants the buyer to return or compensate. The latter situation is relatively rare, but it does occur. Teacher Yang, you and Xiao Qi have really helped a lot today. General Zhu expressed his gratitude. Tonight at Ningyue building, I'll treat you both to dinner to thank you properly. After saying that, he looked at Zhou Bapi again, but now that the conflict was resolved, he no longer called him Zhou Bapi. Chapter 201. The State Administration of Cultural Heritage. Qi Ming was shocked when he heard this name. This was like those local museums that wanted his Yuan dynasty seal. This was a legitimate national vice-ministerial unit. Previously, he could avoid it, but this time, there's no escaping. Unless he changes his nationality, there's nowhere to hide. Sigh. It seemed that knowing Qi Ming was momentarily at a loss. On the other end of the phone, Yang Xiaoming sighed and briefly explained the situation. This incident was actually instigated by the Americans, but it wasn't as Qi Ming initially thought, where they wanted to take advantage of him for a zero-cost acquisition. The Americans agreed to a cultural exchange, willing to trade artifacts for artifacts. They have plenty of Chinese cultural relics, and New York is currently the largest market for Chinese artifacts. Not to mention the looted items from back then. Every year, large quantities of artifacts are sent to the United States in various ways. They have plenty of bargaining chips for exchange, but this time they wanted to play the game of the old society, both ways. According to their plan, since it's an exchange, they want to maximize benefits. The exchange would be private, but when announced externally, it must be presented as a governmental donation. In the current unique period of Sino-American cultural exchanges, such donations can bring significant publicity to the American government and the Cleveland Museum. Chapter 202. Qi Ming sat up a bit straighter. Whether his contributions could yield returns depended on the person in front of him. Director Qin, you don't need to worry about attending events or anything. I'm not really suited for that kind of occasion. As for what I need your help with, it's actually just 2 things. Hearing that there were 3 things, Director Qin became slightly more serious. If it were a lion's big mouth, it would have been better to just buy it. But as soon as Ming spoke, he relaxed again, because the requests were all minor and within his jurisdiction. Ming's first request was that when he applies to open a private museum in the future, the Cultural Heritage Bureau could facilitate the process, allowing for a quick approval based on legal and compliant grounds. In China, starting a private museum involves various departments, including land resources, fire safety, civil affairs, etc. This is essentially a process of capital verification by the state, testing whether one has the financial capability to operate a museum. Once these departments approve, the local Cultural Heritage Management Department's approval is required, which serves as a verification of professionalism. The former assesses objective aspects, as long as the money is in place. Any issues can be rectified. But the latter's professionalism evaluation is a bit more subjective. Whether it passes or not depends entirely on how they assess you. Many wealthy individuals who want to establish private museums get stuck at this step, so when Ming brought it up, it was indeed a precaution. Chapter 203. Boss Wu, you must have something to discuss today, right? Ming looked at him curiously. Boss Wu lifted the box in his hand and laughed. Hee, there is indeed something. Yesterday, you gave me 2 items and asked me to find someone to take a look. Well, I found someone. The items were chosen by you, and in all of Beijing. Who understands them better than you, Master Qi? This person has a sweet tongue. Ming felt a bit embarrassed to be called a master by someone else. Let us not call me master. I'm not worthy. As they spoke, they all sat down at the table, and Lin Xian, curious about what it was, followed them over. Opening the box, it contained the banana leaf paperweight and the white jade handle that Ming had chosen but not purchased yesterday. The first thing Ming took out was the bionic porcelain paperweight. Bionic porcelain is the current term. In ancient times, it was called xiangxingci, referring to porcelain imitating the shapes of flowers, fruits, or animals. As early as the Song dynasty, there was already bionic porcelain, but the glaze colors were single, and the items could only be said to resemble their models. The famous bionic porcelain of the Ming dynasty came from the Yixing Qilin in Jiangsu, where locally sourced purple sand was used to create bionic porcelain, renowned throughout the country and unmatched at the time. Chapter 204. After seeing the delighted Wu Yu off, Ming turned to Lin Xian. Are you planning to visit that Xiao Sanner? He had roughly guessed when Lin Xian asked old Wu for the address. Lin Xian nodded, stood up, greeted the salesperson, and told him to direct any customers to Master Tang. Then he called Ming and headed toward the parking lot. Let's go check out that Sanner. I don't believe you are the only one who can find good things. Ming shrugged, non-committally. But he was feeling a bit off today due to the donation matter, so a walk outside would be good. He still curiously asked, if you're so eager to find a bargain, why bring me along? What if I find a treasure and you don't? Wouldn't that just sour your mood? Lin Xian disdainfully glanced at him. Have you ever heard that a person's luck is constant? Do you really think you are the chosen one, and treasures revolve around you? If I don't bring you, who will I show my finds to? Ming knew he was joking. After spending so much time together, who didn't he know each other? Bringing him along was just a way to help him relax, distract him a bit, and get over this hurdle regarding the dollar. Chapter 205. With some gains, the motivation naturally increased, and Ming looked even more closely. However, this was only a low-end supply place mixed with real and fake items. After wandering around twice, he didn't find any overlooked treasures. Although he didn't find anything particularly appealing, he ended up picking a Republic-era imitation of a Kanshi stick vase. Not because the vase was particularly good, but purely to cover up the large yellow glaze plate he had. When leaving the porcelain area, to check for any missed items, he used the Qi gazing technique to scan the area and confirmed that there were no other particularly valuable items before heading next door. The container next door was filled with ironware, bronzeware, and copperware, all small items like arrowheads, copper coins, and iron coins, with no large items. Among them, there were the most copper coins and arrowheads. Especially the arrowheads, there were various shapes and materials, and the key was that all these arrowheads were genuine, not a single fake. Bows and arrows were the most common long-range weapons in ancient times, so there were many arrowheads still in existence. In some martial periods, thousands could be unearthed from tombs. However, in recent years, with the rise of collecting, not everyone could afford the high prices of porcelain and paintings. Arrowheads, being numerous yet somewhat rare and guaranteed to be genuine, were very popular among tourists. Chapter 206. After paying, Ming and Lin Xian came out of the warehouse, carrying bags. Passing by Qiu San'er, he glanced at the items in their hands, nodded in satisfaction, and greeted them. Come again next time. I offer discounts for return customers. Ming and Lin Xian replied in unison, smiling definitely. Both had found bargains this time and were determined to return in the future, so their tone was sincere, without a hint of insincerity. Back in the car, Lin Xian started the engine, but had no intention of leaving. Just as Ming was about to ask, he saw Lin Xian open the car door and jog over to two men. The two men seemed to have bought a lot of items and were pushing a cart from the warehouse. Through the glass, Ming saw Lin Xian nodding and smiling, seemingly having a good chat. Soon, Lin Xian jogged back and waved for Ming to get out of the car. What's up? Although Ming was curious, he followed his lead and got out of the car, heading towards the trunk. After a while, the two men also came over, having placed their items in their car, and approached empty-handed. Chapter 207. Every painter has their specialty. When it comes to Qi Baishe, it's shrimp. For lotus flowers, it's Zhang Daqian. And when talking about horses, Su Beihong is an unavoidable figure. The galloping horse in front of him is vibrant and powerful, with a vivid image that embodies Su Beihong's characteristics of horses, grand and forceful brushwork. Moreover, it bears the seal of Jiangnan cloth clothes, which also has an extraordinary origin, as it was specially carved for Su Beihong by Qi Baishe. A master's painting, combined with a seal carved by another master, is undoubtedly a work of great significance and value. This horse painting is really beautiful. Sun, who reached out a chubby hand to touch the Xian paper, wanted to feel it. Even an outsider like Sun, who could see the quality of the painting. Ming, having studied for a while, naturally thought the painting was very good, but he actually considered it the least valuable item among everything. This was because the aura of nobility was quite thin, and the age told him that this painting had only been completed for about a decade. So, did you see anything? Lin Xian asked provocatively. He admitted he couldn't compare to Ming regarding porcelain, but he was confident he could still outshine him in terms of paintings. Chapter 208. Hearing Ming refer to the child prodigy, Lin Xian knew he must have gotten a clue. This matter was quite famous in the Republic era, so it was not surprising for someone with a history background like Ming to have heard of it. Can you be sure this is a painting by Ren Zhongnian? Your luck, you're sweeping up high-end replicas of Su Beihong. Ming leaned in closer, carefully examining the painting, especially the lower left corner, where there was Emperor Wu of Han's poem Tianma Fu. Emperor Wu wrote 2 Tianma Fu in his lifetime, and this was the second one. To be fair, as expected of an emperor, combined with the unique antithetical rhythm of Han Fu, this piece indeed has a magnificent momentum, especially the last two lines. Tianma Lai, Kai Yuan Min, Song Yu Shun, Ji Kunlun. Tianma Lai, Long Ji Mei, Yu Chong He, Guan Yu Tai. The first line means, the heavenly horse has arrived. It wants to learn from King Mu of Zhou and ride to Kunlun. The second line is even more impressive. Translated, it means, the heavenly horse has arrived. The dragon will come too. It wants to ride the dragon to visit the abode of the heavenly emperor. This kind of imposing aura, compared to the heavenly emperor, is truly not something an ordinary person can write. It is said that Su Beihong painted this heavenly horse and 6 steeds based on this poem by Emperor Wu of Han. So it seems there is some truth to it. Chapter 209. Immigration. Sun Hu, Lin Xian, and Qi put down their wine glasses and almost shouted in unison. Xiaozi was struggling with a New Zealand rock lobster and was startled by their commotion, her fur standing on end. When she realized there was nothing particularly unusual around, she glared at the two of them angrily. How? Didn't you see we were eating? Ming calmly petted the little one's back to soothe her while explaining, Don't react so strongly. I'm not planning to immigrate for now. It's my sister and parents who are immigrating, and it's not to some foreign country, but to Hong Kong. Hearing it was Hong Kong, the two quickly relaxed. After all, Hong Kong is also Parhuaxia. This should just be your first step, right? Lin Xian asked directly after a moment of silence. Since they were at the dinner table, which was essentially a community of shared interests, and there were no outsiders, he felt no need for restraint. Ming stood up to refill their wine glasses before nodding and saying yes. My parents are not really adapting to life in the capital. Moving them to Hong Kong is mainly for that Hong Kong passport. After all, it offers visa-free access to over 170 countries, and they can easily go out to explore whenever they get bored. As for my sister, sending her over is for her own good. Secondly, I plan to open my first private museum in Hong Kong, which will be registered under her name. Chapter 210 Pain. Pain. The kind of swollen and painful feeling in his head made Ming want to smash his head against the wall. And the dry bitterness in his mouth from the hangover made him just want a drink of water. He really overdid it last night. There were 2 bottles of 53-degree Maotai on the table during dinner. Then Sun Hu ordered 3 bottles of Huadiao, and it seemed they also had beer later on. He couldn't even remember how he got home. Chirp, chirp, chirp. A series of bird calls came from outside the window. It was the red-billed blue magpie they kept at home. Since this bird came home, it had never stayed quietly in its cage, always following Wang Kai and Xiao Zi around. Seeing that it had no intention of escaping and didn't behave like other birds that would just poop wherever they flew, he let it be. The red-billed blue magpie glanced at Ming through the glass and then flapped its wings and flew down. Before long, Xiao Zi rode on Wang Kai, with the red-billed blue magpie flying above them. It turned out the bird had just gone to inform the 2. Wang Kai sat at Ming's bedside, panting with his tongue out. This once majestic Tibetan mastiff had been trained by Xiao Zi to behave like a golden retriever. His eyes no longer fierce, but showing a clear foolishness. How? Xiao Zi jumped onto Ming, rubbing against his hand as if inviting him to get up. At the same time, a cool and refreshing sensation emanated from the point of contact between them, like pouring a bucket of ice water on a hot iron plate. Chapter 211. At the Nanjing Museum in Jiangsu, there is a treasure of the museum, the only one of its kind in all of Huaxia, and even the world, which is a blue and white porcelain weight cup with the inscription, made during the Kangxi period of the Ming dynasty. This weight cup is named Blue and White Guansua Pattern Wine Cup. The most precious aspect of this cup is its inscription. To an ordinary person, this inscription seems counterintuitive, but if one studies that period of history closely, it can be explained. Kangxi is referred to by some scholars as a great emperor through the ages. He ascended the throne at the age of 8 and took power at 14, and he should be considered a wise and martial emperor. However, according to the records in the draft history of the Qing dynasty, Emperor Kangxi was indeed wise, but he was also very superstitious. When Kangxi ascended the throne, there were 4 great regents in the court, Sonin, Suxa, Ebelin, and Ao Bai, competing for power, and even when he took over, he could not control the court. Outside the court, vast territories in the south were controlled by the 3 feudatories, and along the coast, there were anti-Qing armies organized by Zheng Qinggong and Zhang Huangyan. This army once took advantage of naval forces to bring 170,000 people by boat, storming along the waterways into the Yangtze River and reaching the gates of Nanjing. The northern border faced Russia, and the northwest had the Zhenghars. The Qing dynasty was truly only in control of the northern regions, and the situation was precarious. Chapter 212. Mr. Qi, right? Nice to meet you. Upon arriving at the exit entry administration of the municipal bureau, Ming asked the security guard at the door about Director Wang's office, but was told he needed an appointment. With no other options, he had to call Director Wang. Before long, a man in his 40s with a slightly balding head greeted him with a smile and warm pleasantries. After exchanging greetings, Ming followed Director Wang into the office under the curious gazes of several surrounding staff. After serving tea, Director Wang cheerfully said, "Young Master Sun said Mr. Qi is here to handle immigration for his parents and sister. What about yourself? I'm temporarily developing in the country. To be honest, Director Wang sees many parents running around for their children as immigration, but those who don't leave themselves but send their family members out usually have some inside story." His first reaction was that Ming was involved in something shady, but since it was arranged by young Master Sun, he had to deal with it regardless of the cleanliness of the matter. After asking Ming some requirements and about his family situation, Director Wang suggested, "It would be better to go for investment immigration directly. Currently, Hong Kong has a bunch of so-called plans to attract immigrants, such as the talent scheme and the professional scheme, but they're not as convenient and quick as investment immigration." Chapter 213. When Ming arrived at the Central Academy of Fine Arts, the assistant Jean, who had spoken with him earlier, was already waiting at the door. When she saw Ming step out of the luxury business vehicle, the young beauty's eyes lit up. During this time, Ming's interactions and experiences had added a sense of calm and confidence to his demeanor, coupled with his above-average looks and seemingly expensive attire and vehicle. Each aspect was undoubtedly a weapon for attracting women. If he were to learn from Sun Hu, he could easily attract a flock of admirers, both in quality and quantity, far outpacing Sun Hu. After instructing Xiao Long to park the car by the roadside and wait, Ming took the initiative to step forward, politely confirming both parties' identities before extending his hand to the beautiful assistant. "Hello, Miss Jean. Thank you for your help today." At this moment, Xiaozi also poked its little head out from the collar of his coat and waved its paw. Perhaps because beautiful girls would eventually become its chefs. It always showed enthusiasm towards girls. Jean Xiaoyu looked at Xiaozi in surprise, then extended her long, fair hand, modestly shaking Ming's hand gently before quickly withdrawing it. With a slight smile on her pretty face, she said softly. Chapter 214. The bell rang, and Jiang Yonghui at the podium had no habit of dragging on the class, directly announcing the end. After speaking, he began to organize his lesson plan. Ming and Jean Xiaoyu sat in the last row of the classroom. Since the front was crowded with students eager to leave, they didn't get up immediately and chose to wait a little longer in their seats. Taking advantage of this break, Ming pointed at the brown clay sculpture resembling a feline on the desk, lowered his head, and smiled at Xiaozi. "How about it? Does it look like you?" "Meow. Looks like you hammer." Little Purple tilted her head and looked, then her purple pupils narrowed. She bared her teeth, and without hesitation, she scratched the head of the clay sculpture. A plum blossom mark was immediately imprinted on the top of the clay cat's head. Ming finally understood why the first step was to use steel wire for the framework. The little guy was really putting in effort. With that scratch, the head didn't fall off, it just got knocked askew. Hee hee. The nearby Jean Xiaoyu saw this scene and chuckled softly, then curiously asked Mr. Qi if he had practiced shooting or calligraphy before. Ming gave Little Purple a light thump on the head and, while repositioning the clay cat's head, laughed and said, "I haven't learned. I'm from a rural area. We didn't have the conditions for that. However, I did play with a slingshot for a long time when I was a kid. Does that count?" Chapter 215. There are 5 great palaces in the world. China's Forbidden City, England's Buckingham Palace, America's White House, Russia's Kremlin, and France's Palace of Versailles. The Palace of Versailles was built according to Louis XIV's personal preferences, gathering the best architects and sculptors of the time, and took years to complete. For over 100 years after its completion, this palace was the center of France and even Europe. There is a consensus in the French art community that the best painters of the 16th century were at the Fontainebleau Palace, and the best sculptors of the 17th century were at the Palace of Versailles. François Jourdan, proficient in architecture and sculpture, was among the earliest and most prominent builders of the Palace of Versailles. He left a large number of works within the palace. Unfortunately, during the French Revolution, the Palace of Versailles was repeatedly plundered by angry citizens, with everything from various artworks to furniture, carpets, and even the palace's doors and windows being smashed and removed. During this time, many of Jourdan's works were heavily damaged, making his genuine pieces extremely rare, with most of the existing ones being replicas. Jiang Yonghui deduced that this statue was likely lost during this period and eventually ended up in China. Chapter 216. In the Sky Above. A Gulfstream G-200 medium-sized private jet was traversing through the clouds, speeding towards its destination. This aircraft can reach a cruising speed of about 0.8 Mach and has a maximum range of 300 kilometers, sufficient for a transcontinental flight from New York, USA to London, England. It is precisely this excellent performance and high cost-effectiveness that, even though it was released in 1999, it is still favored by airlines and successful individuals around the world. Ming chose this private jet for his trip to Hong Kong Island. It wasn't that he had suddenly become wealthy and wanted to spend 10 times the price of a first-class ticket for a private jet. Rather, unlike previous domestic trips, there was no airline flying from Beijing to Hong Kong Island that allowed pets in the cabin. They could only be checked in. To save time and provide the little guy with the best flight experience, he had no choice but to spend 150,000 RMB to experience the joy of being rich. However, once on board, he couldn't feel the joy at all. The cabin was not crowded, but it was a bit lively. Above Ming's head, the family's red-crowned parrot was chirping incessantly, while on the coffee table beside him, Little Purple was constantly banging on the table, glaring and cursing. Chapter 217. Ming truly didn't notice what the flight attendant was up to. Even if he did, he would be powerless to change it. He slept for about 2 hours, which wasn't long, but the quality of sleep was excellent. When he stretched and sat up, the laziness in his body seemed to be pulled away, and he perked up. To ensure he slept comfortably, the flight attendants had thoughtfully drawn the curtains on the surrounding windows, so the small room was dimly lit at that moment. Ming rubbed his sleepy eyes with his left hand and reached for the bedside lamp with his right, ready to turn on the light and get dressed. Huh. As his fingers groped around, he unintentionally touched the body of the lamp, feeling that familiar cool sensation that sent a shiver through him, instantly waking him up a bit more. Ming turned his head to look, but the dim environment interfered with his vision, making it hard to see clearly. He decided not to fuss about pulling the lamp. Instead, he leaned forward and pulled open the curtains, instantly brightening the room. He then focused on the source of the coolness, the lamp. It was at that moment he noticed that the lamp's body was actually made from a vase. Chapter 2:18, Brother Tiger. Welcome, welcome. As Ming and Sun Hu stepped out of the VIP passage, a chubby man, weighing about the same as Sun Hu, enthusiastically greeted them. However, due to his large size, his steps appeared quick and fragmented, reminiscent of a Japanese woman in wooden clogs. When the two chubby men embraced, their hands patted each other, but unfortunately, they couldn't reach each other's backs and could only thump each other's shoulders, which made Ming feel quite awkward. Even more awkward was that while others leave some space when they hug, these two stood there like door gods. Although the VIP passage wasn't crowded, there were still some people around, and Ming could feel the disapproving looks behind him. Ahem. He coughed softly a couple of times to signal Sun Hu to be mindful. Sun Hu immediately caught on, but he was more concerned about introducing his friend to Ming than about the impatient travelers waiting for them to clear the way. Ming, this is my friend from Hong Kong, the young master of the Hongshe group, Tian Chuan. Tian Chuan adjusted his black-framed glasses, and in contrast to his large face, his eyes, which weren't much larger than little purples, squinted into slits when he smiled. Ming noticed him opening his arms, ready to hug, and quickly stepped forward to shake his hand. Little Purple was nestled in his arms. If they hugged, she'd be squished. Chapter 219. The shop owner had long noticed a few people at the door. The leading person was cradling a kitten, with a small bird perched on his shoulder, looking somewhat unique, while the chubby man beside him had an air of arrogance, clearly not an ordinary person, with the suited and leather-shod individuals behind them likely being bodyguards or secretaries. For a shop owner, the most important thing is to have good judgment. After just a brief glance, he concluded that these people were definitely potential customers, which is why he proactively welcomed them. Seeing such a Buddha head displayed, Ming became interested in this small shop, which was only about the size of two newsstands, and stepped inside. Sun Hu, who followed behind, initially wanted to join in the fun, but upon peering inside, he saw that the 2-meter-wide store was crammed with 3 shelves, leaving only 2 narrow aisles about 40 centimeters wide. His size would make it difficult to turn around once inside. So, he decided not to go in and noticed next door there was a store displaying many watches and lighters. So he waved to Ming and headed next door. After entering the shop, Ming quickly scanned the layout. It was a rectangular space not wider than 3 meters and about 5 meters long. At the back was a glass counter, with 2 antique shelves against the walls. The left side was filled with ancient books and scrolls belonging to the antique trade, while the right side showcased porcelain, with glass doors installed on the shelves to prevent breakage. Chapter 220. Ming ultimately did not agree to follow the girl to her so-called shop. Firstly, he came to Hollywood Road not just to shop, but for other important matters. Secondly, for safety reasons, getting involved with antiques could lead to wealth that an ordinary person could never earn in a lifetime. It was extremely unwise to casually go along with it in this place. However, he didn't completely dismiss her, asking the girl for an address. To his surprise, the girl was quite prepared and handed him a business card. The card had a detailed address, and when he checked it on his phone, it turned out to be a residential area, not a shop at all. Ming planned to have Sun Hu look into it later. If there were no issues, he might go take a look, as he was still very interested in that piece of enamelware. Seeing that she couldn't persuade Ming any further, the girl didn't continue to insist, especially since she noticed Sun Hu approaching with someone who seemed to be a bodyguard. Sun Hu's demeanor sometimes belonged to the type that people disliked. Sir, if you want to come by, just call any time. Our shop is open 24 hours, she said, making a phone gesture with her right hand before turning to leave. She curiously glanced at Xiao Zi and the red indigo carving before running off to another antique shop, presumably to look for customers. Chapter 221. Can I take a look at this? Ming pointed at the plum vase in the display case and asked the salesperson. The salesperson smiled and nodded, of course, right this way. After that, she led him to a resting area facing the street. Once Ming sat down on the sofa, she opened a drawer under the table and brought out a tray. The tray was neatly arranged with wet wipes, gloves, a magnifying glass, and a strong flashlight, an entire set of appraisal tools. After preparing everything, she left, and soon, the sweet white glazed plum vase was placed in front of Qiming. After she set it up, Qiming cleaned his hands with a wet wipe before carefully picking up the plum vase. The first thing he did was flip it over to examine the bottom. Sure enough, in the center of the base, it was inscribed in double-line 4-character seal script, Yongla Nianji. P.S. The base mark for porcelain from the Yongla era is only this type of 4-character seal script. Any 4-character regular script, 6-character regular script, or 6-character seal script are all faked marks. Imitations from later periods. The reason the shopkeeper judged it to be a mid-Qing imitation was also found by Qiming. The craftsmanship of this vase was too rough. In China, white porcelain is the oldest and most mature type of porcelain. Chapter 222. Hey, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you here. A young man approached with a big smile, extending his hand. The driver who was originally blocking Qiming stepped aside upon seeing they knew each other. What a coincidence, Qiming said, shaking his hand. Hey, are you here for tourism? Yes, Qiming nodded and then casually asked, what about you? Here to have fun in Hong Kong too? The young man waved his hand while pulling out a cigarette and offered it to Qiming, who refused. He then put it in his own mouth and sighed while looking for his lighter. We don't have that kind of free time. After saying that, he recalled that this person had done business with him before, and both times he had had someone resembling a bodyguard with him, clearly indicating substantial financial resources. It really was a coincidence. He felt a bit excited, his eyes gleaming as he looked at Qiming. In his heart, he secretly praised his good luck, thinking that the task assigned by his boss was starting to show some promise. Qiming actually realized after asking that this person, although a low-level player in the antique business, was not an honest one. An honest person wouldn't engage in selling a Buddha head. Now that the other party had come to Hong Kong and was out on the famous antique street of Hollywood Road, the purpose was self-evident. Chapter 223. Sorry, I don't need it. Qiming frowned and pulled hard, trying to free his hand from the girl's grip. To his surprise, the petite girl held on tightly, and he couldn't pull it out right away. Upon hearing his accent, Qin Xiaoxi's eyes lit up, and her tone became even more flirtatious. What man doesn't need it? Come on, we can try first, and if you're satisfied, then pay. How about that? This thing can still be tried? Did she really think he knew nothing? In the past, when watching Hong Kong dramas, there were quite a few scantily clad street girls, and he thought it was just artistic processing for the plot. Turns out art really does come from life. However, to be fair, the girl was indeed attractive, and Qiming felt sorry for her. Why did she end up in this line of work? A hint of pity appeared in his eyes as he leaned slightly to the left, bending his legs a bit to place the vase on the ground. With his freed left hand, he grabbed the girl's hands that were holding his right arm and pulled hard. I really don't need it. Why don't you find him? Qiming attempted to pry the girl's hands apart while gesturing to Sun Hu, who was not far away. Sun Hu had long noticed Qiming tugging with a beautiful girl and, upon seeing Qiming signaling him, immediately raised his eyebrows and gave him a thumbs up, even clapping his hands together twice in a gesture of encouragement. Chapter 224. At the bottom of the Hage Hotel, Qin Xiaoxi linked arms with Qiming, looking like a normal couple coming to check in, although they took several twists and turns along the way. Qiming felt that the straight-line distance from where he first met this girl was no more than 800 meters. The elevator went straight up and stopped on the 17th floor. Qin Xiaoxi pulled Qiming to the door of room 1704 and paused as she knocked. Qiming lightly shrugged his shoulder, and the red indigo carving that had been standing there understood, chirping a couple of times before darting out toward the ventilation window at the far end. What kind of tricks are you playing now? Now that they had arrived, Qin Xiaoxi didn't need to pretend anymore. After placing the vase on the carpet, she grabbed Qiming's right hand, pulled it behind his back, and pressed him against the wall. This girl was slender, but her strength was surprisingly strong. Ouch, that hurts. Be gentle. Qin Xiaoxi wanted to teach him a lesson just as the door clicked open, revealing a burly man with a beard about 1.8 meters tall, who furrowed his brow and looked at the two. Xiaoxi, what is going on? Seeing the newcomer, Qin Xiaoxi loosened her grip slightly and complained, Captain Liu, this guy might be playing tricks. What tricks am I playing? You said you would cooperate with the investigation, and now I'm not with you. The cat got startled and ran away in an unfamiliar environment. How can I control that? Also, my cat has run away too. Do you know how much my two pets are worth? I want to let this go with you. Chapter 225. Meanwhile, Li Mian after briefly monitoring Ming, switched between taxis and subways, changing several modes of transportation, and made his way from the Wan Chai area, where Hollywood Road is located, to the Yau Ma Ti and Mong Kok area. He casually picked a roadside KTV and dove right in. Like all young people out for entertainment, he registered for a room and went into a private booth. Once the server left, he pretended to sing until the clock struck 5 p.m. As soon as the time was up, Li Mian turned up the music in the private room and rushed into the bathroom to make preparations. After doing all this, he took out a mobile phone and pressed the only number on it. The phone rang 5 times before being answered. Without any pleasantries, Li Mian got straight to the point. Boss, things haven't gone smoothly. The Brits and Americans are fine. They can inspect and trade on time. But the little devils, for some reason, have gone into hiding and backed out. Do you think they've caught wind of something? According to the informants arranged locally, the tomb robbery had already been exposed, which is why Li Mian asked. There was a moment of silence on the other end, and then a mechanical, synthesized voice responded. Chapter 226. When it comes to antiques and jewelry, son who is not even worthy of carrying Ming's shoes. But when it comes to food, it's obvious who the experts are just by looking at their physiques. On the way, son who was already educating Ming about the Qilin restaurant they were going to. He talked about how it had been awarded 3 Michelin stars for 3 consecutive years, the dry abalone sealing, the freshness and tenderness of fish maw and shark fin, and how soft and fragrant the abalone was. By the end, he was so tempted that he swallowed several times. In the end, son who directly stated that if he didn't get to eat abalone at AE in this lifetime, it would be a wasted life. Hold on, you keep me in check. Ming didn't have such a strong obsession with food, but Xiao Zi was a foodie, and after listening to son who's boasting, saliva was already dripping from its mouth. Ming could only support its chin, forcibly closing its mouth, and asked the driver for some tissues to wipe the drool from its mouth. Fellow traveler cat, Xiao Zi, why don't you come with me? Seeing this, son who seized the opportunity to entice. Unfortunately, Xiao Zi was just greedy for food and wasn't foolish. It almost left a paw print on his chubby face. When the two arrived at Qilin restaurant, Tian Chuan was already there, waiting at the door. As soon as they appeared, he warmly welcomed them into the private room. Chapter 227. Oh, Chuanzi, you're here too. This handsome young man had a proud expression, with one hand in his pocket and the other resting on the shoulder of a beautiful woman beside him, his palm carelessly wandering. Due to his height advantage, he was almost looking down on Tian Chuan. Yes, I have a friend here for dinner. If I had known young Master Zhou was here, I would have insisted on toasting you. Tian Chuan wasn't annoyed at all by the other party's attitude. Instead, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a uniquely designed metal cigarette case, respectfully offering a cigarette. When young Master Zhou took it and placed it to his lips, he even stood on his toes to light it for him. Is that your friend over there? Young Master Zhou took a nice puff of smoke and pointed his fingers holding the cigarette toward Ming and Sun Hu. Yes, they're from the capital. Would you like to get to know each other? No need. Not everyone deserves to have me know their name. Due to the distance of 3 or 4 meters, Ming couldn't hear their conversation. However, he could clearly see the man's arrogance and attitude, and what surprised him was that he recognized a familiar face. It was the beautiful woman being embraced by that man. If Sun Hu were still clear-headed, he should be able to recognize her as the flight attendant he had held hands with while reading palmistry. Chapter 228. In the VIP lounge of Hong Kong International Airport, Ming had been waiting there for half an hour. To his surprise, he encountered young Master Zhou again. Today's young Master Zhou had obviously dressed up carefully. His previously gray hair was dyed back to black. The tea-colored glasses he wore that day were replaced with understated black frame glasses, paired with a black suit, white shirt, and blue tie, giving him the appearance of a refined business elite. Even Ming had to admit that this man's looks made him feel inferior, especially with the Richard Mille watch that was revealed when he raised his wrist. In just over 10 minutes, several young ladies approached young Master Zhou to request his contact information. Seeing how young Master Zhou eagerly embraced a woman that night, Ming thought he was definitely a more lecherous scoundrel than Sun Hu. However, to his surprise, these well-dressed and elegant young ladies were politely turned down one by young Master Zhou. Watching the disappointed expressions on their faces, Ming felt as if he could hear the sound of hearts breaking. Because of his presence, what was initially a dull waiting time suddenly sped up. Soon it was exactly 4 p.m., and the large screen on the wall updated with the latest arrival flight numbers. And the flight that Tong Xinxing was on was prominently listed. Chapter 229. In the nanny car, with the female assistant as a light bulb. Qi Ming and Tong Xinqing could only hold hands and Ti Xiaozi. So as soon as they arrived at the villa, Qi Ming arranged for the assistant's room on the first floor for her to rest. He then took his luggage and led Tong Xinqing to the second floor. Before going upstairs, the female assistant jokingly called out to Tong Xinqing, "Sister Tong, keep an eye on the time. You can't be late for the exhibition tonight." "I know." Hearing the little assistant's giggles from downstairs, Tong Xinqing shot a glare at Qi Ming, her eyes clearly saying, "It's all your fault." Qi Ming scratched his head foolishly, looking like he didn't understand what she meant. Knowing that the girl beside him was a cat lover, Qi Ming took Xiaozi off him and closed it outside the door before entering the room. So love really does fade away. Xiaozi had a first-hand experience of this saying about human society at that moment. It sat dumbfounded at the door, looking up at the door lock, while its little brother Hongdian had also fallen to the ground, sitting beside it. Seeing that the door showed no signs of opening, the little guy howled in frustration, turned around, and kicked the door with its hind legs, making a thud. After venting its anger, it still couldn't open the door and could only head downstairs in dejection. Chapter 230. Brother Yang, you were so cool, just now. Arriving at Kamsa's booth, Yang Ku, who had just been spirited on the red carpet, had now become a standard salesman, busy helping the beauties by the display cases try on and introduce their jewelry. Qi Ming saw that no one was around him and took the opportunity to tease him. "Xiao Qi, you finally made it. Come on, introduce your own stuff." Upon seeing Qi Ming, Yang Ku treated him like free labor, pulling him toward the display case on the left. There were several rectangular glass display cases standing there. In the two glass cases in the center, they showcased Qi Ming's yellow jade and 2 emerald jewelry pieces. "Brother Yang, I'm a visitor. If you keep this up, I'll go tell your wife on you." Qi Ming knew he had been caught as a laborer. For easier management, the organizing committee had set a limit on the number of staff based on the size of each exhibiting company. Kamsa's booth could only have 4 salespeople. However, due to the impact of the 2 emerald jewelry pieces and the yellow jade, they attracted many customers, and the 4 people were overwhelmed. That's why Yang Ku took the initiative to step in, and Qi Ming had essentially delivered himself to the door. Chapter 231. Do you want this piece? The boss pointed at the jade rough stone on the table and looked Qi Ming up and down again. "What's wrong? Not good?" "In business, there's no such thing as not good. But this piece is not cheap. If you really want it, at least 5 million. And you need to pay a deposit of 500,000 first. I'm counting on it to attract customers during the exhibition, so the remaining balance can be paid in full at the end of the exhibition. At that time, we can exchange money for goods." While the boss spoke, he gently stroked the exposed jade flesh, just like caressing a lover's skin. 5 million. Qi Ming looked at the rough stone again. It was flat, about 12 centimeters long, less than 6 centimeters wide, and 4 centimeters thick. The quality could reach ice grade, and the color was not truly colorless, but slightly blue. A slightly blue color indicates a darker hue, which is a drawback. The quality and color are among the most popular in today's high-end jade market. But the shape is a concern. The length is fine, but the width is lacking, making it impossible to produce a good bracelet. If forced, the result would be handcuffs instead of a bracelet. Excluding the best and most profitable options, this piece could at most be made into a pendant, earrings, or a ring face. Calculating like this, 5 million is too high. Chapter 232. Xiao Yu, watch the stall for a while. I'll take him over there. Upon hearing that Qi Ming was going to cut the stone here, the boss instructed another person at the stall and then picked up the stone, heading toward the cutting area in the corner of the exhibition. After taking a couple of steps, he noticed Qi Ming hadn't followed and turned back to gesture for him to catch up. Qi Ming approached in confusion, asking as they walked, "Boss, don't you have cutting tools at your stall? Why go there? Isn't that unnecessary?" He. The boss chuckled awkwardly, lowering his voice. "Young man, please bear with it. Just a few more steps. It's my first day opening, you understand." Haha. Now that he mentioned it, Qi Ming understood. He was worried that if Qi Ming cut the stone and it turned out poorly, it would damage his reputation. What a shrewd businessman. The two didn't talk much on the way and soon arrived at the public cutting area provided by the exhibition organizers, which had a row of professional cutting tools, with 7 or 8 cutting machines alone. The boss was about to put the stone into a cutting machine, but was stopped by Qi Ming. "Boss, who said I wanted to cut it in half?" He walked over to a polishing machine and said he wanted to polish it. Chapter 233. In places like Ruili and Tengchong, if someone bets on a stone and it increases in value, they set off firecrackers. In Pingzhou and Jiang in Guangdong, if it increases, not only do they set off firecrackers, but there are also lion dance performances. Today, since this is just an indoor exhibition, firecrackers can't be set off, so each stall has prepared a gong, hoping that if their rough stone increases in value, it can serve as publicity. Thus, when the boss shouted and the gongs clanged, it immediately became the center of attention in the venue. What? High ice? That piece of dry green waste just now. Is it real? High ice? What is high ice? Some people were still skeptical, but the quick-witted ones had already started running over. Let me through. Hey, what's going on inside? Can someone tell me if it's really high ice? Ming initially focused on the boss madly banging the gong and, not paying attention, was pushed out by newcomers. When those people surrounded it and saw it was indeed high ice, they became agitated. Someone immediately squeezed out of the crowd and ran towards the still banging boss. Boss, is this piece 100,000? Will you sell it? Look at you so stingy. Boss, I'll offer 150,000. Chapter 234. After receiving a call for help from Sun Hu, Ming could no longer continue choosing stones and had to hurry to Hall 3, where he was. On the way to Hall 3, many people rushed past him towards Hall 5, where the stone betting was happening, claiming they heard someone had won and wanted to join the excitement. Unknowingly, he had become a living advertisement, but unfortunately, no one was paying him endorsement fees. Watching this group of eager people, Ming shook his head secretly. 9 out of 10 bets lose. If it were really that easy to win, who would sell rough stones? Ignoring them, he hurriedly made his way to Hall 3, which was also a place for selling finished jewelry. However, this hall was themed around Eastern jewelry. The exhibitors were showcasing ancient-style designs, primarily made of jade and gold and silver items. Looking at the signs at each stall, the exhibitors included those from China, Korea, Japan, and some small Southeast Asian countries. Due to style limitations, this venue had an actual exhibition area of just about 1,000 square meters, which couldn't compare in scale or number of attendees to the main venue in Hall 1 or Hall 45 that he had visited. Chapter 235, Boss. Can I take a look at that? Ming pointed to a golden hairpin in the display case and asked. Of course. The boss quickly took it out and placed it on the counter. Ming carefully picked it up. This type of ornament is called a buyao, and what he held was made of gold, hence commonly referred to as a golden buyao. The buyao was a type of hair accessory in ancient times, especially popular among Han women. Its history is long, dating back to the Shang dynasty, when only royal women could wear it during ancestor worship. It wasn't until after the Han dynasty that it became popular among the public. Unlike ordinary hairpins or hair sticks, the buyao has tassels or pendants hanging from the head, so when women walk, the decorative pendants sway with each step, hence the name buyao. The golden buyao in Ming's hand was entirely made of gold, with the decorative flowers, leaves, and phoenix crafted using traditional wire inlay techniques. One of the flowers even had a red gemstone embedded in its center, making it stunning. Such craftsmanship is rarely seen in the market, and the phoenix is considered taboo, so it's likely that this piece came from a palace. Ming also used his qi observation technique to examine it and found that it dated back to the Ming dynasty, making it a good piece, though it looked too new. Chapter 236. While Ming was lost in thought, Sun, who had already started acting unscrupulously, seeing that deception wasn't working, he placed a safety buckle on the counter and intended to take action. Xiaozi noticed his intentions and glared at him, thinking that if she weren't holding something in her paws, she would have given him a good beating. Hey, little thing, I'm not your easygoing master. If you don't let me see it today, I'll teach you a lesson. Don't think I won tea. Sun, who initially just wanted to take a look out, agreed, but now he was purely in a playful mood, disregarding the situation and thinking about teasing the cat for fun. As soon as he finished speaking, he rolled up his sleeves and started to reach for it. Meow. Xiaozi growled in annoyance. This finally brought Ming back to reality. Seeing Sun Hu's big face coming closer, he quickly took a step back to create distance and said, Brother Hu, stop playing. Have you picked out the items? If you have, let's go, it's getting late. At that time, he had agreed with Tong Xinqing to meet at the parking lot of Hall number 1 around 9 p.m. and then go back together. The time was almost up. Hearing this, Sun Hu didn't come closer but pointed curiously at the jade between Xiao Zi's little claws and said to Xiao Qi, I just want to take a look. We'll leave after that. Chapter 237 Box. Sun, who suspiciously took the red wooden box from Qi Ming's hands, shook it in his hand, and uncertainly said, "Is this it? It's so light. It must be wooden, right?" His casual demeanor made Qi Ming's mouth twitch, and he quickly reminded him to be careful. "Tiger brother, be gentle. This thing could buy several pieces of that high-grade ice jade on Xiao Zi's little paws." "Really?" Sun, who was a bit skeptical, but didn't dare to shake it with one hand anymore. Changing to holding it with both hands, he examined it closely. However, no matter how he looked at it, it was just a big red box. The flowers and birds on the side were quite beautiful, but the three characters on the front, either an old man or a young boy, were holding a guqin and a tablet. It looked abstract. In Sun Dashao's eyes, it definitely wasn't as good-looking as the cover models of Men's Health or Playboy. "Tiger brother, have you seen enough? If you've seen enough, you should return it to me." Qi Ming stretched out his hand, wanting it back. Seeing the fat guy holding it, flipping it over and over, he was genuinely worried that one slip would cause it to drop. "Want it back? Then tell me what this is. I'll return it to you." He knew he was trying to be difficult, but thinking that Sun, who would also join the Cultural Relics Bureau in the future, it would be beneficial for him to learn more about this. Chapter 238. "I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou. My car is over there. Can you just drop me off here?" Standing a little over 10 meters away from the nanny van, Tong Xinqing politely bid farewell to Zhou Qi. Zhou Qi's temples throbbed, but he still wore a humble and gentlemanly expression, regretfully saying, "Miss Tong, time is a bit tight. There are many details we haven't discussed." His posture made it clear that anyone with a decent IQ would know he was making an invitation. However, Tong Xinqing just smiled lightly. "Contracts and endorsements. This type of business cooperation I leave to my agent to handle. After all, I'm just an actress. If you talk to me about these things, I won't understand. If Mr. Zhou really has something to discuss, you can contact my agent, Sister Wang." After saying that, she reached out to a little assistant beside her. As if prepared, the assistant handed a business card to Tong Xinqing. She quickly passed it to Zhou Qi. "I don't know if young Master Zhou has my agent's contact information. This is her business card, and there's her personal phone number on it. You can contact her anytime if you need anything. Miss Tong, you are thoughtful." Chapter 239. Wearing jewelry is indeed something that women should do themselves. In just a few minutes, Tong Xinqing had put on a golden step shake. After admiring herself in the makeup mirror for a while, she turned her head to look at Qi Ming and asked, "How is it? Does it look good?" As she spoke, she gently shook her head. With her movements, the golden flowers and phoenix on the step shake also swayed gently, reflecting beautifully under the dim yellow light. However, no matter how beautiful the step shake was, it lost its color in front of the girl's stunning beauty. Qi Ming stared blankly for a while before muttering, "It looks good." After saying that, he instinctively leaned closer, wanting to kiss her again. Tong Xinqing also appeared shy and timid. In the moment of intense feelings and perfect atmosphere, neither of them noticed that the car had slowly come to a stop. President Qi, Sister Tong, shouldn't you hurry up? Or continue upstairs?" The assistant in the front passenger seat, Xiao Hua, looked at the two in the back with a mix of gossip and amusement. "Oh no." Tong Xinqing, feeling embarrassed, blushed instantly at this remark. The little purple on her hand became her weapon to retaliate against the assistant, and without looking, she tossed a cat bomb at her. Chapter 240. "Really?" Qi Ming looked at the stunning beauty in his arms, holding on to the last glimmer of hope, and asked. Tong Xinqing pouted, her face flushed, and nodded. Although they were already a couple and had reached this point today, discussing such issues with someone of the opposite sex still made her shy, and her voice was hardly louder than a mosquito. "Why would I lie to you? What day is it?" Qi Ming could only settle for second best now, but fate played a not-so-small joke on him. Tong Xinqing, feeling shy, didn't say it directly but extended her slender index finger. Sighing. Qi Ming spread his arms wide and lay back on the bed, looking blankly at the white ceiling. Seeing his dejected look, Tong Xinqing couldn't help but chuckle, quickly tidying up her disheveled clothes, then leaning against Qi Ming's arm and lying on his chest. "What are you thinking about?" Tong Xinqing asked, holding a strand of her long hair and gently brushing it against Qi Ming's chin. "Oh, I was thinking about whether Nuwa is male or female." "Nuwa? Isn't she the woman with a human head and snake body? What's there to think about?" Chapter 241. After the two got up and washed up, they lingered for a while, and it was already past 10. Since it was already this late, Qi Ming wasn't in a hurry to go and simply took Tong Xinqing and Xiao Zi to the Qilin Hotel. This was the most expensive restaurant he had been to in Hong Kong Island, but it also had the best taste. The two of them, along with the cat, enjoyed a lovely meal. due to Tong Xinqing's enthusiastic feeding and attentive service at the table. Xiaozi finally forgave her for her rudeness the day before and was willing to get close to her again. After eating and drinking to their fill, the two and the cat headed straight to hall number 5 of the jewelry exhibition. On the way, Tong Xinqing excitedly discussed what to do if they found jade, as if they would definitely find something just by going. However, upon entering the venue, she was stunned by the piles of raw stones and the enthusiasm of the people inside. Tong Xinqing instinctively tightened her hold on Qi Ming's arm, and after curiously looking around, she asked Qi Ming, "Are they all here to gamble on stones?" Seeing that there were indeed many people in attendance, Qi Ming, in order to prevent Xiao Zi from running around and causing trouble, stuffed it into his clothes despite its protests, leaving only its little head exposed. After hearing Tong Xinqing's question, he thought for a moment before shaking his head. Chapter 242, Gambling on Stones? Tong Xinqing looked at the stalls, besides cages and snakes. Where are the stones? If there were no stones, how could they talk about gambling on stones? Qi Ming knew she didn't understand, so he pointed to a young man inside and said, "You should take a look first." Tong Xinqing nodded, but suddenly felt a scratching and wriggling sensation at her belly. Only then did she realize that when she hugged Qi Ming in fear earlier, she had accidentally squeezed Xiao Zi in between them. "Oh dear!" she exclaimed softly and quickly moved aside. "Who?" After finally breaking free from the restraints, Xiao Zi gasped for breath. Just now, Tong Xinqing had held it so tightly that it almost suffocated. After confirming that the little guy was okay, Tong Xinqing turned her gaze back to the stall. She saw Sangu, who had been standing by the cage, step forward after receiving orders, carrying an iron cage to the side of the knife-wielding youth. Amidst the crowd's exclamations, he opened the lid of the cage. Wow, it really opened. Not even wearing gloves. How bold. "Ah, baby, don't be scared. It's just a snake. Just a little eel. We'll go eat snake soup tonight. It's very nourishing." Chapter 243. Need to add money. Does Sangu also watch the spring knife? Does he know this reference? Qi Ming couldn't help but silently criticize this Indian version of the add money guy, frowning slightly as he imitated the vendor's previous selling tone and asked, "Why? You just said it clearly. 1 for 10,000 Hong Kong dollars. No cheating. Now you want to add money?" "Exactly. You Indian guy, your words don't count, trying to pull this last-minute price increase trick in our huaxia." The surrounding people who heard their conversation began to join in, one being a dark-skinned Indian and the other clearly a local, so it was obvious who they would support. The Indian boss didn't expect such a strong reaction after saying there was an increase, and he continuously pressed his hands down to signal everyone to be quiet. His Chinese wasn't good, so he could only keep repeating in English, "Quiet, please be quiet, stop for a moment." After all, this was Hong Kong Island, and many primary and secondary schools started teaching in English, so although this guy's English had a strong accent, the crowd gradually quieted down. After managing to control the situation, the boss wiped the sweat from his forehead and raised his voice, directly explaining to everyone, "I sincerely apologize, I miscommunicated earlier." Chapter 244. Once the King Cobra was completely controlled, the fear of the surrounding people diminished, and they gradually ignored the Indian boss's earlier warnings and gathered around. The expression of hesitation and surprise on the face of Sangu, who was responsible for retrieving the stones, was clearly visible to Qi Ming and many others. The Indian boss, seeing one of his subordinates dazed at such a critical moment, immediately scolded him. The man quickly came to his senses, obediently acknowledged, and sped up his actions. Soon, a small, flat stone shaped like a pumpkin seed was squeezed out from a wound. "Hey, it's out! It's out!" Those close by immediately pointed excitedly at the snake's head and shouted. It really was big. The part that had emerged was even larger than what that man had. "Qi Ming, we got it. It's really here. You're amazing." Seeing this, Tong Xinqing was also jumping up and down, so excited that she impulsively pecked him on the cheek. Qi Ming's eyes sparkled with joy, and the corners of his lips curled up. As a man, how could he let a woman take advantage of him in public? He couldn't accept that loss, so he naturally leaned towards Tong Xinqing's lips. Chapter 245. On the other end of the phone, Sun, who heard Qi Ming mention trouble, and his previously anxious mood calmed almost instantly. He asked in a deep voice, "What's going on? Is it serious?" "Just a few small tales, but my girlfriend is here, and I'm worried about accidents." "Do you have anyone with you?" "Yes, that brat Tian Chuan arranged a few bodyguards for me." "Where are you?" "I'll come pick you up now." "That's good." Qi Ming sighed in relief. He looked around and said, "I'm right here at entrance 3, next to the stall full of cobras. Just wait there, I'll be there in 2 minutes. After Sun Hu finished speaking, he hung up the phone with a snap. Sure enough, in less than 2 minutes, he came running with 4 strong men, pushing through the crowd like a tank. From a few meters away, Ming could see the sweat on the fat guy's forehead. Ye. Seeing his people arrive, Ming also breathed a sigh of relief and took Tong Xinxing to meet him. Who? Sun Hu gasped for breath, complaining, "You brat. Can't you be a bit more self-aware? You're a person with over 100 million in assets. At least bring a couple more people with you when you go out." Yes, I'll pay attention next time. Chapter 246. Ming couldn't judge the stone's origin based on the outer shell yet, but the experts around him had determined its source, so there wouldn't be any mistake. However, because they confirmed it was a material that could get stuck, they hesitated. According to them, the characteristics of stones that could get stuck are thin skins and good water content, and they can show results under light. This is very confusing for both novices and veterans. But nothing is perfect. The downside of stones that can get stuck is that they have many cracks, and many of them are fine cracks like spider webs, which makes it a high-risk gamble. Once jade has cracks, it limits the production of finished products. Even if you ultimately find imperial green, if you can't extract anything, it's all for nothing. So in Ming's eyes, the flaw that didn't detract from its value became a fatal flaw in the eyes of the experts present. Ming couldn't help but sigh indeed. Different fields are like different mountains. By listening to a bit here and a bit there, Ming managed to grasp the ins and outs of the situation. As for whether to gamble or not, it still needed verification through observation. The crack issue that those people were worried about was not a problem for him at all. He looked at the raw stone again, his observation ability fully engaged. The aura of treasure on the stone was indeed rich. And the jade's green color looked like it was wearing a new coat, but surprisingly, it wasn't that intense, even less so than Xiao Zi's ice stick. Chapter 247. Ming breathed a sigh of relief, finally managing to fool the fat guy. However, he didn't notice a small hand had unknowingly reached for his waist. By the time he reacted, the soft flesh at his waist had already twisted 180 degrees. Xinxing. Ming turned his head, enduring the pain, and looked at Tong Xinxing in confusion. Tong Xinxing raised her delicate chin and huffed lightly, threateningly saying, "So you're familiar with the beautiful croupier, huh? Don't misunderstand. I just came up with a random excuse," Ming said, wrapping his arm around the girl's waist as they walked towards the gambling material area, carefully explaining. Before he left, the price of that stone had already reached 12 million. Before he could even express his feelings about the crazy stone, the crowd's bidding voices suddenly stopped. The crowd that was packed in front of the stall owner automatically turned to look at the newcomer, parting to clear a path. Who is this with such an impressive presence? Ming paused his steps, unable to see who was coming through the crowd. But knowing that these people were all prominent figures, anyone who could make them give way must have an extraordinary background. Chapter 248. Zhou Qi secretly glared at Ming and the others who were selecting stones in the gambling material area. He had come today under the pretense of chance encounter to increase his opportunities to interact with Tong Xinxing. Before coming here, he had carefully reviewed Ming's information, including family background, wealth, appearance, and education, and he believed he was superior in every aspect. Therefore, he was very confident about prying into this relationship. However, he didn't expect to run into a soft nail right away. He could only say he underestimated the progress between the two. Watching the intimate actions of the two, Zhou Qi felt a surge of inexplicable anger. He had already decided in his heart that if he couldn't find a breakthrough with Tong Xinxing, he might have to resort to some underhanded tactics to get Ming out of the picture. The young master? While he was lost in thought, the stone gambling master he brought along, Mr. Zhang, had finished examining the raw stone and walked over to Zhou Qi. Mr. Zhang called out, and seeing Zhou Qi didn't respond, he had to call out again. Oh, Zhou Qi finally came back to his senses, turned around, and after seeing Mr. Zhang, asked Mr. Zhang, "How does it look?" Mr. Zhang didn't answer directly, but instead advised, "Young master, since you're here, you should take a look too. Let's talk after you've seen it." Chapter 249. Sun Hu looked at the large stone on the ground and asked uncertainly, "Is this it?" "Yes. Isn't it a gamble? Let's go for a big one. But this one seems a bit too big." Sun Hu walked around the stone, and after examining it, he shook his head repeatedly. He didn't understand stone gambling. But if choosing a big one would increase its value, then he wouldn't have a chance. Furthermore, there was not a hint of mossy python on this stone, and there was a large crack, slanting as if it had been chopped by an axe. Just this crack was about 5 centimeters deep and, at its widest, It was about 3 centimeters, enough for his chubby hand, which looked like a pig's trotter, to fit inside comfortably. Not only the surrounding stone gambling experts, but even he, an outsider, shook his head in disbelief. The most critical point was that this stone performed so poorly, yet its price was not low. Among the gambling materials, some with good performance were priced separately, similar to the piece picked by Tong Xinqing. The poorly performing ones were priced by the kilogram. And this stone was priced at 600 Hong Kong dollars per kilogram. It would cost nearly 2 million at least. Sun Hu frowned and sighed. Xiao Qi, even if we have money, we shouldn't spend it like this. Chapter 250, 22 million. After Zhou Qi called out this price, he finally suppressed the bidding voices of those around him. He surveyed everyone like a victorious general. What are you so proud of? You won't go bankrupt. Some who were displeased with him smiled on the surface, but secretly despised him. Some even cursed directly. 22 million was indeed a lot, but among those present, even the one with the least wealth had at least 2 or 3 times that amount. If it were a piece of top-notch material today, the price could double, and everyone would dare to continue bidding. However, right now, it was only a half-gambling material with great uncertainty. In their line of business, making more or less money was secondary. Not losing was winning. Congratulations, little Zhou. The stall owner happily congratulated Zhou Qi with a gesture. Today was a double celebration. Not only selling this piece of material at nearly 4 times the price, but also getting news that the waste material he had held for nearly 5 years had unexpectedly found a fool and sold for a high price. Wasn't this double happiness? Zhou Qi nodded to the owner as a response, but turned his gaze toward Ming and his companions who were approaching. Since they had to pass in front of these people to get to the stone to the two groups inevitably crossed paths. Chapter 251, 5 minutes ago. Zhou Qi led the way to the Jishri. Beside each machine in the Jishri stood a Jishri arranged by the exhibition organizers. Jishri was also a technical job. Before cutting, they needed to make lines based on the raw material's performance. After all, if one cut in the wrong place, it could damage the jade inside, and the loss would be immeasurable. These Jishri arranged by the exhibition, while not all masters of the craft, were certainly better than ordinary people. Seeing Zhou Qi's entourage, the Jishri by the machine felt delighted. A material from such a boss must be good, with a high probability of increasing in value. Moreover, due to the influence of the British in Hong Kong, there was a habit of tipping. Generally, once the Desher was finished, these bosses were quite generous. From morning until now, he had already received nearly 8,000 in tips. When the Shifug saw the premium material being brought over by 2 bodyguards, he couldn't help but grin. With such top-notch material, the tips were guaranteed. The Shifug inspected the stone, then took out a marker and carefully drew a line along the only thin crack on the stone, saying cautiously, Chapter 252, are you 2 bosses from the mainland? The Shifug in charge of Ming's machine, seeing their strange expressions, asked familiarly, are you 2 from the mainland? Ming nodded, acknowledging his guess. That explains it. Here in Hong Kong, we believe in Lord Guan just like in Fujian, where they believe in Mazu. Would you 2 like to go pay your respects as well? There's a saying, better to believe in it than not to believe in it. Sun Hu waved his hand, no. We believe in Marx. This is Shrifik. Since you believe in this, I have a question for you. He said, what is it? As he adjusted the position of the saw blade, without looking up. There's a saying that Guan Gong is the god of wealth in martial arts. We also have that in the north. But wasn't he a martial saint? The romance of the 3 kingdoms doesn't mention him doing business. How did he become the god of wealth in martial arts? The North doesn't often worship Guan Gong. So Sun Hu knew of the saying, but never paid attention to the reason. Now, encountering it, he was genuinely curious, so he asked. The Jishru paused his actions, scratched his head, recalled for a moment, and then shyly said, I really don't know. When I was a child, my family had a statue of Guan Gong, and the elders told me to worship it, so I just followed along. As for why, I haven't heard anyone mention it. Chapter 253, what? It's rising. Those jewelers who were about to disperse after seeing Zhou Qi's collapse all perked up their ears like rabbits and quickly rushed towards the machine. Damn, this is my raw material, mine. Sun Hu had just heard about the rise, wanted to step forward, but because of his bulk, he moved slowly. So although he was close, he was pushed to the back, only able to jump up and down behind the crowd. Not only him, but even the Shishir who had been responsible for Shur by the machine was also pushed aside by someone, making room for others. This Jishru didn't show any displeasure. He scanned the surroundings and then jogged to the altar. On either side of the altar, There were two enormous bronze gongs with a diameter of 1.5 meters. These gongs were not struck casually. For instance, for small rises like Qi Ming's yesterday, they could only strike their own stall's gong. To strike this big gong, it not only had to be a rise, but also had to be a significant rise to qualify. Therefore, although the exhibition was held every year, this big bronze gong had hardly been struck. In front of the altar, there were originally a few people worshiping and offering incense, who had not yet bent down when a man rushed over from the crowd, picked up a wooden mallet nearby, and swung it towards the bronze gong. Chapter 254. Qi Ming ignored the jewelers who were calculating the prices, almost hitting him in the face with their jewels, and continued, "Could you please mention to manager you that if there are interested buyers with capability, they can come over." He had already confirmed through his vision that this 16-ton rough stone should yield around 800 gene of jade. However, 80 of it would be mid to low-end types, such as bean varieties and flower green. This part of the jade is the main force in the current market, but he did not find it appealing and had no way to process it, so it was best to sell it during this rare opportunity. "All right, I'll take care of this." Manager Yu readily agreed to this small request, then turned on the microphone while simultaneously activating the broadcasting equipment. The photographer lifted the camera and zoomed in on the cut surface of the rough stone. The screens around the walls lit up almost simultaneously, showcasing the icy green sheen of the rough material, which appeared even more noble under the lights. "Hey!" The screen lit up. Soon, everyone noticed the video on the screen when Manager Yu raised the microphone and explained that the rough material was what everyone was interested in. Chapter 255. Qi Ming and Yang Ke looked towards the source of the sound and saw the surrounding crowd automatically parting to create a pathway over a meter wide. Yang Ke raised his eyebrows upon seeing the newcomer and leaned in to whisper to Qi Ming, "This is the young master of the Li family, Li Zhixian, the current executive director of Diju Jewelry, based in Shenzhen. Brother Yang, I don't know anyone in the jewelry circle. Just tell me, who is more impressive, him or that one?" Qi Ming pointed at Zhou Qi, who was standing nearby, looking somewhat out of place. Yang Ke glanced at Zhou Qi and replied that the two were not on the same level. The Zhou family Sutai was at best in the top 3 in Hong Kong, but Diju consistently ranked in the top 10 globally. It was also the only brand from our country that could hold its own in the jewelry industry. As he spoke, Yang Ke's eyes were filled with ambition, and his tone could not hide his envy. One day, making KOMS reach the level of Diju was his life goal. With Yang Ke's explanation, Qi Ming understood. It was indeed easier to comprehend with a reference point. In just about 2 minutes, this young master Li, surrounded by a crowd, quickly approached Qi Ming. Although his status was higher than Zhou Qi's, his temperament was much more amiable, and he appeared quite approachable just by looking at his face. Like everyone else, he introduced himself briefly and handed over his business card, then stepped aside to watch the jade identification. Chapter 256. Having temporarily settled the group of foreign buyers, Qi Ming pulled Tong Xinqing aside. The earlier scene had also caught the attention of many Asian jewelers present. Previously, they watched as large European and American companies arrived, maintaining calm on the surface but feeling anxious inside, all thinking that a fierce competition was about to unfold. However, when they saw that these competitors were vying for a so-called snake stone rather than the rough material being identified, they all breathed a sigh of relief. But upon reflection, how could something that attracted so many top jewelry companies be anything ordinary? The looks they directed at Qi Ming were now filled with naked envy and resentment. Qi Ming felt uneasy under their predatory gazes and instinctively hid behind Sun Hu, using his large frame to shield himself from view. "Brother Yang." Qi Ming waved to Yang Ke, who was chatting with a jeweler not far away. While Qi Ming was talking with John, Yang Ke had gone to greet familiar colleagues. When Yang Ke noticed Qi Ming calling him, he apologized to the person beside him and walked over, smiling as he asked, "What's up?" Chapter 257. Mr. Qi, I'm very interested in your icy green jade materials. How about selling them to me for 200 million as a package? Due to the abundance of such materials, the total price was even higher than that of imperial green, marking a qualitative change caused by a quantitative increase. However, as soon as he finished speaking, someone beside him retorted, "Old Wang, your heart is too black. Trying to monopolize is one thing, but offering 200 million? Are you underestimating Brother Qi's knowledge? Brother Qi, I'll offer 100 million for just 8 gene. Old Huang, you're not much better. Mr. Qi, Mr. Qi." Qi Ming witnessed how the wealthy fought over purchases. Not much better than ordinary folks, with people cutting in line, glaring at each other, shoving, and cursing at the slightest disagreement. Even an elderly man who looked to be over 60 had already clutched his chest, ready to fall to the ground for a scam. This truly aligned with what people said online. High-end business battles often employ the simplest methods. What? Disrupt your funding chain? Snatch your suppliers? Nothing beats lying down on the floor to get results. Just as Ming was at a loss for what to do amidst the noise, Manager Yu, who had been standing at the periphery of the crowd with little presence, approached him respectfully. Chapter 258 Xiao Qi, stop whispering with your sister-in-law over there. Sun, who also came over to Ming and Tong Xinqing, pulled out a chair and teased, if you want to be affectionate, you have plenty of time later. Look, everyone is waiting. Let's get down to business first. Tong Xinqing's face turned red from his teasing. She originally wanted to ask what Ming meant by that earlier comment, but now she felt it was inappropriate to bring it up, so she lowered her head and pretended to play with the little purple jade to mask her embarrassment. Ming shot Sun Hu a glare, but he couldn't deny that what he said was indeed right. Looking around the conference room, he noticed that while he was chatting with Yang Ku, more than 80 people had already arrived, apart from a few familiar faces he had seen at the venue. There were others who had likely rushed over after hearing the news. Among them, he even spotted Tian Chuan and Zhou Qi's assistant. It made sense. Zhou Qi must be too embarrassed to come over himself, so he sent an assistant, who might be there to either blend in and buy materials or simply gather intelligence. After a brief thought, Ming realized that most people present were there for the jade materials, so it was best to tackle the major issues first. As for the snake stone, he intended to use it for some publicity, saving it for later when most people had left to talk slowly with the foreigners. Chapter 259 Ming returned to sit next to Tong Xinqing and rested for about half an hour. The jewelers gradually finished assessing the 8 piles of jade. After looking at the items, some grouped into pairs, whispering to each other, while others discussed with familiar competitors. Old Zhang, which pile are you planning to buy? The middle-aged man, referred to as Old Zhang, stroked his chin and pondered for a moment before answering honestly, Pile 3. Pile 3. The questioner widened his eyes in surprise upon hearing the answer, and, after a moment, gave him a thumbs up, admiringly saying, no wonder you're from one of the top 3 jewelry companies in Guangdong. Such boldness. Hey, are you mocking me? Not to hide it from you. I recently took an order from someone who wanted a high-quality ice jade bracelet. Among those piles of jade, only piles 3, 6, and 8 had enough ice jade material for making a bracelet. If I didn't choose pile 3, what else could I do? Old Zhang also looked quite gloomy. The reason for not choosing piles 6 and 8 was that those 2 piles had a larger quantity of higher-grade jade and bigger pieces. Those were definitely targets for world-class jewelry companies like Chow Tai Fook, Liuli, and Emperor, and he had no chance at all. Chapter 260. Ming shot a glare at Sun Hu, this shameless guy, and then instinctively looked at Tong Xinqing. Seeing this, Tong Xinqing wrinkled her nose and shot him a disapproving glance, then turned her head away, looking angry and refusing to look at him. Ming felt a bit annoyed. It was like he was 1v2, so why was she angry? The important matter was at hand, and he could only postpone appeasing the girl for a bit. He smiled at General Huang, who was waiting aside, and said, I'm really sorry, General Huang, for making you wait a bit longer. I've already told this fat guy to lose weight, but he just wouldn't listen. Look, he's letting us down at a critical moment. General Huang had just secured his purchase and was quite happy. Waiting an extra 10 minutes was no big deal for him, so he waved his hand with a smile, saying it was fine and that he wanted to see if he had overpaid. After that, he gracefully walked aside. The 5th pile was 58 million. As the auction progressed, the items didn't necessarily get better, but due to the dwindling options, the premiums became increasingly evident. By the time they reached the 6th pile, the price had risen to a jaw-dropping 120 million, making even the billionaires in attendance gasp. Inside this pile was a piece slightly smaller than the one Ming kept for himself. Just this piece alone could yield at least 2 iced jade bangles of the proper younger. Chapter 261. Everyone, I'm not exactly a serious businessman. Ming raised his hand, interrupting the not-so-sophisticated flattery from the foreigners, and spoke again. However, when he said this, even these foreigners thought it was too much of a humble brag. They didn't really appreciate what they considered the modesty of Chinese people. After earning billions in just a few hours, who could still be considered a serious businessman? Ming had no idea what they were thinking and continued to say, I also really like these 2 snake stones. However, compared to me, You all surely need them more. There's an old saying in China, help others achieve their goals. I'm very willing to assist everyone. As he spoke, he again held the two snake stones up to the light, gazing longingly at the green halo. The foreigners were also mesmerized by the green light. Compared to the subdued luster of jade, this type of gemstone was clearly more to their taste. Ming held the gemstones in one hand, appreciating them under the light, while pointing to Tong Xinqing beside him, continuing, she is my girlfriend and one of the best actresses in China. She also loves jewelry, so she looks forward to collaborating with the top jewelry companies present. Chapter 262. Xiao Qi, you really are quite the sly one. As soon as they exited the conference room, Sun Hu gave Ming a thumbs up. Although it was a compliment, it didn't sound like one. Ming couldn't help but protest. Brother Hu, I think you could replace sly with smart or quick-witted. Sun Hu replied nonchalantly. Aren't they the same? After that, he winked at Tong Xinqing and advised sister-in-law, you have to keep an eye on this guy. Be careful he doesn't sell you off and then make you count the money. He won Tong Xinqing tightened her grip on Ming's hand, looking at him gently. Everything Ming had said and done was for her sake, and she was touched, so how could she care about what Sun Hu said? They exchanged a glance, their lips curling up, everything unspoken. Sun Hu was caught off guard by their display of affection, feeling a bit uncomfortable. He could only change the subject, saying, you two can show off your love later. Ming, we need to celebrate today properly. Today's good fortune indeed deserves a big celebration. Ming smiled, knowing that when it came to food and fun, Sun Hu was the expert. Hey, let me see. Sun Hu cheerfully started flipping through his phone. To commemorate his financial freedom, this meal had to be extravagant. Chapter 263. When someone shouted it's green, the crowd in front of Xiao Zi instantly erupted. The originally orderly line experienced a brief commotion, with everyone looking at Xiao Zi with red eyes. To speed things up and get their turn sooner, the original line split in two, changing from taking turns to two people stepping forward at the same time. Among the older crowd, those who usually believed in ghosts and gods might have thought that just bowing wasn't enough to show their sincerity, ignoring their expensive suits. They knelt down right there, sincerely performing 3 bows and 9 knocks. Xiao Zi, is that effective? Sun Hu was also puzzled at this moment. Ming's consistent luck, his own significant gain after paying respects to Xiao Zi, and the two people who just bowed to Xiao Zi also hitting green, seemed too connected to be coincidental. Sun Hu felt the Marxist materialist worldview he had built over the years was showing signs of collapsing. What is effective? Hurry up and call Tian Chuan for help, Ming said impatiently. Oh. Sun Hu hurriedly took out his phone to start making calls. After more than 30 minutes, the people arranged by Tian Chuan finally arrived. Under their escort, Ming and the others managed to escape the enthusiastic crowd and leave the scene. Chapter 264. If you like it, then I'll buy it for you. Ming smiled as he took Tong Xinqing's hand. After all, he had earned so much today. Buying a bottle wasn't a big deal. However, Tong Xinqing shook her head, saying, don't make it too expensive. The price tag showed 36 million Hong Kong dollars, which was indeed a lot. But Ming didn't think much of it. He said he didn't plan to pay that price, as it was just a modern replica, worth at most 20,000 to 40,000. Ming originally wanted to call the waiter over to negotiate, but before he could speak, Tong Xinqing pulled him aside. This time, the cabinet mainly featured porcelain from the Yongjing period. The Yongjing emperor was the most artistically accomplished among all the Qing emperors. It was hard to believe that such a cultured person could raise Qianlong. Current TV dramas, like the recent Palace Lockhart Jade, Zhan Huan Zhuan, and Bu Jing Xin, have portrayed the Yongjing emperor as a cunning, cold-blooded, and untrustworthy character. But in reality, the Yongjing emperor was the most dedicated, frugal, and artistically skilled among all Qing emperors, especially the porcelain from the Yongjing period, which transformed the grand and simple style of the Kangxi era. The overall style became light, graceful, elegant, and exquisite, with unique ideas, soft and rounded lines, and carefully selected materials, making it a pinnacle of aesthetic and craftsmanship in Qing porcelain. Chapter 265. Under the guidance of the Zhao boss, Ming and Tong Xinqing were led into a VIP room. The room wasn't large, but it was decorated in an ancient style. Upon entering, they saw that 2 of the 4 walls were adorned with paintings, while one wall had a display rack filled with a rich variety of porcelain, pottery, bronze statues, and jade items. Moreover, there's a small nameplate on each item, which indicates the age and origin of the object, as well as the specific price, suggesting that the items here are also available for sale. Rather than calling this a VIP room, it would be more accurate to say it's a shop within a shop. Come, you two, please sit here. Boss Zhao warmly welcomed the two to sit down at the small table in the center. Ming, being quite the gentleman, pulled out the chair for Tong Xinxing, and after she sat down, he took his own seat beside her. However, the moment he rested his hand on the table, a chill spread from the point of contact into his body. Ming exclaimed softly and looked closely at the color and texture of the table, only to discover that it was also an antique. Hey, young man, what's wrong? Do you know about furniture? Boss Zhao asked with a smile while pouring tea for the two. I know a little. This should be made of Wangwali wood, right? Chapter 266. This pink gemstone is so beautiful. Is it a ruby or red jade? Tong Xinxing reluctantly placed the golden crab back into the box. For women, while the red antique vase is indeed beautiful, if she had to choose, this kind of ruby would definitely be more to her liking. Oh, whoa. In her arms, little Z grasped the emperor green with one paw and reached for the Nama box with the other. Ming gently swatted away the greedy little creature and picked up the golden crab, examining it closely with a magnifying glass before uncertainly saying, Boss Zhao, this should not be a ruby, nor is it zircon or spinel. It looks a bit like tourmaline. I wonder if I guessed correctly? Boss Zhao nodded with a smile. That's right, the one on the back is indeed tourmaline. If this is tourmaline, then its value is not very high. Tourmaline is nicknamed the rainbow that has fallen to earth, but gem dealers refer to it as a mixed-color gemstone. It's called that because tourmaline can come in many colors such as red, green, purple, blue, yellow, and black, etc. Moreover, often, the same piece of tourmaline can show different colors inside and outside, hence the name mixed-color gemstone. Chapter 267. I didn't don't say such things. Seeing Tong Xinxing's mood change beside him, Ming felt a chill shoot from the soles of his feet to his spine. He almost blurted out a series of excuses. However, before he could speak, the girl in front of him, dressed quite lightly, seemed completely unaware of the strange atmosphere between them, and cheerfully stepped forward, saying, Sir, are you here to visit our shop? It's not easy to find. Let me take you there. A shop? Lead the way. Dressed so lightly, what kind of good shop could that be? Tong Xinxing furrowed her brows, swung her arm, and let go of Ming's hand. She expected Ming to be that kind of person. No, Xinxing, let me explain. No, listen my explanation. Ming didn't care about the presence of others. If he didn't clear things up right there, he felt like jumping into the Yellow River. If he had really been to such a place and experienced it firsthand, it would be one thing, but the key is that he hadn't. He absolutely could not accept such a loss. Miss, who are you? You must have mistaken me for someone else. Ming asked with a slightly raised voice. The girl looked at Ming and then at the sulking Tong Xinxing and realized that her previous words might have caused some misunderstanding. She smiled sweetly and said, Chapter 268. Little Long, it's good that you came. Ming greeted with a smile. The person in front of him was exactly the little Long who should have been in the capital. When he was in the capital, Ming had been careless, feeling that it was the same whether or not he had someone following him. But after arriving at Hong Kong Island, especially after being challenged by Zhou Qi's bodyguard during the pickup, he immediately understood how naive his thoughts were. Although later he asked Sun Hu for a few people, they were all outsiders and not very handy, so he called Little Long early that morning to come over. Is the room all tidied up? Yes. It's in the room on the first floor. The nanny tidied it up before you came. Ming patted his shoulder casually. Then you rest well today. You'll be busy starting tomorrow. Okay. Little Long, being an adult, saw the closeness between them when they entered and knew he couldn't continue to be a third wheel. Sister Tong, Brother Qi, you two should rest early. If there's anything, just call me anytime. After saying that, he walked towards his own room. So understanding, Ming silently gave him a thumbs up in his heart, then took Tong Xinxing and stepped upstairs. After passing the corner of the stairs and ensuring that they would definitely not be seen by anyone downstairs, Chapter 269. Gunfire? Earthquake? Flood? Tong Xinxing sat cross-legged on the bed, looking down at Ming, who was also sitting cross-legged on the floor. Little Z was lying on her lap, and Hong Jianku was standing on her shoulder. Seeing that she was in a bad mood, the two little creatures immediately began to act cute and playful. Hong Jianku pecked at a strand of her long hair, circling around her head and forming a small bun. Meanwhile, little Z, after receiving Qi Ming's promise, was putting in an effort to act cute. The little creature flipped over, exposing its snowy white belly, with its little paws resting on Tong Xinqing's arm, looking all cute and inviting her to come and pet it. Hearing her question, Qi Ming quickly nodded. Although Qi Ming didn't have much emotional experience, even a fool knows that it's better to clarify such matters sooner rather than later. Delaying until the next day might turn a girlfriend into an ex-girlfriend. Therefore, after being locked outside by Tong Xinqing, he didn't sit idly by. After bribing little Z, he immediately returned to his room to grab the key and his bedding. Then, without seeking Tong Xinqing's consent, he opened the door and started laying out his bedding on the floor, ready for a prolonged battle if she wouldn't listen. Chapter 270. The few people at the table were also attracted by little Z's antics, and all looked towards Qi Ming, especially Qilin. Even though she was focused on her food, from the side, it looked as if her eyes were about to disappear from smiling. Seeing that the two of them were again turning their attention towards him, Qi Ming sighed inwardly, realizing he could only sacrifice his dear sister this time. He coughed twice, and both Tong Xinqing and Ai Mu thought Qi Ming had something to say, but unexpectedly, his face turned serious as he nearly shouted at Qilin, "Qilin, have you finished eating? If you're done, go pack your things. Little Long, buy her a ticket right now, and make sure she gets on a plane for me." This time it was Qilin's turn to be unable to smile. She raised her head, frowning, half pouting and half pleading. "Brother, do you really want to go back now? I just got here, and I haven't even toured Hong Kong Island yet." Qi Ming was already feeling like sending her back to be remade, so how could he be swayed by her act? "Stop pretending. Ever since you entered the capital, you've been getting harder to manage. I'll call Dad later. You must be properly disciplined." Qilin's eyes turned red at his words, her lips pouting as if she might start crying any second. Tong Xinqing and Ai Mu, seeing this, were unsure whether it was an overflow of sympathy or an attempt to win over a teammate, but they actually united to plead for Qilin. Chapter 271. Without any distractions, Qi Ming also settled down and began to carefully admire the small bronze gilt ding in front of him. From a craftsmanship perspective, this small ding employed the typical Champlev enamel technique. This technique involves engraving patterns on a metal body, causing the outlines of the designs to protrude, then filling the recessed areas with enamel materials, followed by firing, polishing, and gilding, which ultimately presents an effect similar to gemstone inlays. The craftsmanship of this ding was skilled, with even and fine engraving, and the adhesion of the enamel was strong, showing no signs of peeling. The lid featured a bronze lion knob, with its front paws resting on a brocade ball, ears perked up and mouth open, looking extremely adorable. The rim was engraved with a circle of interlocking patterns, with double dragons as handles, their mouths holding rings. The body was adorned with large lotus vine patterns, and the enamel glaze sparkled like jewels even in this slightly dim living room, radiating brilliance. The feet of the ding emerged from beast heads, exuding an overall majestic and luxurious aura that highlighted a royal quality. From the style, technique, and the inscription at the bottom of the furnace, it was clear this was a piece from the Qianlong era. However, Qi Ming had only recently started learning about enamel, and his knowledge was still superficial. To determine its authenticity, he would need to examine it further using his divination technique. Chapter 272. Boss, how's it looking? The man saw Qi Ming staring at the item for a while, without speaking, and couldn't help but ask. Tong Xinqing was also surprised. Qi Ming had been in this room for less than 15 minutes, and he had spent a third of that time just in a daze. "Not bad, not bad," Qi Ming vaguely responded, not blaming himself for being out of sorts. Firstly, he was indeed shocked that something so ridiculous, something that insulted both intelligence and the art of painting, could also possess a sense of nobility. Secondly, he felt it was unfair for the couple, having two items of considerable age and value being used as a table corner and a tabletop. To put it bluntly, it was like the heavens providing food, and they smashed their own bowl. He was now a bit worried. The item under the table was one thing, but, judging by its color, it seemed to have been shoved under there for quite some time. But for the item on the tabletop, this small ding wasn't light. If it kept pressing down, wouldn't it chip the paint? If the oil painting lost its color, wouldn't it need to be discounted? So, how much do you plan to sell this for? Qi Ming adjusted his state of mind, intending to hurry the transaction and find a reason to take these two items away. Chapter 273. Qi Ming put down the prayer beads in his hand and felt a pang in his heart when he saw the man casually placing the items on the coffee table. After using his divination technique to check, he finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the nobility of the painting had not diminished. This time, the man brought a blue and white general's jar and a painting scroll. Ming was now most proficient in porcelain, so he immediately grabbed the blue and white general's jar with the peony design. He felt a cool sensation upon touching it. It was indeed an old item. What was rare was that this general's jar had a lid, making it a complete piece. The body of the jar featured a phoenix soaring on either side, while the lid showcased two vibrant peonies, painted in a refined and exquisite style. From the body and glaze, the base was smooth and the texture delicate, with a light blue glaze that suggested it was made from traditional Zhejiang materials. After removing the lid, Ming held the mouth of the jar in one hand and supported the bottom with the other, turning it upside down. At the bottom of the jar, there were 4 characters in regular script framed in double boxes, indicating it was made during the Kangxi reign. Ming felt something was off when he saw the inscription because the coolness he felt upon first touching it was not sufficient. Upon using his divination technique, he confirmed that the age was indeed a bit distant from Kangxi, only reaching Guangxu. That posed no problem. Guangxu-era porcelain often imitated Kangxi and Qianlong, especially the Kangxi style. Nowadays, collectors often referred to Kangxi porcelain as Old Kong and Guangxu imitations as Little Kong. Chapter 274 Boss. The Qianlong bronze gilt ding will be 3. For million, as he said. This string of mid-Qing red coral and jade prayer beads is 35 million. And for this painting by Hongrun titled Quiet and Serene, just give me 72 million. Altogether, that's 47 million. Since this is our first business transaction, consider it a friendly gesture. I'll waive the 70,000. Once it was confirmed that Ming wouldn't take the general's jar, the man didn't hesitate and quickly calculated the total. After quoting the price, both he and his sister were extremely excited. They believed that once they opened for business, they would be set for 3 years. This was no empty saying. They were genuinely selling a mix of real and fake items, primarily catering to tourists and mid-tier clients. Selling these large items to Ming today was something they usually did only once a year or even once every few years. If they closed the deal today, they could take a long vacation. Now, however, they were worried that Ming was just a facade. If he had no money, it would all be for nothing. Tong Xinqing was also taken aback by the price. The amount was enough for her to be busy running around for several months. Upon hearing the quote, Ming did not immediately agree, but instead countered, "Your price has some odd figures. Let's not even talk about the small ding. This red coral prayer bead string is pieced together and not uniform. As for the painting by Hongrun, it's not his most famous or skilled work, and 72 million is a bit inflated." Chapter 275, Teaching Someone to be an Emperor. The little dragon in the passenger seat turned around, also curious about the old, damaged book in Ming's hands, which had wormholes and missing a cover, and couldn't help but ask, "Ge, who has the guts to say they can teach you to be an emperor? In a feudal society, wouldn't this book immediately be burned? Shouldn't the author be executed?" As he spoke, he even made a gesture of slicing his neck. Ming smiled mysteriously and said, "Burn? Anyone who becomes or is destined to be an emperor would have to keep this book safe. Who would dare to burn it? As for execution, that's even more ridiculous. What do you think? Someone who dares to say they can teach you to be an emperor. What sort of identity do they have? An emperor?" Tong Xinqing said uncertainly. Ming nodded, acknowledging her guess, and directly revealed, "Yes, the author of this book is an emperor himself. Moreover, this emperor is someone well known to all Chinese, Li Shimin, the Tang Taizong. The title of this book is Di Fan, meaning the norms and codes for emperors. Li Shimin." The little dragon couldn't help but swallow hard. Now that he looked at this book again, although it was indeed old and damaged, there was an undeniable aura of authority about it. Chapter 276. I've seen this segment several times on TV. I even received a script to play the crown princess of Li Changxian, but I had to turn it down due to scheduling conflicts. Honestly, I don't really understand why he, already the crown prince, would still plot a rebellion. Tong Xinqing interjected curiously. Ming recalled for a moment before responding. When you really look into it, you can't blame Li Changxian. He was the eldest son of Li Shimin and Empress Chang's son, the legitimate eldest son, so logically, the throne should belong to him. However, Li Shimin did not handle this matter well. At the time of Li Changqian's birth, the Tang dynasty had not yet been established, and Li Shimin was still out fighting wars. The relationship between the father and son was not deep. Later, when Li Shimin became emperor, he didn't have time to teach. But to cultivate Li Chengqian, he found a person named Zhang Xuanzu to be Li Chengqian's teacher. Zhang Xuanzu was a famous advisor, as tough as Wei Zheng. He was someone who dared to point at Li Shimin's nose and criticize him as being inferior to Emperor Yang of Sui and King Zhou, which shows how strict and rigid he was. At that time, Li Chengqian was only 8 years old. Li Shimin himself was very receptive to the advice of his advisors. But it was too much to expect an 8-year-old child to have the same level of understanding. Furthermore, historical records state that in the 5th year of the Jingguan era, when Li Chengqian was 13 years old, he fell ill and was left with a leg disability, which can be bluntly described as a limp. Chapter 277. I agree with the statement. More benefits, fewer losses, great achievements, minor faults. I even think this heavenly Khan is being modest. However, he also misjudged the impact of the Xuanwu Gate incident. Qi Ming's tone this time lacked the lightness he had when telling the story and was instead very serious. You may not feel it as history students, but from the founding of the Tang dynasty with Emperor Gaozu Li Yuan's ascension to the throne to the ascension of Emperor Xuanzong Li Longji, a total of only 94 years passed. During this time, there were 9 internal rebellions among the royal family, and among all the Li princes, only Li Hong, the eldest son of Emperor Gaozong and Wu Zetian, was not involved, and that was because he died suddenly at the age of 24. The root of this situation is the Xuanwu Gate incident. This coup made every Li prince feel insecure. Every prince worried for their life, directly leading to the decline of the royal bloodline. According to the original plan of Li Shimin and Li Yuan, they intended to distribute Li princes to various regions to create a balance with local governments. But as a result, all the princes were killed off. And with the vastness of the Tang dynasty, it eventually led to the system of Jidushi, which can also be considered a reason for the downfall of the Tang. Moreover, this coup also set a template for the coups that would occur in the following 1,000 years. Most importantly, after the coup, Li Shimin surprisingly became an emperor revered through the ages. Before him, there were many who killed their brothers or fathers to become emperor, but without exception, they all ended up with a stench that lasted for eternity. Chapter 278. That old man, seeing that neither Qi Ming nor Tong Xinqing paid him any attention, was not angry. He was confident that their lack of reaction was due to their ignorance of his background. If they knew, these 2 young people would probably bow down to him. So after awkwardly laughing a couple of times, he continued talking to himself. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Liu Xian, the president of Tianhua Real Estate in Hong Kong. Young man, this painting looks like an oil painting, but the canvas is a bit old. Mr. Liu, you are amazing. You recognized it at a glance. The woman beside him cooperatively flattered him. Liu Xian, following the conversation, pretended to be calm and said, "It's all about perception. As long as you follow me, you can cultivate it in a few years. Then I will definitely stick with you, Mr. Liu." After responding to the secretary's flattery, Liu Xian shifted his focus back to Qi Ming, smiling as he said, "Young man, would you like to exchange ideas? This time I brought a painting by Li Qilin called 1,000 Peaks, competing for beauty, 10,000 valleys, striving for flow. What about you? What is the origin of your painting?" Li Qilin. This time, Qi Ming finally spoke, glancing at the scroll held by the assistant. Considering the size of the scroll, the painting should be quite large. Chapter 279. Hello, sir. How can we help you? The 2 beautiful receptionists, seeing Qi Ming and the others approach, immediately stood up, slightly bowed, and asked gently. Qi Ming nodded in acknowledgement, and then spoke. I have a painting that I would like someone to appraise. Could you please roughly describe the style of your work? Additionally, after the appraisal, would you consider entrusting our company to auction it? If you do, you will save quite a bit on appraisal fees. Let's talk after I show it to you. As for the style, I feel it's an oil painting. Okay, please wait a moment. After the receptionist finished speaking, she began typing on the computer. In less than 3 minutes, she stood up again and handed Qi Ming a printed white paper with the number 32 on it. Sir, please proceed to the VIP room. Just go straight to the left. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude, Qi Ming led Tong Xinqing and Xiao Long towards the direction pointed out by the receptionist. After passing through the first automatic door, they were taken to a large hall by subsequent staff. The hall was already filled with quite a few people. In May, we have a major auction. Currently, we are in the phase of collecting items, so there will be more auction items sent in during this time. However, there are not many collectors of oil paintings in the country, so it should be your turn soon. Chapter 280. Mark Rothko? Xinqing, do you know him? Once the door closed, only Ming and Tong Xinqing remained in the room. Tong Xinqing shook her head while throwing him a look that clearly said, "If you don't know him, how would I?" Ming shrugged, but the next moment, both of them almost simultaneously took out their phones. When in doubt, it's best to ask Baidu. Damn. After flipping through just a few pages, Ming couldn't help but curse. He instinctively stood up, and the chair under him fell to the ground with a loud crash due to his sudden movement. Such a clumsy move, Tong Xinqing lightly complained, turning to help pick up the chair. "Xinqing, does this look like?" Ming said as he handed his phone to Tong Xinqing. But his gaze never left the painting on the table. Tong Xinqing took the phone and looked at the painting named White Center on the screen. In terms of color, this painting had no similarities with the one on the table. But when Ming asked if it looked similar, he wasn't referring to the color, but the style. Both were oil paintings, both had large areas of color blocks, and the latter had even more colors than theirs. Chapter 281. While David was persuading, the earliest young appraiser entered with two masters. After simply nodding and greeting, the two took out their tools and began to get to work. There's also a concept of framing in Western paintings, which can be either unframed or framed. Generally, modernist paintings adopt an unframed style, while classical styles or portrait paintings usually adopt a framed style. After inspecting the inner side of the canvas, the two masters judged that this painting was previously fixed to an inner frame. After consulting with Ming, they decided to adopt the original unframed method. The mounting of ink wash paintings takes at least a few days and up to 10 days, but oil paintings are much simpler. Measure the dimensions, make the frame, stretch the canvas, and secure it, all done in just a few minutes. During those few minutes, David was almost worn out from talking, but he still couldn't get Ming to agree to let them auction the painting. "Mr. Qi, may I ask if you're short on money?" Just when David was at his wit's end, Andrew spoke up, but his gaze remained fixed on the surface of the painting, not moving an inch. "Oh, what do you mean by that?" Ming suddenly became interested. In this world, who wouldn't want more money? This is why Andrew understood human nature well. Unlike David, who talked for over 10 minutes about the company's professionalism and the depth of client resources, even bringing up lofty issues like keeping top-tier artworks in China, he just never mentioned money, which is far more practical. Chapter 282. Lunch was settled at a hotel in Prince Plaza. After eating and taking a brief rest, the two acted like an ordinary couple and watched a movie. After the movie ended, Tong Xinqing entered shopping mode. As one of the most famous shopping districts in Hong Kong Island, 3 hours passed, and they hadn't even finished 1/10 of it. Poor Xiao Long became a personal pack mule, with bags piling up one after another in his hands. Even though he had endured many years in the military, after a few hours, he could barely lift them. Ming was also completely occupied, unable to free his hands. Seeing Xiao Long's plight, he couldn't help but suggest, "Xinqing, it's about time. How about we find a place to rest and have dinner too?" "Dinner?" Tong Xinqing completely lost track of time while shopping. After Ming's reminder, she immediately pulled out her phone, and upon seeing it was already 5:30 p.m., she turned around and urged Ming and Xiao Long toward the underground garage. "Slow down, no need to rush." With so many bags, they couldn't walk quickly, and Ming couldn't help but advise from behind. "Oomph, you didn't remind me either." Tong Xinqing complained, but turned around and proactively took a few bags from Ming's hands. Chapter 283. Ming followed AI Mu out of the hotel, and they stopped at a quiet corner. "Ming, who do you think you are?" AI Mu's first sentence was a blunt question. Ming was caught off guard by this sudden interrogation. Looking at AI Mu's cold and indifferent face under the dim light, he felt inexplicably nervous. "What do you mean by calling that young guy here today? Do you need to worry about my affairs?" I S&T that a bit too much. Without giving him time to think, AI Mu's words came at him like a barrage. "You've met Yang Ku. He.S. just a friend. And we all know each other in Hong Kong Island." Ming hadn't anticipated her reaction would be so intense, and, as he tried to explain, his voice was lacking confidence, especially when he saw AI Mu's eyes starting to redden. He swallowed the rest of his words. "Friend? When did he become my friend? Does he deserve it? Or do I need to ask for your permission to make friends? Who are you to me?" Ming, you bastard. In her anger, AI Mu rebutted harshly, getting more agitated, and raised her hand to slap Ming's face. Chapter 284. Early in the morning, is it still not over? Ming had to prop himself up again, lifting the hand that was originally around Tong Xinqing's delicate shoulder to grab his phone again. This time, he didn't even look, just pressed the answer button and said irritably, Hello. Who is this? The person on the other end was also taken aback by Qi Ming's morning mood and paused before saying, "Hey, you brat, did you eat gunpowder early in the morning?" "Oh, brother who?" Qi Ming straightened up, took a deep breath, adjusted his emotions, and then said, "I just woke up, I'm still groggy." "Why are you looking for me so early?" Sun Hu chuckled and said, "I'm looking for you, of course, because there's good news. Do you know about the CITIC International Auction Company in Macau? Macau is such a small place, and it's the only famous one." Qi Ming recalled and nodded. "I've heard of it. What is up?" Tian Chuan told me that there's a cruise auction organized by CITIC International today. Since you like to shop, I thought of you right away when I heard this news. What do you think? Isn't that thoughtful? Brother who, I appreciate the good intentions. What do you mean? You don't want to go? As soon as Qi Ming started to speak, Sun Hu understood his unspoken meaning and asked in confusion. He had thought Qi Ming would readily agree after hearing the news. Chapter 285. Qi Ming looked at Sun Hu's enthusiasm for Xiaozi, and he remembered the question he didn't get to ask in the morning call. "Brother Hu, why do you insist on me bringing Xiaozi along?" It's just been a few days since we last met, and I miss her," Sun Hu said, sheepishly playing it off. Meanwhile, Tian Chuan, not knowing the situation or perhaps intentionally stirring things up, smiled and revealed, "Qi brother, who has been talking about your lucky cat since early morning." As he said this, he looked at Xiaozi with eager eyes. The little one bared her teeth at the chubby man who was eyeing her, but finding it ineffective. She could only burrow back into Tong Xinqing's embrace. What's there to talk about? Qi Ming was even more confused now. "Didn't I tell you? The cruise ship we're boarding, the Regal, is one of the last 3 gambling ships left in Hong Kong Island, and it's the largest and most luxurious one. Brother who said bringing a lucky cat for gambling would be effective, so he specifically instructed you to bring her along." A gambling ship? Qi Ming looked at Sun Hu and finally realized what the chubby guy was planning. Could it be that he really thinks Xiaozi can bring him luck? Chapter 286. At 4 p.m. sharp, the sailors on the Regal started to retract the boarding ladder. The two standing at the bow, enjoying the surrounding sea view, heard the sound of chains clinking and knew the Regal was officially setting sail. For the next 4 hours, the ship would cruise along the coastline of Hong Kong Island, allowing passengers to experience the charm of Victoria Harbor. By 6 p.m., as night fell, it would head towards the open sea, and according to the notice, it would reach the designated open sea area around 9 p.m. That would be when the nighttime activities on the ship truly began. Before 9 p.m., passengers could choose to rest in their rooms to conserve energy for the evening's excitement. If they couldn't stand the silence, the ship had various entertainment facilities, including bars, cinemas, and KTV, to keep passengers entertained. Qi Ming and Tong Xinqing embraced gently on the deck, enjoying the scenery. However, as more and more tourists gathered on the deck, it became noisy, and they returned to their cabin. The performances on the ship would not start until dinner time, which was still more than 2 hours away. So the two wandered around the ship's commercial area to kill time. Chapter 287. Could this really be the famous Shangjun seal? Qi Ming felt anxious. Although the two characters were blurry, anyone with eyes couldn't possibly miss them. Were the appraisers at the pawn shop and CITIC all blind? Qi Ming rubbed the seal in his hand, activating his fortune-telling skills. Beneath the rich green aura of the precious stone, a stubborn blue aura, about the thickness of a pinky finger, rose up. From a state of this aura, it could be inferred that this seal was indeed over 300 years old, likely dating back to the Kangxi period. And Zhou Shangjuan was indeed a court carver during the Kangxi period, so the timing matched. At that time, there were only 2 renowned masters for carving Tianwang stone, Yang Xian and Zhou Shangjuan. However, Yang Xian was several decades older than Zhou Shangjuan. Yang Xian was revered as the ancestor of Shoshan stone carving, often signing his works with his name, Yushuan. And the Forbidden City has several of his pieces in its collection. At that time, with Yang Xian's status, she would definitely look down on imitating something from the younger generation like Zhou Shangjuan. After thinking about it, could it really be that Shangjuan was the one who did it? If that's the case, then the starting bid would have to be at least doubled. Qi Ming, what do you think of this? Is it nice? Chapter 288. Oh, be gentle. You're being too rough. Seeing Xiaozi being scolded, Tong Xinqing couldn't help but stand up for the little guy and complain to Qi Ming. After saying that, she reached out to pick Xiaozi up. However, the little one had its eyes on a piece of Tianwang stone and had no intention of moving at all. Tong Xinqing pouted, murmuring about being ungrateful. and turned her attention to the stamp in Qiming's hand. Over time, she had learned that Xiaozi's taste was sharper than her own, who was used to seeing celebrities. It could be said that without profit, one wouldn't get up early. If it wasn't a top-notch item, it wouldn't even catch its eye. A stone this size, costing nearly $1 million. Wasn't that more expensive than jade? Ha, not all. Qiming reached out and handed the stamp to Tong Xinqing, which made Xiaozi quite upset. If it weren't for her, the woman next to him hadn't even spoken yet, and he had already offered it up. This was unfair to the cat. In anger, the little furry paw swatted at his head. It definitely didn't hurt. But they weren't on a private yacht, and with so many people around, being swatted by a cat was quite embarrassing for Qiming. Chapter 289. Brother, you finally made it. If you hadn't come, I would have gone to your room to find you. Sun Hu grabbed Qiming's arms and started shouting. Who go? A gentleman uses words, not fists. Let go first. After he let go, Qiming instinctively rubbed his arms, which were sore from Sun Hu's grip. While rubbing, he deflected the blame, saying, You guys could have gone in first and played while waiting. What are you doing just standing outside? Sun Hu rolled his eyes and replied bluntly, If we go in, how are we supposed to find you? This is international waters. The signal is almost non-existent, and you definitely didn't deactivate your global roaming. Even if there's a signal, we can't find you. Qiming thought about it and realized it was true. He had no need to go abroad, so he hadn't activated that service. When he was with Tong Xinqing, he didn't want to play on his phone, so he hadn't noticed the signal issue. This reminded him that he needed to go to Japan in a few days and should activate global roaming when he got back, or he would end up being unreachable. Before he could say more, Sun Hu squinted his eyes, rubbing his hands like a creepy uncle trying to entice a little girl, and looked at Xiaozi, excitedly saying, Xiaozi, come here, let your uncle's son give you a hug. Chapter 290. Xiaolong here. After watching the two leave, Qiming handed the chip box that the auction house had given him to Xiaolong. Xiaolong saw the plush box with the same golden logo of the Lijiang ship as the one he had kept before and immediately waved his hand to refuse. Brother Qiming, I can't accept this. Take it, there's only 10,000 inside. Since you're here, you should experience it. But you heard what Tian Chuan said, just play around. Don't count on it to make money. If you get in too deep, it would be my fault. Xiaolong scratched his head. It was his first time here, and to say he wasn't interested would be a lie. After hesitating for a moment, he still took the chips and firmly promised, I'll only play with this much. I won't buy. Having been a soldier for so many years, his judgment was reliable, and Qiming felt reassured. Moreover, Qiming knew that Xiaolong sent all the money he earned back home to help build a house for his family and pay for his father's medical expenses. If he lost it all, he wouldn't even have money to buy. After patting Xiaolong on the shoulder and letting him have fun, Qiming wandered around the hall with Tong Xinqing. Shall we take a stroll too? Xinqing, what do you like to play? Chapter 291. Sir, would you like to get a currency card or exchange for larger chips? 3 minutes later, the slot machine finished dispensing coins and became quiet. A full 100 yuan chips filled a plastic box, and the casino staff, who had been waiting on the side, approached. The currency card he mentioned was the same kind of recharge card that the person who just taught them had. Besides the slot machines, there were also some electronic gambling devices in the casino that could use it. Qiming had no intention of being a repeat customer and said, Exchange them all for 500 chips. Okay, please wait a moment. The staff member gently bowed and took the box to a nearby exchange machine. In no time, he returned with a small box containing neatly arranged 20 black 500 value chips. These chips were different from the ones Qiming had. They were cash codes that could be exchanged for cash at the front desk at any time. In fact, in casinos, the process of exchanging mud chips for cash codes through gambling was called washing chips, and it was the most profitable business in Macau. Back then, the former richest man in China, Huang Guangyu, spent lavishly in Macau, gambling 8 billion, and just from washing chips, he made a staggering 500 million, highlighting the incredible profits. Chapter 292. Boss, this pair's luck seems to be quite good. I had someone check. They haven't lost a single round in under 20 minutes since they came in. They even hit a full house on the slot machine. In the monitoring room, more than a dozen people were intently staring at the screens. One of the screens was focused on Qiming and Tong Xinqing's table, showing their large close-up shots. Get the guest information from the front desk. Qinzhou, see if they've done anything suspicious. The person speaking was young, but exuded the most presence in the room. Everyone looked at him with envy and respect. If Qiming were there, he would recognize this person as Zheng Tsong, whom he had just interacted with at the jewelry exhibition. Zheng Song was the young master of Chow Tai Fook. The founder of Chow Tai Fook, Zhou Ziyuan, started a gold shop in Guangzhou and was originally just a small businessman. However, he was lucky enough to win the lottery. With the lottery winnings, Zhou Ziyuan expanded Chow Tai Fook to Macau and Hong Kong. Later, when the war broke out, he shifted his business focus entirely to Hong Kong. Zhou Ziyuan had a daughter who was promised to the Zheng family in Guangzhou at birth. And although the Zheng family had fallen on hard times due to the war, Zhou Ziyuan kept his promise and agreed to fulfill the marriage when his daughter came of age. Chapter 293. Lin Yu, what are you doing here? Zhou Qi couldn't help but ask out of curiosity upon seeing her. Lin Yu looked to be in her 20s, wearing a black off-shoulder evening dress, her bare, snow-white skin and cleavage making the men present swallow hard. Facing Zhou Qi's inquiry, she smiled slightly, walked to his side, placed her left hand on his shoulder, and leaned her curvy figure against him, playfully saying, "What's wrong? Young Master Zhou not welcoming? Since you're here, how can I stay seated in the VIP room? As soon as I knew you arrived, I came right over." After Lin Yu finished speaking, without waiting for Zhou Qi to say anything, her waist seemed like a boneless willow leaf as she gently stood up, walked to the dealer, patted her shoulder, and said, "Leave the rest to me. You go take a break first." "Thank you, Sister Lin." The dealer, a beauty in her own right, was clearly inferior to Lin Yu in terms of looks, figure, and aura. Hearing Lin Yu's words was like seeing a savior. She wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and obediently stood up. Lin Yu took the dealer's position, delicately pinching the silver ball between her slender fingers, smiling at Zhou Qi and Qi Ming, and said, "Gentlemen, there are also roulette tables in the private rooms upstairs. How about we make some space for others?" Chapter 294. In the monitoring room, Qin Zhou answered the phone, his face heavy as he listened to Lin Yu's report on the other end. After a moment, he covered the microphone and faced Zheng Song, saying gravely, "Young Master Zheng, Zhou Qi is requesting to bet from the audience, and he has raised it to 5 times in one go. Should we agree? This guy is really greedy. He wants to eat from 2 sides at once." Zheng Song supported his arm, looking at the confident Zhou Qi on the screen, his expression flickering. After a moment of contemplation, he said in Dandao, "Agree to him. Young master, why not ask the old master?" Qin Zhou was taken aback. For the first time, not obediently following Zheng Song's instructions. What's wrong? My words no longer hold weight." Zheng Song shot a cold glance at Qin Zhou, his tone carrying a displeasure for being challenged. "That's not what I meant. It's just that young master, Mr. Qi, is obviously an outsider. He will most likely lose. And there's no need for us to give away money," Qin Zhou explained. "Don't worry, this matter is authorized by me, and I will bear all responsibility." After saying that, Zheng Song looked back at the screen, silent, his thin lips moving slightly as he said in a voice Qin Zhou couldn't hear, "Will he lose?" "I don't think so." Chapter 295. According to the casino's 21-point rules, Qi Ming is the dealer, and he receives 2 cards. One is an 8, and the other is a face-down card. Zhou Qi, the player, receives 2 face-up cards, 1 9 and 1 K. Zhou Qi didn't expect to get such a good hand right off the bat. It seemed not only skill, but luck was on his side. Without thinking, he took out a thick stack of chips, totaling 500,000, and pushed it into the betting area, smiling. 19 points is enough for me. I won't take any more." Qi Ming flipped over his face-down card, and it turned out to be another 8. His total was less than Zhou Qi's, and, as the dealer, he had no choice but to continue drawing cards. He beckoned to the dealer, who quickly pushed him another card, which was a diamond 2. Zhou Qi, sitting across from him, let out a sigh of relief. Qi Ming's total was now 18 points, and if he continued to draw, there was a high chance of busting. This first round seemed secure for Zhou Qi. Qi Ming thought the same, but before signaling for another card, he directly peered into the shuffling machine and saw that the next card was a club 6. Regardless of whether he drew or not, he was destined to lose, but through his vision, he also saw that behind the 6 was a red star. Chapter 296. Mr. Qi, 19 points. Mr. Zhou, 16 points. The dealer wins. Mr. Qi, 18 points. Mr. Zhou, 20 points. The player wins. Mr. Qi, spade a plus heart cue blackjack. The dealer wins. The game continued, but the situation on the table was no longer one-sided. Both players began to win and lose alternately. Zhou Qi won 3 hands, and Qi Ming responded with 1. Qi Ming's chips dwindled to just 2 million after 2 consecutive losses, but those 2 million were like a stabilizing force. always managing to bring him a good hand at the last moment, allowing him to recover some losses. As they reached the middle of the game, both players were essentially in a 50-50 situation. Although Zhou Qi had more chips, the dynamics had subtly shifted. "Gentlemen, this round has passed halfway. Shall we switch dealers?" The dealer cautiously asked as she stopped dealing. Zhou Qi frowned, took a deep puff from his cigar, and impatiently replied, "If you know, hurry up and switch." After urging, he glanced at Zheng Song, who was watching from the side, and taunted, "Young Master Zheng, the service quality on your regal ship is really getting worse. Even this level of awareness is lacking." Chapter 297. "I think this is fine. Young Master Zhou, we've at least crossed paths a few times, so we're somewhat familiar. Let's keep it at that." Ming smiled at the bewildered Zhou Qi across the table, his tone sincere. His words were genuine, without a hint of pretense. Coupled with his gambling against the casino, he had already won over 60 million. As the old saying goes, contentment brings happiness. Another saying goes, when you can spare someone, spare them. Zhou Qi was a local from Hong Kong, and with his museum set to be established there, they would eventually see each other again. He didn't want to make things too extreme. So I'm being looked down upon by a country bumpkin. Zhou Qi, who had been hesitant about whether to continue betting or not, found Ming's words in his ears, felt like a victor's charity to a loser, which he couldn't tolerate. He pulled out his checkbook, scribbled down 2 numbers, and slammed it on the table, disdainfully saying, 18 million isn't even on my radar. Let's continue. But let's change the betting method. Let's bet on dice. Zhou Qi now felt that Ming had been playing dumb all along, appearing clumsy while actually being a master of blackjack, and he had unwittingly fallen into his trap. Chapter 298. Watching Zhou Qi surrounded by 4 bodyguards, looking as if he was ready to go all out. This time, Zheng Song didn't hesitate. He waved, and the people beside him understood, pulling out their walkie-talkies to report the location of the VIP room. Moments later, more than 10 security personnel in black suits rushed in. Although they were all in suits, they had no refined demeanor whatsoever. In Ming's eyes, they were all suit-clad thugs, and their bulging muscles made him a bit envious. When his companion, Xiao Long, saw the bulge at their waists, he quickly stepped in front of Ming and Tong Xinqing, quietly urging them to slowly move behind Zheng Song to avoid any accidental trouble. The appearance of these people snapped Zhou Qi back to reality, finally realizing where he was. This was a gambling ship. Those who dared to operate a casino, especially one that operated in international waters, were certainly not good-natured individuals. As a regular, he knew well that besides heavy weaponry, the ship was armed enough to equip a whole company. Just a few people beside him would be truly reckless if they tried to act tough here. Chapter 299. Brother Qi, this way. There's a step here. Take it slow. Brother Qi, are you thirsty? Would you like mineral water or wine? If you prefer mineral water, is Evian okay? If you're not used to it, we also have Nongfu Spring, though it's a bit sweet and may contain additives. Brother Qi, are you tired holding the little one? How about I hold it for a while? It's so hot, and with that thick fur, don't let it get heat rash. The next day, around 10 o'clock, Sun Hu and Tian Chuan came to knock on Ming's door. Sun Hu was fine, as they were somewhat like brothers and could face each other without shame. But Tian Chuan was different. Ever since he learned that Ming had won over $1 billion on the gambling ship yesterday, his integrity had shattered along with his pride. From the moment they met, he started to inquire about the weather and showed excessive concern, acting like a sycophant. Stop. Be normal. Ming felt embarrassed by his flattery. So after stopping Tian Chuan, he asked, where did you hear this news? After finishing the gambling match yesterday, he and Tong Xinqing went back to their room, ordered room service for breakfast, and hadn't stepped outside, so the news surely didn't come from him. As for the loser Zhou Qi, it was even less likely he would spread such an embarrassing matter. Chapter 300. On the phone, Lu Jian's voice was both cheerful and polite, completely devoid of the stiff formality often associated with official business. Mr. Qi, there's something I would like to trouble you with. However, it's not convenient to discuss over the phone. I wonder if we could meet and talk. Meet? Surely. He doesn't want to lure me out only to capture me on the spot. I'm currently out. Ming thought for a moment, not wanting to deal with these people, and decided to stall. I know you went on the Regal yesterday. By the time calculations, it should be docking soon. I wonder if you're free this afternoon or tomorrow. Lu Jian's tone was suggestive, but from what he said, it was clear they had complete knowledge of his movements. Ming sensed a threat. He thought to himself, it was just a piece of jade in the shape of a pig. How serious could it be? After considering, He figured the worst-case scenario would be handing over stolen goods and losing a bit of money. The sooner he got rid of this trouble, the better, so he agreed. Then let's meet this afternoon at 4 p.m. You choose the place. Lu Jian was straightforward and decided on the lobby of the Hage Hotel. Xiao-Qi, what's the matter? Why so serious? Sun Hu, noticing Qi Ming's heavy expression, curiously asked. Chapter 301. Fake? Lu Jian seemed to have anticipated this answer. After hearing Qi Ming's conclusion, he remained calm, even looking at him with a hint of appreciation, and continued. So, Mr. Qi, would you mind explaining where this item is fake? Qi Ming looked at the bronze incense burner and commented, this piece is a typical square furnace with double ears and a base with 4 feet. During the Ming and Qing dynasties, imperial incense burners generally required having ears and feet, symbolizing stability. While this isn't absolute, about 80 of them fit this pattern, and yours matches in shape. Additionally, it has Arabic decorations on both the front and back, with a fish row pattern, and the overall patina is evident. This decoration also aligns with the artistic design of the Zhengde period. However, there's a detail that wasn't done well. Qi Ming pointed to a section of Arabic text inside the furnace, saying, you can feel it with your hand. Lu Jian reached out to touch it as he was instructed. Not only him, but Qin Xiaoxi, who appeared unconvinced, also took it and felt the inscription. After they both handled it, Qi Ming said, the Arabic on the outside of the furnace was cast, but the internal text was carved. Chapter 302. Win-win? Qi Ming thought through the entire matter in his mind and couldn't figure out how he could win in this situation. He feigned attentive listening, signaling Lu Jian to continue. Seeing that Qi Ming didn't immediately refuse, Lu Jian continued. Cooperation between the police and the public is said to be equal. It can't just be a one-sided effort. So this time, I can promise you within my authority, if Mr. Qi is willing to replace our police and go this time, the items you purchase inside can be taken away. Qi Ming raised an eyebrow. This promise was indeed somewhat appealing to him. In the Han Dynasty tombs, there were certainly valuable burial items. He wanted to open a museum, and naturally, the more good pieces, the better. Moreover, for collectors today, the biggest difficulty is not lacking money, but lacking genuine goods. The market is filled with fakes, accounting for 99. Even if he has the discerning eye, it still takes time and effort to sift through. If the other party truly sells burial items, they definitely can't be fake. However, such verbal agreements don't seem reliable. So Qi Ming hesitated to agree outright. Chapter 303. Boss, can I take a look at this item? Qi Ming became interested in the incense burner and called out to the counter. Hey, coming. Young man, please wait a moment. I'm getting old, and my legs aren't as nimble anymore. Please bear with me. The boss, dressed in a Zhongshan suit with gray hair, appeared to be at least in his 70s or 80s. When he walked out from behind the counter, Qi Ming noticed that he seemed to have an old leg injury, leaning on a cane and walking unevenly. This scene reminded him of his own days of leg discomfort a few years ago, evoking a sense of sympathy. So, he didn't address the boss as such, but said, old man, take your time, it's no problem. From your accent, it seems you're not from here in Guangdong. I'm from Jiaxing, Zhejiang. I've been in Hong Kong since '73, but I just can't seem to learn the Cantonese well. It really is true what they say. You can't change your hometown accent. As they spoke, the old man shakily reached the glass cabinet and took out a key. Qi Ming politely stepped back 2 paces, waiting for him to unlock it while continuing the conversation. 73 years ago? That was around 1950? You traveled quite far from Zhejiang to Hong Kong. Chapter 304. Young man. You've been looking at it for quite a while. What do you think of the furnace? Does it catch your eye? The elderly man, likely tired from standing, finally asked Qi Ming, who seemed lost in thought. Qi Ming returned to reality, smiled apologetically at the old man, and pointed to the counter, saying, I'm sorry. This is the second Zhengde copper incense burner I've seen today, so I've been thinking a lot. It might be more comfortable for you to sit down and talk. Hee. Okay. The old man nodded, turned around with difficulty to lock the cabinet door, and then slowly walked toward the counter. The store wasn't large, and Qi Ming thought about helping him, but the aisle was too narrow for them to walk side by side, so he could only follow closely behind. Once the old man was seated, Qi Ming took a seat on a round stool at the counter. The old man didn't beat around the bush. Pointing to the inscription inside the furnace that read Governor of Military Affairs, the mighty General Zhu Shou made this, and said, Young man, this is probably what really attracts you. Yes, this inscription is quite interesting. Moreover, I can see this furnace indeed has age. Why don't you give me a price? and I'll see if I can afford it. Chapter 305. What are you making a fuss about? What kind of behavior is that? Have you forgotten everything I taught you? You need to have a calm demeanor. Where's your calmness? The old man glared at his suddenly intruding grandson, scolding him for a moment before realizing there was a customer in the store, finally swallowing back the words about being bitten by a dog. After reprimanding his grandson, he turned to Ming, clasped his hands in apology, and said, "I'm sorry. I hope I didn't make you laugh." Ming shook his head and smiled, complimenting. "What kind of joke is this? If I had a painting by Li Bai, I'd probably not be as good as him." Although he was certain in his heart that this was definitely a misunderstanding. But he was also quite curious about what made this spirited young man think that the piece in his hand could be a genuine work of Li Bai. The young man with the yellow hair had probably just been too excited, and only after his grandfather's mention did he notice that there were other customers in the store. However, he was currently in high spirits and had no intention of minding others. He held up the silk painting and boasted, "Grandpa, it's this piece. I only spent 30,000 to get it. Ha ha. This time our Diazai will definitely become famous, making waves throughout Hong Kong Island. No, the entire antique circle of Huaxia." I checked. A scroll of Li Bai's cursive script can sell for over 4 billion. This is a painting, and it has even more characters on it. I think, at the very least, it should double in value, right? We're gonna get rich. We're gonna get rich. Chapter 306. The Old Man Behind the Counter. After listening to Ming's analysis, looked over the inscriptions and seals on the painting again. Then he carefully examined the silk and the ends of the scroll. He didn't understand paintings and calligraphy, but he was knowledgeable about the fabric and the patina and wear on the ends. Just from these 2 points, he agreed with Ming's opinion. "Young man, let me ask one more question. How is the market for Dong Xiaowan's paintings?" He pointed at the items in his shop and said, a bit embarrassed, "As you can see, my shop is all about ceramics and miscellaneous items. I don't deal in paintings and calligraphy, so I'm really not clear about the market in this area. If you know, please enlighten me." Helping someone to the end. As they say, estimating a price at this point is nothing. Ming recalled the auction market for Dong Xiaowan's works. The price fluctuations were indeed quite large and difficult to estimate. The 8 beauties of Qin Huai, who were known in history as courtesans, didn't just rely on their beauty and romantic history. They were genuinely talented. In terms of painting skills, Li Xiangjuan and Ma Xianglan among the 8 beauties were even better, and their works were even collected by the Tokyo Museum in Japan, belonging to a market with value but no buyers. However, Dong Xiaowan was a bit peculiar. Chapter 307. Hello? The call was from his master. He handed the copper coins and the box to the bodyguard behind him while pressing the answer button and walking towards a nearby alley. On the other end of the line, Yang Qiaoming grunted in a muffled tone and then fell silent, as if stuck. This silence lasted for a full minute before Yang Qiaoming's voice finally came through again, just as Ming was about to ask. "I heard someone is looking for you regarding police-community cooperation." Ming was taken aback. In this day and age, are there no secrets? This matter had spread to his elder so quickly. Yang Qiaoming seemed to have found his flow after opening with that, coughed to adjust his mood, and calmly said, "This matter was told to me by Lu Zan. He said he saw you in Hong Kong Island." "Yes, we met once," Ming replied. But he didn't mention that their meeting place was not very friendly. It was in a hotel room converted into a temporary interrogation room. On the phone, Yang Qiaoming's voice became serious. Old Lu was also entrusted by someone, and the call came to me. He asked me to help persuade you to accept this cooperation. Is it someone named Lu Jian, the leader of the special case team? Chapter 308. After having dinner outside, he returned to the villa. Dong Xingqing, Karin Xiaozi, went back to her room. Meanwhile, Ming went to the study, sitting in the wide and comfortable boss chair, rubbing the jade pig while pondering the cooperation matter. Initially, he had a lot of resistance, but after his master's phone call, the balance in his heart began to sway. From another perspective, this matter could also be a good opportunity to pick up a bargain. Even if he didn't aim for a bargain, it would still leave a favor for Lu Jian and Lu Zan's people down the line. Huaxia is a society built on personal connections. Although you might not know when such connections will be useful, having them is certainly better than not having them. All right, Ming made up his mind. However, he didn't call Lu Jian right away. Instead, he reached out to Sun Hotu. In the information that Yang Qiaoming had just revealed, the Cultural Relics Bureau was also involved in this case. Sun Hu, who had just returned to Beijing, had joined this bureau. If Sun Hu was willing to get involved, it would be a significant contribution to his record. Xiao Qi, what's up? It's late at night. On the phone, Sun Hu yawned widely, as if he had been awakened from a beautiful dream. At the same time, there was a faint sound of rustling sheets and a delicate female voice in the background. Chapter 309. Lu Jian didn't pursue Qi Ming for not reporting what he knew, since Qi Ming had his own contact information and had already received an invitation. It was a pleasant surprise for the special case team. This way, it not only reduced their workload, but also increased their success rate, a rare blessing that could hardly be found. Mr. Qi, we shouldn't delay. Let's start contacting today. What do you think? Sure, Qi Ming replied succinctly, since he had decided to get involved. It was better to act quickly and finish early so he could attend to his own matters in Japan. Will you come to the special case team? Or shall we find another place to meet? Lu Jian asked. Do we really need to run around? I can call now, set a time, and inform you of the location, can I? Qi Ming asked, quite matter-of-factly. Lu Jian let out a bitter laugh, secretly thinking that an outsider is indeed an outsider. This idea was too crude, and he could only patiently explain, we also have a complete set of processes for handling cases. All right, then you come to me. The cramped temporary office of the special case team, and the feeling of being watched by a circle of police officers was really off-putting. He simply didn't want to go there no matter what. Chapter 310. Enough. That's definitely enough. Li Mian's doubts were dispelled by more than half this time. The two had previously made a deal, and now he felt Qi Ming's substantial wealth through the camera. Such a high-quality client was exactly what they lacked at the moment, so he immediately spoke to reassure him. Mr. Qi, please don't be upset. When you come back, I'll give you a small gift as an apology. Apology? I'm not sure of that little thing. Just tell me the time and place. You don't really think I'm that idle, do you? Qi Ming was now fully adopting the demeanor of a big boss. The place, I don't even know. I'm just a salesperson. As for the time, within 3 days, just keep your phone on and stay in touch. Mr. Qi, this time there are 2 significant bronze artifacts, both inscribed. If you miss them, you will definitely regret it for a lifetime. Qi Ming waved his hand at the camera impatiently. You said this last time. Whether I'll regret it or not depends on whether I see it. By the way, I need to add one more person. Add a person? Li Mian's tone became wary again. That's a bit out of order. We generally only do business with familiar clients. Before he could continue, Qi Ming interjected. Once is unfamiliar, twice is familiar. After this time, wouldn't he also be a familiar client? Besides, this person is my business partner, and we co-own a jewelry company. If you're not at ease, you can check. His information is all online. Chapter 311. What? Everyone in the room almost simultaneously expressed disbelief, all wearing expressions that said they thought he was joking. Sun Hu walked over and patted Qi Ming on the shoulder, saying with a sense of righteousness, Xiao Qi, don't mess around. Forget it, just put it on me. I'm fat and have more places to hide it, so it's not easy to expose. Qi Ming swatted his chubby hand away, speaking seriously. Who's joking with you? The facts speak for themselves. He couldn't be bothered to explain, pointing at the red-crowned parrot and ordering, you fly over there. The parrot tilted its head to look at the direction Qi Ming was pointing, took a couple of seconds to react, and flapped its wings to fly to the coat rack by the entrance. Qi Ming waved at it, and it obediently flew back to his hand. Mr. Qi, your bird is well-trained, but it's too risky. What he revealed made Xiao Hai go from outright denial to half-believing. However, tracking and positioning are not the same as showing off tricks. Letting a bird go is indeed too careless. Qi Ming didn't respond, pointing at the coffee table. Go. Bring me a grape. There were 6 or 7 types of fruit in the fruit bowl, including oranges, apples, and dragon fruit. But the parrot quickly found a grape and accurately air-dropped it into Qi Ming's open palm. Chapter 312. Hee, it's here. You'll see when you get there. Li Mian was a bit embarrassed by Qi Ming's question, directly turning his head away and not looking at them anymore. With a somewhat guilty tone, he continued. The other 2 items are also part of this transaction. I saw that you were quite fond of that jade pig from last time and thought you might be interested in ancient jade artifacts. So I specifically picked this one for you. Well, I really should thank you. Qi Ming's tone was dry, devoid of any gratitude. It's another one of those 2-for-1 tricks. He's almost getting used to it. Xiao Qi, let me have a look. Sun Hu reached out from the side to take the small jade figure. From the earlier conversation between the two, he understood that this item wasn't entirely worthless, and judging by Qi Ming's tone, it seemed to be part of a set. Since he couldn't sleep anyway, and his phone had been confiscated, he became interested in the small jade figure out of boredom. Xiao Qi, from what you said, does this thing have 2 more? A total of 3 jade figures. Are we trying to gather 3 brothers? Don't be ridiculous. Where did the three brothers come from? The one you have is called Jade Wangzhong. It's grouped with the Compass Pendant and Jade Gong Miao, collectively known as the three-piece set for dispelling evil. Of course, this three-piece set is a later joking term. In ancient times, these three were collectively referred to as the Yinxing Pendant. Chapter 3:13 Mr. Qi. Please take a seat over there. Once everyone arrives, we'll officially start. The warehouse was brightly lit, with over 500 square meters of space, scattered with more than a dozen irregularly shaped objects over 1 meter high, which should be the items for this transaction. However, these things were all covered with thick waterproof cloth, so it was unclear what was inside. After leading Qi Ming and the others into the warehouse, Li Mian directly walked toward the southwest corner, where several folding chairs were placed. Qi Ming scanned the warehouse. Besides them, there were about a dozen young men with fierce and rogue-like expressions, either standing or squatting, scattered throughout the corners of the warehouse. These people appeared to be disorganized. But as Qi Ming approached the nearest waterproof cloth, the young man guarding it looked at him warily and slowly stood up. Seeing this, Li Mian quickly stepped in front of Qi Ming, explaining, "Mr. Qi, please, just go sit over there and wait a bit. Once everyone is here, we can take a look. You've come all this way. There's no rush for just a moment, right?" Qi Ming feigned annoyance, huffing as he walked back to the folding chairs, casually picking one and sitting down. Chapter 3:14 Qi Ming and Sun, who walked toward the nearest pile of antiques, which consisted of ancient coins. These coins had suffered severe corrosion after being buried for over 2,000 years. The thick green rust almost completely obscured the original appearance of the coins. Most of the coins were firmly stuck together, forming clumps of green mass. Qi Ming approached, placed the small purple parrot on his shoulder, squatted down, and pulled one out for a closer inspection. Sun, who beside him, pretended to squat down as well, his small eyes slyly glancing around. After confirming that there weren't many people nearby, he lowered his voice and asked, "Xiao Qi, how is it? Can these things match?" Qi Ming frowned slightly. These people were so meticulous in their actions that it wasn't impossible for them to have planted a listening device nearby to monitor buyer communications in real time. So, he didn't directly answer Sun Hu's question, but instead raised the coin in his hand in front of Sun Hu and said, "Look, from these coins, we can tell that they must have all come from a tomb from the early Western Han dynasty, and it's very likely to be the tomb of one of Liu Bang's sons." Sun Hu looked at the clump of coins in his hand, which were covered in rust, leaving only a round hole shape without any characters visible. How could he tell it was from the Western Han dynasty, or even pinpoint it to Liu Bang's son? Chapter 3:15 What are you doing? When the foreigner spoke, it left Sun Hu, Qi Ming, and Xiao Long a bit confused. In this day and age, it's not surprising for foreigners to speak Chinese, as She sang in the Song Chinese language. Everyone in the world is learning Chinese, and Confucius's words are becoming more international. However, the accent and intonation, with a heavy northeastern dialect, made it quite peculiar. "What are you doing? Are you playing dumb with me? I'm asking you. What are you going to do?" Sun Hu pushed the foreigner's shoulder, pointing at the sticky notes he had covered, cursing. But by the end of his rant, he realized, damn it, his standard Beijing accent had actually been influenced by this guy. "I'm sticking mine, what's it to you? Where's the problem? Why do you have to stick it on me? Is it uncomfortable for you if we don't get one over you? I want to see how much you're flaunting it." Chapter 3:16 The plan was in place, but there was no need to rush. Qi Ming shifted his focus back to the pile of items in front of him. Having the opportunity to fully engage with various burial items from a Han Dynasty tomb was quite rare. However, before he moved to the next pile of artifacts, he tore off another sticky note, wrote a quote of 60,000, and stuck it on the bronze tree. "Xiao Qi, give me a piece too." Sun Hu, rubbing his hands, requested at that moment. "What do you need it for?" Qi Ming looked at him curiously. Although he was asking, his actions didn't stop, tearing off half and handing it to Sun Hu. "You just watch. I'm going to add some fire to them." Sun Hu cheerfully accepted the sticky note, not explaining further, ran to find a second-rate thug to borrow a pen, and then headed straight towards Joshua and the others. His approach immediately raised their alertness. Even the management staff on site and the masked man in the RV thought Sun Hu was looking for trouble again. The mediator from earlier frowned at Sun Hu, signaling his two lackeys, ready to rush over at any moment for a second mediation. But what no one expected was that Sun Hu actually smiled kindly at Joshua and the others. He stood still 3 meters away, no longer approaching, just lingering at a moderate distance behind. Chapter 3:17 You can't do this. As soon as the door closed, Catherine stepped forward to pull at the people in front of the door, trying to open it. She was one of the buyers this time, and, being a woman, the higher-ups had only instructed that no one present was allowed to leave, but they never said they could offend these wealthy patrons. So, faced with this unreasonable insistence, they could only continue to retreat until they had nowhere else to back away to, at which point someone reached out to grab Catherine's wrist, controlling her movements. Beside her, Ming didn't expect this woman to be so tough, but as an outsider, he felt it would be inappropriate and illogical to do nothing as a cat owner. There was no choice. Ming could only grit his teeth and rush over to pull at those people, angrily reprimanding, "Let go. Is this how your boss treats guests?" His words hit the mark, so Ming had no trouble pushing aside the two people holding Catherine. I'm really sorry, it's all my fault." Catherine rubbed her reddened wrist, not immediately caring whether she was injured, and sincerely apologized to Ming. This was just an accident. Chapter 3:18, 1. 2 million. Ming raised the sign in his hand first. They had a firm grasp on him, and he felt it would be unreasonable not to cooperate. Of course, the biggest reason was that these items were worth that price. After Ming placed his bid, the masked man narrowed his originally sharp eyes slightly, clearly pleased with his arrangement. "Mr. won 2 million. Everyone, according to the professional appraisal provided by our team's appraisers. These items are all early Western Han jade artifacts, at least 300 years old, and their preciousness speaks for itself." The masked man began to boast about his goods, which made the other two groups a bit tempted, especially Joshua and his group, whose discussions were almost loud enough for Ming to hear. 3 million. The masked man looked toward the source of the voice, but just as the last million was about to come out, a slender hand directly pressed down his raised hand. That person looked puzzled at their side, only to see Catherine pouting and seriously shaking her head. The person sighed. Although he was leading this time, Catherine's status was special, and seeing her so insistent, he could only comply. Chapter 319. Xinjiang, the princess of the state of Qi during the spring and autumn period, was the daughter of the ruler of Qi, Duke Shi of Qi. This figure is not well known in Chinese history. Probably very few people know of her. However, Xinjiang's brother is recognized by historians as the leader of the 5 hegemons of the spring and autumn period, Duke Huan of Qi. Ming still remembers that there was a text in high school Chinese called Duke Huan of Qi Seeks Guanzhong, which was required to be memorized in full. As for Xinjiang, her fame in the historical community is also considerable. The Book of Songs contains pieces related to her, such as the Odes of Yong. The wall has thorns, and the gentleman grows old together, all of which are connected to Xinjiang. Unfortunately, 2 of the 3 poems criticize her. This is also the reason why she was not included in history textbooks. Her reputation was too poor. Now, those who love history often summarize the various dynasties with phrases like Stinky Han, Dirty Tang, Disgraceful Song, Confused Yuan, Sloppy Ming, Snotty Qing. Among them, Stinky Han and Dirty Tang refer to the disorderly and filthy conditions of the palace at the time, which were left as remnants by Xinjiang. Xinjiang was a renowned beauty at the time, and also a princess of Qi, with a prominent reputation and a transcendent status. However, such royal women, naturally, could not escape the fate of arranged marriages. Chapter 320. Time rewinds to more than 10 minutes ago. Little Purple skillfully broke through the guard's blockade and, following Ming's instructions, slipped out of the warehouse through a gap in the door. The little guy was very clever. As soon as it got outside, it darted into the shadows, running about 30 meters before quickly climbing onto the top of a container. With its purple eyes fixed on the warehouse door, it waited until it saw no one chasing after it before it began to move again. It looked around, but did not see any sign of the red indigo carving. Oh, Little Purple was puzzled. The green light on the chest of the red indigo carving should have been quite conspicuous, so why couldn't it find it now? The little guy's nose twitched as it tried to use its sense of smell, but since it was close to the sea, with various cargo and fishing boats docked nearby, the heavy fishy smell in the wind completely masked the scent of the red indigo carving. With no choice, Little Purple could only start searching around the warehouse, occasionally howling at the sky, its voice mixing with the roaring sea wind and carrying far away. This method proved to be effective. By the time Little Purple had almost finished its circle, the red indigo carving came over on its own. Slap! The red indigo carving, still exhilarated from finding its master, was slapped down onto the ground in a big X shape by Little Purple. Chapter 321. Everyone, it's getting late, and we've gathered a lot this time. If we keep auctioning off one item at a time, It might be dawn by the time we finish, and with so many people around, it will be inconvenient to do anything. After finishing a whispered conversation with his little brother, the masked man suddenly changed his tone, implying that he was going to abandon the planned auction. The buyers below exchanged confused looks, not knowing what he was up to. "Mr. Mask, what do you mean by this? This is only the third item." The first to express dissatisfaction was Joshua and his group. Although they had just acquired a valuable bronze artifact, due to the disturbance caused by Sun Hu, the number of items they had was far from their expectations. If it ended like this, it would indeed mean they had made a trip for nothing. Not only Joshua, but also some people in Catherine's group started shouting to express their dissatisfaction. In response, the masked man remained calm, raising both hands slowly to signal everyone to calm down, and then spoke in a steady tone. Chapter 322. As soon as the truck started, Sun Hu and Xiao Long chased after it to check the situation inside. But two legs couldn't outrun four wheels. Even Xiao Long, who had originally grabbed the truck's handle, trying to climb onto the roof, was thrown off by the sudden acceleration. Thankfully, his years in the army were not in vain. At the moment of falling, he rolled to dissipate the impact and landed safely, only scraping a bit of skin, with no serious harm. The two chased the truck, rushing out of the warehouse door. Perhaps the situation was too sudden. Even the other members of the tomb robbing group didn't react in time, and the guards originally stationed at the door to prevent entry and exit didn't stop them. Watching the truck disappear, Sun Hu and Xiao Long exchanged glances, knowing that things had taken a turn for the worse. "What does your boss mean? Where did he take my brother?" Sun Hu rushed back into the warehouse, grabbing the collar of the mediator, who was vaguely the number 2 figure, and angrily asked. The mediator still hadn't reacted to the scene of the boss being suddenly taken away. With Sun Hu causing a ruckus, his anger flared up. He irritably waved away Sun Hu's hand that was clutching his collar. His previously amicable expression vanished, replaced by a fierce glare directed at Sun Hu, and he almost ground his teeth as he retorted. Chapter 323. Inside the car. Ming stared ahead, his hands gripping the steering wheel tightly, veins bulging, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, his mind highly tense, not daring to relax for a moment. In contrast, the masked man, after the car had driven a certain distance, lowered the gun that was pressed against Ming's forehead. After all, the cockpit was so small that there was no possibility of missing. At this moment, he held the gun in one hand and a phone in the other, his thumb tapping swiftly on the screen, while a series of old Cantonese songs, which Ming didn't recognize, played from the speaker of his phone. When the songs reached their climax, the masked man would hum along lightly, appearing relaxed and carefree, showing no sign that they were on the run. Throughout the journey, the masked man spent most of his time fixated on his phone screen, only occasionally commanding the driving direction or threatening Ming with a gun when he sensed a decrease in speed, barely sparing Ming a glance. He seemed completely at ease, as if he had Ming under his thumb. Now, perhaps because they were nearing their destination, the masked man's mood relaxed slightly, coupled with Ming's nervous and fearful demeanor. Something he had never experienced before brought him a sense of superiority, prompting him to jokingly remark. Chapter 324. Up ahead, Lao Yao looked ahead and saw a little bird perched on the car's windshield wiper, a green spot on its chest flashing as it occasionally bent down to peck at its ruffled feathers. Not only that, but right in the center of the car window, there was a small white cat, not much larger than a palm, lying flat against the glass in a starfish position, its bright eyes shimmering with a faint purple light, staring at him without blinking. Lao Yao was 40 years old and had been following his father to graves since he was 16. He had dug countless graves, stripped clothes from corpses, used skulls as balls, and even buried people alive in tombs just to keep the treasure for himself. After doing so many wicked things, he still ate and drank as usual, without any sign of retribution, so the supernatural fears that others dreaded seemed utterly ridiculous to him. He fought against heaven, against earth, against the police, and against peers, believing he had long cultivated a fearless heart. No matter the situation, nothing could move him anymore. However, the bizarre scene in front of him made his heart involuntarily tighten. The bird was one thing, but what was up with that cat? What kind of cat would stick to a speeding car like that? And the strange purple light in its eyes, under the cover of night, gave off an eerie vibe. Chapter 325. What is going on? In the command vehicle, Lu Jian looked at the screens in front of him that had all gone black at almost the same time, and coldly inquired, The two junior officers responsible for operating the equipment quickly manipulated various buttons, troubleshooting to restore the machine's function. One of them managed to find a moment to reply. It should be the thunder just now that affected the signal transmission nearby. Damn it, what thunder in April? Shit. Lu Jian irritably took off his police cap and swung it heavily. If it weren't for the national emblem on the cap, which would have made it inappropriate, he would have thrown it to the ground. Fix it as soon as possible. What is the status on groups 3 and 4? Report, currently. The two groups are still in pursuit. But, why are you stammering? Speak up if you have something to say. Lu Jian was like a powder keg, ready to explode at the slightest provocation. He couldn't stand this kind of hesitance. Just moments ago, they had conducted a surprise interrogation of the suspects at the scene. From the testimonies, it was already confirmed that the ones who kidnapped Ming were the organizers of this transaction and the leaders of the tomb raiding gang. Chapter 326. Qin Xiaoxi felt very conflicted at this moment. Her usual fiery personality had turned shy. But what had to come would come. After hesitating for a few seconds, she slowly walked to the front of the car. Get closer, apologize. Lu Jian ordered Qin Xiaoxi curtly. This stern attitude was mostly for Qi Ming's benefit. After reprimanding his subordinate, he immediately changed his expression to look at Qi Ming, apologizing. Mr. Qi, I sincerely apologize. It was her unauthorized actions that put you in danger. Fortunately, you have good fortune on your side, and it didn't lead to severe consequences. Rest assured, we will handle this matter seriously and give you an explanation. I'm sorry. Qin Xiaoxi looked at the bloodstains on Qi Ming's face left by the glass shards and felt even more guilty. While apologizing, she performed a 90-degree bow, her head deeply lowered. Moreover, more than 10 seconds had passed without her raising her head, giving the impression that she wouldn't get up until Qi Ming accepted her apology, showing her sincerity. Forget it. As you said, Team Leader Lu, nothing serious happened, right? Officer Qin is also well-meaning. Officer Qin, please lift your head. It's a new era. This kind of thing is no longer necessary. Oh. At the entrance of the villa, Lin Xian, guided by the maid, walked in. As soon as he entered the living room and saw Qi Ming sitting on the sofa, watching TV, he greeted him teasingly. Qi Ming was almost completely sunk into the sofa, a bird perched on his shoulder, a cat in his arms, and his injured foot resting on a coffee table, looking relaxed and comfortable. Upon hearing Lin Xian's voice, he intended to stand up to greet him. No, just stay seated. You're an injured person now. Lin Xian handed the suitcase he was carrying to the maid at the door and quickly walked over to sit beside Qi Ming. Slap as soon as he sat down. Lin Xian unceremoniously slapped Qi Ming's thigh. This leg, let me see. It looks fine, no skin broken. Did you take a bullet? Speaking in a sarcastic tone and hitting so hard. I didn't offend you. Also, it's a sprain. Do you understand what a sprain is? It's not skin broken. Can't you wish me a speedy recovery? Qi Ming complained while covering his painfully struck thigh. The little purple cat in his arms let out a yowl and unhesitatingly pounced at Lin Xian's thigh, delivering a flurry of cat punches. Its paws moved so quickly that they almost left afterimages, but they didn't break through the defense. At most just pulling some threads from a perfectly good pair of dress pants. Chapter 328. When Lin Xian entered the living room, carrying the painting, 3 unfamiliar faces had already appeared. 2 foreign men with blonde hair and blue eyes, and 1 person of Chinese descent. As soon as he showed up, he immediately drew the attention of everyone except Qi Ming, especially the appraiser from Sotheby's, the painter Andrew, and a Chinese named Wang Kai, who hurried over to help hold the painting frame, fearing any damage. The painting was brought closer, and Brian, the highest-ranking person and the one responsible for this transaction, could no longer sit calmly, like a husband who hadn't returned home for years finally seeing his longed-for wife. He crossed his arms and slowly approached, speaking sweetly as he walked, which made Qi Ming feel somewhat nauseous. The delicate strokes like feathers, the cold yet tense color blocks, and that unique sense of mystery and loneliness almost swallowed me whole. Andrew, without needing any authentication, I can confirm that this is indeed a genuine work by Mark Rothko. Holding the painting, Andrew replied with a look of obsession. That's right, my friend. The impact it had on me when I first saw it was no less than what you're feeling. Look at the blurred boundary between blue and yellow. Doesn't it evoke a gloomy and oppressive feeling? Chapter 329. Like the bronze vessel Qi Ming encountered earlier, the Zun is also a type of ancient wine vessel. In the ritual-focused ancient times, there were distinctions among wine vessels, with the zun ranking first among all. It is a vessel used in ceremonies or when a king bestows wine upon his subjects, typically characterized by an open mouth, a tall neck, and a ring foot. The surface is often adorned with animal imagery, making it a rare item throughout dynasties. Any that have survived to this day are national treasures. The most familiar zun to the Huaxiao people is probably the square zun with 4 sheep. Qi Ming and Lin Xian shock, even distress, stem from the fact that the bronze mother and child elephant zun before them is on par with the national treasure, the square zun with 4 sheep. So far, only 3 bronze elephant zuns from the Shang dynasty have been found on Chinese soil. Currently, only the Liling elephant zun, unearthed in 1975 in Hunan, remains in the country. The other 2 were sold abroad during the late Qing and early Republican periods. One is housed in the Guillemette Museum of Asian Arts in Paris, and it is the largest among the 3 elephant zuns. The remaining one is the mother and child elephant zun in front of Qi Ming. Unlike the other 2, this one is the only complete piece, with both the body and lid intact, making it a true full piece. Chapter 330. Gentlemen, is there anything lacking in my proposal? Looking at the 2 strangely pale young men before him, Brian couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. From a Western perspective, there is no reason to refuse something that can yield benefits just through conversation. However, the attitude exhibited by Qi Ming and Lin Xian was quite intriguing. No, your proposal seems very good, Qi Ming replied with a smile. Their reaction was mainly due to the familiarity of the proposal. Just over half a month ago, the same tactic was used by the Cleveland Museum, which led him to eventually part with several rare dollar collections. However, times have changed. This is Hong Kong, which has great autonomy, and the Cultural Relics Bureau's reach does not extend here. He is no longer the isolated figure of the past. He had just received a museum license from the Hong Kong government, which was still fresh. Mr. Brian, for personal reasons, I don't plan on stepping into the limelight for now. I have a private museum in Hong Kong, and I will send someone to attend the press conference in the name of the museum. Upon hearing Qi Ming's agreement, Brian smiled and nodded. He wasn't fixated on whether Qi Ming himself would attend, as long as the press conference could take place. Chapter 331. At Hong Kong International Airport. Outside the VIP waiting area, after Lin Xian yawned for the nth time, he noted that he had just arrived in Hong Kong from the capital today. To put it bluntly, his butt hadn't even warmed the seat before he was back at the airport. Checking his watch, it was 12:30, well past the appointment time. Just as he was about to complain to Qi Ming about his father's antics, the announcement came over the PA system that flight MU-5718 had landed. Qi Ming picked up his phone and glanced at the group message. The flight number matched the one sent by Master Yang Xiaoming. The plane landed, and after more than 10 minutes, a familiar figure finally walked out from the terminal as if summoned. Upon seeing the arrival, Lin Xian instantly perked up, jogging over to greet him, skillfully taking the suitcase from the elderly man's hands. He obediently called out, "Dad." Qi Ming walked over to the other side of the elder and took a briefcase from his hands, sincerely calling out, "Master." Yang Xiaoming responded liquidly, glancing past Lin Xian, exuding the aura of an elder, but nodded in satisfaction when responding to Qi Ming, appreciating the quality of his disciple. Chapter 332. With the plan set, implementation was remarkably simple. The next day, the person who had just arrived at the History Museum received a call and hurried to Qi Ming's villa. After the expert from the other side personally verified the authenticity of the mother and child elephant zun, the negotiations were completely one-sided. Every demand from Qi Ming's side was promptly accepted, as any refusal would be disrespectful to the national treasure. Ultimately, they reached the following agreement in line with Qi Ming's ideas. The security and daily maintenance of the bronze mother and child elephant zun would be fully the responsibility of the other party. The rental period would be 2 years, with an annual rent of 6 million Hong Kong dollars. While the Hong Kong History Museum would fund a total insurance policy worth $50 million with HSBC insurance. Most importantly, Qi Ming had the right to terminate the contract at any time without compensation, granting him significant autonomy. Throughout the negotiation, the other party only made one request. Upon contract expiration, they would have priority leasing rights under the same conditions. Neither Qi Ming nor Yang Xiaoming raised any objections to this request. Once the leasing matter was settled, without any action from Qi Ming, the Hong Kong History Museum began its operations. In less than a day, News spread throughout the streets of Hong Kong that the Freer Gallery of Art in the United States would donate the long-lost bronze mother and child elephant zune from the Shang dynasty. Chapter 333. TSK. These two old men can really talk big, as if without this elephant zune, there would be a war. It's just so hypocritical. While Qi Ming was on the private plane he won from Zhou Qi, Lin Xian was half reclined in his seat, watching the live broadcast of Yang Xiaoming's press conference on the oversized TV screen. Young people generally dislike such insincere and obviously fake pleasantries. So taking advantage of his father's absence, Lin Xian didn't mind being blunt. "Hey, what are you looking at? Your mouth is almost touching your ears." Lin Xian soon noticed that Qi Ming's attention was entirely on his phone screen, chuckling to himself. While the television displayed a scene of Tong Xinqing confidently announcing her romantic relationship. "Damn," he said, giving Qi Ming the middle finger before sulking back into his seat. In his eyes, Qi Ming was unworthy of their goddess. It was simply a disgrace. "Cough, cough, what are you peeking at? Aren't you afraid of getting a needle in your eye?" Qi Ming disdainfully glanced at the single dog beside him and put away his phone. When he looked at the ring on his left hand's middle finger, identical to the one worn by Tong Xinqing, an involuntary, somewhat lewd smile appeared on his face. Chapter 334. Emperor Kangxi commented multiple times on the Japanese people. The country of Wokou is the most fickle of nations. Its people are very lowly, unaware of the bonds of friendship in the world, only intimidated by military might, hence they cannot be treated with even a bit of kindness. Former U.S. President Roosevelt evaluated the Japanese, stating, "The Japanese are the most despicable and shameless people I have ever seen." French President de Gaulle commented on Japan. "Japan is a treacherous and cunning, cruel nation, very snobbish, with a bloodthirstiness akin to the medieval European vampire Dracula. Once they see your weakness, they will immediately strike, leaving no chance for survival." Putin once said in the Northern Territories, "Without polishing the mirror, it won't be clear." The Japanese cannot be dealt with without confrontation. Throughout history, great figures have had a poor impression of this country, especially in China, due to the war decades ago. Generations have viewed this nation as an enemy. In modern times, those who did not experience that period have gradually improved their views of this country, with many Japan enthusiasts emerging domestically. Qi Ming remembers that during school, there were anime and Japanese drama clubs. Originally, in a few decades, those born in the 2010s and 2020s might truly forget that history. But now, with the recent incident of nuclear wastewater being discharged into the sea, it must be emphasized to every generation the lowly nature of their nation. Chapter 335. Zhang Ao paid the bill, and this sword along with that silly-looking wooden carving now belonged to Qi Ming. Qi Ming sheathed the sword, stroking the excellent texture of the shark's skin, secretly pleased in his heart. Initially, he was just curious about Japanese swords, which led him to the shop. Unexpectedly, after acquiring it, he felt the kind of chill that only antiques possess, so he used his divination technique to secretly appraise it. Under the divination technique, the entire blade was surrounded by a violet aura. He had no expertise in swords, so despite its rich aura, he could not determine its value, but from its age, it appeared to be at least 700 years old. Acquiring something from 700 years ago for less than 20,000 Huaxia coins was definitely not a loss. He planned to ask Lin Xian later if he knew anyone who researched Japanese swords. Perhaps there would be unexpected joy. "Boss lady, where should this go?" A mover at the door was carrying a square go table, blocking Qi Ming and Zhang Ao's way. The female owner inside heard this and came out, glanced at the items in the mover's hands, frowned, and irritably asked, "What is going on? Why did you bring this back? Who am I supposed to sell this to?" Chapter 336. Lin Xian stood by the roadside, watching as Zhang Ao and Xiao Long lifted the large go board into the taxi's trunk, and then glanced at the various figurines he was carrying. Suddenly, words popped into his head. Playing with toys leads to loss of ambition. Nyambashi was only one station away from their hotel in Namba, so in less than 10 minutes, they arrived. After putting away the figurines he bought, Lin Xian wasted no time and rushed to Qi Ming's room. Inside the room, Xiao Long and Zhang Ao were curiously gathered around the go board. If there were pieces, they might have already started playing Gamoku. Qi Ming, however, was much more interested in the sword in his hand, as its aura was far richer than that of the go board. Upon seeing Lin Xian enter, Qi Ming sheathed the exposed part of the blade with a click, intending to ask Lin Xian about the appraisal method for this sword, but Lin Xian headed straight for the go board on the coffee table. Soon, He heard Lin Xian murmur, "Old fragrant cypress wood, what a good thing." Go originated in China and is one of the four great arts alongside Qin, writing, and painting. Moreover, Go has the longest history among them. According to Zhang Hua's records of games from the Jin dynasty, it states, Yao created Go to teach his son Danju. The book also mentions that Shun, thinking his son Shangjun was not very clever, also made Go to teach his sons. Chapter 337. When in doubt about foreign affairs, consult Google. Just then, since they were abroad, Ming didn't need to log into a VPN. He directly opened Wikipedia and typed in the 4 characters Yu Zhongzhong. The search results quickly appeared, revealing that he was indeed not an unknown figure. According to the encyclopedia, he was a person from Japan's northern and southern dynasties, a period that falls between Japan's Kamakura and Muromachi periods, occurring 900 years later than China's northern and southern dynasties. At that time, due to internal rebellions among the Japanese royal family, the country was divided into 2 regimes, the North and the South. This rebellion was somewhat similar to the conflict between Li Shimin and Li Yuan. The son, Emperor Komeii, was supported by ministers, seizing the throne from his father, Emperor Daigo. Unlike Li Yuan, Emperor Daigo was quite resilient. He fled with the 3 sacred treasures representing imperial authority and established the southern court. This period of division lasted over 50 years, until the northern court defeated the southern court and unified Japan. Yu Zhongzhong was the most famous swordsmith of the southern and northern dynasties, revered by the Japanese as one of the 10 true masters. The term 10 true masters refers to the 10 most powerful swordsmiths in Japanese history. This nomenclature actually comes from China, where during the Tang dynasty, an official martial temple was established to worship the 10 masters of the martial temple. At that time, Jiang Zia was regarded as the martial saint, and the 10 generals beneath him, such as Zhuge Liang, Zhang Liang, and Bai Qi, were referred to as the 10 masters, sharing in the incense offerings. Chapter 338. The next day, Ming woke up around 9 o'clock. His little companion, Xiao Zi, also half-squatted up at almost the same time, rubbing its eyes, yawning, and stretching its front paws in a big letter shape, mimicking Ming's lazy stretch beside it. The red indigo carving on the desk observed the two and finally understood where it had lost. After getting up, washing up, and ordering breakfast from the hotel, he picked up his phone to summon the others. With 4 people gathered in the room, following their original plan, they decided to sell the Go board first and then head to Osaka Castle, as April was the cherry blossom season. And Osaka Castle was the most famous cherry blossom viewing spot in the city. However, Ming did not expect that the large city of Osaka had very few antique shops. The closest one was in the Umeda district. Umeda and the Osaka Castle they wanted to visit were on opposite sides of the city, requiring almost an hour by subway. What to do? Should we sell it to a second-hand store? Lin Xian asked, looking at the search results on the map. The recycling store he mentioned referred to those second-hand luxury goods shops, which were basically found every few steps. Let's take it over to have a look. Although I don't hold much hope, Ming replied. Chapter 339. After the Qing soldiers entered the pass and quickly occupied the capital, they soon marched south, overthrowing the Hongguang regime in Nanjing at that time. Subsequently, a group loyal to the Ming dynasty supported Zhu Yujian, the 9th descendant of Zhu Yuanzhang, establishing the second southern Ming regime in Fujian with the era name Lanwu. The Lanwu Tongbao that Ming showed Lin Xian was the currency issued by this southern Ming small court. This regime lasted a very short time, only 2 years. So the currency issuance was not substantial, and with the subsequent Qing military crackdown, the remaining currency was even less. However, as it was a local regime, even though the surviving quantity of Lanwu Tongbao was limited, it still couldn't sell for much. The Lanwu Tongbao in Lin Xian's hand had a diameter of 29 centimeters, was made of bright yellow copper, had deep inscriptions, and a warm patina, making it a beautiful specimen among copper coins. However, if it were taken to Panjiayuan, it would only fetch around 2,000 to 3,000 yuan at most. This coin doesn't even qualify to be displayed in the first floor counter of the antique shop. So how could Lin Xian possibly be interested in it? After taking a glance, Lin Xian returned it to Ming and casually remarked, "Genuine item, in good condition." After receiving it back, Ming thought for a moment and handed it over to Zhang Ao, who was standing nearby. This item seemed like a lucky find, and it would be a shame to throw it away, but didn't attract him at all, so he gave it to Zhang Ao as a little perk, also to win some goodwill. Chapter 340. Approaching the counter, Xiao Yu paused involuntarily as she looked at Qi Ming and Lin Xian in front of her. It wasn't because they were particularly handsome. Rather, her gaze lingered more on the little purple and red indigo carvings on Qi Ming's shoulder. Girls often like fluffy and cute things, and the appearance of the little purple perfectly matched, enhancing Qi Ming's appeal. In that moment, Xiao Yu nearly forgot about the lottery and was fully focused on thinking of a natural way to strike up a conversation, hoping to buy the little purple. If that didn't work, she could at least leave her contact information for when they had babies, and then buy a little one too. Not just her. Even the somewhat introverted Xiao focused her attention on Qi Ming, although she preferred the red indigo carving. Qi Ming felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth as he noticed the two girls staring at him, wondering why they were suddenly so quiet after being so chatty earlier. Once he realized where their gaze was directed, he understood he might have been a bit self-indulgent. Animals have a stronger instinct than humans. And of course, the little purple and red indigo on his shoulder also noticed the two girls. The red indigo, being more vigilant, chirped a couple of times before flying back and hiding on top of Zhang Ao's head. Chapter 341. Xiao Yu's family also had quite a few antiques. But everyone has their own preferences. In the eyes of an ACG girl like her, even a Ming Dynasty Dotsai chicken cup would probably pale in comparison to a skirt. So she naturally didn't study antiques much. At this moment, holding the almost black coin, she felt a bit hesitant. With one hand holding the little purple, she extended the coin towards the camera that Xiao was holding up, showing it to the viewers in the live stream and asking, "Hey everyone, what do you think of this coin? The inscriptions are quite clear, but it looks a bit dark, not very festive. If you don't like it, we can switch. If you do like it, I'll choose this one as the grand prize for everyone." On the screen, someone had already typed the inscriptions on the coin into the public chat. A few fast typers quickly searched and immediately got excited. "Fish sister, it's this one. Fish sister, I don't mind the darkness. Fish sister, pick me, pick me. Upstairs, how you want Fish sister to pick you, with a belt or a data cable? Fish sister, you're about to make a big mistake. OMG, buy it, buy it." Standing nearby, the salesperson Li Yin, who dared to recommend this ancient coin, had clearly done her homework. Hearing Xiao Yu mention the color issue, she immediately smiled and stepped forward, lightly tapping the surface of the plastic box containing the ancient coin with her slender fingers, explaining earnestly, Chapter 342, "Sir, you're joking. The customer is God. How could we dare to look down on you? If there's anything we've done wrong that upset you, please let us know. If it's reasonable, we will definitely correct it." Li Yan's face showed 7 parts apology and 3 parts confusion, her tone neither servile nor overbearing. Lin Xian, however, didn't even look at her, instead taking out a magnifying glass to examine the Shiwang Shanggong gold coin in his hand, casually saying, "You clearly have such a good item. Why didn't you take it out earlier? What? Do you think we can't afford it?" Hearing Lin Xian say this, Li Yin breathed a sigh of relief, as she could see that Lin Xian's interruption came right at the moment Xiao Yu was about to make a payment. If he hadn't intervened, it could have been disastrous. Moreover, based on Lin Xian's tone and his serious examination of the gold coin, Li Yin felt that today must be her lucky day. If she could sell this gold coin to the man in front of her, her commission could even afford a bathroom in the second ring of the capital. "Sir, this is indeed our oversight. Let me call a colleague over to explain it to you. I'll take care of the payment for these 2 young ladies first. Others? I think what you just said was quite professional. I'm not comfortable with someone else." Chapter 343. The little purple squatted on Qi Ming's shoulder, using one paw to poke his earlobe, and its fluffy face moved closer to his ear, murmuring discontentedly. Clearly, the little guy was still upset about Qi Ming almost dropping it earlier. Qi Ming felt a bit embarrassed and only realized at the door that he had somewhat disrespected the little purple, so he let it fuss. "Handsome, you've offended someone with that act. What are you going to do next?" Qi Ming teased Lin Xian, who was standing to the side. Lin Xian rolled his eyes at him, retorting as if he would have stepped in to help those 2 girls. "What to do? What else can we do? Let's change to another place. We can't just take the item back, can we?" While speaking, he pointed to the chessboard that Xiao Long and Zhang Ao were carrying. Then he took out his phone and started searching for the next antique shop. Qi Ming shrugged. There was no other option. Although this chessboard was made of solid wood and wasn't particularly heavy, an adult man could carry it alone. However, its square shape and thickness meant it only had the corners as pressure points, which was why Xiao Long and Zhang Ao were lifting it. Such flashy but impractical items should be sold off as soon as possible. Chapter 344. Oh my, this is like walking into a den of thieves. Lin Xian naturally saw the photos on the wall and reacted even more strongly, cursing as he stared at the photo of the man on the wall. Ming frowned and patted his shoulder, signaling him to be cautious with his words. After all, they were in someone else's territory, and pointing to the founder and calling it a den of thieves wasn't very polite. Lin Xian shrugged, showing no intention of retracting his words, and quietly said, "Sigh. Couldn't help it. I spoke too bluntly. What now? Should we change again?" Ming shook his head. "Forget it. Let's stick with this place. Just consider it earning foreign exchange." Lin Xian nodded. Thinking of it this way made him feel a bit better. So, as a representative of the group, he stepped forward to negotiate with the kimono-clad woman who was attending to them. This woman in a kimono, whether she didn't understand Chinese or simply didn't care, maintained a half-bow posture, smiling and nodding, appearing humble and accommodating. While Lin Xian was negotiating with that woman, Xiao Yu took Xiao Qiao's hand and walked over to Ming, asking softly, "Big Brother Qi, why do you and Big Brother Lin seem to dislike this shop so much?" Chapter 345. Ming called over a salesperson who had been waiting nearby to help him retrieve the jade item from the glass display. What he was interested in was actually a brush holder. A brush holder, like the inkstone Xiao Yu had previously looked at, is also a type of writing instrument. Sometimes, one must admire the creativity of the ancestors, who could meticulously refine one thing and create a bunch of unexpected items. Before entering the industry, if someone asked Ming what the 4 treasures of the study were, he would confidently tell them: brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. This answer was correct, but to those in the same field, it was not enough. In the collection circle, writing tools like brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones are like the trunk of a large tree, from which many branches extend. Take brushes, for example. Related items include brush rests, brush mountains, brush holders, brush beds, brush screens, brush lifts, brush boats, brush washers, and so on. What Ming is interested in is a brush lift. This type of scholar's tool was used by ancient people to test the concentration of ink while writing. The piece in his hand is about the size of a woman's powder box, warm and delicate to the touch, providing a slight resistance when held. Combined with the texture of the jade surface, it should be high-quality Hatian jade, raw material. Moreover, the shape is quite pleasing, resembling a rui, symbolizing smooth sailing and good fortune. Each corner of the rui features a bat, symbolizing the hope for blessings from all directions. Chapter 346. The ink screen is also a derivative of writing supplies. Its origin is said to stem from the great literary figure Su Donpa of the Northern Song dynasty and the famous calligrapher Huang Tingjian. This claim is not merely a folk legend. Song dynasty literati Zhao Xiu mentioned in the Dongtian Qinglu collection. There were no ink screens in ancient times until Donpa. The valley began to create ink screens. Su Shi, known as Donpa Jushi, and Huang Tingjian, known as Shangadaoren, are certainly the two referred to here. Both were great calligraphers, and saying that the ink screen was invented by them is not without basis. However, when Ming learned why this item was invented, he found it somewhat amusing. To put it nicely, the ancients knew how to enjoy life, but to put it bluntly, they were just idle. It is said that when Su Shi wrote, he felt the sunlight and candlelight reflecting off the ink in the inkstone hurt his eyes. So he created this item to block the light, as well as the wind, preventing dust and debris from contaminating the ink. The ink screen that little fish is interested in has a base and frame made of rosewood, with a deep brown color, definitely high-quality material. The base features relief carvings of transformed dragon patterns, looking grand and neat, with intertwined lotus flowers and bats, holding longevity, lavish and exquisite. Chapter 347. Ming followed Lin Xian again to the place where he had previously paused. This time, Lin Xian directly instructed the staff to take the item out of the glass counter. It was a calligraphy scroll over a meter long, with ancient, yellowed paper and neatly written, powerful characters that were clearly not ordinary. When Ming looked at this scroll, his divination technique activated, and he sensed the energy could be traced back to the early Qing dynasty during the Xuanji period, and its nobility could rival that of the untitled work by Huang Daozhou he had seen before. So while he read, he subconsciously began to recall the calligraphers from the late Ming and early Qing dynasties. When he saw the inscription was Mu Zhai, he had his answer. Is this the handwriting of Qini? Ming's tone was not entirely certain, as the inscription was Mu Zhai, but it didn't necessarily mean this person wrote it. There were many cases of forged inscriptions in ancient times, and Ming himself had never seen Mu Zhai's handwriting before. Do you think so too? Lin Xian seemed to be even more certain upon hearing Qiming's words. The inscription is his pseudonym. I haven't seen his handwriting, but the paper and ink are old. The age is there. Qiming said frankly, not wanting Lin Xian to make a misjudgment because of him. I've seen his handwriting. Chapter 348. Qiming said that the most hated person among Jiangnan people is Zhu Yuanzhang, but similarly, Zhu Yuanzhang also hated Jiangnan people the most. The reason for this goes back to the rulers of Jiangnan at that time, Zhang Shicheng, at the end of the Yuan dynasty. The three people most likely to lead the Han people, expel the Mongols, and ascend to the throne were Chen Yuliang, Zhu Yuanzhang, and Zhang Shicheng. These three, in today's terms, were the last three standing in the finals. Among the three, Chen Yuliang and Zhu Yuanzhang were a fisherman and a farmer, both forced to the brink of survival, which is why they rose up against the Yuan dynasty, driven by their strong ambition to seize the Central Plains after experiencing hardship. Zhang Shicheng, however, came from a background of private salt trading. Although he also worked hard, his family conditions were definitely better than Zhu Yuanzhang's. Therefore, after he occupied the prosperous Jiangnan region of Suzhou and Hangzhou, he became complacent and did not continue to send troops, opting instead to watch the conflict from the sidelines. Later, when Chen Yuliang and Zhu Yuanzhang confronted each other, both sides tried to pull Zhang Shicheng to their side. Chen Yuliang even resorted to marriage alliances. But Zhang firmly decided to watch the drama unfold, publicly declaring non-interference. Chapter 349. Let's go. We're heading to the next place. Keep drinking. Today it's on me, Fish Sister. We'll go back only when we're drunk. After leaving the bar, Little Fish's cheeks were flushed. Her slender figure appeared fragile, barely able to stand. Yet her spirit was surprisingly high due to the stimulation of alcohol, constantly shouting as if ready to battle until dawn. Fish, you've had too much to drink. Let's call it day and head back. Xiao Qiao reached out to support her friend's waist, steadying her before quickly pulling her back to prevent her from making a scene on the street. Fortunately, their assistants and bodyguards were nearby. With a quick phone call, they would arrive shortly. Otherwise, in her current state, Little Fish would be uncontrollable. Had too much. You haven't had enough. How could I be drunk? If you don't believe me, let's have another round. Little Fish, like anyone who is drunk, was quite stubborn. While saying this, she pointed to another bar not far away, her steps unsteady as she struggled to walk in that direction. The entrance of this bar was adorned with changing pink and orange lights, enchanting and gorgeous, while the sign featured a trendy male model making heart shapes and seductive poses. A group of men dressed in suits with peculiar hairstyles was persistently chatting up passing women at the bar's entrance. Chapter 350. The sounds of shouting and scuffling jolted Qiming awake, nearly sobering him up. Realizing that Aimu might be in the crowd, he shouted without thinking, Xiaolong. Those are Aimu's people. Get her out first. Okay. Xiaolong responded and was about to move forward, but he was blocked by a lively, skinny monkey. Get lost. Not caring whether the monkey understood, he shouted and pushed it aside, sending the monkey tumbling like a foam board. Xiaolong and Zhang Ao crossed over him and rushed in. In the crowd, Haizi frowned, sweat beading on his forehead as he maneuvered left and right, trying to make an opening. At this moment, Aimu was right behind him, her face flushed as if smeared with rouge, her steps unsteady, resembling a drunken beauty. If it weren't for the female translator supporting her, she would have surely fallen to the ground. If it weren't for protecting the incapacitated Aimu, these little thugs wouldn't have even registered on Haizi's radar. The four of them could easily take them down. Moving freely wouldn't be a problem. But now he felt as if his hands and feet were bound, struggling to cope. Chapter 351. Alcohol is a poison that runs through the intestines, and lust is a steel knife that scrapes the bones. Initially, it was a half-hearted push and pull under the influence of emotions, but later, Qiming took the initiative completely. He wasn't a eunuch, and at this moment, rationality was completely irrelevant. Under the cover of night, the two began to entwine passionately. Qiming, having been married before, was not a novice. But Aimu was experiencing this for the first time. With a bit of clarity restored thanks to Xiaozi's precious energy, her eyes revealed a stubbornness, showing no intention of stopping. Like an explosion after accumulating all her grievances, she recklessly provoked Qiming. Several times, just as Qiming stopped, her questioning, "Is this it?" reignited his desires. Qiming himself didn't know how many times he had been aroused that night, until he was exhausted, until the tissues beneath him were numb and soft, and his vigor was gone. He finally collapsed into a deep sleep. The next day, Piercing sunlight streamed through the glass, hitting Qi Ming's face. He instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes, and the faint fragrance and ambiguous scent around him constantly stimulated his senses. Scenes from last night resurfaced in his mind. And Qi Ming was completely awake now. He suddenly sat up and looked to his side, but there was nothing beside him, no trace of AI moo. Chapter 352. Venison? Qi Ming had never eaten this before. He glanced at a few small deer not far away, pointed in confusion, and asked those. Little Fish shook his head vigorously. Of course not. Here, these deer are messengers of the gods and cannot be killed. I know this, Lin Xian interjected. The Kasuga shrine worships 4 deities, the main one being Tekimikazuchi no Kami. He originally resided in the Kasuga shrine, and when the shrine was established, he descended on a white deer at the request of the believers, so the deer became the local divine messengers. In ancient times, killing a deer would result in execution. Now, the government occasionally hunts a certain number of deer to control the population, but I haven't heard that they end up on the dinner table. After Lin Xian finished speaking, everyone turned to look at Little Fish. Little Fish smiled proudly and explained, I stumbled upon it while wandering around. The shop owner is actually our fellow villager from Guangdong. According to him, after he came to Nara, he was curious about the taste of these deer. Thinking that many people must also want to know what venison tastes like, he opened the shop. Chapter 353. Worry about the affairs of the world before others, and enjoy the pleasures of the world after others. When we were in school, although we were just teenagers and not very mature, both boys and girls could feel the old man's deep concern for the country and the people while reading this article. Everyone must have felt a great sense of respect for him. It was unexpected that such a figure would arise among later generations, leading ethnic slaughter against the Han people. If Fan Zhongyan knew, the coffin board would surely not be able to contain him. Little Fish looked at Lin Xian's Buddhist scripture with some disgust and asked, Brother Lin, are the writings of such a person valuable? Lin Xian jokingly replied, of course they are valuable. During the late Qing dynasty, someone even stole Empress Dowager Cixi's chamber pot. How could this not be valuable? Although his reputation is terrible and his writing is average, we can't deny his achievements. He lived through the reigns of 4 emperors, the Taizu, Taizong, Shizong, and Shengzu of the Qing dynasty, the national policies, official systems, and imperial examinations during the early years of the Qing dynasty all had his influence, and he is recognized as the foremost civil servant of the Qing dynasty. The Buddhist scriptures he wrote were even submitted as tributes to the royal family. Selling them for 6 or 70,000 is not a problem. And with Ming fans like Qi Ming, there are also die-hard fans of the Qing dynasty. As long as these scriptures are accurately delivered to those die-hard fans, they could appreciate another 10,000. Chapter 354. The base of the Buddha statue only has 2 small seal characters, which are not difficult to recognize. Qi Ming easily saw that the first character was stone. The problem lay in the second character, which had many strokes and had become blurred and difficult to discern after years of wear. Judging by the age, this bronze statue could date back to the late Ming dynasty, during the Tianqi and Chongzhen eras. Qi Ming truly had no impression of the bronze craftsman from that period. Seeing Qi Ming frown slightly, clearly a loss but unwilling to give up, Hu Chao ultimately couldn't contain himself, coughed twice, and spoke up. Ahem, Xiao Qi. Why don't you let me take a look? I've visited so many temples. This kind of emaciated arhood is quite rare. Oh, Qi Ming didn't suspect him and was about to hand over the Buddha statue. But before he finished his sentence and his hand was halfway extended, he stopped. The gaze from the person in front of him was a bit too intense. He was very familiar with this kind of gaze. Although he hadn't looked in a mirror, he was sure that he must have looked like this when he stumbled upon a great treasure. Sorry, Hugo. Qi Ming halted his movements, took a half step back, and smiled. I have a companion. I'll call him over to take a look first. Chapter 355. Ever since Lin Xian called out the name So, Hu Chao had completely given up hope. With his fantasies shattered, he relaxed, and his expression became more natural, reverting back to his previous handsome uncle appearance. Meanwhile, Qi Ming, after Lin Xian gave a hint, took out his phone to search for So, and soon, results popped up. So, with unknown birth and death years, was inferred from his works to be a sculptor from the late Ming period, a master bronze caster, and a monk. To say he was a master was a bit modest. According to encyclopedic records, he should be the foremost figure in the casting of bronze in China. This first place was not only due to his superb skills, but also because he mastered the method of refining wind-blown bronze. This type of bronze was originally a tribute from the Kingdom of Siam, which is modern-day Thailand, to the Ming dynasty. As a national tribute, this bronze was already a top-quality product. However, the emperor at that time, Zhu Zhangji, had high standards. After seeing it, he still found the bronze too impure. So he ordered the royal craftsmen to combine the experiences of the Ming palace craftsmen in refining bronze and remelt it, adding various precious metals like gold and silver, and refined it a total of 12 times before obtaining the finest wind-blown bronze. Chapter 356. Hu Chao carefully observed the clothing, facial features, and posture of the Buddha statue, comparing it with those he had seen before. After some thought, he said, "The facial features of your statue have a bit of Gandhar sculpture flavor. This is a sculptural style that was popular in ancient India, emphasizing tranquility and restraint. I have seen similar features in the Rui wheel Avalokiteshvara statue at Osaka's Kannon Temple and the 11-headed Avalokiteshvara statue at Nara's Hokaji. Based on the craftsmanship and materials, it should be a work of local Japanese craftsmen, and it's likely from the early Edo period." "Hugo, how did you determine that?" Lin Xian's tone was much more humble now. In the field of appraisal, one truly learns for a lifetime. This handsome uncle seemed to have deep knowledge of Buddha statues, and this was a rare opportunity that had to be seized. Not only Lin Xian, but Qiming also looked serious, leaning slightly forward to listen and verify. Hu Chao had no intention of hiding his knowledge. He wasn't in the appraisal business, just sharing what he knew. Japanese Buddha statues have always modeled their craftsmanship on the techniques from our Sui and Tang dynasties. In the Tang dynasty, round faces were considered beautiful. So Japanese Buddha statues generally have round and plump faces. The eyebrows are long, and the lines connect directly to the bridge of the nose, extending all the way to the tip. The upper eyelids of the statues are arched, while the lower eyelids are straight, and the lips are tightly closed, giving a mysterious and approachable feeling, a solemn style. Chapter 357. Hu Chao's current mindset was very stable. Having missed a so bronze statue worth tens of millions, missing another Buddha statue worth around 3 million was not too hard to accept. Lin Xian, who had already completed the identification, did not hesitate. This Buddha statue was quite heavy, so he did not carry it to the checkout area like Qiming did before. Instead, he took the price tag and called over the person in charge on site. The person in charge was a middle-aged woman sent by the local government of Nara, wearing glasses, short hair, a gray professional outfit, with slight crow's feet and dark circles under her eyes that cosmetics couldn't hide, fitting the image of a Japanese corporate worker. When the woman in charge received the price tag from Lin Xian, she looked incredulous. "Sir, do you really want to buy it? This Buddha statue is the highest-priced item on site, intended as the finale piece. The organizers and the temple providing the statue never thought someone would actually buy it." Lin Xian's approach with the price tag truly surprised her. "Yes, I'm a loyal Buddhist. Miss, do you believe in the concept of causal relationships in Buddhism?" The moment I saw it, I was drawn to it. That feeling of wanting to possess it, I think, is what causal relationships is about. Chapter 358. 1-2. 3 Ming squinted his eyes and even used his ability to see through objects. Surprisingly, there were more valuable coins in this pile than just one. It looked like there were at least 10 different types. "So, how about it? Should we call the police?" In just a minute or so, Lin Xian arrived. He also looked at the scattered ceramic fragments on the ground and a pile of 5 yen coins covered in copper rust. The circulating coin denominations in Japan currently include 1, 5, 10, 50, 100, and 500 yen. However, the Japanese have a special fondness for the 5 yen coin because the current design was made in 1948 after Japan's defeat in World War II using leftover and destroyed shell casings as material. Thus, it holds special significance for those who experienced that era. Additionally, the color of the 5 yen coin is the closest to gold, making it visually appealing. Another important reason is that the pronunciation of 5 yen in Japanese is the same as having a connection. Therefore, when people visit shrines and temples to pray for romantic relationships, they often toss 5 yen into the donation box. Lin Xian couldn't help but mock internally, wondering how desperate this blonde guy was for women, or if his ancestors were similarly lacking to have collected so many. Chapter 359. After leaving the charity sale site, the group walked for about 5 minutes and arrived at the deer meat restaurant that Xiaoyu mentioned. The restaurant was quite popular. Although it was past mealtime, there were still many people. However, the restaurant owner was very familiar with Xiaoyu. As soon as he saw them enter, he walked out from the open kitchen area, chatted for a bit, and then asked his staff to clear a private room for the group. Inside the room, Ming and the others took their seats one after another. With a clatter, Lin Xian placed the black plastic garbage bag on the table. He then looked at Ming and asked suspiciously, "So, how did you figure out there was something good in there?" Xiao Yu, holding Xiao Zi, looked at the garbage bag with a bit of disdain, just about to ask why he didn't throw it away on the way, but upon hearing Lin Xian's question, she swallowed the words and curiously looked at Ming. Hu Chao, equally curious, noted that these two young individuals had given him quite a shock today. "I've seen the fragments of that pottery jar. It looks like it has at least 70 years of patina," Ming said casually. That really is an antique," Xiao Yu exclaimed, surprised. "Who said that something old is an antique? That jar probably isn't worth as much as your lipstick. What really has value are these." Chapter 360. This one too, this one too. The two girls, especially Xiao Yu, picked up the coins in front of them and verified each one. Meiji year 3? That means 1870. Could this be part of that batch of gold coins? As an insider, although Ming didn't collect coins, he was still far more knowledgeable than Xiao Yu. He immediately started focusing on the era and craftsmanship of the gold coin in his hand. "Do you know about this?" Lin Xian paused his actions, looking curiously at Ming. "I've read about it in books. After Emperor Meiji ascended the throne, he initiated the Meiji Restoration. It seems that in the first year, he purchased a batch of minting machines from the British and then established a mint in Osaka. The first batch seems to be from year 3 of Meiji. Brother Lin, why does this gold coin resemble the dragon yuan of the Qing dynasty?" Xiao Qiao, taking the opportunity while Ming finished answering, asked curiously. "That's because the currency reform during the Meiji period was actually modeled after Hong Kong. It is said that they hired consultants from Hong Kong at that time, so the design is somewhat similar." After Lin Xian finished speaking, he suddenly sighed, a bit regretful, and continued, "It's a pity we found a 1 yen, 2 yen, and 5 yen coins, but we didn't find the 10 and 20. At that time, the Meiji government only minted these 5 denominations of gold coins. If we could collect a complete set, that would be perfect." Chapter 361. It was the 4th day in Japan. After a restless night, Ming opened his eyes before dawn. Upon waking, the first thing he did was grab his phone, open WeChat, and scroll through it. When he saw that there was an unread message in the frame of AI Mu's profile, he felt a surge of joy. He clicked on her profile, and the chat box contained the message confirming their friend request. When he hadn't added her, he felt flustered. Now that he had added her, he didn't know how to start the conversation. For a moment, he was stuck there, pondering for a long time before sending a message. "Shall we talk?" After sending the message, he anxiously waited with his phone in hand, only to switch hands twice in 10 minutes without receiving a reply. What he didn't know was that far away in Xinjiang, AI Mu was also lying in bed, staring blankly at the 2 words in the chat box. Talk? How talk? What to talk about? Although a day and a night had passed, the scenes from that night would vividly surface in her mind whenever she closed her eyes, making her blush and her heart race. She didn't regret everything that had happened that night, giving herself to someone she was infatuated with. It felt like a wish fulfilled. But what about Ming? What did Ming think of her? Chapter 362. Ming, well-versed in history, was fully aware of the actions of the Japanese in modern times and had always approached this nation with the greatest malice in mind. Therefore, he had prepared himself for things not going smoothly and was ready to confront the guarantor if needed. He did not expect, however, that this Aramura would be so rule-abiding. "Mr. Qi, how is it? These items should be fine, right?" Aramura looked over at Ming after he set down the items and said with a smile, "Yes, Mr. Aramura, you indeed keep your word. I toast you with tea instead of alcohol." Since the situation was so smooth and Aramura was so accommodating, Ming naturally didn't mind giving him a smile. He took the teacup in front of him and offered it forward, then drank it all in one go. "Ha! Mr. Qi, can I take a look at that now?" Aramura also took a sip of tea and then pointed to the brocade box beside him. "Of course. It's only right for you to appreciate it. After all, it is something from your country, and you would surely understand it better." As Ming spoke, he directly handed the brocade box over. Haru Murakami carefully lifted both hands to receive it, opened the brocade box, grasped the luxurious shark skin scabbard, and pulled out the short knife. After a brief glance at the exposed blade, he nodded repeatedly and praised, "Good knife." Chapter 363. Haru Murakami noticed the change in Ming's tone and felt a surge of joy, thinking that this matter had potential. He complimented, as expected of Mr. Qi, well-versed in both ancient and modern knowledge, even aware of such secrets from the Republic of China. However, the atmosphere, which should have been amicable, suddenly shifted. Ming waved his hand to stop the flattery and change the subject. My words aren't finished yet. As far as I know, since the Nine-Dragon Sword was seized by Kawashima Yoshiko, there have been different narratives. One is that since Kawashima Yoshiko is the daughter of the Qing dynasty's Prince Suqing, a descendant of Qianlong, she kept the sword by her side. The one that Mei Han-san later retrieved was that very sword. The other narrative is that Kawashima Yoshiko received the sword and offered it to the high-ranking officials of the Guangdong army at the time, in exchange for the position of commander of the North China People's Self-Defense Army. Since then, the sword has disappeared without a trace. Ming didn't finish his sentence, but any smart person would understand the implication. Haru Murakami glanced at the iron piece and sighed, expressing regret. This was my most failed investment. Qi-san, you must know what happened after Dai Li's death. After the plane crash, your country's chairman Chiang Kai-shek sent Shinzei to collect Dai Li's remains. At the scene, there was a burned gun and this sword. Shinzue sealed the gun and sword in cement to accompany Dai Li in burial. Chapter 364. It's just a small effort. Mr. Murakami, you're being too polite. Ming finally understood why today's discussion was going so smoothly. It turned out that this Japanese man had a request. His gaze shifted to the cylindrical box, curious about what could prompt such a straightforward transaction. The identification is fine, but we're both novices and haven't mastered our skills, so our conclusions are only for reference. Lin Xian replied with a grin, while also adding a disclaimer to prevent this Japanese man from setting traps. Of course. In fact, I've already consulted quite a few people for identification. I originally wanted to send it to the Boguzai to have Master Tang take a look, but bringing this item across the border is quite troublesome, and Master Tang is quite old. Inviting him out of retirement is also fraught with difficulties. Mr. Qi, you have already learned the true teachings of Master Tang in ceramics, so it should be the same for you. As Murakami spoke, he opened the box. You're joking. Master Tang's decades of skill is something I could never learn in just a few months. Ming was being modest, but as soon as the item was revealed, his voice grew softer. Next to him, Lin Xian put down the brocade box and couldn't help but stretch his neck closer. Chapter 365. What are you looking at? So serious. Lin Xian frowned and walked over to Ming's side, following his gaze. Before them was an ink painting depicting a snowy scene. Not small in size, 40 centimeters wide and over 80 centimeters long. After looking at the painting and then at the signature and imprint, Lin Xian couldn't help but scoff. The painting is mediocre, but the tone is quite grand. Isn't he afraid of embarrassing himself? With this level, I doubt he could ever match the snowy scene by Zhang Ziqian in his next life. Ming nodded, as if he agreed with his assessment. However, Lin Xian's evaluation was somewhat biased. The artist was no nameless figure. The signature on the painting read Aoki Sui Shan. Ming had seen this name in his research before, ranking among the top 200 modern painters in the world. According to the materials, this artist's works were also popular in the art market. Moreover, not only was he a skilled painter himself, but he also taught well. 7 of his students were leading figures in the Japanese art scene, effectively creating a family of painters. The painting before them was an imitation by Aoki Sui Shan, but it was an imitation of the lost masterpiece Snowy seen by Zhang Ziqian, known as the ancestor of Tang paintings and the first master of ink landscape painting. It was no wonder Lin Xian mocked this young Japanese for overestimating himself. Chapter 366. Mr. Murakami, let's part ways here today. If you come to Beijing next time, please be sure to inform me. I will definitely extend my hospitality. With the items in hand, Ming also felt like leaving, so he intended to take his leave. However, unexpectedly, the Japanese man across the table raised a hand to gesture for him to stop and asked, Qi-san, Lin-san, guests or guests, if I haven't hosted you well on my territory, how could I face you in Beijing? He continued, I wonder what your plans are next. If you have time, please allow me, your host, to show my hospitality. Ming and Lin Xian exchanged glances. The man spoke beautifully, making it difficult to refuse directly. After some thought, since it wasn't a confidential matter, Lin Xian explained their plans. 3 days later, we will attend a sales event at the Nara National Museum of Art. After that, we will return home, and for these few days, we will just wander around the vicinity to pass the time. You too are attending the sales event in Nara. What a coincidence. Upon hearing this news, Murakami immediately expressed his delight. Hearing him say that, Ming and Lin Xian shared a brief glance before quickly breaking contact. It seemed that he would also participate in the sale 3 days later. Chapter 367. The next morning, after having breakfast in Ming's room, around 9 o'clock, they received a call from Murakami. According to the call, they gathered their simple luggage and prepared to head downstairs. Just before closing the door, the low, somewhat melancholic chirping of a bird in the room caught Ming's attention. Seeing his pet, the red-billed lythyrix, showing a hint of resentment, it then lowered its head, plucked a feather from its chest, and let out a mournful cry, appearing pitifully depressed due to loneliness and coldness. Some birds are social creatures, like parrots, and indeed exhibit self-harming behaviors when lonely. However, Ming remembered that this bird shouldn't belong to that category, and he wondered who it had learned from. Although he knew the bird was acting, Ming still waved his hand and called out, "Come here, chirp!" Hearing Ming's command, the red-billed lythyrix immediately fluttered its wings and landed on Ming's shoulder, nuzzling its head affectionately against his cheek before settling on his shoulder. At the hotel entrance, the exaggeratedly styled stretched Lincoln from yesterday was already parked there, drawing the attention of many passers-by. Chapter 368. Lowering the car window, Ming leaned out to get a clearer view of the hot spring hotel Murakami mentioned. From a distance, it appeared to be a standard 2-story Japanese-style building with white walls and green tiles, exuding an antique charm amid the surrounding dense ancient trees. As they approached the hotel, the streetlights had transformed into quaint stone lanterns, each about half a person's height. On both sides of the road, the previously monotonous pine and maple trees began to give way to cherry blossoms, peach blossoms, apricot blossoms, and various other ornamental flowers, creating a vibrant scene of spring. 3 minutes later, the car slowly came to a stop at the hotel entrance. A man and a woman seemed to be waiting there early. When they saw the car stop, they both bowed 90 degrees in unison. After finishing their greeting, the man, dressed as a servant, consciously moved to the back of the car to prepare for handling the luggage. The young woman, with fair skin, a high bun, and dressed in a white kimono, approached and carefully opened the car door while half bowing. Sitting on the outer side, Akamura was the first to step out. The woman placed her hands on her lower abdomen and bowed respectfully again, smiling as she welcomed, "Welcome, Mr. Akamura." Chapter 369. The observation deck at the mountaintop. Although it was called an observation deck, it was actually a 2-story, round, umbrella-shaped building about 30 square meters in size, standing atop the mountain like a lighthouse. In the upper space of the building, there were only Ming and the driver guides sent by the hotel. It made sense. Who would come here to see the mountain scenery when they could go to that gentle place, where the 2 mountains on their chests could take days and nights to climb? Mr. Ming, over there is the Gumma Flower Park. The entire park covers an area of 184 square kilometers and is home to hundreds of flower species from around the world. Different varieties bloom throughout the year, so no matter when you visit, you'll see a sea of flowers. The hotel staff pointed in a direction and introduced in somewhat broken Chinese. "Oh." Ming cooperatively turned to the side, picked up the telescope specially provided in the observation deck, and looked in the direction the person pointed. Sure enough, he could see a vast area of vibrant colors. Perhaps because it was cherry blossom season, pink flowers occupied most of the view. Chapter 370. Having already locked in the approximate location of the treasure, Ming felt there was no need to stay any longer. He called out to the guide, and they headed downstairs, got into the car, and drove straight back to the hot spring hotel halfway up the mountain. Upon arrival, he went to Lin Xian's room, wanting to discuss the plans for the next couple of days, but found the room empty. Ming took out his phone and sent a message, but after a long wait, he finally received a reply. The kid was soaking in the open-air hot spring in the backyard. "He sure knows how to enjoy himself," Ming muttered, putting his phone away. After a moment of thought, he changed into a men's kimono, which was essentially a large bathrobe. When Xiaoji saw him dressed like this for the first time, she curiously climbed onto him and finally burrowed into his collar, curling up there. Ming felt the soft fluff against his skin, which was quite comfortable. So he didn't chase her away. He then grabbed a change of clothes, thinking he had nothing else to do, and planned to find Lin Xian. He also wanted to take this opportunity to relax, as things would be different once they entered the mountains in the next couple of days. Passing by Xiaolong's room, he knocked on the door. The door opened, and unexpectedly, Zhang Ao was also there. Chapter 371. Fire starter, first aid kit, compass, entrenching tool, waterproof cloth, satellite phone, tent. The next morning, after breakfast, Xiaolong and Zhang Ao began to check the equipment for their outing. Some of the items were provided by the hotel, while others were purchased on the spot. They spread everything out on the floor at the front desk, occupying nearly 3 or 4 square meters, which astonished the front desk girls, who occasionally whispered and giggled. At this moment, Qiming had already changed into a camouflage outfit and put on the marten boots that Xiaolong had specially prepared for him. Standing aside and watching the gear, he really wanted to complain. This ISNT going camping on foot, it's going to clear land. Brother Chong, you take this, Xiaolong said, categorizing and packing the items after confirming everything, dividing them into 3 parts, and handing the smallest backpack to Qiming. When Qiming opened it, he found it contained compressed biscuits, a first aid kit, a satellite phone, and other small but essential items. With these in the bag, as long as one wasn't trying to get themselves killed, it would be hard to run into trouble. Looking at Xiaolong and Zhang Ao, their backpacks were bulging, knives strapped to their waists, and in addition, Xiaolong was holding a wide-bladed machete, while Zhang Ao carried a compound bow. Chapter 372. Can you both handle this? More than 2 hours later, in a rocky area deep in the woods, Qiming sat down on a stone, breathing heavily. Although his face was flushed from the intense exercise and he showed signs of fatigue, his spirit was high. He spoke with a smile, teasingly. In contrast, Xiaolong and Zhang Ao looked even worse off. Xiaolong was resting quietly against a tree, adjusting his breathing, while Zhang Ao found a flatter spot, unloaded his backpack, and sprawled out on the ground, unable to move. Brother Chong, have you practiced? Were you just pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? How can you have such good stamina? After catching his breath and the burning sensation in his lungs subsided, Zhang Ao finally had the energy to ask. It wasn't just him. Xiaolong also looked over curiously. He had spent more time with Qiming and had never seen him do any exercise. There wasn't even a treadmill at home. Yet just moments ago, after encountering that reticulated python, Qiming had charged forward nearly 15 kilometers in just 2 hours, which was several times his previous speed. Chapter 373. After leaving the camp, Qiming walked honestly toward the creek, crouched down, and quickly splashed water on his face. Meanwhile, he secretly had Hong Jianke confirm whether Xiaolong and Zhang Ao had followed him. He was worried that these two might secretly track him to protect him. After flying around for a while, Hong Jianke quickly returned and confirmed that the two had indeed not followed, so Qiming immediately ran toward the area with the richest treasure. It was indeed troublesome without Xiaolong clearing the path ahead, but fortunately, he still had Hong Jianke. The little guy perfectly took over the reconnaissance role, flying ahead to guide Qiming through paths with fewer obstacles and alerting him in advance of steep slopes or cliffs to avoid. This saved Qiming a lot of time. In fact, after discovering that this place might contain Shogunate's treasure, he had a fleeting moment when he thought about revealing the information to Lin Xian and the others. But that thought vanished almost instantly. Zhang Ao had only been with him for a few days and didn't know him well. Although he had known Xiaolong for a long time and had a certain level of trust, with his treasures worth millions or tens of millions, he had never hidden them from him. However, when faced with 200 tons of gold, Qiming honestly questioned whether he could remain indifferent. Chapter 374. Back at the camp, Xiaolong frowned, anxiously pacing in place. After Qiming left, it only took him about 10 minutes to set up the tent, and he even simply built a stove using nearby stones. Considering that Qiming said he wanted to take a shower, he didn't pay much attention at the time. But after half an hour passed without any sign of Qiming returning, Xiaolong started to feel restless. He thought for a moment and finally reached the edge of a small stream. But naturally, he didn't see anyone. He walked about 100 meters upstream and downstream along the stream, but still saw no one. He shouted a few times in all directions, but there was no response. At this point, his heart sank, and somehow, he suddenly thought of the worst outcome. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaolong immediately ran back to the camp and retrieved the satellite phone. To prevent any accidents, they had prepared 2 satellite phones this time, one specifically for Ming and the other shared between him and Zhang Ao. The call was dialed and connected smoothly, but there was only a beeping sound in the earpiece, and no one answered. When the time was up, it automatically hung up. Sweat began to appear on Xiaolong's forehead. The fact that the phone wasn't answered could mean 2 things. Either Ming couldn't get to the phone, or he was already unable to answer it. Which was the worst scenario? The other possibility was that the backpack containing the phone was lost. Chapter 375. With a long cry, Xiao Zi in the deep pit seemed to have finally found something. It dug out a square, flat wooden box from a pile of gold coins with its front paw. The box was pushed up with a plop. Before Ming could clearly see the whole box, it was snatched up in Xiao Zi's mouth. Just as he was worried about how to rescue Xiao Zi from the bottom of the pit, the little creature came out on its own. Without transforming, it floated in midair, stepping gracefully like a cat, and flew up. After flying out of the deep pit and hovering beside Ming, Xiao Zi let out a soft meow, and the box fell from its mouth. Ming was momentarily stunned and quickly reached out to catch the box. At this moment, he had no time to check what was inside. He just stared blankly as the little creature circled around him, flying like a swimming fish. Xiao Zi also seemed quite delighted, surprised that it could fly in this state. After floating for a while, it landed on Ming's shoulder, squinted its eyes, and affectionately rubbed its cat head against the side of Ming's face. Usually, when expressing joy or trying to please, Xiao Zi would do this action. But now Ming felt that the touch was somewhat off. He let out a soft eh and reached out to hold the little creature in his arms, his hand brushing over the top of its head. Chapter 376. Brother Qi, how did you end up here? I called your satellite phone, but you didn't answer. It scared both me and Zhang Ao. While tending to his wound, Xiao Long calmed down a bit, looking curiously at Ming after surveying him from head to toe. At that time, Ming had said he was going to wash up by the stream. But now, not only was he up on the mountain, but his face was also streaked with mud and sweat, and his clothes were covered in mud and broken grass. This was far from washing up. It was more like rolling around in a muddy pit. Ming had long been prepared for this question. He slapped his thigh heavily, looking frustrated and dejected, and said, "Don't mention it. I had just taken off my jacket when I happened to see a rabbit by the stream. How could I let it go after seeing it? Of course, I chased after it. I chased and chased until I ended up nearby, but it still darted into a rabbit hole. I was just thinking of digging it out, but all I found was a few rabbit hairs, right, Xiao Zi?" After explaining, Ming also pulled Xiao Zi, who was not exactly a human witness, into the conversation. The little creature understood the need to cooperate, mimicking Ming's actions by patting with its right front paw and making muffled woo-woo sounds from its throat. Looking at the mud all over Ming and the fresh dirt on the entrenching tool, Xiao Long believed him to a large extent. Chapter 377. It started to rain. Ming looked up at the sky. It was now overcast with clouds, with no stars or moon visible, and apart from the lights in the camp, it was pitch black. I wonder how long this rain will last. I hope it doesn't affect our trip down the mountain tomorrow, Zhang Ao murmured with a worried expression. And Xiao Long beside him also looked anxious. After it rained, the mountain would be muddy and difficult to navigate, plus there was a risk of landslides. Originally, with Ming's extraordinary stamina and recovery ability, climbing the mountain was a breeze, but now the rain added a lot of uncertainty. While the two of them were worried, Ming suddenly said, "It's good that it's raining. It will be even better if it rains harder." Although his voice wasn't loud, it perfectly reached the ears of the two people beside him as they leaned in together. Noticing the strange looks from them, Ming quickly realized he had misspoken. The reason he said the rain was good was that after a rain, most traces of their activities would be washed away. If a forensic expert were to come now, they wouldn't be able to find any clues, and the buried gold site would be thoroughly hidden again. However, Xiao Long and the others were concerned about their safety and tomorrow's itinerary. Logically, Ming should have shown his dislike as they did, but his statement clearly seemed off. Chapter 378. The Treasure Cave of the Shogunate, a lacquer box imprinted with the Japanese royal family, and this jade ornament dating back to Japan's Jomon period, which is the late Neolithic period. As time passed and his vision recovered, Ming's eyelids were twitching wildly, and a bizarre and somewhat crazy thought began to rise in his mind. Could it be real? Is what S in the Japanese imperial palace a counterfeit? Thinking about it carefully, there really is a possibility. At the end of the shogunate, the domestic situation was precarious and could collapse at any time. However, until it was completely overthrown, the emperor was still under the control of the shogunate. It wasn't hard to steal things from Puppet. Moreover, if Ming put himself in the shoes of a high-ranking official in the shogunate, witnessing their imminent overthrow, would they willingly cooperate to cede power? A normal person would do everything possible to leave enough capital for their future counterattack and make things difficult for the future new regime. It was similar to when Chiang Kai-shek fled to Taiwan. Besides taking away a large amount of gold and antiques, he also brought along the leaders of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism at that time. The shogunate hiding this national treasure is not difficult to understand. Thinking of this, Ming recalled an interesting event. It was said that in 1940, Japan accelerated the integration of Japan and Manchukuo in northeast China in order to numb the people of northeast China mentally and destroy their national consciousness. Chapter 379, Brother Qi, Boss Qi, President Qi, you finally made it. Let us go. Hurry up. Everyone is waiting. At the station entrance, Lin Xian rushed over after seeing the three emerge from the crowd, grabbing Qi Ming's hand and pulling him in a direction. What's the rush? It's not even 9 o'clock yet. It's peak commuting time. The main mode of transportation for the Japanese is the subway, so two handsome men tugging at each other in public attracted quite a few curious or delighted glances. Qi Ming even caught out of the corner of his eye that two girls in white skirts wearing matching high school uniforms seemed to have turned their cameras toward them. He had no intention of becoming the object of admiration for certain fangirls and decisively shook off Lin Xian's hand that was grabbing his arm. We have a mission this time, you know? You missed out on a lot of good stuff by not coming yesterday. I had to persuade them to give us a chance to see it alone. If you keep up this lazy attitude, I'll have to tell my dad. Lin Xian repeatedly bowed his hands in a gesture of pleading, urging Qi Ming to walk faster. When he saw that Qi Ming was still acting unhurried, he began to threaten him directly. Chapter 380, Nara National Museum of Art. A few days ago, Qi Ming had briefly learned about this museum. It was established in 1895, the same year when Li Hongzhang represented the Qing dynasty to sign the humiliating Treaty of Shimonoseki with Japan. One of the clauses in the treaty was to compensate Japan with 200 million taels of silver for military expenses. This money was not only invested in the Japanese army, but also partially used for domestic construction. Given this timeline, Qi Ming suspected that a significant portion of the funds for building this museum likely came from the Qing dynasty. The museum consists of the main building and the West New Building. The main building features Western architecture from the Meiji period. With massive Roman columns and Japan's unique blue tiles, its outer walls painted in large areas of mud yellow with no windows in sight. By today's aesthetic standards, it seems a bit out of place. In contrast, the West New Building is primarily designed in the style of the Showa-era school warehouse architecture, which is more comfortable to look at. The car slowly drove through the main entrance, and the security guard accepted the invitation card handed over by Lin Xian, slightly bowed in acknowledgement, and opened the barrier to let the car in. As they passed the intersection, Qi Ming noticed a sign by the roadside stating in Chinese, Japanese, and English, "Renovation in the museum, closed for 1 week." Chapter 381. How is it? Is this item worth a glance? Lin Xian held the bucket handle with his right hand and carefully turned the porcelain bucket he was holding with his left hand. This item was large, uniquely shaped, and the pictures and characters were neatly done, which really appealed to him. However, he was here to purchase on behalf of the antique pavilion. So just liking it wasn't enough. It also had to be profitable. Qi Ming stroked his chin, deep in thought as he recalled the characteristics of Daoguang blue and white porcelain and compared them one by one to the bucket in front of him. The bucket had a delicate and pure white body, with a loose texture that lacked a dense, hard feel, making it look sizable, but it felt quite light in hand. The glaze on the body was a typical pinkish-white glaze, and under a magnifying glass there were slight bubbles on the glaze surface, and some areas showed wavy undulations, commonly referred to as wandering glaze in porcelain. The underglaze blue was vibrant, made from domestic Buddha head blue, and such a bright color matched the characteristics of early Daoguang blue and white porcelain. Plus, the base mark clearly showed the words from the second year of Daoguang. Based on the body, glaze, and blue and white, this was a fine piece from the early Daoguang period, a work that could kill the official kiln. The term "kill the official kiln" is a humorous nickname in the collecting community for outstanding works from folk kilns, especially common in the late Qing dynasty. Chapter 382. After carefully comparing the age and value of the porcelain, Qi Ming shook his head in disappointment. It seemed that the truly good items had already been picked out and sold yesterday. The remaining items today looked numerous but had limited value. At least on the table in front of him, the majority were from folk kilns, mainly cups, plates, bowls, and dishes, which were collectively referred to as lying items in porcelain, and most dated back to the mid to late Qing dynasty. These objects certainly had value, but on the market, they would only fetch around 10 to 8,000, not worth the long trip from Japan. He moved his feet and approached the next table, where there were indeed vases, jars, and similar items of much higher quality. To save time, Qi Ming directly used his fortune-telling technique. The result was even worse than the previous folk Qilin pieces. More than half were old Republic-era imitations, though there was one large vase with a colorful longevity character pattern, marked as Kangxi. But it was a small Kangxi imitation from Guangxu. Moreover, this vase was priced at 40,000 USD, which was set according to the price of genuine Kangxi pieces from the folk Qilin. Anyone buying it would be a big fool. Ming shook his head in disappointment and quickened his pace. Once the fortune-telling technique was activated, it performed a range scan. As he walked past table after table, although the items varied in quality, he still found about 10 pieces with some profit margin, and he didn't hesitate to grab their price tags. Chapter 383. Ming and Lin Xian pondered over the inkstone for quite some time, but still couldn't make sense of it. There were many renowned inkstone makers in modern times, but this inkstone bore no name, and the carving depended on the stone's texture and shape, making it difficult to pinpoint the carver based on style. In the end, Lin Xian put on a serious face and playfully approached Wu Tianfeng, giving his shoulder a light tap before saying in a flattering tone, "Uncle Wu, could you tell us what kind of inkstone this is? We really can't figure it out." That's why they often call me an old child." Wu Tianfeng shot him a sidelong glance, his lips curling up in a teasing smile. "Oh, so now I'm your Uncle Wu? Hey, Uncle Wu, you've watched me grow up," Lin Xian replied, which felt like a slap in the face. As he spoke, Lin Xian's hands moved faster. At this point, Wu Tianfeng, as the elder, could no longer maintain his composure. He waved his hands repeatedly, calling for a stop. "Stop. If you keep messing around like this, I'll have to send you away. My old arms and legs can't take your antics." After finishing, he reached out to pick up the inkstone, holding it in his hand, his expression complex as he looked at it for a while before asking, "Do you know what the museum's treasure is in Guangdong province?" Chapter 384. This green ox inkstone in front of them is indeed a good item, and it has a well-documented lineage and extraordinary origins. However, it is precisely because of its historical background that Wu Tianfeng repeatedly asked if they dared to buy it, and Lin Xian hesitated, needing to consult Yang Xiaoming. If Lin Xian were to buy it on behalf of the antique pavilion today, unless he, like Wu Lao, kept it hidden in a safe, otherwise, people would definitely come looking for it. Ming had experienced that dealing with these people was quite troublesome. Moreover, his situation was different. The treasures he possessed had clear origins, and the museum approached him only to enrich their collection. When Ming refused, they gave up after a few attempts. However, this item could be considered a national treasure lost during the dark years of China, and the Guangzhou Museum had been searching for it for decades. Once they caught wind of it, the pressure to reclaim it would be intense enough to trouble even his master. Of course, they weren't insisting on a free donation. They could also pay for it. However, the national budget for cultural relic repatriation throughout the year is only a few billion, and the repurchase price would definitely be lower than market expectations. Ming was sure that if Lin Xian refused to buy this green ox inkstone, the elderly Wu would definitely find someone to sell it to in a short time. He surely didn't want to invite such trouble. Chapter 385. The water chestnuts in a water chestnut bottle are actually the water chestnuts that often appear on the dining table. In some places, they're used in cooking, while in others, they are eaten as fruit, sweet and crunchy when raw. In Ming's hometown, they are chopped and mixed with meat to make meatballs the size of fists, known as lion's heads. When he was a child, due to material shortages, he could only eat this dish during the New Year and festive occasions. Speaking of which, just seeing this bottle reminded him of the flavors from that time, making him quite hungry. The glaze color of the tea leaf glaze first appeared in kilns in northern China during the Tang dynasty, and by the Ming and Qing dynasties. Tea leaf glaze gradually gained popularity among scholars and literati due to its elegant color. Later, the most famous supervisor of porcelain in history, Tang Ying, improved and innovated this glaze color, turning it into a rare monochrome glaze masterpiece during the Qianlong period. Due to this glazed yellowish-green color, it is charming yet not vulgar, more dazzling than flowers and as beautiful as jade. The bottle is a model most pleasing to the eye, and at that time was regarded as a secret glaze, specially produced by the imperial kiln and reserved for royal use. There were even rumors that frequently appreciating this glaze color had miraculous effects on the eyes and spirits. Ming picked up the bottle and looked at the bottom. There were no markings, but he verified with his fortune-telling technique that it was indeed from the Qianlong period. This water chestnut bottle is not large, and without markings, the seller priced it at 50,000 USD. Chapter 386. I just want to change clothes. and you all seem quite lively here. Lin Xian and this young Master Zhang have made quite a commotion, and Wu Tianfeng clearly heard it. But he said nothing and sat down in the middle of the sofa, extending his hand towards the few still standing, and said, "Sit down, all of you." Standing there looks ridiculous. Since the host has spoken, the few naturally couldn't just stand there. That young Master Zhang snorted coldly and sat back in his original position. Ming also pulled Lin Xian and found an empty seat to sit down. Once everyone was seated, Wu Tianfeng had no intention of introducing anyone. Looked at young Master Zhang and asked with a smile, "Little Zhang, didn't your old man come?" Young Master Zhang cupped his hands and respectfully replied, "Grandpa Wu, please forgive me. My father has a friend to meet, which was arranged long ago, so he couldn't make it and sent me instead. Rest assured, I can take charge of things here." Wu Tianfeng nodded slightly to young Master Zhang and then looked at the others. "A friend of mine found out about the transaction our museum is conducting and wanted to hitch a ride, commissioning me to sell 3 items. It's also decades of friendship, so I couldn't refuse, so I agreed. I just didn't expect that what he sent were all porcelain items. And, as you all know, the porcelain auction ends today, so I had no choice but to temporarily organize this small gathering and ask you to help take a look. I still want to thank everyone present for giving this old man face and coming here." Chapter 387 Hee. Little brother, are you planning to acquire this item? If you still need to think about it, can I take a look? Nearly 10 minutes passed, and the man with the square face had finished appraising the double-handled vase in his hand, looking kindly at Ming and politely asking. Ming responded with a smile and made a gesture of invitation. The moment the man set down the double-handled vase, young Master Zhang eagerly grabbed it. His urgent demeanor, as if someone would snatch it away. Once he had the item, he sat back in his original position. The square-faced man gracefully stood up, walked forward, and did not immediately reach for anything, but instead handed over a business card with both hands. "Meeting is fate. It's rare that we have a mutual friend. My name is Chun Wei, and I hope to learn from you in the future if there is a chance." Ming replied, "I'm sorry. I don't have a business card for now, and I can't really offer any advice. You're older than me. I should be learning from you." Since he was so polite, Ming couldn't lose his manners, and he had a good impression of this person, eager to make a connection. So he immediately stood up, took the business card with both hands, and while replying, he secretly glanced down. The name was very common, and the title was just one: Vice President of Chun S Investment Company in Modu. From his interactions with Wu Tianfeng and his presence here, it was evident that this investment company must have a segment for art investment. They could be considered colleagues. Chapter 388. As soon as they entered, Lin Xian headed straight for the living room. In the living room, the items in a few people's hands had been swapped around again, and now that hanging robe was being held by a little old man from Japan. Seeing this, Lin Xian pointed at the item and said, "Uncle Wu, I want that item. Let us go with the anonymous promissory note from the Swiss bank, okay? Hee. Has this been agreed upon?" Wu Tianfeng didn't respond directly, but looked meaningfully between Lin Xian and Ming. They were all wrapped up like dumplings. What result could there be? It was just a gamble, Lin Xian casually said, then pointed at Ming, his tone becoming boastful. "Mainly because we have a gambling god here. Ming, my junior brother, just won over 500 million at the recently concluded jewelry exhibition by betting on a piece of jade rough. With such luck, it's hard to lose." As he said this, he provocatively looked at young Master Zhang. A man's desire to win is that simple. Knowing someone impressive makes him feel impressive too. So Ming became a sort of capital for his bragging. The moment he said this, it was like a giant stone dropping into a pool, creating quite a splash among the others present, except for the Japanese man who seemed not to understand Chinese. Chapter 389. About 2 hours later, the meal concluded, and everyone took turns bidding farewell to old Master Wu before leaving. On the way back to the hotel, Ming finally had the chance to ask about young Master Zhang's background. "Little Lin, what is the background of that young Master Zhang? Why do you two act like roosters, clashing like that upon meeting?" Lin Xian raised his fist. "You're the little Lin. It's one thing for the old man to call me that, but you're joining in too, huh? Do you believe I'll punch you?" After the demonstration, he said softly, "That young Master Zhang's full name is Zhang Kongqing. He is the son of Zhang Jingming. You should know him." Ming nodded. He had heard his master mention this name. This person has decent painting skills and is quite a well-known painter among the middle generation in China. Zhang Jingming is not only a painter, but also a well-known expert in calligraphy and painting appraisal in the country. Their family is known for their literary heritage. And when he was young, he had a nickname, Half Zhang, because when he appraised paintings and calligraphy, he only looked at half of them. At first, it was just a playful title among industry insiders. But when he was young and impetuous, he really only looked at half of the painting to make a name for himself. Later, someone took advantage of his habit of only looking at half of the painting to set him up and tricked him out of a considerable sum. That's when he changed his habit. From then on, he secluded himself, and when he emerged again, he not only honed his painting skills, but also improved his appraisal abilities. Although he no longer only looked at half of the painting, the title Half Zhang became even more famous. Chapter 390. Is the seller trying to use Liang Qichao's works to bait? Releasing so many at once. Lin Xian followed Qi Ming and roughly counted. Although Liang Qichao is not considered a calligrapher, scholars of that era practiced their writing from a young age, and their level absolutely surpassed many members of the Domestic Calligraphy Association. Moreover, as a well-known figure in modern China, it is quite explosive to see so many works in one place at once. Not just the two of them, but many people lingered in this area. Judging by the shock display by these buyers, this move by the seller was indeed clever, immediately piquing interest and enthusiasm. It's not surprising that there are many pieces by Liang Qichao. Qi Ming led Lin Xian around for a rough look and finally stopped in front of a couplet scroll of 13 characters, measured by its richness. This couplet is the best piece among Liang Qichao's works on site. Moreover, it is an extremely exquisite Longmen couplet. The content consists of just 2 lines. In the spring cold of the few days upstairs, the cuckoo cries in the slanting sun at dusk. The dark rain blows in the west window again. The fragrance of red lotus remains on the jade mat in autumn. However, these 2 lines gather phrases from Li Qingzhao's Nian Nu Jiao, Qingguan Esta Sha Xing, Jianko A S Chi Tian Lu, and Li Qingzhao Se Jian Mei, creating a harmonious artistic conception with subtle meanings, showcasing Liang Qichao's high literary accomplishment. Chapter 391. Brother Chun, I think there is something wrong with this painting. Be cautious. Qi Ming pulled Chen Wei to a quieter place and immediately expressed his judgment. Chen Wei's brow furrowed, although he had anticipated this in his heart. Hearing Qi Ming say it out loud still made his heart skip a beat. His young girlfriend beside him blinked her big eyes, curiously looking at the seemingly slightly older youth in front of her. Since dating Chen Wei, she had encountered quite a few people in the so-called collection circle. Not to mention the older ones, meeting someone as young as Qi Ming and Lin Xian was a first for her. She wondered where this young man got his confidence to critique in front of a senior like Chun Chong. Xiao Qi, this painting gives me a bit of an odd feeling too, but the profit inside is indeed substantial. Moreover, whether in composition or brushwork, I can't see any issues. Can you explain? Chun Chong glanced at the crowd of people in the scene. The painting was like bait on a fish hook, constantly scratching at him. If he didn't clarify and just gave up, he feared he wouldn't sleep well for the next few days. If we're talking about problems, I do have a not quite problem. Chapter 392. Since getting to know this young Master Zhang, he never gave Qi Ming a good face, and that petty behavior of blocking his view with his body was still fresh in Qi Ming's memory. Although just now at the door, Zhang Jingming personally intervened to mediate, creating a scene of reconciliation. But today's youth are high-spirited and full of resentment. Qi Ming didn't believe that years of grievances could be easily resolved. Now that the other party took the initiative to speak, it left him unsure of how to respond. I was reckless yesterday. My father has passed. Please don't hold it against me, Mr. Qi. Young Master Zhang looked directly at the scroll in front of him and said a soft word. You're being polite. We've only met twice. There's nothing to hold against. As for this painting, I just think the calligraphy is good. If you think it's worth it, please go ahead. Without discussing his relationship with Lin Xian, just the fact that he was a disciple of Yang Qiaoming meant he couldn't sit crookedly. Therefore, he didn't want to get too close to this person and actively shifted the topic, making a gesture to invite. Wen Jinheng's calligraphy has also had auction records over 1 million in the domestic market. This piece, inscription on the spring water of Jiucheng Palace, has a balanced layout, spacious word and line spacing, and neat characters. It is indeed a rare fine work. Chapter 393. Don't talk nonsense. My eyes are fine. I don't know which mountain this is, but I can recognize skin color. These brown-skinned folks, judging by their hairstyles and decorations, are clearly of Indian descent. Those dressed extravagantly, regardless of skin color, just looking at their clothing style and the weapons in their hands, are obviously medieval Europeans. You tell me the Ming dynasty fell because of a foreign mountain? That's a bit too far-fetched. Lin Xian, how did you think I look like a fool? Expression as he looked at Qi Ming, his tone filled with skepticism. Then tell me, what did the Ming dynasty fall to? Qi Ming didn't refute. He leaned closer to the painting of hell to examine it closely, glancing at the price tag of 2,000 US dollars. He took it in his hands. Paintings by Shenzhou are not cheap on the domestic market. Whether it's oil paintings or ink paintings, the content is usually peaceful. Paintings depicting suffering like this are indeed rare. So even if this painting doesn't seem expensive, he wanted to acquire it. Hanging it in his study would also be nice. There are many reasons. Externally, the Qing army was blocking the pass. Internally, there were peasant uprisings by Li Ziqing and Zhang Xinzhou. Within the court, there was also the East Forest Party's double-dealing. Not to mention the climate issues from the Little Ice Age, leading to reduced grain production. It can only be said that the Ming was quite unfortunate. Encountering all of this, Chapter 394. The two followed the crowd to the location. Due to the large number of people, they could only stand behind, stretching their necks to see over the heads, unable to see clearly at all. Qi Ming activated his fortune-telling technique, wanting to verify the authenticity first. If it was fake, he wouldn't waste time. But if it was real, he could persuade Lin Xian to acquire it, or he could pay for it himself. He just didn't know if his 20 million was enough. Shenzhou's paintings on the market aren't cheap. As soon as the fortune-telling technique was activated, the result quickly appeared. He had seen Shenzhou's works at an exhibition in the Forbidden City and had some understanding of how much value his works could hold. After this comparison, he immediately confirmed it was a genuine piece. It was definitely authentic. Now, he could only follow Lin Xian and wait slowly behind the crowd. After more than 10 minutes, it was finally their turn. As they got closer, they could see that it was a vertical scroll titled Tai Gong Wang Fishing. It bore Shenzhou's inscription and his seal. In addition, there were 2 red collection seals on it. The image of Jiang Taigong fishing is considered one of the most traditional themes in Chinese painting, expressing the mindset of a talented person who is unrecognized and hopes to meet a wise ruler in the future to realize his ambitions. Chapter 395. As the saying goes, the customer is God. The salesgirl originally didn't want to speak up, but Qi Ming's earlier remarks not only messed up a deal that was about to bring in 60,000 yuan, but also affected several other customers who were selecting coral jewelry. Watching those girls listen to Qi Ming, their enthusiastic expressions turned uncertain. To protect her commission, the salesgirl had no choice but to speak up. Sir, first of all coral products purchased in our store will be processed for customs clearance free of charge in the name of the company, with customs fees being 10 lower than personal ones, so there won't be any so-called entry issues. Secondly, I must emphasize that all the coral sold in our store is authentic Akoya red coral from Japan, all accompanied by jewelry appraisal certificates. The piece your friend just took even reached a collectible level. Coral prices have been on the rise in recent years, even if you don't wear it. It's a good choice as a financial tool. Your one comment that shows you don't understand could make your friend miss a rare investment opportunity. This set of remarks not only alleviated other customers' concerns, but also subtly sowed discord. If Qi Ming and Zhang Ao were not in a superior subordinate relationship, he might actually harbor some grudges. Chapter 396. Qi Ming's demand for double compensation immediately shattered the salesgirl's fleeting fantasies. It also made the other attendees start murmuring among themselves. Fake? No way. Can a mall sell fakes? Yeah. Didn't they say there are no fakes in Japan? This young man is clever. He is taking the fight against fakes all the way to Japan. But I like it. Have you ever seen a professional anti-counterfeiter who can afford a black card? Didn't you hear what the girl just said? Those who can use that card are either rich or noble. Would he care about that little money? Hey, you haven't heard. The richer they are, the stingier they are. Everyone began to discuss animatedly. Plus, regardless of nationality, people love a spectacle, and soon a crowd gathered. Sir, we are selling only authentic Akoya red coral. If you have doubts, you can commission a third-party appraisal. The salesgirl adjusted her emotions and replied seriously. Finding a third party is fine. However, by that time, the compensation will no longer be double. I advise you to call your manager over. This matter is beyond your capability to resolve. His threatening tone, combined with the female salesperson's pitiful and bullied expression, caused many people to start siding with the store. A couple of justice-minded individuals began to make sarcastic remarks. Chapter 397. Return Goods. Yes, return goods, or else call the police. What else is there to do? Call the police first. This is simply lawless. The idea that Japan has no counterfeit goods is all a lie. Where's the manager? Where's your manager? Let him come out. Ming only helped with half of the identification, and everyone became restless. The scene was filled with outrage as everyone crowded around the counter, raising the items in their hands and shouting for returns or compensation. It's no wonder everyone was excited. According to Ming's identification results, 8 out of 10 items were fake, and while the remaining 2 were indeed real, their prices were still inflated. And this was only with Ming having seen half of the items. Seeing that the items identified by Ming were all fake, the others didn't bother him anymore. It's a simple logic. If others' items are not real, how can yours be real? You're not the protagonist of a novel, a child of destiny. So there's nothing to say. Just return the goods. The female salespeople initially thought about explaining, but soon they were all frightened and shrank back into the glass counter. And the scene became chaotic. Just before the crowd surged forward, Ming was protected by Zhang Ao and withdrew from the crowd, meeting up with Lin Xian and Xiao Long at the outer edge. Chapter 398. The next day, Ming and Lin Xian arrived early at the Naragwame Museum. Today was the special session for miscellaneous items and also the last day of this transaction. After having dinner yesterday, they packed all their luggage, and the antiques they had bought were ready for customs clearance, with a flight booked for 7 p.m. If everything went smoothly, Ming and Xiao Long would be able to return to their hometown in Beijing by 10 p.m. tonight. At the museum entrance, they fortuitously ran into Mr. Wu Tianfeng, who still looked like an elderly man needing support to walk. Uncle Wu, you came today too. Since they ran into him, they had to greet him. Lin Xian hurriedly approached and supported the old man's other arm, warmly inquiring. Ming followed suit, politely nodding. It's the last day. Many old friends are here. It wouldn't do not to meet. Wu Tianfeng replied lightly, then followed up with a question. What are your plans? Are you going to play for a few days before heading back? If you have time, come sit at my place. Uncle Wu, I appreciate the kind invitation, but we've been out for quite a while this time, and we have to hand over these items. There's no time, so we can only disturb you next time. Chapter 399. Lin Xian quoted 6 million, raising the price by a third in one go, which showed great ambition, but unfortunately, it couldn't intimidate those who knew the goods. Most of those interested in the gold ingots merely glanced at Lin Xian symbolically, and before Mr. Wu Tianfeng on stage could announce the current highest bid, someone had already raised their paddle. 6, 2 million, 6, 5 million, 6, 8 million. The prices kept escalating, and Lin Xian's expression grew increasingly worse. In fact, including the part Ming was willing to lend him, he could only muster about 8 million. There was no way, to put it bluntly, he was just a part-timer in his own antique shop, without even a salary. Moreover, he hadn't scouted out opportunities like Ming, who had been picking up bargains everywhere. The money he intended to borrow from Ming was planned to be prepaid from his mother's red envelope money for this year, or from selling some of his collection. 8 million. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and laid out his limit. If this didn't work out, he would have to give up. This time, Mr. Wu on stage gave him face and called out 8 million once. But that was it, as someone immediately countered with 2 million. Sigh. Chapter 400. The 13th. An inauspicious number. However, under the auspices of the fortune-telling technique, the abundant aura emanating from that box traced back to the Eastern Han dynasty. The age was long, but more importantly, its nobility was striking. The 8-inch jade magatama, one of Japan's 3 national treasures worn by Xiaozi, seemed like the difference between a firefly and the bright moon in the face of this aura. What Dompa Inkstone, what 9-dragon sword, what dragon horse, all paled in comparison to this nobility. Moreover, there was more than one item in the box that possessed such nobility. Using his X-ray vision, Ming saw that there was a sword and another piece that appeared to be a bamboo scroll. At that moment, his vision was enveloped in purple. Just at the same time, Ming activated his fortune-telling. The little creature seemed to sense it, letting out a soft chirp before poking its head out of his pocket. The little cat's head swayed left and right as it scanned the area. After identifying its target, the little creature's purple eyes glimmered, and it scrambled to get out of the pocket, trying to pounce on that box. Ming was startled awake by its yowl and quickly reached out to press down on the pocket. This was not a place for the little creature to run around. With its movement obstructed, Xiaozi anxiously clawed at Ming's clothes, looking impatient. Chapter 401. Ming was momentarily stunned by these 3 characters. Zhang Daoling. a descendant of the famous minister Zhang Liang from the early Han dynasty, and the founder of Taoism. To be precise, this figure indeed lived around 1800 years ago during the late Eastern Han period, closely aligning with the ages of this bamboo scroll and sword. He was originally from Feng County, Jiangsu, and he resigned from office early to travel the world, venerating Laozi as the founder of Taoism and taking Taishang Laojun as his teacher, establishing the way of the 5 pecks of rice and founding the Taoist ancestral court at Longhum Mountain in Jiangxi. Finally, at the age of 123, he ascended to the heavens. In the pantheon of Chinese immortals, he is revered alongside Gu Xian, Sa Shoujian, and Su Jingyang as one of the 4 great heavenly masters, serving as one of the 4 deities of the Jade Emperor's Tongming Palace. What are you looking at? Lin Xian saw Qi Ming frowning, seriously studying the bamboo scroll, and was curious about its content, so he walked over to his side. Qi Ming came back to his senses, immediately lowered his right hand to cover the 3 characters Zhang Daoling at the end of the scroll, then shifted slightly to bring the scroll closer to Lin Xian, and said with a hint of regret, "It's nothing. Just take a look. It's the Taoist scripture. It's quite old. The surface is already turned to jade. But even with this, overall, I still think I overpaid for this blind box." Chapter 402. The people in the car were startled by Qi Ming's sudden shouting and all turned to look at him. The driver, a Japanese man, couldn't understand Qi Ming's Chinese, but to avoid any incidents of passengers suddenly grabbing him, he immediately pulled over to the side. Then, through the rearview mirror, he secretly observed Qi Ming, one hand stealthily pressing on the car door switch, ready to escape and call for help if there was trouble. "What are you going crazy about, shouting like that?" Lin Xian frowned and complained. He had just been resting his eyes and was startled by Qi Ming's shout. Xiao Long, in the passenger seat, didn't say anything but looked at Qi Ming with curiosity. In his impression, even in the depths of a primitive forest, Qi Ming always appeared calm and collected, but now he was clearly frightened. Qi Ming wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and calmed his emotions. He knew he was overreacting a bit, but it wasn't the time to explain. He reached out and pulled open the car door, getting out and walking towards the trunk. Lin Xian and Xiao Long exchanged confused glances, both at a loss, so they could only follow along. Chapter 403. In Wuxi, Jiangsu, inside the Three Kingdom City, a film crew was busy filming. Take a 10-minute break. Director Huang, watching the actor's performance on the monitor, nodded in satisfaction, then raised the megaphone and shouted. This call for a break sounded like heavenly music to everyone's ears. The schedule had been too tight, with filming going on until late at night or even early morning. The reason for this was the lead actress, Tong Xinqing. Previously, due to conflicts between the lead actress and the former male lead, the director angrily fired the male lead, which meant many previous shots had to be res-hot. To meet the deadline, the workload increased significantly. A few days ago, the lead actress Tong Xinqing seemed to have hit the jackpot, being chosen as the spokesperson by 2 of the world's top 10 jewelry companies simultaneously, which elevated her status to first tier. This led to a flood of daily activities and endorsements, squeezing out a lot of filming time. To accommodate her schedule, everyone had to work overtime. But everyone was quite happy about this. First, Tong Xinqing didn't have the high and mighty temper of other big stars. She was always smiling and accommodating when anyone from the crew asked for an autograph or a photo. Moreover, she treated everyone to extra meals or bought milk tea and coffee every day. Chapter 404. In front of a small building in the provincial party compound, an Audi A6 slowly stopped. As soon as it came to a halt, the front passenger door opened, and a tall young man in a suit immediately walked around to the back seat, opened the door, and respectfully helped a person out of the car while holding onto the roof. This person was in his 50s, tall and upright, with a rugged appearance. One could still faintly see the handsome looks from his youth in his sharply defined features. "Governor Tong, please take a good rest. I'll come and pick you up early tomorrow," the young man said humbly, slightly bowing. Tong Hai had a grim expression, nodded indifferently, and stepped up the stairs. The secretary watched Tong Hai enter his home and felt as if his spine had been pulled out, his shoulders drooping immediately. He opened the car door and got in. As soon as he sat in the front passenger's seat, the secretary tugged at his tie, let out a heavy sigh, and asked the driver beside him, Master Wang, "What is wrong with Governor Tong? The atmosphere is so low. I've been on edge all afternoon." Driver Old Wang started the car while rolling down the window, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it up. After that, he offered it to the front passenger, and the secretary accepted without hesitation. He was an old smoker, but since his boss didn't smoke, he had to hold it in, and, after a whole day, it was indeed uncomfortable. Chapter 4:05 Relax. They want to eat you. Look at the sweat on your forehead. If you're so scared, why did you call them over? Aren't you just asking for trouble? Lin Xian, stifling a laugh, teased Qiming, who was pacing back and forth, unable to sit still. At this moment, at Kansai Airport, the bustling drop-off area had Qiming and his 3 companions waiting there early. After receiving the confirmed news from Tong Xinqing yesterday, Qiming had hardly slept that night. There was no way around it. He had roughly checked the life history of his future father-in-law online, and it was quite impressive. Furthermore, this was their first official meeting, so it would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous. If you keep making sarcastic comments, Qiming shot a fierce glare at Lin Xian, whose expression was one of enjoying the show. He initially wanted to say something harsh, but realized he couldn't really pin anything on this guy. After holding back for a long time, he finally thought of a line. Just pay me back immediately. Otherwise, I'll confiscate that gold ingot. This truly hit Lin Xian's sore spot. He raised his hand and turned his head, looking as if he was conceding defeat, and no longer spoke. Qiming let out a sigh of relief and continued to pace in place, his lips moving as he mentally rehearsed the lines he would say in a little while. He had prepared this script early and had been pondering it for quite some time. Chapter 4:06. As soon as Qiming entered the room, he tossed the little purple cat onto the big bed. The little guy rolled around on the bed a few times before stopping and letting out a couple of disgruntled meows towards Qiming, expressing its dissatisfaction. You better reflect on yourself. Otherwise, you won't get your lunch, dinner, or even tomorrow's meals. After scolding in a low voice, he turned to the red cat and said bluntly, and you, if you don't reflect well, you'll just be cat food. After teaching the 2 little ones a lesson, he walked over and opened the wardrobe, taking out the 3-5 demon-slaying sword and the Zhengyi alliance talisman, both wrapped in a bath towel. Uncle Tong, this. Walking back to the living room, Qiming placed the 2 tightly wrapped items on the coffee table. Before opening them, he glanced at the male secretary. Tong Hai squinted at the bath towel, judging by its size and thickness that it definitely wasn't money. Besides, nobody would give money to their girlfriend's father on their first meeting. He was also a bit curious about what was inside. Upon hearing Qiming's question, he understood that this thing was somewhat inconvenient. So, he looked up at the male secretary. The male secretary, seeing the look in his boss's eyes, understood the implication. He felt a bit wronged. This look indicated that his desire to become his boss's trusted aide and ride on the Tong family's big ship was still a long way off. Chapter 4:07 Get up. What time is it? Sleeping as soon as you come back. Qiming's mother opened the door with a click, pulling back the curtains. Probably all mothers are like this. When they can't see their children, they worry about them, but upon seeing them, they become critical, especially when their son is nearing 30, still single, without children, and without a formal job, and is still sleeping in at 9 a.m., looking like he has nothing to do. Many mothers probably feel an impulse to delete and restart their child. The sunlight outside shone directly into the room, and Qiming instinctively raised his hand to block it. Slowly waking up. I'm up, he yawned, stretching lazily in response to his mother. Once he was a bit more awake, he asked, Mom, where's Little Purple? Little Purple. Raising a cat is just like raising a son. If you can, give me a real grandson. By the way, what is going on with you and AI Moo? Why did your sister say you bullied her? Is there any truth to this? Upon hearing this, Qiming's mother got a bit angry. What a good girl. Why has there been no news all of a sudden? The neighboring villa had been empty for many days. Hearing this topic, Qiming completely woke up. Chapter 4:08 Loving to watch the excitement is human nature. Qiming was drawn in by the cries, and, being close by, just a few steps away, he and Xiao Long moved closer. Due to the large number of people at the entrance and exit, it didn't take long for a crowd to form around the scene, with Qiming and Xiao Long stuck in the middle. Fortunately, neither of them was short, so they could see clearly. In the center of the crowd were a man and a woman, dressed ordinarily, looking to be in their 50s, with somewhat dark skin, clearly lacking the appearance of great wealth. At this moment, the man squatted there, his head buried deeply, one hand rubbing his hair, silent, and his expression was unclear. The woman, on the other hand, resembled a child who couldn't get candy, sitting on the ground with her feet kicking randomly, her face slightly tilted up, crying with snot and tears, yet she had no intention of wiping them away. One hand was either aimlessly slapping the ground or pulling at her hair. "It's all your fault. How can I explain this to our son? I have no face to see him," the woman cried, her face drenched in tears and snot. Among the onlookers, some tried to stifle their laughter, enjoying the spectacle, but most wore a look of sympathy. From her wailing and the discussions around him, Qiming finally got a rough idea of what was happening. In the crowd, people pushed and shoved each other, and the woman shouted loudly, accusing the stall owner of being unethical and setting up a trap for her husband. The owner didn't hold back and immediately retorted, saying it was her husband's own lack of judgment and ignorance of the rules that affected business. It was quite a commotion, so no one noticed when another person walked in. Taking advantage of their bickering, Ming walked in. He approached the long table at the stall, where a cut stone had been carelessly placed by the owner. He picked up one piece, turning it over in his hands, pretending to be very interested as he observed it. Normally, if someone looked at a cut stone, the original owner or the stall owner would quickly come over to inquire if there was any intention to resell it, hoping to recover their losses. Ming had the same idea. After all, in this day and age, there are too many clever people. If you take the initiative to ask, what if they notice something and decide not to sell it? However, today, the couple he encountered were complete novices. They didn't even glance his way. Their focus entirely on bickering with the stall owner. His performance was in vain. Seeing no signs of them stopping, Ming had to change tactics. Holding the half-stone, he inserted it between the two groups and shouted loudly, "Stop. Let's pause for a moment. Drawing? For painting and calligraphy, you should have a master take a look." Master Tang said this, but he still cleared his desk. After Ming spread out the painting on the table, he began to examine it seriously. "Qingmu Suishan, by a Japanese painter? I really don't recognize this, but the mounting is old, and the scroll ends look aged about 100 to 200 years old. I also think it has some age. However, I came to you to ask for a favor," Ming said, holding the end of the scroll with one hand and pinching it with 2 fingers with the other, continuing, "Didn't you say before that you have the skill to unmount? I felt the thickness and texture were off as soon as I touched this painting, so I wanted to ask for your help to unmount it and take a look. It might be another painting within a painting." Ming confirmed through perspective that there was another painting hidden inside, but this time the situation was different. Last time, one painting was used to cover another to deceive, so he only needed to find the right spot and poke a hole to reveal the hidden layer. This time, however, 2 paintings were stuck together. Acting rashly would cause irreversible damage to the inner painting, so he could only use this seemingly plausible excuse to cover it up. You kid are picking up leaks, and now you're filled with suspicion. Everything looks like a treasure." The 8 eccentrics of Yangzhou refer to a group of painters and calligraphers who were active in the Yangzhou and Jinling areas from the late Kangxi period to the Qianlong period. The 8 here is approximate. It's called the 8 eccentrics, not that there are only 8 people. According to later statistics, about 15 people can be counted among the 8 eccentrics of Yangzhou. Most of these individuals came from poor backgrounds, lived hard lives, were aloof and unrestrained, and their styles and ways of dealing with people were unconventional and unorthodox. As the saying goes, there are only wrongly chosen names, not wrongly chosen nicknames. As the recognized number 1 among the eccentrics, if Zheng Banxiao didn't have some major issues, he really wouldn't hold that top position firmly. He was a scholar during the Kangxi era, a Jinshi during the Yongzheng era, and a Jinshi during the Qianlong era, a Jiangsu native who only became a county magistrate in Shandong in his 40s. If he were an ordinary person, after finally becoming an official, he should climb step by step as Jay Cho sings in his songs. To climb, one should learn to be greedy and to flatter their superiors like other officials of the Qianlong era. However, he did well. When his direct superior, the local governor, came to inspect his county, he prepared a menu, which included the green dragon lies on the sandy beach, the white skin yenshu, 1 clear and 2 whites, and deep-fried swan eggs. That made 4 dishes, plus a soup called docking the ship at Eastwu for 1,000 miles. Seeing the couple walk out, old Master Wu sat back down at the table and looked at Ming, asking, "Xiao Qi, is there something wrong with this painting?" Ming didn't hide it and nodded, while pouring a bit of water into the old man's cup, then explained, "The painting is old, but it dates back at most of the late Qing dynasty. It definitely isn't a genuine piece by Zheng Banxiao. According to you, even if it's not genuine, it's still an ancient painting. How much can it be worth?" Old Master Wu asked curiously. "Between 30,000 and 50,000. But it also depends on finding someone who truly appreciates it. So little? This is still a price I offered considering your face. If they went to another shop, it would be at most 10,000, not a dime more. Old Master Wu's face wrinkled tightly, and after a moment of silence, he said, the antique trade, is that shady? It should at least be worth over 30,000, yet only offered 10,000. You're not in this line of work, so you think it's shady. With Master Wu listening nearby, Ming had to explain for the industry. These days, most people buy antiques as investments. It's similar to ordinary people buying houses or stocks. Houses and stocks go up and down. Antiques don't just appreciate. There are risks involved as well. It's not unheard of to buy something today and see it drop in value tomorrow. As soon as Ming entered the office, he smelled a strong scent of traditional Chinese medicine, a bit overpowering but not pungent, and after a few breaths, he adapted. Master Tang had already returned to his desk, where there was a rectangular wooden box resembling a dustpan. The edges of the box were only about 3 centimeters high, and there was no lid. As soon as Yang Qiaoming saw this thing, along with the bottles and jars on the desk, he knew what his old buddy was up to and laughed. Old Tang, you brought out this old antique. How rare. However, as Ming approached, he was startled. If it weren't for his trust in Master Tang, he would have jumped. The entire painting was soaking in steaming water. According to his understanding, wouldn't the painting be ruined as soon as it got wet? Seeing Ming's expression, Yang Qiaoming understood what he was thinking and helped explain, unmounting has to be done this way. The painting must be soaked in water to soften it, making it easier to peel apart. Don't worry, medicinal herbs have been added to the water, which won't harm the paper or the pigments. After explaining, the two also moved closer. Yang Qiaoming looked down and didn't see the painting or the signature, but frowned and muttered to himself, skin as smooth as egg membrane, pure and clean as jade, fine and glossy. Old Tang, could this be the legendary Qingxin Tang paper? When Yang Qiaoming suddenly asked, Ming was momentarily stumped. What did he want to do? Thinking about it, it seemed his mother had complained about him being idle during the day, and he really couldn't blame her, because his current state did resemble that of a street vagabond. A hammer in the east, a mallet in the west, running around when there's something to do, and mingling in the shop under the guise of studying when there's nothing to do. Although relying on external help, I haven't made a small fortune. But my state indeed doesn't seem like that of a serious person. Master, why are you suddenly asking me this? Ming scratched his head in confusion and asked back. Yang Qiaoming took the lead, leading him and Lin Xian to sit down again by the 8 immortals table. Jokingly said, previously, you gained a bit of fame in the collecting circle thanks to a piece of Dompa inkstone. Recently, you went to Hong Kong Island and ended up making a big name in the jewelry circle. With someone like you, who is regarded as a hot commodity, coming to my shop as if it were a job, it puts a lot of pressure on me as your master. So I just wanted to ask about your future plans. Ming showed a doubtful expression, half jokingly and half seriously asked, Master, you're not thinking of driving me out, are you? Not only him, but Lin Xian also looked at his dad, unsure of what he meant by asking this at this moment. Chapter 415. What are you making a fuss about? As soon as Lin Xian mentioned that he also wanted to go to the Magic City, Yang Qiaoming's expression immediately darkened. After glaring at his second son, he coldly reprimanded. The Yang family has strict family rules. If it were usual, Lin Xian would definitely shrink back like a turtle when reprimanded by Yang Qiaoming. But this time he stood his ground, straightened his neck, and retorted, Dad, I've been learning this trade from you for over 10 years. Not to mention anything else, in terms of porcelain, calligraphy, and painting, Ming absolutely can't compare to me. If he can go out on his own, why can't I? Yang Qiaoming slammed the table. Although it wasn't heavy, the teacups and teacups on the table jumped with a clang. The old man frowned tightly, clearly on the verge of an explosion of anger. Between the father and son, there was a disagreement. Ming, after all, was an outsider and couldn't speak up. He subtly tugged at Lin Xian's sleeve, signaling him to calm down. But this kid seemed like he had taken gunpowder, showing no signs of retreat, and instead continued to fan the flames. Dad, although you asked me to sit in the shop, help receive customers, and appraise items, the shop has been running smoothly for so many years. In terms of appraisals, with you, Master Tang, and Master Li around, I'm just coasting along. Whether I'm here or not, it wouldn't make a difference. Chapter 416. Xiao Long. What happened to you? Uffed. Ming looked up and down at the young man, and finally couldn't help but laugh heartily. His laughter also spread to others in the shop, and Lin Xian and the salespeople all burst into laughter. At this moment, Xiao Long looked quite disheveled. One shoe was missing, his black trousers were covered in muddy handprints, and one side of his pants was torn, exposing his dark calf. The upper body was even worse. Although he was wearing a suit jacket, the exposed white shirt was in tatters, looking like strips of cloth. Fortunately, the young man's face was still relatively clean. Ming pulled out a bench from the side of the 8 Immortals table, laughing as he gestured for him to sit. After laughing enough, he finally asked, "What happened to you? Did you fall into a sewer?" "Chigo, it's all your fault." Xiao Long spoke with a bit of grievance, his tone unexpectedly carrying a hint of melancholy for a grown man. "Me? What does it have to do with me? Here, this is for you." Without explaining, Xiao Long placed a fist-sized sky blue jadeite on the table in front of Ming. Before Ming could reach for it, Lin Xian snatched it first, took out a flashlight, and began to examine it, clicking his tongue as he remarked, "TSK, the water content is average, but the color is quite right. Where did you get this?" Chapter 417. At the front of the rough stone area, there were 4 square 8 Immortals tables placed side by side. In the center of each table, a circle was painted with oil paint with the words, "Color, Quality, Rise, and Fall" written at the center. Along the outer edge of this circle, several areas were marked on the table with lines. The guide, Xiao Lu, enthusiastically introduced to Ming and the others as soon as they reached the table. "Bosses, this is our warehouse's specialty service aside from rough stone sales. If you're interested, you can also get involved. The gameplay is very simple. You'll understand as soon as I explain. Let's take the table with the word Rise as an example. If you purely buy the Rise, hitting it means double the profit. If you think this profit is too little, you can see that the table is divided into 4 ranges: 5 times, 10 times, 20 times, and 50 times. If you have a bit of guts, you can invest. We had a boss here who won over 10 million in one day. However, one thing to note is that I have to inform you all in advance. Anyone coming to the table must use cash. We do not accept transfers, remittances, or checks. In this day and age, who still carries that much cash?" Lin Xian snorted coldly, glancing at the young man with annoyance. Chapter 418. "Isn't it from Pakong? How are you so sure?" This piqued Lin Xian's interest, and he curiously inquired. Although he didn't gamble on stones, he at least had a family jewelry company, so his understanding of rough stones was naturally greater than Zhang Ao's. Pakong is the earliest place in Myanmar to discover jadeite. With nearly 600 years of history from mining to now, true Pakong has long since disappeared, and the mines have been backfilled. You won't see genuine old Pakong jade in Beijing, let alone in Tengchong or Pingzhou. The so-called Pakong black sand on the market is all made from materials pretending to be from the Ming quarry. Although the skin color is similar, the quality inside is like heaven and earth. All this information was recorded in the materials Ming received. Using it as an excuse now naturally came easily. That is not correct. Lin Xian thought for a moment and decisively shook his head in denial. Even if the stone is from Ming, it doesn't mean there's no jade inside. The exterior is also covered with loose flowers and messy patterns. It can't fool anyone. Then why are you still gambling with me? Ming looked at Lin Xian with a smirk. Lin Xian was left speechless. After all, whatever he said now felt quite hollow. His actions had already betrayed him. Chapter 419. "Boss, look here." Xiao Lu took the initiative to approach, trying to stand the stone up, but quickly realized that his thin arms and legs lacked the strength. So he looked to Zhang Ao for help. "Buddy, come lend a hand." Zhang Ao glanced at Ming first, and seeing he had no objections, walked over, and the two worked together to stand the stone up. Once the stone was upright, everyone standing nearby noticed that there was a ping-pong ball-size hollow on the side, resembling a rotten hole in a fruit. The appearance of this hollow was actually quite good. At first glance, it looked like ice seed. But when Ming took out a strong flashlight and focused the light inside, he saw that it was filled with dense cracks, resembling a spider web. Ming had a slight fear of clusters. Upon seeing this, he felt a bit of discomfort creeping up his scalp and walked away. Xiao Lu saw him move aside and carefully placed the stone down, brushing the dust off his hands, and addressed Ming. "Boss, this stone is considered a famous stone in our warehouse. Regular customers all know it. Don't be fooled by the fact that 3 out of its 4 windows are broken. It actually doesn't matter much. What really caused it to be tossed in a corner and ignored is this hole. The initial price was not 1.2 million, but actually only 600,000. Chapter 420. The few people in the warehouse only stayed for half an hour, while it took nearly 3 hours for the round trip. By the time the car drove into the Taiha villa where Lin Xian lived, It was already past 5 p.m. To avoid the evening rush hour, Mrs. Lin Jun would finish work early every day, so when they arrived, Lin Jun was also at home. When she saw Lin Xian bringing Qi Ming in, followed by someone carrying a stone towards the basement, Lin Jun became interested and followed them down. The stone was placed in front of the stone-cutting machine, and Lin Jun inspected it first. However, her main profession is jewelry design, and she only has a superficial understanding of gambling stones, so she couldn't provide much advice. After briefly suggesting a cutting route, she went upstairs. Not just her, Qi Ming and Lin Xian also went upstairs after starting the machine. The cutting sound was incredibly loud and unbearable for ordinary people. Back in the living room, Lin Xian voluntarily poured a cup of tea for Qi Ming, being very satisfied with this new apprentice of her husband. Xiao Qi, I want to thank you for the recent matter in Hong Kong. Thanks to the rough materials you sold us, our company hasn't lacked quality jade materials in the past 2 years. Mrs. Sure, you're too polite. I should thank Brother Yang. Otherwise, I would still need to find buyers. Qi Ming replied obediently. Chapter 421. On the night after deciding to open the store, Qi Ming went home and informed his parents and sister of the news. Qi's mother complained about having to move again, saying it was troublesome and bothersome. But her cheerful tone couldn't hide her happiness upon hearing the news. Although Qi's father didn't say anything, he drank a couple more glasses during dinner. Without dragging his feet, Qi Ming spent 2 days sorting out some trivial matters and then boarded a private plane with Lin Xian, heading straight to the Magic City. Once they exited the airport, their first stop was the antique and jewelry market at Jing'an Temple. Upon arrival, Lin Xian began enthusiastically introducing the local antique market in the Magic City. According to him, the antique market in the Magic City mainly has 3 major places, which can be summarized as 1 floor, 1 street, and 1 city. The 1 floor refers to the treasure tower located in the Changhuang Temple scenic area, situated in the western section of the Old Street of the Magic City. In terms of size, it ranks among the top antique and old craft markets in the East China region. The 1 street refers to Dongtai Road, which is humorously dubbed the Magic City Lulikang by many collectors. Along the 200-meter-long road, there are 125 small antique shops, each with its unique style and business model. Similar to the Hollywood Road in Hong Kong that Qi Ming visited, famous for its quirky, rare, and peculiar items. Chapter 422. Zhang Ao's words were just something Qi Ming listened to. He was also born in the countryside and had seen such stickers since childhood. Items from decades ago. Given the preservation conditions in rural areas, if they still existed, would have lost their collectible value long ago. Finding one would be like finding scrap paper. However, the fact that the owner could display such items proved his strength to regular customers. With this in mind, Qi Ming began to observe his surroundings. He skipped over old books and albums, focusing mainly on the letters. The owner had quite a collection of letters, including several handwritten letters from modern celebrities like Ba Jin and Qian Zhongshu. However, since these items were on display, there was no chance of finding a bargain. They might be good for collectors, but for Qi Ming, they were somewhat useless. However, in the antique trade, there's a saying about borrowing goods, which means that if a customer specifically wants to buy something that the shop does not have, the owner can borrow it from familiar peers. To prepare for such situations in the future, Qi Ming took out his phone, took pictures, and made simple notes, which could be considered intelligence. After wandering around, Qi Ming decided to switch to another shop. As he was leaving, the owner finally raised his head to glance at the few of them, his gaze sweeping toward their hands to prevent them from stealing. Chapter 423. Handsome, how about I help you dust off these books? We have professional equipment here, and it could be done in an hour. The apron-clad young man saw Qi Ming paying so readily and was pleased, so he proactively offered to help. After saying this, afraid Qi Ming might misunderstand, he specifically explained, "Don't worry, it's free. No need, we are from out of town and have to catch a flight." Qi Ming politely declined, as he was curious about what secrets the book letters from Zheng Wufan contained to exude such wealth, and he naturally didn't want to waste time. Moreover, he was also worried about any unforeseen issues during cleaning, so he turned down the kind offer. After exchanging pleasantries, he quickly left with Xiao Long and Zhang Ao. This time, he took the escalator straight to the 3rd floor, completely leaving the old bookstore's view. He found a long bench for resting and instructed Xiao Long to untie the long rope binding the books. Although Xiao Long and Zhang Ao didn't understand why they were opening the books here, they immediately followed his orders. Letters from Zheng Wufan was originally compiled by Zheng Lihangzhang, proofread by Lihangzhang, and published by Chuanzhong Publishing House. Over the past 100 years, it has been considered a sacred book, having had countless loyal readers since the day it was written and published. Chapter 424. Xiaolong had served in the military and had been trained due to his strong military skills and specialties. The direction of military training focuses not only on individual combat capabilities, but also on strategic and tactical military literacy. Therefore, he considered himself knowledgeable about the First Sino-Japanese War. When Ming asked, he wasn't at all intimidated and immediately began to explain the reasons for the defeat. What he said was also in history textbooks. The Qing dynasty's high-ranking officials lacked fighting spirit. The military was corrupt and outdated, the formations were rigid, and the lower-ranking officers and soldiers had weak fighting will. While the other points were acceptable, Ming disagreed with the last one. He looked at Zhang Ao and teased. If you say it like that, aren't you afraid the old soldiers who died in battle will come find you? There's no need to mention Deng Shichong, captain of Ziyuan, but he wasn't the only one who died for the country. P.S. Captain was a title in the Qing dynasty, equivalent to a modern naval ship captain in the Beiyang fleet. Captain Lin Tai of the Jinyuan, who committed suicide after the ship ran aground. Captain Liu Buchan of the Dingyuan, who also committed suicide after his ship sank, and Admiral Ding Ruchong, who eventually committed suicide for the country as well. These were all high-ranking generals. They weren't afraid of death, so why be afraid of fighting with the little devils? Saying the fighting spirit was weak seems a bit deliberate in belittling the Qing soldiers. Chapter 425. After leaving the framing shop, Ming, along with Xiaolong, once again entered as a tourist and began to stroll through the antique city. After walking about 20 meters, he chose a shop to enter. This shop was about the same size as the old bookstore and mainly dealt in ceramics and pottery. The reason he picked this place was that the owner had displayed a high-handle eggshell cup made of Longshan black pottery at the entrance. He himself owned a large jar of Longshan black pottery, which was still in his home in Hong Kong. And this was the first time he had seen Longshan black pottery in a market, so he was a bit transfixed. Hey, don't just stand there. If you're interested, come in and take a look. The shop owner, seeing Ming and Xiaolong stop, greeted them warmly from behind the counter. Ming didn't think much of it and walked over with the little dragon. My surname is Tang. May I ask your surname, young man? As soon as they entered the shop, Boss Tang gestured for Ming to sit on a square stool at the counter and introduced himself. The shop assistant was a young girl in her 20s, slender and not overly beautiful, but fresh and tidy. Upon seeing the two enter, she immediately brought over 2 bottles of Bai Sui Shan. No need for courtesy, my surname is Qi. Ming was not polite and bent down to sit, his gaze unconsciously glancing at the eggshell cup. Chapter 426. The Baogu Zhai is an antique shop that also offers appraisal services. There are 2 types of appraisals. One is free, as long as it is agreed in advance that the item will be sold to the shop. Then the appraisal is free of charge. The other is paid, with a fee determined by the item's value and the difficulty of the appraisal. After the appraisal, regardless of authenticity, a certificate will be issued. The certificate will have the shop's stamp and the appraiser's signature. This aligns with what the little flat top said, but the signature also has its nuances. The shop's Master Tang, Master Li, and even Lin Xian all have handwritten signatures, while only Yang Chaoming has a carved stamp with his name. As the manager of Baogu Zhai and a well-known appraiser and collector in the country, he certainly cannot be like an ordinary appraiser. If he only wrote a name, it would be too casual and seem cheap. Hence, there is this stamp with a name for appraisal. Ming, as a disciple, has been mingling in Baogu Zhai for so long and is clear about these rules. He has even seen this stamp carved from Inner Mongolia's bound stone. Besides this appraisal stamp, Yang Chaoming also has a collection stamp carved from Zhonghua chicken bloodstone. At present, when the little flat top said that the signature on the appraisal certificate was his master's and not the appraisal stamp, it clearly had issues. Chapter 427. Climbing the mountain head is considered black talk in the antique trade. In some places, it is called moving the mountain head, while in others, it is referred to as flipping the mountain head. The terminology varies slightly based on regional accents, but the meaning is the same. It refers to items that have been restored or pieced together to become whole again. This term first appeared in the furniture industry. Even if furniture is damaged, some usable boards and similar items will still remain. There are many smart people in the world, and it didn't take long for someone to see the profit in this. Collecting materials like boards from one or even several old pieces of furniture to piece together something new. The selling price of this assembled item is naturally incomparable to that of the original damaged furniture. Therefore, Another meaning of climbing the mountain head is that the price rises steeply, as if one has suddenly ascended a mountain, soaring straight up. Although the appraisal identified it as climbing the mountain head, it was based on external observations, unless it was smashed to pieces. It would be impossible to prove that there were splicing situations. Thinking of this, Ming recalled the scene with that Korean guy in the black market in Xinjiang. He really felt like waking up the little purple in his pocket and putting on another show. Chapter 428. Boss Chi, what is this? Boss Tang was also confused at this moment. He checked the Tang Sankai again, following Ming's lead, but still couldn't find anything unusual. So, he was ready to engage in a price war with Ming later. Such a good item had to be secured at all costs. Modu is an international city, and foreign antique dealers often come here to shop. He knew a few. As long as this item reached their hands, making a profit of 1 or 200,000 would be quite easy. He was calculating in his mind when suddenly, he found that a scene of chaos was about to unfold in his shop. Call for help? Great. The more people, the better. Ideally, call the police too. In the face of the little flat top shouting, Ming remained incredibly calm, as if he wanted to escalate the situation even further. Upon hearing about calling the police, the little flat top's forehead broke into a sweat, and he stopped struggling. He glared at Ming, half pleading, half threatening, saying, I don't understand what you mean. Let me go, return my things, and let today's matter be settled. Otherwise. Otherwise what? By the way, do you know who my master is? Ming picked up the small stool that had fallen and sat down directly. Chapter 429. Clang. Xiao Long raised his arm to shield his face, and the porcelain bottle instantly shattered. Ignoring the flying porcelain shards, Xiao Long stepped forward and delivered a powerful punch to the opponent's abdomen, knocking another person down in the blink of an eye. However, no matter how skilled or fast he was, when he looked at the last person, that person had already slipped through the crowd and ran far away. The series of movements just now made quite a noise. Previously, only a few people were standing at the door watching the commotion, but in this brief moment, there were already more than 10 people. Coupled with the fact that Boss Tang's shop was small, the entrance was quickly surrounded. Xiao Long wanted to pursue, but the person had already vanished at the passageway. Forget it. Let them run. The situation was under control, and Ming, the self-proclaimed combat novice, returned to the side of the little flat top, who was now rolling on the ground in pain from a dislocated arm. Stop playing dead. Tell me, where did you get this appraisal certificate? Ming kicked the little flat top's thigh again, inquiring about the certificate's origin. He spit, realizing that today's matter could not be resolved peacefully. The little flat top became quite defiant, glaring at Ming with resentment, then spat out a mouthful of phlegm and began cursing and threatening, showing no intention of cooperating. Chapter 430. Today, Ming had been a great help, so Boss Tang was generous, driving his Qilin and calling for another car to take the four of them to a private kitchen restaurant located in a villa area in Minhang. The place wasn't too large, but from the decoration to the dishes, it was extremely luxurious, reflecting Boss Tang's sincerity. The meal was naturally enjoyable for both hosts and guests. When the drinking reached its peak, Boss Tang introduced several of the most prominent shops in the antique market, providing details from the business scope to the temperaments of the shop owners, leaving nothing out. After introducing the shops, he also mentioned a few leaders from the antique market management. This information, while not overly critical, would have taken Ming and Lin Xian quite some effort to figure out on their own. Knowing this would help them avoid many detours in various matters. Thus, this meal was quite worth it. Around 9 p.m., the dinner finished. At the restaurant's entrance, Boss Tang, with a big red face, grabbed Ming's arm, warmly bidding farewell. Boss Chi, today's great kindness cannot be repaid with just a meal. When your shop opens, if there is anything I can help with, please don't hesitate. If I, Old Tang, say, no, then I'll be struck by lightning and die a bad death. Chapter 431. The two sat shoulder to shoulder in the car, their hands still linked. So Tong Xinqing immediately noticed Ming's unusual behavior. She shot him an annoyed glare, withdrew her small hand, lightly slapped Ming's arm, and complained, Why are you reacting so much? My grandpa won't eat you. No, it's just that meeting the parents makes me nervous. And you know what kind of person your grandpa is. Ming chuckled, putting on a look of lingering fear. Tong Xinqing found it amusing and gently pushed him again, saying, What are you talking about? I think your courage is even less than Xiao Zi's. Awu. Who is calling me? The little guy lying on its back was feeling drowsy after eating, and when it heard someone calling it, it slightly raised its head, tried to sit up. However, having eaten too much, its belly was too big, and, after trying a couple of times, it had to give up and continued lying on its back, snoring. Tong Xinqing didn't know whether to laugh at Xiao Zi's silly appearance or at Qi Ming's rare show of timidity, and couldn't help but chuckle. However, she understood Qi Ming's behavior very well. Her grandfather, who came from a military background and held a high position, had a tough temperament and gave off a sense of oppression to everyone. Not to mention Qi Ming. Even the younger generation in the family dared not act out in front of the old man, behaving like a mouse in front of a cat. Only she and her cousin Tian Tian, being girls, had a bit of privilege and dared to make a fuss around the old man. Chapter 432. After staring at the letter from Zheng Guofan for a long time, Tong Xiyuan reluctantly placed it on the coffee table, then took off his glasses, closed his eyes, and gently pressed the area between his eyebrows with his right index finger and thumb to relieve his eye fatigue. Meanwhile, the old man was thoughtfully commenting on the calligraphy of these two late Qing dynasty officials. Seeing the writing is like seeing the person. Li Hongzhang's regular script is too neat but lacks edges. Left Zongtong is said to be smooth and worldly wise, which is absolutely true. In contrast, Zhang Guofan's handwriting is blunt and unadorned, just like his personality. Not particularly clever, but very skillful. In the end, it is precisely this ugly script that is more pleasing to the eye. Your insight is remarkable. The old man's comments were very accurate, and Qi Ming nodded in agreement. Of course, since he had taken a liking to the granddaughter of the old man, it didn't matter if the old man was right or wrong. He would praise it regardless. Grandpa, Zheng Guofan held a high position. How can you say he is not clever? Tong Xinqing, curious about the comments, asked. Zheng Guofan is known for being dull, especially during the late Qing period. I'm not just saying this, Zheng Guofan himself said. I'm slow-witted. While others can read 2 or 3 lines, I may not finish one line in a hurry. Chapter 433. Zhang Daqian was from Sichuan, originally named Zhang Zhengquan, with the courtesy name Daqian and the pseudonym Daqian Jushi. This name, Daqian, was initially his monastic name when he became a monk. Speaking of his monastic life, one cannot avoid mentioning his first love. Zhang Daqian's first love was a cousin named Xie, who was his age, only 3 months older than him. They grew up together, and as they reached adulthood, their relationship naturally developed into a romantic one, which both sets of parents were very pleased with. In 1917, Zhang Daqian went to Japan to study, and before leaving, he and his cousin agreed to marry once he returned home after completing his studies. This kind of promise has a modern term, flag. Clearly, they had spoken too soon. The year after Zhang Daqian left, his cousin passed away due to illness. At that time, he was still in Japan, and upon hearing the tragic news, he was devastated and wanted to return to Sichuan to pay his respects. But he couldn't due to the domestic turmoil. In 1919, when Zhang Daqian returned to the country, the blow of his cousin's death led him to decide never to marry. He then took monastic vows at Songjiang Shanding Temple in Shanghai, adopting the name Daqian. Had things ended there, Zhang Daqian could be considered a romantic figure. Unfortunately, his monastic life did not last long. Just 3 months later, his parents and elder brother from Sichuan forced him back home to get married. Chapter 434. What are you thinking? Your face looks so bad. Since getting into the car, Qi Ming had been sitting quietly with a serious expression, resting his arm on the seat and not saying a word. His demeanor was so obvious that Tong Xinqing naturally noticed and, out of concern, asked, Aowu. The little purple cat, held by Tong Xinqing, immediately jumped out and climbed onto Qi Ming's shoulder, then extended a paw to press on his forehead. After a moment, it mewed twice and shook its head at Tong Xinqing, clearly indicating he doesn't have a fever. Tong Xinqing found its cute gesture irresistible and reached out to cuddle it. However, Xiao Zi kept bouncing around on Qi Ming, refusing to let her, as it seemed like Qi Ming was about to become a battlefield between him and the cat. He didn't care about his thoughts anymore and reached out to scoop the little guy into his arms. Unable to pet the cat, Tong Xinqing redirected her attention back to Qi Ming and thought for a moment before confirming. Did Grandpa say something to you in the study? Was it about us? She recalled Qi Ming's behavior, which had been a bit strange since he came out of the study, but it was more tolerable because the elders were present. Don't overthink it. He just asked me to help authenticate 2 paintings, one by Qi Baishe and one by Zhang Daqian. He didn't oppose our matter. Chapter 435. Riding a donkey is also called sitting on the fence in some places, simply meaning to play both sides. The situation is similar to that of Bostang. where the items are not his, but he knows where they are and who wants them. In such cases, he actually has two options. One is to pull the rope, introducing the customer to the seller and earning a referral fee after the deal is done. The other option, which Boss Tang prefers, is to buy the items himself and then sell them to the customer. Since the actual seller and buyer do not meet, they are unclear about the specifics, and the profit often goes to the intermediary. Once explained, anyone with a bit of social understanding knows that riding a donkey is a double-edged sword. The seller earns less, and the buyer pays more. If discovered, it becomes very unpopular and is considered unethical. Boss Tang also understood Qi Ming's thoughts and patted his chest, confidently assuring, "Brother Qi, it's not easy for me either, with elderly parents and young children to support. With car loans in one hand and mortgage in the other. Having this opportunity to make a little money feels like winning the lottery. Don't worry, this riding a donkey matter will definitely not fall on you. You're just the appraiser I found." Chapter 436. Sorry, handsome. As you can see, this item has already been reserved, so passing it to you would not be proper. We have a few other good items in the store. Would you like me to bring them over? The chubby shop owner, seeing that Qi Ming had walked over to Boss Tang, immediately stood up to intervene. Qi Ming could tell at a glance that the small bowl just now was made of foreign blue, indicating he had some knowledge of blue and white porcelain. At this moment, the deal for that vase was just a step away from completion, and he didn't want any complications. So he was intent on stopping Qi Ming from handling it. Qi Ming responded with a question. Has he paid? Just those few words made it difficult for the chubby boss to reply. If the payment hadn't been made, the deal wouldn't count, and anyone could see that. Moreover, if he continued to block it, it would seem suspicious in the eyes of others. Old Jean, let this handsome guy have a look too. It won't delay the matter anyway. It's such an expensive item. I need to think it over, so it's not something I can decide on the spot. Boss Tang's words carried a tone of seeking agreement, but didn't wait for the chubby boss's response. By the time he said this, he had already placed the vase on the table and gestured for Qi Ming to take a look. Chapter 437. The item is definitely fake. Qi Ming saw Boss Tang in such a hurry and went straight to the point, first giving a conclusion, then asking, "Did you take a photo of that bottle?" I did, Boss Tang nodded repeatedly, then took out his iPhone and opened the picture, placing it on the table. Tong Xinqing instinctively leaned forward to take a look. Qi Ming, however, was already confident and didn't even glance at the picture, explaining directly, "I say it's fake, mainly because of the shape. Kangxi porcelain is divided into early and late periods. In the early period, the country was in turmoil, with the 3 rebellions outside and powerful ministers inside. Kangxi was not a foolish emperor and didn't pay much attention to indulgence. Therefore, items from the early Kangxi period are much rougher than those from the later period. For example, this hammer bottle from the early Kangxi period is short and resembles a winter melon. Now look at the photo. This bottle is elongated and has a defined shape, which doesn't match." Boss Tang looked closely again and recalled that it indeed seemed that way, but he quickly shook his head and refuted. "Boss Qi, you concluded that this bottle is from the early Kangxi period based on the absence of a mark. Then you find flaws based on the assumption that it's from the early period to claim it's fake." Chapter 438. I'm really sorry. Our restaurant requires prior reservations. All the private rooms for today have been booked. The manager, dressed in professional attire, respectfully bowed and apologized at the reception desk. Qi Ming cursed himself for being thoughtless. He was used to being poor and hadn't even considered that they needed a reservation for dinner. After traveling a long distance, he found out there were no seats available. "Can you make an exception? It's still early, and there are surely reservations that haven't arrived yet. There are just the 2 of us, and we eat quickly. Can we be seated first? I'm really sorry, the store regulations are like this. Moreover, if guests arrive midway, it would be difficult for us to explain." The manager still wore an apologetic expression and was polite, but showed no signs of budging. Qi Ming helplessly looked at Tong Xinqing beside him, considering suggesting a different place, only to see her nose twitching, seemingly having caught a faint aroma wafting from the kitchen. After being caught in this greedy state, Tong Xinqing turned her head aside. If she hadn't been wearing a mask, Qi Ming would have definitely seen the faint blush on her face. At this point, Qi Ming couldn't directly suggest changing places, so he thought of a compromise. Chapter 439. Excuse me, can you tell me where this bracelet is from? Qi Ming held up the bracelet slightly, looking at it against the light. It was indeed jade, looking very green, but the quality was poor, giving off a dry and rough feeling. At first glance, It seemed like the cheap acid wash materials sold at tourist spots for dozens of dollars. However, the carving on this bracelet was not bad. The middle of the bracelet was divided by a line, with the upper half carved with flowers, leaves, and butterflies appearing lively. The lower half had a bizarre pattern that twisted and turned like an earthworm. When the female server heard Qi Ming's question, she hesitated, both scrutinizing Qi Ming and appearing concerned. The server originally assigned to assist them, Xiao Qin, was very perceptive. She reached over and took the tray from the female server's hands, cheerfully saying, "Shaolin, come help serve these two. I'll go get the dishes." After saying that, without waiting for Shaolin to respond, she hurriedly ran towards the exit. Once Xiao Qin was far away, Shaolin looked at Qi Ming, hesitantly asking, "Sir, do you want to buy it?" "Yes, let us sit down and talk." Qi Ming pulled out a chair on one side, signaling her to sit down. But Shaolin instinctively stepped back, refusing to sit due to store regulations. Chapter 440. Hey, what a coincidence. The big city is so vast. Yet I didn't expect to run into you here while having a meal. The chubby man with small eyes squinted and sat down at the table without asking. Qi Ming and Tong Xinqing had just been focused on the jade dragon pattern halberd and hadn't noticed when this chubby man had come upstairs or sat down at their table. As for the chubby man's claim of coincidence, Qi Ming didn't believe it at all. Someone calculated that the probability of winning the lottery was over 17 million to 1, while the population of the big city was over 20 million. If it were that easy to run into someone, he should be buying lottery tickets instead. You guys chat, I'll go hurry the dishes. The female server Shaolin noticed the awkward atmosphere and quickly stuffed the jade bracelet and jade pendant into her pocket, saying a word before immediately running downstairs. The chubby man watched Shaolin's retreating figure, reaching out as if to stop her, mumbling, "Hey, I haven't even looked yet. Beautiful lady, don't go. How about we discuss the price? I'll tell you, this is a spring and autumn item. If it's not 500,000, don't buy it." When Shaolin, who had reached the door, heard this, her movements clearly paused, but she ultimately didn't turn back and went straight downstairs. Chapter 441. After dinner, Qi Ming and Tong Xinqing returned to their residence. Once home, Qi Ming found an excuse to occupy the study temporarily. The moment he closed the door, his expression immediately turned cold. If he was going to give a lesson, then he would give a lesson. The saying that a gentleman takes revenge 10 years later was nonsense. He only wanted to seize the day. "Hey, Boss Tang. The matter you asked me to help with was seen through by the chubby man. He found me this afternoon." Naturally, the first person Qi Ming contacted was Boss Tang, as the source of the issue lay with him. So he got straight to the point and succinctly stated the outcome. "What?" On the other end of the phone, Boss Tang immediately perked up, his tone rising as he realized what had happened. He began apologizing. "Boss Qi, are you all right? This chubby man is notorious in the circle. Sometimes he doesn't hold back. I was worried you would act recklessly, which is why I had you help secretly. But I didn't expect it would turn out like this. It's fine, my bodyguard took care of him. Sigh, this situation is troublesome. It's all my fault. Tomorrow, I'll go find this chubby man and clear things up, telling him to come after me if he has any issues and that he won't disturb you again." Chapter 442. On May 12th, the third day of the third lunar month, according to the Jiazi calendar, it happened to be the day of the Rinshu month of the Gui Mao year. The almanac recorded that today is suitable for accepting wealth, moving, and entering a new residence. Around 9 in the morning, the real estate agents who had been scheduled in advance were waiting early at the community entrance when Qi Ming and Tong Xinqing arrived on time. They were going to look at several properties in the big city today. Since driving the nanny van was inconvenient, they switched to another Porsche Macung registered under Tong Xinqing's name, with Xiao Long as the driver. This car starts at over 500,000, and the top configuration is just over 800,000. A car in this price range is not at all eye-catching on the roads of the big city. In fact, it seemed a bit low-end when pulling out of the neighborhood with an average price of just over 200,000. However, the agent waiting at the entrance dared not be careless. As the car slowly stopped, the leading agent checked the license plate and instantly beamed with a smile. Respectfully standing by the car, Qi Ming got out of the car and greeted the other party. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Qi Ming took the business card handed over by the agent, which bore the very ordinary name Zhang Kai, with the title of property manager, mainly dealing with luxury home sales. This person is in his early 30s, stands at 1.8 meters tall, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, looking even more handsome than many young actors on television. He has a well-proportioned physique and is dressed in a blue suit with a white shirt, his tie meticulously knotted, displaying excellent taste in clothing. Chapter 443, Treasure. After receiving this hint from Ming, Tong Xinqing's eyes lit up, resembling a little mouse that had just stolen oil. And she gave Ming a sly smile, choosing not to speak further. She had long admired Ming's insight, since he referred to it as a treasure. It must be of considerable value. She even started to speculate on the worth of the treasure. Perhaps this time, she could even earn a house for free. Just thinking about it made the corners of her lips curve up a little more. Meanwhile, Zhang Kai, who had stepped out to make a phone call, rushed over in a hurry. Although he was more than 10 meters away, he still chose to jog, fearing that if he slowed down, even for a second, something might change. As he reached the two of them and stopped, he spoke with a troubled expression. "Mr. Qi, I contacted the client from the previous business. They are very firm on the price, and can only lower it by 5 million at most. To be honest, such a good house is really hard to come by. If it weren't for the previous owner not developing in the country due to business reasons, this property would never be for sale. Perhaps you should reconsider." Ming smiled, a clear expression of disdain in his smile. He was very familiar with bargaining. Moreover, while antiques can be difficult to buy and sell, houses are only difficult to sell. With his budget of over 200 million, there's south no place in the Magic City where he couldn't buy a house. Chapter 444, Golden Bee? Tong Xinqing picked up the cup, leaned in closely, and examined it carefully. Ming kindly handed her a magnifying glass. At first glance, the bee was a few millimeters in size, seemingly stuck together, with a small head and a large abdomen, barely recognizable as a bee. But once illuminated with a magnifying glass, the pattern became instantly clear. The bee's antennae, features, and even the wing patterns on its back were all vividly detailed. It was hard to imagine that such a tiny pattern could be so intricate. In fact, this item could be seen clearly even without a magnifying glass. Ming found a cup, turned on the faucet on one side, filled it with water, and then poured it into the coffee cup in Tong Xinqing's hand. "Ah, I can really see it," Tong Xinqing exclaimed in surprise. Through the water's surface, the small bee underneath was actually enlarged. Although the effect was not as good as the magnifying glass, the details were now clearly visible to the naked eye. It was no longer just fine. It was simply a masterpiece. The principle was simple. The surface of the bee and its surroundings were treated with a special curved, transparent glaze, which formed a crude, magnifying glass when water was poured in. After briefly explaining this, Ming handed her a picture he had found, saying, "Xinqing, take a look at this. This is the family crest of the Napoleon family from France. Do you see any similarities?" Chapter 445, Not bad, really not bad. Ming walked around the two pairs of door couples and couldn't help but nod repeatedly. Nowadays, many families have fat wallets and larger houses, especially villas or self-built houses. Some people place pairs of stone lions at their doorsteps to show off their financial power. However, in the eyes of those who understand, the two pairs of door couples in front of him are far more precious than stone lions. In this day and age, people often use door couple to refer to two families with similar economic and social status. But in ancient times, door couple and household match referred to two physical items. Ming was now seeing the door couple that ancient people spoke of, which is also known as hug drum stone, shaped like two stone drums. This item is quite common at the entrances of courtyard houses in the capital and in southern gardens, but very few are displayed grandly at home. Just because there are not many does not mean they are not valuable. On the contrary, these items are even more exquisite than stone lions. There are two shapes of door couples. One is the commonly seen round stone drum, and the other is a rectangular column shape. Throughout history, there have been strict regulations on the use of door couples. For example, the round shape is used by military officials, while the column shape is used by civil officials. In addition to shape, there are also decorative patterns, with specific engravings allowed for officials of different ranks. Chapter 446. The shape of the plum vase has been characterized since the Tang dynasty by a small mouth and round lip, a short and slender neck, broad shoulders, a long and gradually narrowing arc belly, and a slight flare near the bottom. This one in Ming's hands is no exception. However, from a professional perspective, this plum vase has a tall and elegant shape, with soft and undulating lines that reveal a graceful form. The shape is neat, and the clay quality is delicate. The inner rim of the vase is coated with a smooth, fine white glaze, while the body is adorned with a rich, ceremonial red glaze. The luster of the red glaze is bright, and the color is uniform, Its vividness is comparable to the oxblood red of the Xuande period. To date, Ming has seen many plum vases, but this one, in terms of size and glaze color, is considered a fine piece among all the plum vases he has encountered. What is even more unique is the piece of wrapping cloth on the shoulder of this vase. The word wrapping is a homophone for blessing, symbolizing happiness and good fortune. Ceramics with this kind of decoration are collectively known as wrapping vases or bag vases, and they began appearing during the Kangxi period, becoming most popular during the Qianlong and Jiaqing periods. However, the wrapping vases currently on the market or even in museum collections are mostly in famille rose or enamel colors, which typically feature various decorative patterns. The one in his hand, however, is wrapped in a piece of cloth on a monochrome glaze, which is indeed rare. Chapter 447. Zhou Yi's acceptance of Ming's appraisal results made both young people breathe a sigh of relief. This indicated that the person in front of them was not intentionally making things difficult. All they had to do was prove themselves. Lin Xian, seeing the atmosphere was harmonious, felt encouraged and decided to press on, directly saying, "Uncle Zhou, since your side is fine, could you come over and listen to mine?" Zhou Yi did not refuse and stood up. There was no way around it. The size of that plum vase was just right for the tea table beside him. But this painting could not fit on the table. Once everyone had gathered, Lin Xian, following Ming's example, directly stated the result. "This is a painting by Tang Bohu titled Visiting Friends with a Qilin, but this one is also fake." Zhou Yi pointed at the signature, interrupting, "You say it's fake. But your reasoning can't be that this signature reads Tang Baihu instead of Tang Yin, can it?" "Uncle Zhou," Lin Xian elongated his tone, a bit resentfully saying, "Are you underestimating me by using this to test me? Tang Baihu? That's quite common." Hearing Zhou Yi say this, Ming also became interested, as he had been busy looking at that wrapping vase and had not yet examined the painting. He had originally thought he would look at the painting after appraising the wrapping vase and then discuss it with Lin Xian. Chapter 448. No matter how hard Zhou Yi tried to think, he never expected Lin Xian to propose buying the painting at this moment. He curiously looked it over once more before incredulously pointing at the painting and confirming, "Buy the painting? Why do you want to buy it? As far as I know, Teacher Yang has plenty of authentic works by Tang Bohu." Zhou Yi was not opposed to selling the painting. His collection of antiques was mainly for profit. If someone else made such a request, he wouldn't necessarily question it. However, it was strange for Lin Xian to want to buy it. At this moment, Lin Xian was just an antique dealer, and as a businessman, he would only act if there was profit to be made. Now, when he openly stated he wanted to buy it, it meant there was no profit to be had. This unusual request raised a suspicion, prompting him to ask a couple more questions. "Uncle Zhou, let me speak frankly with you. You have no idea. My friend Ming and I just arrived in the Magic City a few days ago and have already been bullied." Lin Xian lowered his eyes, his tone dejected, looking as if he had suffered a great grievance. As he spoke, he exaggeratedly recounted how he helped someone with an appraisal, only to be threatened by the fat man, almost leading to a physical confrontation. Although Ming was a disciple of Yang Chaoming, he was meeting Zhou Yi for the first time and had no prior relationship. Lin Xian was afraid the old man would use this as an excuse to refuse, so he made himself one of the main characters in the story. Chapter 449. Ming and Lin Xian, along with the little mountain, were respectfully led to the door by the butler, who saw them off. By the side of the door, Xiao Long and Zhang Ao were leaning against the car, smoking and chatting. When they saw the group come out, they quickly tossed their cigarette butts and stepped on them. Zhang Ao, being very self-aware, walked to the driver's seat while Xiao Long helped open the door. "Brother Sean, you go first." Lin Xian made a gesture inviting him in. The expressionless little mountain nodded and climbed in, with Lin Xian taking a seat in the middle. Ming called out to the little purple who was chasing a fluttering moth around nearby. Since he had just met his elders, who were still unfamiliar to him, he and T brought the little purple along. Fortunately, the greenery here was quite nice, and the little one didn't get bored running around outside. Hearing Ming call, the little creature immediately ran back, its muddy paws clinging to Ming's pant leg. Ming sighed helplessly. He was dressed quite formally today in a suit for the meeting, yet the little purple had already snagged it. Ever since he had raised this little thing, he had no luck with nice clothes anymore. However, the little purple was unaware of Ming's thoughts, and, after climbing into his arms, began to nuzzle around like a carefree pup. Chapter 450. Today was not a weekend, and even at the Changhuang Temple Scenic Area, the foot traffic had decreased significantly. The business at Bouncy Hall was somewhat lukewarm, with only a few scattered customers lingering in the more than 200 square meter store. Despite the salespeople trying their best to persuade them, the customers showed no signs of interest. Two experienced salespeople quickly realized that these individuals either knew their stuff and looked down on the high-quality replicas on the shelves, or they were just there to browse without any intention to buy, simply killing time. Normally, they would have exchanged a few pleasantries and left them alone. But these days were different. The store had few customers, and the boss was in a bad mood after a big deal fell through. Acting as if he had his period, nitpicking at everyone and radiating low pressure. If they were caught slacking off at this time, they would likely be made an example of, and they didn't want to incur that bad luck. So, the service quality in the store had improved significantly, almost catching up with certain well-known brands. "Welcome, sir. Please come in." Just as the staff in the store were cautiously serving, the glass door was pushed open, and the little mountain, carrying a brocade box and smoking, walked in. As he entered, he glanced at the no smoking sign directly in front of him. Chapter 451. Just as the fat man was desperately looking for help, the little mountain strolled back to the previous parking lot at a relaxed pace. However, as he got closer, he instinctively stopped. When he had left for Bouncy Hall, it was clearly just Ming, Lin Xian, and the four of them. But now there was an extra person, and judging by the build, he was similar to the fat man. Years of wandering had cultivated a sense of vigilance in him, making him hesitate to approach immediately. Fortunately, Sun Hu's loud voice made him realize there was a difference in tone, and he knew he was overthinking it. At the same time, Lin Xian happened to see the little mountain at the corner and waved at him. "Brother Sean, how did it go?" As the man approached, Lin Xian asked expectantly. "Pretty smoothly. The deal is set for the day after tomorrow." "Hey, let that fat man gloat for another couple of days then. Let me introduce you. This is our brother Sun Hu. The three of us haven't seen each other for a while, and coincidentally, I just found out he is also in Modu and nearby, so I called him over to catch up. Brother Sean, your coming out of retirement is also for us. We have to thank you. How about dinner together?" Lin Xian briefly introduced Sun Hu's background and then extended the invitation, not discussing the help. He was also very curious about the little mountain's skills and sleeve tricks, so he intended to befriend him. Chapter 452. Ming glanced over. The store owner was still busy haggling with Sun Hu and Lin Xian, both sides fiercely competing for every inch, with no intention of backing down. He had no choice but to wave at a few steps away, calling over a staff member who was lazily mopping the floor. The staff member, seeing him, leaned the mop against the wall and jogged over. As he approached, Ming pointed at a silver medallion. "Can I see that medallion?" "Sure, just a moment." The staff member quickly slipped behind the counter and soon handed the medallion over. As Ming took it, he casually asked, "Do you know how much your boss is asking for this?" The young staff member scratched his head, trying to recall, and after a moment replied, "I think it was around 20,000. Handsome, you can see for yourself. We have a lot of items in the store. I really can't remember. Should I call the boss for you?" "No need. He is busy. I'll take a look first, and if I like it, I'll find it myself." "All right. Take your time. If you need anything else, just call for me." The staff member, also someone who disliked trouble, readily agreed and returned to the wall, resuming his half-hearted mopping while scrolling on his phone. Chapter 453. What a load of crap. Lin Xian spat to the side, his tone disdainful. To put it nicely, it's called sharing joy with the people. To put it bluntly, it's just satisfying his vanity, seeking glory at the expense of the people. Xiao Linzi, you can't say it like that. At least the old men who attended the banquet got their money, right? As long as it's real benefits that end up in people's pockets, what does the original intention matter? Their essay saying, what is it about? To discuss actions, not intentions. Sun Hu, rarely speaking logically, unfortunately stumbled at the last moment. Discuss actions, not intentions. There are few perfect people in the world. Brother Hu, now that you're in the bureaucracy, you're different. You're starting to nitpick on words now. Ming reminded him, unable to resist teasing. Sun Hu clapped his hands. Right, that's the point. As long as the common people benefit. Who cares if the emperor is just showing off? Lin Xian rolled his eyes at him, rebutting directly. But those old men have to be alive to spend that money. In fact, a large number of elderly people had no chance to collect their money. After the banquet for the 1,000 elders, not long after, many elderly people passed away. Some even died on the way back home. This caused quite a stir at the time. After all, the emperor hosted a banquet, and ended up causing deaths, which would not reflect well on him. The retired Emperor Qianlong took this very seriously and immediately sent people to investigate. Chapter 454. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was the day agreed upon with the little mountain. Ming and Lin Xian got up early, so when they arrived at the parking lot, they were half an hour early. However, they were not the first to arrive. Lin Xian looked at Sun Hu in surprise and asked, "What are you doing here? It's not the weekend. Aren't you supposed to be at work?" Sun Hu walked over with a cheerful demeanor, hooking his arm around Lin Xian's shoulder. "Such a fun thing. If I don't come to take a look, wouldn't that be a loss? As for work, even if I don't go, who would dare to mark me absent? There's really nothing to see. The main characters this time aren't us. After we deliver the things, all that's left is to wait for news without needing to show our faces. There's really nothing exciting for you to see. Hey, since I'm already here, let's do it together." Lin Xian intended to persuade Sun Hu to go back, but this chubby guy was being all clingy and just wouldn't leave. In the end, not only did he fail to convince him, but Sun Hu's carefree attitude also made Lin Xian so angry he felt like his liver was trembling. He could only mutter that the fat guy had accepted his fate and stopped trying to chase him away. He understood Sun Hu's temperament. He couldn't be driven away, so he could only remind him not to cause any trouble. Sun Hu was all yes, 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 agreeing, but his eyes were still mischievous and gleaming. Chapter 455. What did you say? Smash the store. Gene Fatty thought he had misheard and instinctively asked again. It's no wonder he didn't believe it. This was the Magic City, and it was broad daylight. Who would dare to be so arrogant? Yes. The sales clerk finally calmed down and gestured with 2 fingers. 2 people came in with water pipes, acting like they were crazy, smashing everything they saw. While smashing, they shouted, "What are you saying? If you have something to say, just say it." They accused our store of selling fake goods and cheating him out of money, saying he wanted to go down with us. Gene Fatty understood now. They were here to settle old scores. In the antique circle, settling scores usually meant returning goods and getting a refund. But today it seemed they had encountered a lunatic who didn't follow the rules. He put down the brocade box and quickly walked toward the office door while asking, "Where's the security in the store? Why aren't they stopping them? I'm paying them to watch the show. And you guys, so many of you, can't stop 2 people?" The sales clerk hung his head, following behind Gene Fatty, stammering an explanation for himself and his colleagues. Those 2 were too fierce. The security didn't dare to intervene. While saying this, he was mentally cursing, thinking that this fat guy only paid a little and expected everyone to risk their lives for him. What a joke. Chapter 456. Ming originally wanted Gene Fatty to suffer a setback, mainly to retaliate against the humiliation he had inflicted on Tong Xinqing that day. He didn't expect his teammates to give him such face, exceeding expectations. Of course, he was happy, but he was just an ordinary person without much experience in this regard. After making such a big commotion, he felt a sense of fear after the excitement, and he was genuinely anxious for a few days. Fortunately, a few days passed, and no one came looking for him, so he finally relaxed. Afterward, he took the initiative to contact Boss Tang again, indirectly inquiring about Gene Fatty's recent situation, mainly asking about the progress of the investigation. Boss Tang knew about the conflict between him and Gene Fatty, so he naturally thought he was trying to kick someone when they were down and wanted to see him make a fool of himself. So he added embellishments to what he knew. The painting worth over 10 million was missing, which was a big case, and the police had put in a lot of effort. They sealed the scene that day, controlling everyone in the store, questioning them one by one. It was said that they even copied the surveillance footage from the nearby streets, but naturally, there were no results. Instead, a few employees with poor psychological quality couldn't handle the fear and revealed everything about Gene Fatty's forgery and fraud. Such matters usually go unnoticed unless the public reports them, and they fall under the jurisdiction of the Industrial and Commercial Administration. The police didn't pursue Gene Fatty for this. Chapter 457. Taxi drivers are quite talkative. Ming and Lin Xian thought it was just ordinary chit-chat, but unexpectedly, this driver spoke with such authority, analyzing things with logic and reason, that they couldn't find any faults. Ming couldn't help but tease, "Driver, how can you see this? Did you graduate from a police academy? Driving a taxi seems to be a bit of a waste of your talent." The driver, who looked to be in his early 30s, displayed some emotions on his face. When he saw Ming acknowledging his judgment, his lips curled up, feeling quite proud. This is easy to guess. Anyone familiar with the Shuguang Road Antique Market knows that there are indeed many stalls there, but the quality varies. If you want to find good stuff, You have to wait for the ghost market to open on Mondays and Tuesdays. Today is only Thursday. There's still a few days left. Besides, those who know the trade wouldn't go to Shuang Road. They all go to Xinping Town or Lijiaton. Especially Xinping Town. That's where Jingda Jun started. Historical records say that the pottery industry in Xinping began in the Han Dynasty. Compared to Xinping, all the kills in Jingda Jun are just little brothers. Chapter 458. After getting out of the taxi, they checked into the hotel, went upstairs, and even when they entered the elevator, Lin Xian's lips were still twitching. Qiming patted him on the shoulder and laughed. Why are you getting upset with him? People like that just swing wildly, treating everyone like fools, not just you. I estimate that anyone who gets in his car, he thinks there's a glimmer of hope. He uses this line every time. Lin Xian replied indignantly, yes, I know what you're saying, but I just don't understand. Are we really that naive? Not we, but you. Why me? Qiming smiled and pointed at himself and Lin Xian. He was wearing a plain baseball jacket and jeans today because of Xiao Zi, while the little guy was still napping in the pocket of the baseball jacket. But Lin Xian was different. He wore an Armani coat, an LV classic travel bag, and a Vacheron Constantine mechanical watch. These large logos screamed wealth. And being young and playing with antiques gave many people the first impression that he was easy to fool. If they encountered him, they would definitely think to con him, or it would be a waste of this fateful meeting. Chapter 459. The shape was undeniable. Because the specific data for that yuan blue and white porcelain could be checked on the official website, along with the official high-definition images, this vase was a one-to-one replica. With today's technology, achieving this isn't difficult. The challenge lies in the painting technique and the ratio of the blue and white material. The painting technique is subjective and varies from person to person, but the blue and white material is the most objective thing. The Suma Li Qing has already been exhausted. A good imitation is good, and a bad one is bad. This piece, in terms of the color and visual presentation of the blue and white, is really very close. The genuine yuan blue and white porcelain vase depicting Xiao He chasing Han Xian under the moon as a national treasure is rarely exhibited to the public. Qiming had seen it once, but that time it was also a replica released by the museum. The piece in front of him was not inferior to the museum's replica in terms of craftsmanship and in terms of blue and white color. Qiming's first impression was even better than the one in the museum. Of course, when he saw the one in the museum, it was behind a layer of glass, and he didn't get to touch it, so there might be some error in this judgment. This time, Qiming was looking at something that was clearly identified as a replica, and he began to assess its quality. Using the quality assessment technique, the age was only about 1 centimeter, indicating that it was produced within the last 5 years, definitely a modern product. Yet, this modern piece exuded an air of nobility that surpassed many ancient porcelain items. Chapter 460. This white porcelain lion is about 20 centimeters tall, and the square lotus pedestal below is about 8 centimeters long, just right to fit in the palm of one's hand. The lion is in a crouching position, with its 2 front paws supporting itself on the table, the hind legs naturally bent and resting on the ground. The ceramic artist at that time focused on depicting the front paws, with the 4 toes spread apart, sharp claws protruding, sharp and fierce. The lion's head is round, with its ears raised back, a wide nose and deep-set eyes, and a large mouth closed. Generally, lions are depicted with their mouths open and tongues out. Such a closed-mouth depiction is extremely rare, which can lead to some misunderstanding. The most vivid part of the entire head is the eyes. The eye sockets are deeply carved, with lively upper and lower eyelids, and the brown material at the position of the pupils can be described as the finishing touch, making the whole piece of porcelain come to life with increased spirit. This technique of adding black-brown decoration on white glaze was specifically mentioned by Qiming when he learned from Master Tang. It is characteristic of the period from the Sui dynasty to the early Tang dynasty, not only in animal images, but also in human figures. After the early Tang dynasty, Tang Sankai replaced this combination of white and brown glaze with richer colors. The age observed by Qiming using the technique of forgetting the breath can also confirm the era. The reason this lion looks like a dog is not due to the ancient craftsman's lack of skill. Chapter 461. This young man is quite suave. He looks extraordinary. What did he buy from you? The stall owner who sold the porcelain lion approached the long-faced man out of curiosity after seeing Qiming leave. That one. The long-faced man didn't hide it, pointing at the large yuan blue and white vase. This big guy was really sold? Did you sell it for 200? 000? The stall owner looked shocked. Their stalls were close together, and the vase had been displayed for about half a month. Many people had looked at it and asked about the price, but the price of 200,000 scared off quite a few. Not only that, he added another 20,000 voluntarily. He must be wealthy. The long-faced man rubbed his forehead and replied, "This young man is no ordinary person. At least his taste is quite sharp. By the way, the item in his hand is from your stall, right? What did you sell him? Just that porcelain dog next to you? Huh, for 2,000. Exactly 2,000. The stall owner held up 2 fingers and made a peace sign, grinning at the long-faced man. The long-faced man's eyebrows raised slightly, as if he remembered something, then said, "You might have been picked up at a bargain this time? What? First of all, that's not a dog. That's a lion." Chapter 462. Sir, please keep this safe. May I ask if you intend to sell this bracelet? I can offer 100,000. Yamaguchi Tetsuya studied the Tang octagonal bracelet for nearly 5 minutes before returning it to Qiming while expressing his intention to purchase. Qiming felt completely indifferent to this offer. Not to mention, he knew the bracelet was worth more than 100,000. Even if he didn't know, he felt quite uncomfortable selling such ancient artifacts to the little devils. So after taking the bracelet, he directly put it on his wrist and decisively shook his head. He remained indifferent. But the boss who had just sold the bracelet to Qiming became a little uneasy upon hearing that price, his eyes widening, and his speech becoming a bit disjointed. What? 100,000. The boss looked at Yamaguchi Tetsuya, then at Qiming, especially staring at his wrist, his jaw trembling with frustration. Yamaguchi Tetsuya didn't expect Qiming to refuse so straightforwardly. The Japanese have always had an inexplicable admiration for the Tang dynasty, so he couldn't help but speak again. Sir, I can offer 100,000 just to buy 3 of the beads. The rest can still be yours. How about that? With the conversation reaching this point, Qiming realized the other party recognized which few beads were from the Tang dynasty. Chapter 463. Brother Qiming, I didn't lose out on this pot, did I? After Xiao Long finished paying, he grabbed the handle of the pot and followed Qiming for a distance before seemingly recalling whether it was a loss or a gain, asking, "Lose out? Definitely not. You're a lucky fool. Haha, that's good. I'll take it back to my hometown next time and give it to my dad. He broke his back then, and now I'm giving him one. Silver is definitely worth more than copper. Moreover, this pot has a handle and a lid, making it convenient for him to take when herding sheep instead of carrying a Coke bottle to hold water. Your family is quite extravagant, using a pot worth several tens of thousands to drink water. TSK, that's pretty lavish." Upon hearing that he was going to use the pot to drink water, Qiming couldn't help but pat his shoulder and tease him. Several tens of thousands? Xiao Long stopped in his tracks, a bit in disbelief. A horse-riding cup silver pot from the Mid-Qing dynasty has a base price of 50,000, and if you encounter someone who likes it, it's not impossible to get several tens of thousands more. Qiming said, pointing at the silver pot he was holding, "See that? The shape of your pot. Doesn't it look like a water pouch? Isn't the bottom of the pot like a stirrup?" Xiao Long grabbed the handle with one hand and held the bottom of the pot with the other, leaning in to take a closer look. He had seen stirrups in the mountains of Shaanxi, and he had also seen water pouches as a child. Almost every household had one. Chapter 464. Hearing her speak so confidently, Qiming asked again, "Sister Zhang, you mentioned the song. Since this is your item, let me ask, do you think it can date back to the southern song or the northern song?" Sister Zhang furrowed her finely arched brows, her lips slightly pursed, thought for a moment, but then shook her head. "I can't say for sure whether it's from the southern song or the northern song, but judging by the patina, it definitely dates back to the song. Also, it has no decorative patterns on the surface, so it might be from the southern song period. It's natural for sellers to present their items in a favorable light, but Sister Zhang spoke quite rigorously. She said the bowl could date back to the song, but didn't he firmly claim it was from the northern song, instead leaning towards the southern song. Just this point made Qiming regard her with a bit more respect. The 5 famous kills of the Song dynasty are also divided into the southern song and northern song. The items from the 5 kills of the northern song have a higher market value and artistic value than those from the southern song. The reason is simple. The 5 famous kills were mostly located in Hunan and Hebei. During Emperor Huizong's reign, the Jin army marched south, capturing the northern Song capital Kaifeng and taking the 2 emperors Hui and Qin captive. At that time, most of the northern territory fell into the hands of the Jin dynasty. The The 5 kills were also basically controlled by the Qin. The aesthetics of the Qin people naturally cannot be compared to that of Emperor Huizong, the artistic emperor of the Song, so even when the Qin dynasty later resumed production, the quality of the finished products was not comparable. Chapter 465, confirmed to be something from Zhu Yongtai, with the words Imperial Reward above. This jade plaque might have been personally handled by Qianlong back in the day. Now that it has come across, it definitely cannot be missed. After some discussion, Lin Xian was quite fond of it and wanted to buy it for his collection. Originally, this was the stall he found, and Ming was called in to help with the appraisal, so he naturally couldn't compete with him. However, since this item was kept close to Sister Zhang, she was clearly aware of its value. After some haggling, Lin Xian finally acquired the plaque for 900,000. This price is considered relatively low in Qianlong works. After all, Zhu Yongtai was best known for large jade carvings. A jade plaque isn't particularly famous, and if it were replaced with a Qianlong work Jiting plaque, the price could easily double. After concluding the transaction, the two did not part ways, but walked shoulder to shoulder in the antique market. Ming watched as this young man walked while admiring the hanging string, looking so enamored, and he couldn't help but feel playful, jokingly said, "Hey, we've walked so far, and since they can't see us anyway, while the scent is still there, you might as well lean in and take a whiff. I definitely won't laugh at you." Chapter 466. This woman is in her 30s, not very tall, and has a plump figure. She has small eyes and a flat nose, but her apple cheeks are quite prominent. Just looking at her face, she doesn't seem like someone easy to talk to. "Wife, dear wife." When the middle-aged man saw this woman, he shuddered, almost losing his grip on the precious brocade box he was holding. The joy of just having found a treasure on his face turned into panic, and he started to stutter. A couple's quarrel is much more entertaining than any bargain hunting. Many who were just about to leave stopped in their tracks, excitedly watching the commotion. The woman seemed completely unconcerned about the crowd's attention. She strode forward, duong, 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 charging straight at the middle-aged man. This man, who had just been so generous, offering 400,000 without hesitation, now seemed to shrink back, trembling and standing still as the woman approached. The woman was not at all polite, showing no intention of sparing the man's pride. She walked over, grabbed the man's ear with one hand, and snatched the box from his hand with the other, raising her voice to scold him. "Did I earn my money from the wind? Why are you bringing these broken bowls and plates home? What happened to your guarantee? We agreed not to buy, but you still bought and bought." Chapter 467. When the woman saw someone stepping forward to ask for the price, she felt secretly pleased, but maintained a fierce demeanor on the surface. With a grand wave of her hand, she boldly declared, "Sell. As long as you offer 350,000, I'll sell." The man in the suit looked at the elderly man holding the repackaged plate and then at the woman's expression, feeling that it didn't seem like a scam. However, spending such a large amount still made him hesitate a bit. Just as he hesitated, another person jumped in. "Young lady, 350,000 is still too high. How about 340,000? I only have 340,000 in my card. If you can agree to this price, we can close the deal right now without any delays." Suddenly, someone barged in trying to cut in, causing a change in expression among the few, including the man in the suit. The man in the suit was closest and reacted the fastest. He stepped forward and approached the woman. "I'll offer 350,000. Let us close the deal now." The person who offered 340,000 looked furious, glaring at the man in the suit. However, as he had mentioned, he probably only had 340,000 on hand, and after someone offered a higher price, he could only exit in frustration. Fine, direct transfer, or do you want cash?" The woman scanned the others who also showed interest in the plate, and, seeing that no one else was willing to raise their bid, she didn't drag it out and directly asked about the payment method. Chapter 468. "Boss, I brought you the item. Can we trade now?" The long-faced man stepped forward, lifting the large box in his hand as he asked. Ming nodded lightly and replied, "Sure, it's not convenient here. Let us go to a room." After saying that, he led the way to the elevator. Lin Xian followed closely, glancing at the long-faced man and the large box, and quickly caught up to Ming. Once beside him, he quietly asked what was going on and what was in the box. Ming only mentioned spending over 200,000 on a fake, teasing the young man's curiosity without elaborating further, knowing he would find out once they reached the room. The long-faced man hesitated for a moment. watching the two figures ahead before following them. They soon entered the room. It was a two-bedroom, one living room executive suite, and the group took a seat in the living room. Before sitting down, the long-faced man opened the box, revealing the yuan blue and white vase depicting Xiao, he pursuing Han X under the moon, which Ming had ordered from his stall. The vase was surrounded by foam and crumpled newspapers for shock absorption, well preserved. You can check again. It's the same item as before. I haven't tampered with it. Chapter 469. In the emergency exit, several cigarette butts were carelessly scattered on the floor. The long-faced man picked up his phone, dialed a number, and pressed it to his ear. His muffled voice echoed in the empty hallway. Old uncle, I just delivered the item. They gave 100,000. The rest they said they'd pay when they see you tomorrow. I saw they were firm, so I didn't linger on that. After a brief silence on the other end of the phone, a weary, aged voice soon responded with a soft Yes, 100,000 is fine. Just make sure to cover the treatment fees owed. The hospital is pressing hard. Xiaohu, you've worked hard. It's all thanks to you that this item sold so quickly. Hey, old uncle, why are you being so polite with me? Besides, this time it wasn't hard at all. It just happened to coincide. However, I heard those two young men want to cooperate with you long term, just like that little Japanese guy. It seems they have big plans. And they're also Huaxia people, wealthy and powerful, so dealing with them might be more troublesome later. For now, I can't worry about that. Let's assume that my skills are my own. No matter how twisted their intentions are, I can just refuse. The long-faced man listened to this somewhat childish talk, shaking his head with a bitter smile. If life could be so carefree, that would be great. However, he didn't continue on this topic, but shifted the conversation. Chapter 470. Boss, your tea smells great. Just smelling it is better than ours. Are you keeping a secret? Such good tea, and you're not selling it? Lin Xian casually walked to the old man's table, pulled out a bench, and sat down. Young man, your nose is quite sharp. The old man smiled, reached for a teacup, poured some tea, and brought it to Lin Xian, gesturing for him to help himself. Then, he poured some tea into the remaining 2 empty cups, placing one in an empty spot beside him, and turned to Ming, inviting, you two, join me and try some of this. Ming was also quite interested in the tea set, and didn't miss the opportunity to sit down after thanking the old man. Holding Xiao Zi and Xiao Long together, the old man watched as the 3 took a sip before he also took a small sip, and explained, this tea is our local Fuyang tea. The picking time was around Qingming. It's just from different origins. The one I have is from a few old tea farmers in mountains. They have 100-year-old tea trees, so the quality is naturally good, but their annual yield is only a few dozen pounds. Divided among me, it's only a few pounds, enough for personal use, but not enough if I want to sell. Chapter 471. The young man charged forward like he was sprinting, using a speed akin to a 100-meter dash. Shortly after he dashed out, several people ran out from the stairway, shouting obscenities as they chased after him. Little punk, you better stop. Run. Have the guts not to let me catch you. The noise from behind was quite loud, causing Ming and Lin Xian to instinctively turn to look back. As they paused, they collided directly with the rushing young man. The parking lot was designed as a circular one-way road, with the passage being only 1.5 parking spaces wide. Ming and Lin Xian were walking side by side, taking up quite a bit of space. The young man, charging forward, saw people ahead and intended to dodge, but in his panic he misjudged the distance. With his momentum, he would crash directly into Lin Xian on the outside, but there would definitely be some friction. The little dragon that fell behind saw this, and, as he approached, reached out and grabbed his shoulder, stopping his momentum. He only released him after Lin Xian sidestepped a few steps to avoid him. The young man was about to struggle and reprimand, but when he felt his shoulder loosen, he didn't bother to complain and immediately fled forward again. The little dragon's movements were quick, a grab and a release, and it only took a few seconds, but running is also about initial momentum, then decline, and finally exhaustion. Chapter 472. The victim has run away, but the matter of reporting to the police cannot just be dismissed. After a brief moment of astonishment, Ming called Sun Hu and briefly explained the current situation. Sun Hu immediately took charge of the matter without hesitation. Since Lin Xian still held the treasure, Ming let him return to the room first, while he and the little dragon stayed in place, waiting for the police to arrive, while also keeping an eye on the few people on the ground. Sun Hu's efficiency was quick. In less than 10 minutes, the sound of police sirens echoed, and soon 3 police cars, flashing red and blue lights, entered the parking lot. The police cars slowly stopped about 10 meters away from them. After the doors opened, 7 or 8 police officers rushed out like a swarm. They must have received orders in advance. As they bypassed Ming and the little dragon and headed straight for the 4 people on the ground. Their attitude toward these individuals was direct, treating them as serious criminals, completely ignoring their pitiful pleas, grabbing them by the back of their collars and lifting them up, swiftly handcuffing each one with silver bracelets. Only when the 4 were pushed toward the police car did a young man with a square face, sporting 2 stripes and a silver flower on his shoulder, approach with a smile. Chapter 473. Lin Xian was quite wary of such places. This feeling was similar to how many people feel about horror movies. Fear coexists with curiosity, and sometimes curiosity even surpasses fear, making them want to look even more. So, he acted like a mouse, holding on to Xiao Zi and stealing glances around. When he noticed that Ming was not afraid at all and was striding closer to the wall, full of memorial tablets, he could no longer contain his curiosity and moved closer. He nudged Ming with a shoulder and asked cautiously, "What are you looking at? So serious." Ming pointed at the 2 tablets at the very top and said, "That one, my goodness, if this is true, then this family's background is quite impressive. Yin Yao? Yin Xiao? That's outrageous." Lin Xian was also taken aback upon seeing the names on the tablets. But he instinctively thought that this family was just trying to embellish their reputation. It was highly likely that they were trying to claim a relationship. Claiming relationships is quite a unique feature in Huaxia, with a long history. Many people in ancient times, even after achieving fame and becoming emperors or empresses, still enjoyed this practice. Take the 3 kingdoms period of Wei, Shu, and Wu, for instance. Liu Bei, a mere straw sandal seller, boldly claimed to be a descendant of the Han Dynasty's Emperor Jing's son, the Prince of Zhongshan. The reason is simple. According to historical records, this Prince of Zhongshan not only had many wives and concubines, but also lived a long life, fathering over 100 sons. It was impossible to trace who his true descendants were. Chapter 474. The Long Gang, as the name suggests, is a large jar adorned with dragon patterns. As long as it is a long gang, it is imperial. This item has 2 main purposes. One is to be placed in the royal palace for water storage and fire prevention, and the other, more important function, is as a funerary object, serving as a burial item exclusive to the emperor. When used as a funerary object, it does not hold water, but rather lamp oil, used to light eternal lamps. This type of vessel has existed for a long time, but it is notoriously difficult to fire. How difficult? For example, during the Ming Dynasty, Emperor Wanli wanted a long gang, so he specifically sent his personal eunuch, Pan Xiang, to Jingdezhen to supervise its creation, mobilizing national resources. After a long time, they still couldn't get it right. To please Emperor Wanli and complete the task sooner, Pan Xiang relentlessly whipped and tortured the Qilin workers, making them work day and night. To resist the court's oppression, a Qilin worker named Tong Bin jumped directly into the blazing kiln, using his own flesh and blood as fuel. It was only then that they successfully fired a high-quality long gang. Tong Bin also became the revered god of wind and fire and god of the kiln among the Jingdezhen porcelain workers, leaving his name for future generations. Later, after Wanli died, it was originally intended for the long gang to be buried with him, but his successor, the Ming Guangzong Zhu Chongluo, deemed the long gang too precious and instead sent a subpar relic from the previous dynasty to be placed in Wanli's tomb. Chapter 475. Grandpa. At the door, Lian Hao shrank his neck. He had come back to tidy up a few things and never expected that Lian Xiaoyu, who should have been at the hospital taking care of his grandmother, was actually at home. Not only was Lian Xiaoyu home, but it seemed he was also receiving guests. When he saw the appearance of the guest, his pupils dilated, and he instinctively took a step back, almost wanting to turn around and run away. "Where have you been messing around these days?" Lian Xiaoyu shouted, seeing Lian Hao cowering there without answering his question. The accumulated pressure and anger surged instantly, and he raised his voice again, scolding, "I'm asking you a question. What are you standing there for? Qilin, do I need to invite you?" "And no, I wasn't doing anything." Lian Hao had always been afraid of his grandfather. When the old man shouted, his legs would go weak, and he didn't dare to run away. He obediently kept his head down and walked in. "Uncle, there are still outsiders here. The child has grown up. If you're going to scold him, pick a better time. Besides, he is back now, and he is fine. That's what matters." Hu Cheng reached out and patted Lian Xiaoyu's shoulder, pushing him back into his seat. then stood up and walked over to pull Lien how to sit beside him, patting his shoulder and asking, "Xiao Hao, where have you been these past few days?" "We were really worried." Chapter 476, Grandpa, I'm sorry. Lien Hao had his hands cuffed, keeping his head down, not daring to look at Lien Xiaoyu. Lien Xiaoyu looked sorrowful, his back seeming to hunch even more, and he asked in a mournful voice, "They say you're involved in a fraud case. What is going on? Did you do it?" "No, Grandpa, I didn't commit fraud," Lien Hao panically explained. But one of the police officers holding him laughed derisively. "I've seen plenty of people like you. Those caught all claim to be innocent. But whether or not you're innocent isn't up to you. Everything must be based on evidence." "Excuse me, sir. Please step aside. Let's not waste time." If he really didn't participate, he could be in and out quickly, maybe even catch dinner. But if he did participate, he'll definitely be staying in there for a while. It's more practical for you to pack 2 sets of clean clothes now. The police officer's words were not wrong, but the tone and attitude made it seem to those around that they had already determined Lien Hao's guilt. Ming thought to himself that the Lien family really seemed to be having a streak of bad luck, but based on Lien Hao's behavior yesterday, he didn't seem like someone who would participate in fraud. Just then, he noticed a police officer who looked somewhat familiar. It seemed he was one of those who responded to the report last night. With a mind to take a chance, Ming looked at the officer and asked, "Excuse me, may I ask if your superior is Director Zhenghui?" Chapter 477. To demonstrate sincerity, Lin Xian, in front of Hu Cheng and Lien Xiaoyu, called the director at the Beijing Concord Hospital. After some polite small talk, the other party quickly agreed to arrange an additional bed for him, and even scheduled an appointment with a specialist in advance. In fact, if Lien Xiaoyu was willing, he could be admitted the next day. Considering that Lien Hao has just entered the police station and hasn't come out yet, and with his wife's condition fluctuating, it would be unsafe to rush over in a panic. After consulting with the current attending physician, it was decided that the hospitalization would be scheduled for next Monday. Helping others to the end, sending the Buddha to the West, this family is old and ill, making travel inconvenient. Ming simply offered up his private plane. They would only need to go through security and board directly for takeoff. The sincerity he showed was truly substantial, and Lien Xiaoyu expressed her gratitude profusely. The older generation often says that things happen in clusters. If these matters hadn't come together, it wouldn't have been so simple for Lien Xiaoyu to agree. It would certainly have taken some effort. But now, with Ming and Lin Xian working together to help the Lien family solve 2 major issues and giving them enough face, it was a significant favor to the Lien family. Although the old master didn't say anything, he secretly resolved that since he couldn't repay them with anything tangible, he could only ensure that the things entrusted to him by Ming and the others were done beautifully as a form of gratitude. Chapter 478. The big Jeep was driving on the road back to the city. With only 2 lanes and approaching the noon rush hour, there were many loaded trucks, so the speed was not fast. However, the few people in the car were in high spirits due to the happy occasion, so moving slowly didn't feel tedious. In the back seat, Ming, sitting by the window on the left, watched the scenery retreating outside while gently stroking Xiaozi. The little one squinted against the sunlight streaming in through the window, making a comfortable gurgling sound. When it was happy, it even rolled over, lying on its back to expose a patch of white belly. Ming caught sight of this and immediately reached out to gently massage its little belly. This little one was truly his lucky charm, bringing a sort of fortune that had already been validated on the gambling boat. This time in Jingdezhen, just 2 days in, they had exceeded their goals ahead of time, and it was certainly due in part to Xiaozi's contributions. Therefore, finding bargains and such were secondary. At any time, making sure the little ancestor was comfortable was the most important thing. Lin Xian and Hu Cheng were deeply engaged in conversation. One was a street performer, and the other was a young master of a well-known antique shop, so they had a lot of common topics to discuss. Chapter 479. 2 million? Lin Xian looked at the 2 fingers extended by Hu Cheng and confirmed. After Hu Cheng nodded, he rubbed his brow and recalled past auction records of similar items before speaking. This price is quite accurate. Did that old lady have some expert behind her? The Yaozhou Qilin mainly produced celadone, located in what is now Shanxi province, and its history didn't stop from the Tang dynasty to the Republic of China, only ceasing in the late Republic of China period. However, the peak period of this kiln was during the Northern Song dynasty, and the highest prices on the market are from that time. Although it has always been a folk kiln and rarely produced for the government, There were still many Yaozhou Qilin masterpieces from the Northern Song dynasty that could fetch over 1 million. Hu Cheng shook his head. I think no one guided her. If you had seen her, you would probably share my opinion. That old lady is quite a foul temper, not just a little. How can I describe it? It's as if she feels everyone owes her something. So, she has poor relationships with everyone, and even her children rarely visit. It's a bit of a case of being disliked by everyone. This item is said to be a family heirloom from her husband's side, who passed away early. So it ended up in her hands. She has 3 children, and when her husband was nearing the end, the eldest was still in high school, and the youngest had just started kindergarten. Chapter 480, Water flows downhill, and ordinary water kettles are filled from the top lid. But the reverse flow kettle is quite miraculous. It has no lid, and to fill it with water, you must turn it upside down and fill it from the bottom, completely defying physical common sense. Once filled, there is no need to seal the small hole at the bottom. When the kettle is upright, it won't leak water but can only pour from the lion's mouth. It sounds amazing, but the principle is simple and can be achieved with just a water pipe. However, this novel idea and unique design from nearly 1,500 years ago were not simple. This reverse flow kettle can be said to embody both practicality and artistry in the history of Chinese ceramics, showcasing the ingenuity of the ancients. Similar to this, but with a more complex design, is the Mandarin duck heart kettle, which can hold 2 types of liquids in one kettle, and by pressing a mechanism on the handle, different beverages can be poured. Because this kind of kettle is often depicted in films and novels as a murder weapon. It is also called Mandarin duck poison kettle or yin yang kettle. The Mandarin duck heart kettle is recorded in historical texts, but no surviving examples exist. However, the reverse flow kettle in Ming's hands not only has records, but also has been passed down from the 5 dynasties to the Republic of China. Chapter 481. After exiting the cramped hallway, Lin Xian let out a long breath, feeling a bit of relief from the tightness in his chest. But he couldn't help but complain. This is my first time spending so much money and feeling so depressed. Honestly, I really feel sorry for her grandchildren. Why? Hu Cheng played the role of the foil. Because they definitely don't know what their kind grandmother is really like. Alright, her attitude is just how she treats us outsiders. She must be very affectionate towards her grandchildren. Didn't you notice how her eyebrows lifted when she mentioned buying milk powder for them? Besides, as a woman, if she wasn't tough, how could she raise 3 kids? Ming offered some consolation. Hu Cheng nodded. That is true. Old Lady Liang does have a bad temper, but she hasn't shortchanged me on the money owed. The usually quiet Xiao Long chimed in this time to defend Old Lady Liang. I think Gu is right. Ming and Hu Cheng brushed it off, but Xiao Long, who usually kept to himself, rarely spoke, and this time he sided with the old lady, surprising Lin Xian. Xiao Long felt a bit embarrassed under the gaze, but explained, I just think this old lady is a bit like a neighbor from my hometown. She also lost her husband in middle age, having to raise children while taking care of the elderly. Chapter 482. Hu Cheng was a bit taken aback when Lin Xian said he wanted to give him this item. However, even though he still refused, out of curiosity for the lacquerware, he reached out to take it. If this is a mid-Qing lacquerware, I definitely can't accept it. Such a rare opportunity. I'll take a look first. If I encounter it again next time, I won't miss out. Suit yourself. Anyway, the offer stands. You have to choose one between the money and the item. Lin Xian leaned forward as he spoke, handing the base over to Hu Cheng. Hu Cheng carefully accepted it, cradling it in his palm. So this is lacquerware? I've been running around Jingdezhen and have seen a lot of porcelain, but this is my first time seeing lacquerware. This kind is more common in the capital, and the craftsmanship is the best. Because the Yongle Emperor liked this. He built 2 workshops on the outskirts of the capital after he ascended, specifically for making lacquerware. These 2 workshops continued operating until the Qing dynasty. However, that place mostly produced carved red lacquer, and there was relatively less carved black lacquer. Lin Xian educated Hu Cheng a bit. The texture felt indeed different. Smooth like Hetian jade, warm, but didn't feel as cold as stone. Oh, it looked a bit dirty here. Hu Cheng sat in the passenger seat, where the light was brighter. Facing the sunlight, he noticed that the surface of the instrument platform seemed to be smeared with some light gray substance, like dust. He instinctively wiped it with his sleeve. Chapter 483. In fact, it was just a matter of a short while. Ming and the other's big jeep had just arrived in the city when Lin Xian's lawyer, who he had contacted, rushed from Beijing to Jingdezhen. Lin Xian provided the details regarding Lian Hao and the contact information for the 3rd-level police officer Zheng Hui to the lawyer, surnamed Li, who had traveled a long distance. Originally, they intended to return to the hotel to rest, and Hu Qing also planned to get off midway. However, with the lawyer's arrival, they discussed and decided to head directly to the police station. They did not enter the police station, but found a tea house nearby to wait for news. They didn't wait long. After one refill of tea, about an hour later, the lawyer from Beijing, Mr. Li, brought Lin Hao out of the police station. Since it wasn't far, Lin Xian simply sent a location to Lawyer Li to bring Lin Hao over. In less than 10 minutes, Lawyer Li appeared in the tea house's private room with Lin Hao. He had been taken away in the morning and was out in the afternoon, so he had only been inside for a little over half a day, and since Ming had already made arrangements with the people inside, he hadn't suffered any hardship in the police station. Chapter 484. Alas, what a pity. Such good porcelain shards. Ming looked at the patterns and couldn't help but sigh. He had just used his ability to see the energy and noticed that the porcelain shards outside varied in age, mainly being new porcelain made in the 1980s. However, there were also a considerable number of old porcelain shards, some dating back to the Tang dynasty, along with many from the Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties. In the past, the collecting community looked down on porcelain shards. Not to mention shards, even late Qing official Qilin pieces were disregarded. But with the art market booming in recent years and the collector base expanding, porcelain shards had become a collectible. Now, a large number of ancient porcelain shards were affixed to the outer walls, directly exposed to the air and subjected to extreme weather like wind and sunlight. Considering the risks of weathering and falling off, these precious ancient porcelain shards were likely to be ruined by future generations. The building in front, named Porcelain Palace, was the masterpiece of an elderly lady. It was said that she had also been engaged in the porcelain business in her early years. After she visited Tianjin and saw the porcelain palace there, perhaps her vanity as a person from the porcelain capital led her to build this one after returning. The entire construction cost 20 million yuan, used 80 tons of porcelain material, and included 60,000 pieces of porcelain. Chapter 485. The old man happily accepted the cigarette case and even tucked the one he had behind his ear into it. With a short stature, he frowned in memory when Ming asked about it, muttering, "Many families in town have kilns to make porcelain. I'm not in the porcelain business. And you say it's impressive, but I have no clue." Ming thought for a moment. Surely, the antique porcelain must be of high quality. But the scale must not be large. Since someone's reputation could reach Shanghai, they must be quite profitable. So he changed his question. "In your town, whose family specializes in high-quality replicas, even if the scale is small, they sell them at high prices and make a lot of money." "Oh, if you put it that way, it must be the old Huang family from Team 10. I heard that every day, people like you go to their place to order things." After saying that, the old man's eyes squinted as he sized up Ming and Lin Xian. "I heard that those who go to buy from him get scammed." "What? Are you two in this business too?" "No, we just want to buy some good handmade porcelain. We heard you have it in your town, so we came to check it out." "Old man, can you tell us how to get to the old Huang's place?" Ming explained, but the old man's expression clearly showed he didn't believe him. Chapter 486. When it comes to doing business, this gatekeeper was quite strict about the rules. After opening the door and letting Ming and the others in, he led them around the imposing Western-style building to the back. The area behind the building was quite spacious, almost like a hidden paradise. Adjacent to the Western-style building were 2 rows of bungalows. The front row bustling with people coming and going. Behind the bungalows were neatly stacked wood piles, and further back were 2 clay kilns. Smoke was billowing from the chimneys of the kilns, indicating that porcelain was being fired. These buildings were enclosed by high walls, and with tall buildings blocking the view from the front, one couldn't see anything from the outside unless they entered. The old man led them into the rightmost bungalow of the first row. This room resembled an exhibition room. Visible from the entrance with neatly arranged display, racks holding various pieces of porcelain. There was a desk and a boss's chair by the door. A young man in his 20s leaned back in the boss's chair, with his feet propped up on the desk, staring at his phone without looking at the newcomers. "Xiao Cheng, are you busy? I brought you a few guests." Chapter 487. Awo? Xiao Zi heard Ming mention its name and curiously peeked out from Ming's pocket, craning its neck to look at the Ru Kiln water lily basin. Although it was a repaired piece, both the northern song fragments and the later added parts exuded an impressive elegance. After hearing that Ming intended to use this as its exclusive food bowl, Xiao Zi let out a couple of soft sounds, nodding as if to say this was the treatment a Qilin should receive. "Look, Xiao Zi likes it too." Ming held the water lily basin in one hand and petted the cat's head with the other. Lin Xian then realized Ming wasn't joking. He really intended to spend 300,000 yuan on a food bowl for a cat, and just thinking about it made him feel a bit of a toothache. However, knowing Ming well enough, he understood how much he valued this little cat, treating it as if it were something that could break if held too tightly. Knowing that advising him wouldn't help, he could only curl his lips and say, "Just spoil it." After that, he ignored it and continued to look around at the porcelain. Ming then picked up the Zeton base, packed his things, and he and Lin Xian casually strolled around to check out the works of this master. Chapter 488. At around 6 p.m., the sky had darkened, and the big jeep was speeding along the highway back to Jingdezhen City. Both Ming and Lin Xian wore long faces in the car, and the atmosphere became a bit tense. Xiao Zi noticed Ming was in a bad mood and instinctively shrank into the corner of the back seat, obediently laying its head down. Quiet as a small stuffed toy, with its little eyes rolling around, seemingly lost in thought. The bad mood of the group was naturally due to the collapse of the collaboration with Boss Wang. At first, knowing it was a big deal, Boss Wang politely welcomed them into his office, offering cigarettes and pouring water, addressing them as Boss Qi and Boss Lin with great courtesy. However, when Ming revealed the details of the collaboration, Boss Wang's expression darkened, and he didn't hide his impatience, ultimately outright rejecting the proposal. The reason for the rejection was simple. In Boss Wang's view, collaborating with them would be a thankless task and a losing business. They dealt in top-quality replicas, which weren't cheap. Most guests buy high-quality replicas here and resell them as genuine articles, making huge profits with each transaction, so they don't care about the high prices. Chapter 489. Quanzhou, Fujin, the starting point of the maritime Silk Road. This place has a history that dates back even further than Jingdezhen, with origins traceable to the Zhou and Qin dynasties. From the Tang dynasty onwards, Quanzhou became the most important maritime outlet for China in the South China Sea. And by the Song and Yuan dynasties, it was recognized as the world's largest port. Even during the Ming and Qing dynasties, when the country implemented a policy of isolation, Quanzhou remained the officially designated port for foreign trade. It can be said that regardless of the changes in dynasties, imperial power, and policies, Quanzhou has always been a stepping stone for communication between China and the outside world, and this remains unchanged to this day. Ming's main purpose for coming here is to stock up for the upcoming antique shop, aiming to acquire a batch of genuine antique porcelain. Nowadays, the collecting market is booming, and the prices of antique artworks are soaring. Human greed drives those who understand the intricacies to want to ride this wave and take a share. Therefore, counterfeit goods are rampant in the market, making it difficult to find a genuine antique, let alone a batch. However, there is indeed a way to acquire a large number of antiques in Quanzhou, which is known as sea salvage porcelain. As the name implies, it refers to porcelain salvaged from the sea. In ancient times, meteorological surveys, shipbuilding technology, and navigation skills were not mature, leading to many merchant ships loaded with porcelain, tea, and silk sinking due to reefs, typhoons, or pirates. Chapter 490. In May, Quanzhou is already quite hot. Many young girls on the streets have switched to short skirts and stockings, while most pedestrians wear cool short sleeves. The man who just entered is dressed even more lightly in a tight black tank top, revealing well-defined muscles underneath, standing nearly 1.9 meters tall, with a shiny bald head and a somewhat unfriendly appearance. Ming can feel a sense of oppression from several meters away. Not only him, but Xiao Long also narrowed his eyes the moment the man entered, clenching his fists, veins bulging on the back of his hands. Only Xiao Zi remains unaffected, lying on Ming's lap, turning over and continuing to sleep soundly. "What's wrong?" Ming asked curiously, noticing Xiao Long's reaction. "This person is a master," Xiao Long replied in a low voice. "A master?" Ming, being a novice himself, doesn't know what qualifies as a master. However, he knows Xiao Long's skills. Without using any tools, he can easily take down 10 ordinary people, which is like child's play. If Xiao Long calls someone a master, that person's abilities must be impressive. Hearing this, he became interested and looked over. In recent years, there's been a popular meme online about Guangdong people eating Fujin people.